My name is Yi Chi, and this is my story. One day, I suddenly heard a robotic voice in my head saying, "System binding complete, newbie gift package sent." Then strange memories rushed in and I got a splitting headache. I realized I'd transmigrated again. In my last life, I was a romance novel protagonist, constantly dodging obsessive men or awkward encounters.
It was exhausting.
Now, I have a system? What kind? Turns out it's a childbirth system. My task? To have children on the Beastman continent, where females are rare, and having talented kids earns rewards. At least here, the females are protected and respected. And there's a one female, many males policy. Maybe it won't be so bad. I reluctantly agreed to the system, especially since it gave me a newbie gift. But before I could celebrate, I found myself alone in the wilderness. Apparently, the original body's owner snuck out of the tribe, got bitten by a snake, and died. With the system's repair, I was fine, but I needed to get back quickly. The wilderness was dangerous, especially as night approached. Thankfully, the tribe's male beastmen found me before it got dark. They were so relieved to see I was safe. One of them, a tall, handsome white tiger beastman named Bai Yan, carried me back to the tribe on his back. Riding a tiger was surreal, but I was too scared to let go. Back at the tribe, things escalated quickly. Today was my coming-of-age day, and I had to choose at least 3 beastmen as my mates. Standing on a platform, I saw many strong and good-looking warriors. Clueless about their strengths, I asked Bai Yan for advice. He seemed a little annoyed. He's apparently the strongest warrior, but I ended up picking him and a few others based on their looks. Honestly, it felt like a royal selection process, and I couldn't help but feel a little amused. But this is my new life now, and I'll have to make the best of it. Life here has become a mix of routine and small surprises. I've gotten really good at controlling my thoughts, to the point where I can shape little crafts with my mind. It's funny to think how much easier this has made things. No need to get physically tired anymore. With winter approaching fast, I've been focused on getting everything done before the cold sets in. While I was zoning out, watching the trees sway in the wind, Shiryu stopped by for a chat. He asked if Dan had named the kids yet. I confess that I'm terrible at naming. I joked about calling them G1 and G2, which he surprisingly thought sounded fine. We had a good laugh over it, and his visit felt like a nice break from the monotony. Later, Dan returned, making his usual loud entrance and dropping off his hunt at the cave entrance. He's always full of energy, and today he was teaching Yilin how to butcher the animal. It's interesting seeing him step into a teaching role where he used to handle everything himself. I didn't interrupt and just watched quietly. It's satisfying to see them work together. Still, there's a sense of restlessness I can't shake. The days feel repetitive, and I catch myself longing for a real break. Maybe after I give birth to this child, I'll take a month off. I've earned enough points to make it happen, and honestly, I need it. Yilin, on the other hand, seemed unsettled. He brought up our agreement with Lin Shuang and admitted he's been feeling off, with darker thoughts creeping in. I reassured him and suggested talking to a healer if it gets worse. He's part of our family, and I don't want him dealing with it alone. He seemed comforted and went back to his task. After Dan finished butchering, he asked me to store the meat in my space. Everything was cut and arranged so neatly. It's funny how someone so carefree can have such a perfectionist streak. Then Yilin suggested we go for a walk since I've been staying inside for so long. I hesitated for a moment, feeling lazy, but agreed. It's been a while since I went out, and with him by my side, it felt like the right time. As we were heading out, Anran showed up, practically glowing with excitement. She shared that she's finally pregnant, and with twins. She said my advice about eating better and keeping her partners clean had worked, and her happiness was infectious. It's moments like this that remind me how fulfilling this life can be, even when the days feel slow. The day was overwhelming, to say the least. After picking my partners, the tribe's chief made it clear that the bonding ceremony had to happen tonight. My heart raced as I realized what that meant. It wasn't just symbolic. It involved real intimacy. On my very first day here, I couldn't believe it. But backing out wasn't an option, not with the system I'd bound myself to. I had no choice but to push through, even if my mind was spinning. Bai Yan, my first chosen mate, noticed my hesitation and asked if I was unhappy. He seemed hurt, so I quickly reassured him. I wasn't upset, it was all just happening so fast. His expression softened at my words, and he led me and the others to the healer's cave for the marking process. The healer engraved small animal symbols on my arm, one for each partner: a white tiger, an eagle, a bear, and a fox. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all, though it felt surreal to see them there. After the markings, Bai Yan grew concerned when I mentioned I'd been bitten by a snake earlier. Before I could stop him, he lifted me onto his arm and took me back to the healer to check the wound. Up close, his strength and beauty left me speechless. His silver hair against his tan skin, the muscles of his chest, and those soulful eyes. He was both gentle and commanding, a mix that made my heart pound. The healer confirmed there was no poison, and Bai Yan seemed relieved. He carried me out of the cave, his care and concern touching me deeply. Meanwhile, the other partners followed behind, clearly frustrated they weren't the first to bond with me. As tradition dictated, we headed to the river for a cleansing ritual before the ceremony. The sounds from the nearby grass made my face burn with embarrassment. It seemed like this kind of thing was completely normal here, but I couldn't help feeling flustered. Bai Yan noticed my unease and leaned down, whispering softly that he would respect my boundaries. His words calmed me, but my heart didn't stop racing. Tonight would be my first bonding ceremony, and I wasn't ready. Everything was happening so quickly, but at least Bai Yan's gentle presence made it a little easier to bear. The night was becoming intense, and I could feel my heart racing as Bai Yan's reassuring words echoed in my ears. He suggested we hurry, and before I knew it, he leaped into the stream, standing confidently in the water. I was a bit embarrassed and unsure, but I followed him in after checking that no one was around. The cool water sent a shiver through me, and as I tried to shift into my beast form, nothing happened. It seemed my memory was too unclear to recall what my beast form was, but I figured it was probably canine like the rest of the tribe. After washing, Bai Yan was already waiting on the shore. He gently carried me back to our new den, which had been specially prepared for me. Everything was simple but clean, and Bai Yan insisted on doing everything for me, even fetching animal skins and a stone bed. I was still getting used to being pampered. While I rested, the other 3 mates arrived, bringing skins and cooked meat. They were all so handsome, and I couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. I asked them for their names: Ning Shuang, a bear; Ruyu, a fox; and Luyu, an eagle. Each one was striking in their own way, and I couldn't stop thinking about how different they were from anyone I had known in my past life. Ruyu was the first to offer me food, breaking the meat into smaller pieces for me. I felt awkward, especially when I accidentally licked his fingers as I ate. My face turned red, but he didn't seem to mind. I was still trying to process everything when they began to leave, respecting the ritual. Ning Shuang and Luyu stayed a bit longer, suggesting I wait for Bai Yan with them, as they knew I was feeling uneasy. They reassured me that Bai Yan would return soon with the stone bed. Feeling a bit tired, I relaxed against Luyu, grateful for his calm presence. But when I leaned on him, I noticed he stiffened. I wondered if it was a sign of him feeling closer to me. It was all so new, and my heart was still racing. Last night was overwhelming in every way. Bai Yan returned carrying a massive stone for the bed, his strength leaving me both impressed and a little terrified. He set everything up so carefully, straw, animal skins, and all. I couldn't help but feel nervous. I knew what was coming. But as I looked at his handsome face, I thought, at least I lucked out. When it came time for the bonding ritual, Bai Yan seemed as nervous as I was. Gathering my courage and thinking about the system's demands, I awkwardly initiated with a kiss. It was clumsy and embarrassing, but it broke the tension. Soon, things escalated, and, well, let's just say the moon hid behind the clouds, and the night passed in a blur. By morning, Bai Yan was already up, leaving a soft kiss on my lips before heading out to fetch firewood for breakfast. He looked satisfied, his expression a mix of pride and bashfulness. I couldn't help but feel touched by his care, even if my body was sore from the night's events. Then, the system chimed in, congratulating me on completing the ritual and awarding me points and a spatial upgrade. It even reminded me to take the childbirth pill. So much for romance. After taking it, my body felt noticeably better, and I noticed a small green leaf symbol on my wrist, signifying I'd awakened to power. Excited, I asked the system what it was, only to find out it was a seemingly useless ability tied to my body's condition.
Great.
But just as I was lamenting, I suddenly found myself in a magical space, a vast, lush area with fertile land, a spring, and a small house. This was my real awakened power, a massive personal space perfect for farming and self-sufficiency. My mind raced with possibilities, though I'd need seeds to make use of it. The discovery lifted my spirits. I decided I'd share this with Bai Yan later. Now that we were bonded, I could trust him fully. Betrayal wasn't an option due to the laws of this world. For now, I focused on the possibilities ahead, excited and a little nervous about what was to come. When Bai Yan returned, carrying bamboo water, meat, and fire supplies, he seemed flustered seeing me awake. He asked if I felt okay, clearly guilty about last night. I told him I was hungry, though my hoarse voice surprised even me. It was obvious how intense things had been. Bai Yan, looking apologetic, handed me water and began roasting meat. As I watched him work, the other 3 mates arrived, asking if they could help. Seeing Bai Yan roasting plain meat, I suggested they take me out to find some plants. I couldn't keep eating just meat every day. I needed vegetables for the sake of my body and, digestion. Ruyu offered to accompany me, and despite my embarrassment, I agreed. Bai Yan stayed back to work on making a stone pot, while Ning Shuang also joined us. They carried me carefully, as beastmen typically do for their mates, and I quickly got used to it after seeing other females treated the same way. We headed to the back hills, where plants were abundant. I spotted wild shepherd's purse growing in a patch and got excited. I instructed them to uproot it with care, so I could replant it near the den later. Ruyu got to work immediately, and by the time Ning Shuang caught up, Ruyu was already busy gathering the plants. Everything felt surreal, but oddly satisfying. These strong, caring beastmen were so eager to help with even the smallest tasks, and I couldn't help but think about how much my life had changed. Now it was time to focus on making the best of it, starting with some good greens for our meals. Ning Shuang saw Ryue working so hard, and he also wanted to join the battle. But he was stopped by Yichichi. Ning Shuang, do you know how to weave a basket? I can. Ning Shuang wanted to say that he could weave one right away. Then weave one to carry wild vegetables back. We have nothing now, so I can only trouble you. Yichichi said with a smile, and there was no reason for Ning Shuang not to obey. As long as the little female said something, he would do it immediately, if he could. Besides, it was a small matter like weaving a basket. Seeing the vines around, Ning Shuang pulled them down and started weaving. Yichichi was not idle either. She began to join the army of pulling shepherd's purse. Ryue's work efficiency was very high, and he pulled a bunch of shepherd's purse in a short while. This piece of shepherd's purse was almost pulled out by him. Ryue, that's enough. Leave some here. If we can't eat them all at once, it will be a waste. Yichichi quickly stopped him. Leave some seeds so that we can know there are some here next time. If we can't plant them in the space, we will have to look for them next time.
It's okay.
There are a lot of these vegetables. We didn't know they were edible. Ryue stood there a little stiffly. He hadn't started to exert his strength yet, and he had almost picked all the vegetables in this area. No, let's go see if Ning Shuang's backpack is woven, and go see somewhere else. Yichichi wanted to find more substitutes, otherwise he would get tired of eating the same vegetable all the time. Okay. Ryue listened to Yichichi. He took her hand and went to find Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang's fingers flew, and the shape of the backpack had already materialized. Wow, you're so amazing. You woven it in a short time. Yichichi had roughly figured out Ning Shuang's temper. He was a little introverted. so he was not stingy with his praise for him. Ning Shuang's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and she became happy. She was no longer as depressed as when she first caught up with them. It's almost done. Are we going to change places? Ning Shuang saw the two of them coming together and guessed something. Yes. Yi Chi sat down next to them. Ryue quickly put the shepherd's purse into the backpack. Ning Shuang, you are responsible for protecting Chi, and I will carry the backpack. Ryue took the initiative to give up her position so that Ning Shuang would not feel so awkward. Okay. Ning Shuang felt the little female's concern and smiled. Let's go. Yi Chi's cheerful voice filled the forest, and the two people who followed him couldn't help but be happy. Not long after walking, Ryue saw a bird's nest on the tree. Thinking that the females in the tribe liked to eat bird eggs, he climbed up the tree in a few seconds, took out the bird's nest, put the eggs in the backpack, and jumped down. The action was neat. Yi Chi just reacted and saw the scenery under Ryue's fur skirt flash by. When he was still regretting why it was not slow motion, the real owner had already walked forward. Ryue is so amazing. Yi Chi never hesitated to praise, especially when this person was her beast husband. I have to brush up my favorability well because I have to rely on them to be good to me in the future, hee. Whether I can lie down in the future depends on whether I brush up my favorability enough now. That's not it. Ryue's cold face showed a proud look. If there was a tail behind him now, it would probably be uncontrollably swaying. Not far away, Yi Chi saw the red bayberry again. Wild bayberry so big. That bayberry is at least half the size of his fist. I didn't see shepherd's purse so exaggerated just now, but now I see bayberry. It's really exaggerated. And many bayberries have ripened and fallen to the ground, giving off some rotten smell. Chi, what are you looking at? Ning Shuang keenly noticed that Yi Chi's eyes stayed on those black fruits, and she couldn't help but stop. Quick, pick that for me. I want to eat it. Yi Chi instructed directly, hee, it's great to have free labor. But that thing looks like it's poisonous. Are you sure it's edible? Ning Shuang and Ryue didn't dare to touch it and hesitated for a while. The witch doctor said that in the wild, brightly colored fruits and dark-colored fruits should not be touched because they are poisonous. Now the little female actually said she wanted to eat it. What if she gets poison later? Hey, where does the poison come from? Look, there are birds over there. If it's poisonous, how can the birds eat it? The one from the rabbit hunters is also edible. Yi Chi would never make a mistake and would never make a mistake with the bayberry. Her favorite thing to eat is the bayberry. Ryue and Ning Shuang looked at each other and thought it made sense. They picked a leaf nearby and picked bayberries for Yi Chi. What's the name of this fruit? Ryue was still not at ease and acted as if she would not let Yi Chi eat it if she couldn't tell her. After all, this little female dared to run out of the tribe alone. What if she lied to him now and got poison after eating it? It's better to be careful. If it doesn't work, the male orcs are stronger, so they will help her taste it first and then give it to her after it is not poisonous. Ryue has already planned it in her mind. This is called yangmei, sour and sweet, with a core inside. This fruit has no skin. You can eat it directly after picking it and washing it. What Yi Chi said didn't sound fake. Ryue pinched the yangmei, and the juice dripped down his slender fingers to the ground. Now Yi Chi didn't know whether he wanted to eat yangmei or lick Ryue's hand. I feel that I am getting more and more perverted. Yi Chi quickly took back his thoughts, lest he couldn't control himself later. If he really did that, it would be embarrassing. Ryue was relieved when she saw that it was exactly the same as what the little female said. But he still picked one and ate it. Well, it was really sour and sweet. It seemed that the little female had not lied to him. Ryue was relieved, so she picked a few more leaves and put some more in the backpack. The backpack was estimated to be 1 meter deep, and it was just right for Ryue to carry on her back. Yi Chi tried to pick a few bayberries, and they were heavy in his hands. It was great. The plants in the beast world seemed to be generally bigger. Even the bayberries, were big. But after picking a few, Yi Chi felt a little tired. He didn't feel anything when he was held just now, but now he felt his legs were weak after walking a few steps. Let's go back. I'm a little tired. Yi Chi hated himself for being useless. This little body, too weak. It would be great if he could get some fitness pills or something to strengthen his physical strength after giving birth to a child. In this way, no matter what aspect, he would be like a fish in water. Yi Chi thought secretly in his heart. Before he knew it, Ning Shuang lifted him up and sat steadily on his forearm. She was frightened and uttered a short cry.
Ah!
She hugged Ning Shuang's strong waist reflexively. Then her face turned red again. Yi Chi wondered when she would stop blushing so often. Hanging on the beast husband all day, Yi Chi felt that she was almost useless. If she didn't exercise like this, she wouldn't have a difficult birth when she gave birth later, right? Yi Chi began to be a little scared. After all, giving birth is still quite dangerous in this era of lack of medical care and medicine. However, the system is here, so it shouldn't let herself have any accidents, right? With something on her mind, Yi Chi quietly nestled in Ning Shuang's arms when she went back. Are you sleepy? Ning Shuang was keenly aware that Yi Chi's mood was not right.
Yeah.
Her voice was thin and gently brushed Ning Shuang's ears. Inexplicably, Ning Shuang's heartbeat quickened. The little female is fragrant, speaks softly, and has a good personality. Ning Shuang has never felt that she likes a female so much. Before, he thought it didn't matter whether he had a female or not, and it was fine for him to be single. It was his mother who said that he should find a partner for himself, so that he would have a guarantee in the future. Ning Shuang thought about it, and it made sense. Otherwise, if he lacked the comfort of a female for a long time, he would become unlike himself. That's why he tried to go to Yi Chi's coming-of-age meeting yesterday. The chance of being chosen among the 200 orcs was too small. Although he was standing in the front row, a female generally would not choose 2 orange-level strongmen, fearing that her body could not bear it. Moreover, the beasts above the orange level were relatively large. The shortest was 3 meters, and some beasts of the orange level could reach a height of more than 5 meters. But Ning Shuang didn't expect that Yi Chi was so fierce that he directly chose 4 orange-level ones right away. Ning Shuang's heart was burning, but when he thought that it would be his turn in 2 months, he felt a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, after each male and female are paired, they can enjoy the female alone for 1 month. Most females on the Orc continent have difficulty getting pregnant, and Ning Shuang didn't expect Yi Chi to get pregnant so quickly. When they returned to the tribe, Yi Chi had already fallen asleep. Ning Shuang gently put Yi Chi on the bed. Seeing a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, he found a leaf to fan her. Yi Chi had obviously become his favorite. After Ryue came back, he remembered what Yi Chi said. The little female said that she wanted to plant all these wild vegetables in the open space in front of the cave. She didn't know if she had planted them well. Will she be happy when she wakes up and sees this? Ryue thought so and started to act. The orcs had never planted before, so Ryue's planting was crooked and looked a little funny. It was noon, and the sun was scorching the wild vegetables, and they wilted in a short while. Ryue planted 2 rows, turned around and saw this scene, and stopped immediately, not daring to plant anymore. If this doesn't grow, the little female will be angry. Ryue was even a little panicked, and hurriedly took the backpack back to the cave. When she came back, she saw Ning Shuang fanning Yi Chi. Ryue. Why didn't I think of this with my stupid brain? No, if the little female plants in the future, I must watch by the side and learn well. Ryue saw that there was nothing to do, so she planned to go to the stream to wash the bayberries and bring them back for the little female to eat when she wakes up. By the way, go hunting and roast the meat, and the little female can eat it directly when she wakes up. Ryue planned the route of action and set off directly. Yi Chi fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know if it was because her supernatural power had not yet awakened. She always felt that she couldn't control her body. She was always very sleepy. In a daze, she heard some noises and wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't. She only felt the cool breeze hitting her body, which was very comfortable, and she slept more soundly. In the end, she was awakened by the smell of food. She sat up and walked to the entrance of the beast cave and saw red clouds all over the sky. It's worthy of being the beast world. These clouds are so beautiful. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at the large patches of red clouds in the sky and was a little stunned for a while. She had never seen such a scene before. "Why did you come out?" Bai Yan saw Yi-Chi-Chi coming out and quickly got up from the fire and stood beside her. "I just woke up and was a little confused. I saw that you were not here, so I came out to see." Yi-Chi-Chi came back to her senses and looked at Bai Yan standing with his back to the glow. It was a different taste. "Bai Yan, you are so handsome." She couldn't help but think of last night, and the heat on her face surged again. Yi-Chi-Chi felt that she might be sick. Ryue went to the river to wash the fruit. "If you are hungry, eat it first."
The meat is ready.
Bai Yan carefully instructed. As for the praise of the little female, it was quite novel. Wait until the evening to secretly ask her what handsome means. After making up his mind, Bai Yan planned to feed Yi-Chi-Chi first. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know that a certain beast had already planned to have adult love with her at night. She picked up a bayberry and couldn't wait to bite it. She squinted her eyes because of the sourness. This wild bayberry is really sour. It would be better if there was pepper and salt." Yi-Chi-Chi still had half a fist-sized bayberry in her hand and didn't know whether to continue eating it for a while. Bai Yan caught a glimpse of Yi-Chi-Chi's little expression from the corner of his eyes and was instantly attracted. Looking at the bayberry juice that accidentally rubbed on the corner of the little female's mouth, he inexplicably wanted to taste what it tasted like. He didn't want to eat the fruit, but wanted to taste what her lips tasted like. Bai Yan thought so and did so. When he reacted, his lips were already on Yi-Chi-Chi's face.
Bai Yan.
"What are you doing?" Yi-Chi-Chi was really afraid of him. He had been doing that kind of thing all night last night. It seems that he didn't rest today. Where did he get so much energy? "Chi-Chi, you smell so good." Bai Yan licked the juice on her lips. His voice was hoarse, and his fingers teased her vaguely. Yi-Chi-Chi felt that her body was not under her control, and her desire was aroused. It was indeed the physique of the heroine who posted the article. Yi-Chi-Chi felt that she couldn't do it this way. Sooner or later, she would sink. She didn't want to keep brewing sauce in the cave. She wanted to go out and find something to plant in the space. If she has time in the future, she should exercise herself. Otherwise her body will be too weak and she will be uneasy. "Don't come on. I can't do it anymore. Please restrain yourself." Yi-Chi-Chi quickly spoke up to stop someone who was restless.
"I won't touch you tonight."
Bai Yan took Yi-Chi-Chi's hand and placed it on his hot cheek, trying to restrain his desire so as not to scare her. Feeling the heat from his body, Yi-Chi-Chi's old face turned red. How long has she been holding it back? Why? "Oh, I'm hungry. Don't bother me first." Yi-Chi-Chi was just playing tricks. It was so funny. She really didn't deserve it. "Then eat first." Bai Yan saw that Yi-Chi-Chi was really going to get angry, so he quickly cut the roasted meat into pieces with a boning knife and brought it over. Bai Yan didn't want to scare the little female. After all, she had never come into contact with other orcs before, so she was relatively thin-skinned, and she had to proceed step by step after becoming a partner. Yi-Chi-Chi ate as slowly as she could. After finishing the meal, the red clouds on the horizon also dissipated, leaving only a faint light in the sky. "I have something to tell you." Yi-Chi-Chi suddenly remembered that she had awakened her superpowers and the space. She wanted to try to bring Bai Yan in as well, so that she would have a free labor.
"What?"
Seeing Yi-Chi-Chi's serious look, Bai Yan quickly pricked up his ears to listen. "That's right, I awakened my superpowers last night." Yi-Chi-Chi was very sorry that she had time to tell him now. She didn't know if the shepherd's purse she picked today was wilted. Just now, Yi-Chi-Chi also noticed the small piece of bumpy land at the door and the messy shepherd's purse planted on it. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to stir-fry shepherd's purse tonight, but they had already eaten barbecue, and Yi-Chi-Chi was too lazy to make it. She felt very tired. She just wanted to lie down and recuperate. Really? What kind of superpower is it? Bai Yan was happy when she heard that the little female had awakened superpowers. "Then I'll tell you. You promise not to tell anyone. Otherwise, we will have a lot of trouble in the future." Yi Chi-Chi wanted a promise. After the male orcs become a couple, they all listen to the females. Otherwise, Yi Chi-Chi would not confess. I promise that Chi-Chi will be the most important person to me in the future, and I will not do anything to hurt Chi-Chi. Bai Yan knelt in front of Yi Chi-Chi and promised. Yi Chi-Chi was startled by her sudden kneeling down. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling casually? This is the most loyal etiquette, Chi-Chi. Don't be angry. Bai Yan stood up at a loss, lowering his head. He didn't understand why his little female didn't like it, but this was the highest etiquette. Did she think she didn't do it well enough? Bai Yan observed Yi Chi-Chi's expression and felt a little uneasy. He was afraid that he would make Yi Chi-Chi unhappy and drive him out. This would make the whole tribe laugh. I don't like it. Don't do this in the future. Just say it nicely if you have anything to say. Yi Chi-Chi really couldn't accept kneeling down at every turn. I feel like I will shorten my lifespan this way. It always feels weird. Okay. Bai Yan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she wasn't angry. My awakened ability is space.
Geçici visperet beside Bai Yan seer.
The hot air sprayed on Bai Yan's ears, and the tip of his nose was lingering with a faint fragrance. He swallowed unconsciously. Well, that's pretty good. Bai Yan's mind was not on the ability that Yi Chi-Chi mentioned at all. Don't you want to ask me what I'm like? Yi Chi-Chi looked at him with wide eyes. Are all orcs so curious? What's your space like? Bai Yan asked according to Yi Chi-Chi's meaning. I'll try to take you in. Yi Chi-Chi's eyes searched in the beast cave, the backpack that Ning Shuang wove in this morning. She wanted to find it and bring those shepherd's person, planet, and see if it can reproduce on its own. Bai Yan suddenly remembered that Ryue had come back in the afternoon and said that Yi Chi-Chi wanted to plant those shepherd's purse, so now she was looking for a backpack. Responding, he went directly to the corner and took out the backpack that still contained bird eggs and shepherd's purse. Looking for this? Yes. How come there are eggs? Yi Chi-Chi looked at the backpack with 2 fist-sized eggs in disbelief. This is probably taken out by Ryue? Bai Yan said uncertainly. When Bai Yan said this, Yi Chi-Chi thought of the scenery that flashed by under Ryue's animal skin group. She seems like a pervert now. How can she always think about these things? Ahem, that should be it. Let's try it? Yi Chi-Chi didn't give Bai Yan a chance to react and directly pulled him into the space. Bai Yan's eyes blurred, and he came to a strange place. Is this your space? Bai Yan was shocked. He thought that the space of the little female could only store dead objects. After all, there had been females who had awakened space abilities before. But now it seemed that his little female was a little bit unusual. No wonder she had been responding last night, making him feel itchy and unable to restrain his actions.
It turned out that she had a good physique. Bai Yan.
Come quickly. Help me dig the ground. Yi Chi-Chi decided to let Bai Yan do some work to vent his energy so that he wouldn't bother her again at night. Bai Yan wanted to say something, but after hearing what Yi Chi-Chi said, he swallowed it all back into his stomach. Well, his little female has a mouth and can order people around. It's good not to have to guess on your own. Without saying a word, Bai Yan turned into a beast and helped Yi Chi-Chi dig the ground. In a sense, it can be regarded as making full use of everything. Originally, there was a small wooden house in the space with some stone hose in it. Yi Chi-Chi didn't know if it had anything to do with the system, but it was a bit too thoughtful. But now it seems that it is completely useless.
Well,
watching the most ferocious tiger help her dig the ground, Yi Chi-Chi felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Bai Yan dug a small piece of land in just a few strokes. What's the use of this? Seeing Bai Yan was about to finish digging the ground, Yi Chi-Chi rushed over and prepared to plant shepherd's purse. No matter what, practice leads to success. If it fails this time, then try a different method next time. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If you succeed once, you will succeed in the future. Yi Chi-Chi carried in her right hand and a handful of shepherd's purse in her left hand. Plant so much first, and make scrambled eggs with shepherd's purse tomorrow morning with the rest. Seeing her full of energy, Bai Yan couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Although your smile is beautiful, you can't make fun of me. Yi Chi-Chi pointed her finger at Bai Yan and warned him. Bai Yan really couldn't help it this time. His little female is so cute. Okay, let me do it, you take a break. Bai Yan took the things in her hand and prepared to start working. Wait a minute, do you know how to plant it? Don't mess it up. Let me show you first. Yi Chi couldn't help but think of the horrible piece of land she saw in the evening. Can it really grow like that?
She didn't know.
What if? She should show it to Bai Yan first so that he wouldn't plant it so badly. Okay. Bai Yan stood aside honestly, watching Yi Chi operate. Yi Chi used A to dig a hole in the loosened soil, and then put a shepherd's purse into the freshly dug hole, and then buried the mud with his hands to ensure that the shepherd's purse was standing.
Got it?
Yi Chi felt that she didn't seem to be very smart now, and even Bai Yan, who nodded stupidly opposite, didn't seem very smart. It's a bit embarrassing that she took such a simple thing so seriously. Leave it to me, with confidence, you take a rest. Bai Yan took the from Yi Chi's hand and started to work. Yi Chi didn't know if the time and the space was the same as outside. It was dark outside now, but now it was daytime. Is there no night in the space?
예지직 있으.
In addition to a small wooden house and a spring in the space, the rest of the land was wasteland. Behind the cabin, there was also a dark thing similar to a storage rack, but Yi Chi had not had time to explore what it was used for. Bai Yan, do we have hunted meat now? Yi Chi would first experiment to see if that was a place to store things. If so, there would be no need to worry about storing food for the winter. Yes, I put it inside the cave at night. I hope no insects will crawl on it. Meat is more difficult to preserve in the summer. Bai Yan usually goes out hunting on the same day. After filling his stomach, he brings back some tender meat to roast for Yi Chi. The rest is thrown into the wilderness. But today is special. Thinking of Yi Chi, he directly carried a whole head back. Let us go out later and see if we can put it in here. I want to try if things can be stored in this space and whether they will deteriorate if stored. Yi Chi became excited. Okay. Bai Yan heard this, and his hands moved faster. He tried to keep it the same as the one planted by Yi Chi. Seeing that the land was not planted yet, Yi Chi quietly stopped and watched Bai Yan planting. When he swung his muscles bulged slightly and a few strands of hair stuck to his forehead, making Yi Chi couldn't help but want to help him brush them away. Yi Chi not only thought so, but also did so. When they reacted, both of them were stunned. Chi. How could Bai Yan stand such teasing from the little female? He held her in his arms and kissed her fiercely. No, she was fascinated by her beauty. Who would save her? But this time Bai Yan controlled himself and did not take the next step. Be good, I'll go to the river to take a shower later. Bai Yan took great effort to let Yi Chi go, picked up that fell on the ground, and continued to farm. There was still a little bit left. If she didn't finish, the little female would not be able to sleep with him peacefully, right? Bai Yan thought silently. Yi Chi was dizzy from the kiss and sighed that she was useless. She went to the spring and scooped up a handful of water to wash her face. She tried to lower the temperature on her face. It was really terrible. With her physique, once she tasted meat, she would no longer be able to control it. It was the kind of desire that was greater than the control over her own body. What should she do? The system must be so happy now, right? Yi Chi thought, rabbits have 2 uteruses, how about going to the system to exchange a fertility pill to eat tonight? No, shouldn't she have a good rest tonight? Yi Chi quickly shook her not so clear head. Chi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? After Bai Yan finished his work, he saw his little female squatting beside the pond and shaking her head. Thinking that she was not feeling well, he hurried over. No, I am, that's it, hey, stay away from me. Yi Chi quickly pushed Bai Yan away. She felt that she could not control herself any longer. This physique. If it happens again tonight, she will not die in bed tomorrow. Thinking of Bai Yan's fierce appearance last night, Yi Chi was a little scared. Why, what's wrong? Bai Yan looked at Yi Chi, who was a little angry, a little at a loss. Why did the little female suddenly get angry? Was it because he didn't continue halfway just now? Nothing, are you done planting? It's finished planting. Bai Yan answered obediently. Let's go out. Yi Qiqi took Bai Yan's hand and left the space. Suddenly flashing into a dark stone cave, Yi Qiqi was a little uncomfortable. Qiqi, don't be angry, I didn't stop on purpose just now, I was dirty. Bai Yan was afraid that Yi Qiqi would be angry, so he quickly explained. It's not your problem, it's me. I haven't fully adapted to being a female among so many people. Before I was alone. Yi Qiqi didn't blame anyone, nor did she want to affect Bai Yan's mood because of her own problems. It's okay, we will protect you well, and you won't have to work hard in the future. Bai Yan gently held Yi Qiqi in his arms and comforted her softly. I will adapt as soon as possible. Yi Qiqi's voice was a little trembling, and she looked like a tower supporting the wind. Originally, her body was small in the Hound tribe. She was imprisoned in a special cave and was not released until she was ready to reach adulthood. After being released, she could only move around in the forbidden area. There were no males around her. The tribe leader always sent her food to prevent the original owner from persuading the males in her tribe to help her return to the rabbit hunting tribe. This was why the original owner ran out of the tribe alone on the day of her adulthood out of curiosity and was bitten to death. The males in the tribe only knew that there was an adult female today, and they didn't know it was Yi Qiqi. So the original owner was quite pitiful. If the tribe leader hadn't found Bai Yan to save her, Bai Yan wouldn't have known Yi Qiqi's name. Bai Yan knew Yi Qiqi's experience, so he didn't make it difficult for her. The little female was already very pitiful. She was sold here by her father and brother in the original tribe, and then imprisoned for so many years. When she got out, she was bitten by a snake. When she returned to the tribe, she was forced to choose more than 3 unfamiliar beast husbands. Her sense of security must be very poor, right? Otherwise, why would she ask herself who is the strongest? She had never seen herself before, so she asked like that. Now, Bai Yan completely understood why Yi Qiqi asked that yesterday. She didn't know some common sense at all, so she chose 4 orange-level beast husbands at once. It seems that I have to be more restrained in the future. Bai Yan thought silently in his heart. Now the little female is trembling in his arms, and when she tells him that she is not used to it, Bai Yan feels a little guilty. Did he go too far last night? Go take a shower. I don't mean to blame you. Yi Qiqi decided to restrain her physical desires. These were her body's autonomous reactions. She couldn't control them, but she had the power to act. She could control her actions. Okay, go to sleep. Bai Yan didn't want to bully her either. After all, it was crazy last night. Yi Qiqi looked at Bai Yan's back as he left, and felt empty in her heart. She felt like her whole body was burning, and her chest was hot. She didn't know if there were any pills in the system that could suppress desires. She felt that she would need them for a long time in the future. Otherwise, if things continued like this, she probably wouldn't be able to control her desires during pregnancy. This was very dangerous. Yi Qiqi hurried to the system mall to look for any pills that could suppress desires. Her ears were paying attention to the movement of the cave. After her attention was distracted, Yi Qiqi didn't feel so uncomfortable. It was just that many things in the system mall were not available for sale. Only the fertility pill, recovery pill, pain relief pill, body strengthening pill, and beauty pill were lit. The rest were gray and not available for sale. Potato. System. When will these gray ones be open to the public? Yi Qiqi wanted to know. The desire reduction pill was exactly what she needed. The host will reach the opening threshold only after the points earned by the host reach 6,000 points. What if I am pregnant and can't control myself at that time? Yi Qiqi was simply unable to speak. Host, please rest assured that this system will not let you miscarry. Okay. Thank you for the name given by the host. Please call this system Potato from now on. Yi Qiqi was choked and couldn't speak. The system really has no feelings at all. If she wants to live, she must endure these and learn to accept her own body abnormalities. Who made her unlucky? Yi Qiqi had no choice. Between death and scolding the system, she chose to live in frustration. Qiqi, I'm back. Bai Yan's voice attracted Yi Qiqi's attention. At the entrance of the stone cave, he could only vaguely see his figure in the moonlight. He approached quickly, with a puff of water vapor on his body. There were still water drops dripping from her hair, and Yi-Chi-Chi's hot skin was suddenly touched by the cold water drops, and she couldn't help but shudder. Bai Yan felt the little female's movement and pulled her into his arms. "Chi-Chi, I'm back. Why don't you say anything?" Bai Yan said before he realized that the little female just said she was going to sleep. "Is that because I don't want to say it? I just told you to go to sleep first." Yi-Chi-Chi bit Bai Yan's lips fiercely as a punishment. It was nothing at first, but when he heard Bai Yan's hoarse voice, Yi-Chi-Chi was like a hungry wolf encountering meat, and he gobbled it up. "I couldn't control myself. Get off." Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Bai Yan off the bed. As long as he didn't think he was wrong, it was everyone else's fault. Yi-Chi-Chi quickly made up for himself. Bai Yan knew he was in the wrong, so he could only sleep honestly by the bed.
Who made him go too far last night?
But he chose to continue hugging Yi-Chi-Chi. "Don't chase me out, I'll listen to you." His voice was hoarse, and he hugged Yi-Chi-Chi tightly. "Sleep, stay away from me. It's so hot." Yi-Chi-Chi didn't say much to him, lest he do something dishonest later. Bai Yan heard it, and hurriedly got up and fanned Yi-Chi-Chi with leaves. "Then you go to sleep first." The sky was slightly bright, and there was a breeze blowing in. With the cool breeze from Bai Yan's fan, Yi-Chi-Chi fell asleep quickly. Bai Yan saw that the little female's breathing was gradually stabilizing, and he couldn't hold on any longer. After 2 days of hard work and no rest at all, he was also a little sleepy. He lay down on the edge of the stone bed and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. The two slept until the sun was high in the sky, and then they were awakened by the heat. When the other 3 beastmen came after hunting, they saw Bai Yan and Yi-Chi-Chi lying on the bed together, and they were immediately furious. "Bai Yan, how do you take care of the little female? You're still sleeping now." Ryue couldn't bear to see Yi-Chi-Chi being wronged the most. He did not care that the little female was still sleeping and went directly to the stone bed to pull Bai Yan's clothes. He found that his whole body was very hot. What happened? Is he going to wake up? Realizing this, Ryue fell silent. Forget it. He should cook something for the little female first. Ryue could only dispel the anger in her heart by herself and went to the outside of the stone cave to barbecue. Yi-Chi-Chi was awakened by the heat. The people around her had a strong sense of presence. She was also frightened by Bai Yan's body temperature when she woke up. She quickly brought spring water out of the space to moisten Bai Yan's lips. "I don't know how long he has been burning. His lips are all dry and cracked. It's his fault. He bullied me for so long last night." After complaining in her heart, she felt a little anxious. Such a big handsome guy, he won't be burned stupid. Yi-Chi-Chi quickly got up, dragged her still soft legs to the entrance of the cave, and saw Ryue, as if she saw her backbone. "Ryue, go find the witch doctor. Bai Yan has a fever." Ryue looked at the concern on the little female's face and felt a little choked up. It is very difficult for males to awaken their superpowers. They need to have adult love with females to the extreme before they can awaken. However, few males can have adult love with females to the extreme, so there are few males with awakened superpowers on the Orc continent. Males with awakened superpowers can protect females from harm to the greatest extent and can also hunt enough food to survive the winter. Now it seems that Bai Yan is really lucky. But it's also good this way. Ryue's safety will be more guaranteed in the future, and she won't have to worry about going hungry. Ryue patiently explained to Yi-Chi-Chi. He has touched a certain point after forming a couple. If the female also awakens the superpower, the male will most likely do so as well. Including the subsequent couples, the male can also enjoy this benefit. Bai Yan is about to awaken the superpower. The fever will be gone in 2 days. You don't have to worry too much. You are not a witch doctor? How do you know all this? Yi-Chi-Chi looked at Ryue in surprise. Isn't this a bit of knowledge? There have been cases in our tribe, so everyone knows. If you are really worried, I will go to the witch doctor to take a look. Ryue rubbed Yi-Chi-Chi's head. When other little females heard the news, they were overjoyed. Chi-Chi heard it, but she doubted whether it was true, fearing that the male would get sick. Such a considerate little female is his. The jealousy that Ryue had just felt disappeared in an instant. He didn't know why his emotions had been fluctuating a bit recently, but inexplicably, he would be calmed down by the little female in front of him. Let's find a witch doctor to check and confirm. Will there be any danger when awakening? Yichichi was deeply poisoned by doomsday novels. If she can't make it through the awakening, she will die. She doesn't know what awakening in this world is like. Thinking about how she felt groggy when she woke up yesterday, she doesn't know if Bai Yan will be in the same situation as her when he wakes up. Well, let me get you something to eat first. Bai Yan went to get the roasted meat. Yichichi felt a little nauseous for some reason. Yichichi was really scared. Every meal of roasted meat was only a little salty and a little fishy. Even though it was the tenderest meat, she was a little resistant now. But she could not eat it because her stomach was growling with hunger. It seemed that after Bai Yan confirmed that everything was fine, she would have to go out and find some staple food to replace it. She still had to eat meat. It would be great if she could find rice or potatoes. Yichichi was still thinking about the land and the space. If she found rice or potatoes, she could plant them. It was a pity that she was now in a state of poverty. Maybe she can look forward to the first baby?
Oh.
By the way, she forgot to take the fertility pill last night. Little black room warning, the original text has been deleted. The babies will just have to make do with it QAQ. Hurry up and buy one to make up for it. Yichichi bought the fertility pill as soon as she remembered, and took it all at once while eating. Only then did she feel at ease. She didn't know what would happen if she was pregnant with 2 babies at the same time. Would her belly be torn apart? Yichichi reacted and was a little scared. Her little face was pale. Potato, if I'm pregnant with twins at the same time, my belly won't be torn apart, right? Yichichi tried to communicate with the system in her mind with her consciousness. Host, please rest assured that the system will protect the host's safety. The cold electronic sound of the system sounded in Yichichi's mind. Yichichi felt particularly relieved. That's good. Yichichi was relieved and continued to eat. It was the first time that the system knew that rabbits had 2 uteruses. It only knew about this when it saw Yichichi eat the fertility pill again. Unexpectedly, the host gave it a surprise. Hurry up and upload the data, hoping that the main system can give some rewards, which will be good for Yichichi and herself. Yichichi didn't know that the system went to get a reward for her, and she was chewing on the barbecue. Not sure if it was because she consumed too much energy last night. She felt that the barbecue was quite delicious. There was no nausea as expected. Yichichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she still had to go out today, but before going out, she had to confirm Bai Yan's safety. What's wrong? Sighing while eating? Ryua asked when she saw that the little female was not very happy. No, I've been eating barbecue in recent years. I haven't eaten vegetarian food for a long time, so I feel a little overwhelmed. Yichichi told the truth. Then I'll continue to accompany you after the witch doctor sees Bai Yan. Ryua understood what the little female meant and made a decision immediately. Yeah, I hope Bai Yan is fine. Yichichi nodded and continued to eat barbecue. I hope I can meet some food that can be used as a staple food when I go out today. Pueraria lobata, and so on. In her previous life, she was harassed by the opposite adult love. She was also a well-known food blogger. She also learned about some plants. After all, she has worn it once. What's wrong? It's not wrong to learn more, just in case she wears it again next time. If she doesn't wear modern clothes, she can go to the 80s or ancient times or other times. Knowing more plants will give her more protection. Now she didn't wear what she guessed, but came to the beast world. The forests here are primitive, but some plants are relatively large, and it is difficult to recognize them if you are not careful. So, Yichichi felt a little uneasy. Although there is a system, it does not give her too much sense of security. The beast husbands, well, although they are polite to her, they don't know edible plants. In the conversation with Ryua, Yichichi knew that they only eat meat, berries, and so on. Only females like to eat. So when they go out, they only know some yellow berries because the females of those tribes like to eat them, but it is not the season yet. So, Yichichi still has to go out and find them by herself. I am really tired of eating, but I don't feel full. Yichichi picked up the bayberry picked yesterday and chewed it directly. The sour and sweet taste filled my mouth, and Yichichi felt better. After I was not so sick, I continued to eat barbecue in small bites. Ryue went to ask the witch doctor when Yi Chi-Chi was eating. She was still worried. If Bai Yan really died of illness, the little female might bear the reputation of being a jinx, which was not good. Yi Chi-Chi had just finished eating when she saw the witch doctor hurried over with Ryue. This was a big deal in the tribe, and it had to be treated well. If it was true, the tribe would have added a great help. The witch doctor touched Bai Yan's body temperature, and then a green light flashed on his hand, covering Bai Yan's body. After a while, when the witch doctor took his hand back, he looked tired. He is awakening, there is no danger. He will just sleep for a long time, don't worry. The witch doctor's face was full of fatigue and joy. Yi Chi-Chi's heart was at ease. Thank you, witch doctor. Yi Chi-Chi thanked him. No, we should thank you, little female. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be another strong man in the tribe. You can ask me for anything you want, and I will try my best to meet it. The witch doctor was satisfied with Yi Chi-Chi. It seems that the females of the rabbit-hunting tribe are really as good as the legend says, but this female cannot have too much contact with others, so as not to be discovered by the wandering orcs with intentions. However, she can have a few more powerful beast husbands, orange level, which is not enough for her now. The witch doctor thought about it and planned to discuss it with the tribe leader. After the discussion, he would ask the little female's opinion. If the tribe leader does not approve it, it would be futile to ask the little female first. Then remember this request first. I don't want anything for the time being. Yi Chi-Chi nodded and agreed. Yi Chi-Chi found that the orcs here are basically not polite. Whatever they say is what they say. They are frank and honest. It's actually quite good. It's not tiring to get along like this, and any needs are put on the table. Okay, then I'll go back to the witch doctor's cave first. The hunting group has gone out recently, and there are many injured. The witch doctor said goodbye, and after Yi Chi-Chi thanked him again, he returned to the beast cave and sat next to Bai Yan. Seeing that his lips were chapped, he passed him some more spiritual spring water, and then went to look for Ryue outside the beast cave. Ryue was watering the shepherd's purse that he planted yesterday. Yi Chi-Chi looked very satisfied. It seems that Ryue is a male who cares about his family. He is more careful and can do things, but he doesn't take credit. Besides, he is really good-looking. Yi Chi-Chi propped up his chin to admire his magnificent beauty. Alas, it's a pity that he was ranked last. Ryue noticed the burning gaze and couldn't help looking back. Seeing that the little female was looking at him without blinking, a smile appeared on his lips. The little female seemed to like staring at him very much, which was a good thing. He just hoped that Ning Shuang would come back from hunting quickly so that he could take the little female out with him. If the little female wanted to eat vegetarian food, they would take her out to find it together. As long as they knew these vegetarian foods, the little female would not have to go out with them and suffer together. They should quickly adapt to their identities. Ning Shuang didn't let Ryue wait for long. Almost as soon as she finished talking, she appeared in front of Ryue in the next second. Is the little female going out today? Ning Shuang threw the beast he had just hunted on the ground. The weather was hot, and he was afraid that the meat would not be easy to preserve, so he caught it alive. Now the beast is still howling. Yes, Bai Yan awakened last night. Today, the little female is very nervous and thought he was sick. Ryue told Ning Shuang what happened today, and also asked him to be prepared and not to be angry to death. But Ning Shuang looked surprisingly calm. You are not jealous? Ryue asked tentatively. There is nothing to be jealous of. I am already very satisfied to be the little female's beast husband. Ning Shuang really couldn't have any jealous thoughts. Bai Yan can awaken, which means it is his good fortune, or the little female is very powerful. Maybe when it's her turn, she can also awaken. Is that so? Ryue muttered to herself, as if she had figured out something. In the end, the two walked into the beast cave side by side. Watching Yi Chi-Chi wiping Bai Yan's body, Ryue's heart couldn't help but feel sour. He had never seen a female serve a male. Could it be that Bai Yan's position was so important in her heart? Ning Shuang is back. Yi Chi-Chi saw Ning Shuang and threw away the wet animal skin in his hand. What were you doing just now? Ning Shuang looked at the little female carefully wiping Bai Yan's body, and she felt bad. I didn't do anything. I just saw that Bai Yan was a little dirty, so I helped him wipe it to avoid dirtying the animal skin. Animal skin is difficult to wash. Some animal skins have a lot of hair on them. If they're stained with this kind of sticky secretion, they will definitely not be washed clean, and this animal skin will be equivalent to waste. So Yi Chi would rather do more work because it is not easy to get an animal skin that is easy to use. Just let us do it. You don't have to do it in the future. Ryue picked up the animal skin that was still next to the stone bed and saw the dark water in the wooden barrel. For a moment, she really thought that the little female was very good. She could actually tolerate such dirty water and helped Bai Yan wipe his body. Oh, it's okay. You are all so tired when you go out hunting. It's actually nothing for me to do these. These are nothing. Usually Yi Chi washes her own clothes. And her cleanliness is intermittent, mainly depending on her mood. When she is in a good mood, she will be unhappy everywhere and want to clean it up. When she is in a bad mood, she just wants to stay quiet and don't want to move. Be obedient. If other males see you like this, won't they laugh at us for being incompetent? You have to do even this kind of dirty work. After Ryue finished speaking, Ning Shuang spread a layer of leaves on the ground, and then moved Bai Yan down from the stone bed. He has a fever now, so let him sleep on the ground. When he wakes up, you can go to the river to wash yourself. Ning Shuang gave a direct solution. He did it on purpose. The method was not perfect, but it would be fine if it could scare the little female. Yi Chi didn't know what to say. The witch doctor said that Bai Yan would be unconscious for a long time, so at least she would not be seduced at close range in the next few days. Well, that's good, hee. It's just right to resume a normal routine, and then go out to find edible plants during the day. Then, let's go out to find plants now, and come back to see Bai Yan's situation. Yi Chi decided to go out to find food to improve his life. As for Bai Yan, the witch doctor said that he was fine, so nothing should happen to him, right? Well, we'll go out with you, and Louis will come back to see him later. Ryue picked up the backpack she had woven yesterday and took out the things inside. Ning Shuang saw Ryue packing up, so she directly lifted Yi Chi up. After the experience of the previous 2 days, Yi Chi has been able to adapt well now. Her face is not so hot anymore. Has she taken a successful step? In the past, 2 orange-level orcs protected a female when traveling, but this was the first time in the Hound tribe. Many females looked at Yi Chi with curiosity, and they became even more curious when they found that she was a strange female. Most of the females in the Hound group would gather together, go out to pick berries, or share some experiences together, but they had never seen Yi Chi before. So everyone's curious eyes were focused on her. What's the name of that female? Why haven't I seen her before? Yes, she is so white. Her eyes are so big. Are both her beast husbands orange level? Didn't you go to see her coming of age ceremony that day? She chose 4 orange level beast husbands.
What?
Is she going to die? Who knows? I was fooling around with my orange rank beast husband at home the other day, and my waist still hurts. Can she really handle choosing 4 orange rank beast husbands? I don't even dare to choose an orange rank beast husband. Although they are good at hunting, choosing a yellow rank beast husband is already the limit for me. The little females discussed in a corner, but they didn't deliberately lower their voices, so it was hard for Yi Chi not to hear them. She couldn't help but move her eyes away. She had no one to chat with, which was actually quite boring. It would be nice if she could blend in with them.
What are you looking at?
Ryue and Ning Shuang walked side by side in front, and keenly noticed that the mood of the little females suddenly dropped a lot. They're chatting so happily. When can I blend in with them? Yi Chi looked at the little females gathered together, and her mouth itched a little. She wanted to gossip, mainly because there were really no entertainment activities in the beast world. You don't have to deliberately blend in. There's nothing to talk about with them. Ryue was a little afraid that those little females would tell others about the ferocity of orange-level orcs and scare them away. As long as they don't have a partner, they may be abandoned at any time. If they are abandoned, they will never be able to find a female in the future. After all, Yi Chi's beast image is engraved on his body, and this is an indelible engraving. It will be very difficult to find a female at that time, and it will be almost impossible to get the favor of other females. But I'm alone, and I'm so bored at night. Yi Qiqi thought that Bai Yan would sleep for a long time, maybe a day, or maybe half a month. After all, the witch doctor didn't say the exact time. Other little females usually don't come out at night. They are accompanied by beast husbands. Ning Shuang didn't have much of a mind. When she heard that Yi Qiqi was going to find other little females at night, she quickly dispelled her idea. Yi Qiqi didn't know what she thought of, and her face quickly turned red. Qiqi, if you dislike Bai Yan sleeping and feel bored at night, the three of us can take turns to accompany you. In this way, you won't be afraid of the dark at night without a fire, right? Ryue felt that this was a great opportunity. This way, they could perform the pairing ceremony with the little female in advance. Just having a status would be good enough. Ryue didn't ask for too much. This isn't it a bit bad? Yi Qiqi was a little overwhelmed. Originally thought that he could rest for a few days, wanted to go out for a stroll at night, but unexpectedly, he got himself into trouble. Qiqi, it's okay. We're happy to help. Ning Shuang's tone was a little expectant. His idea was similar to Ryue's. He just hoped that Bai Yan's awakening time would be longer, so that the three of them could have a turn. Yi Qiqi wanted to refuse at first, but thinking that there was no light in the beast cave at night, she finally shut up silently. Ning Shuang and Ryue walked very fast and soon arrived at the back mountain. Yi Qiqi saw those things that looked like rice, and his eyes lit up. Could it be the same as what he thought? It's just that the rice is a little too tall. It looks no different from a tree. Yi Qiqi only told Ning Shuang to walk over there. Qiqi, that's something birds eat. We can't eat it, the shell is too hard. An orc ate it before, couldn't bite it, and even broke a tooth. Is it that serious? Yi Qiqi just became happy, but instantly became depressed again. Good news, seeing a familiar staple food. Bad news, the rice husk may not be ground into pieces.
Good guy.
Can your claws break its shell? Yi Qiqi asked cautiously. I'll try. His hands turned into sharp claws, and with a snap, the rice husk broke directly. Is this what you said about the hard shell? Yi Qiqi was stunned. We didn't expect to eat the inside like this. Ning Shuang plus head. He only knew that birds eat this thing, and for a moment he didn't think that birds would open the shell to eat the rice inside. Now he seemed to have an epiphany. This is a large area. There must be many birds coming here to patronize, right? Yi Qiqi was more curious about this. Yes, so we thought that birds can eat it, and orcs should be able to eat it too. The tribe leader also sent people to study it, but there was no clue, so we were too lazy to bother and continued to eat meat. Does it snow here in winter? Yi Qiqi was more concerned about this. Yes, we have to stock up on meat in advance in winter, otherwise it will be difficult to hunt prey. Yi Qiqi nodded, thinking in her heart. It seems that they only eat meat because they don't know that these plants are edible. I'll give you a task. When you are free, come here to collect rice, and then bring it back to the open space in front of the beast cave to dry. I need it. Yi Qiqi was very happy to find the rice. It can be said that cooking a bowl of rice is basically calculated by grain. She wants to pick some for seeds and then go to the space to see if it can be planted. If it can be planted, then there will be no worries about staple food in the future. Okay. Ning Shuang and Ryue looked at each other, and they also knew that the little female was not simple. She might know a lot of things they don't know. Has the rabbit hunting tribe become so powerful? No wonder they can prosper. By the way, in the hunting dog tribe, how long does it usually take for a female to be pregnant? Yi Qiqi was a little curious. Generally, you can go to the witch doctor for a test after 10 days of pregnancy. Why ask this? Ryue looked at Yi Qiqi warily, or to be more precise, at her belly. It's only been 2 days, it shouldn't be, right? No, I just asked to see if there's any difference from the rabbit hunters. Yi Qiqi said very naturally. Is there a difference? Ning Shuang pressed. Yes, we can test it in 7 days, but females are usually found out after a month. Yi Qiqi began to lie with her eyes open. Is it true that female rabbit hunters give birth to a baby every 3 months? Ning Shuang asked while plucking rice. Yes, some of the multiple births even give birth before 3 months. Yi Qiqi continued to talk nonsense. Giving birth to cubs won't be dangerous, right? Ryue was a little worried. After all, rabbits are so small, especially untalented females, who are even more fragile. Hounds are too big, there is simply a huge difference between them. What's more, the 4 of them are all orange level. Well, with the witch doctor here, there is usually no danger. Can we not have cubs? I'm afraid you'll be in danger. When Ryue thought about losing this delicate little female in front of her, she had a reluctant thought. Hey, just let it go. It's hard for females to get pregnant. Yi Qiqi didn't want to continue this topic and could only find a way to change it. Yes, don't worry about it for now. Ning Shuang was still trying hard to pull the rice. In the time it took to speak, the backpack was almost full. Fortunately, the backpack Ning Shuang wove was relatively tight and could hold the rice, otherwise she would not know how much would be left after carrying it back. Ryue saw that the 2 were heartless and didn't say anything after all. Well, there is nothing now. What are you worried about? Ryue laughed at herself for becoming irrational. Yi Qiqi saw that the backpack was almost full and thought of the portable space provided by the system, so she directly put the rice she had just prepared into the portable space. After all, they were all prepared beast husbands, and they were not the only ones who had space, so Yi Qiqi didn't hide it. Ryue and Ning Shuang looked at each other and didn't say anything, secretly guessing that this might be. It is the awakened power of the little female. The 2 of them kept working, picking more quickly. The sky was gloomy, and there was no good weather as before. It was afraid that it would rain soon. Ryue and Ning Shuang did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly took the backpack and carried Yi Qiqi to the beast cave. When they returned to the gate of the tribe, everyone hurried to their own beast caves. Normally, Ning Shuang and Ryue did not perform the partner ceremony with Yi Qiqi, and they all found a corner of the tribe to sleep, but now it was going to rain, and it was a bit awkward for a moment. The 5 of them could only squeeze in. When they returned to the beast cave, it started to rain. It looked like a downpour. Yi Qiqi sighed. Fortunately, the 2 of them were fast, otherwise she would be soaked like a drowned chicken. Luyu, come out for a while. Ryue saw that Bai Yan was still asleep, and it was time to discuss the rotation. What's wrong? Luyu was originally arranging some animal skins in the beast cave, and used some animal skins with less hair to cover the damp walls. Seeing that Ryue seemed to have something to say, he temporarily put down the work in his hands. It's like this, Bai Yan is awake now, and has fallen into a coma. The little female has no one to accompany her at night. The 3 of us should discuss the rotation? Ryue was calculating very loudly. She was mainly afraid that the little female would not want her. The status of those who have undergone the pairing ceremony and those who have not undergone the pairing ceremony is different. What about Ning Shuang? What do you think? Luyu was actually not sure. If he was unconscious for more than 3 days, it would be okay, but if he was unconscious for 2 days, how would this be calculated? Bai Yan would probably be so angry when he got up, right? It was a month that originally belonged to him, but it was occupied by the 3 of them. This is what I think. If Bai Yan wakes up, we will be honest with him. In the next month, we can give him 2 days, because we haven't performed the pairing ceremony yet. Ning Shuang's mind is active. If Bai Yan wants their family to be harmonious and not to embarrass the little female, he should agree, right? Then let's do it in the order of carving. We will ask the little female's opinion. If she disagrees, we will all take good care of her. Ryue made the decision. The other 2 had no objection, so the matter was temporarily settled. The 3 people walked in a little nervously. Yi Qiqi looked at the 3 of them and probably guessed why they came in. Qiqi, we want to ask your opinion on something. You guys go ahead. Yi Qiqi didn't beat around the bush and let them speak directly. That's right, Bai Yan is in a coma now. He can't take care of you at night or during the day. The 3 of us will take turns to take care of you until he wakes up. Do you think it's okay? Ning Shuang took the lead. Do you 2 agree too? Yes, we have selfish motives. Qiqi, you can also refuse. We won't make things difficult for you. Luyu felt a little sorry and didn't want to put Yi Qiqi in a dilemma. After all, it was his turn next month, and he was not in a hurry. Ning Shuang was a little anxious. This kid Lu Yu was up to no good. It's good that you all agree. Bai Yan is awake, and you can explain it yourself. Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to get entangled. Whoever caused the trouble should solve it. Now she's the boss, hee. No problem, Chi-Chi. Leave it to us. Now the three of them are of one mind, said in unison. Okay, as long as there is no problem with you guys. Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to bother about anything anymore. After all, these were her potential beast husbands, and there was nothing wrong with becoming her potential beast husbands first. This way, she would have more security in the future. People live for themselves, and she has come to terms with it. The reason why she resisted the opposite adult love in her last life was that all she saw were top quality. Now she has come to terms with it because the 4 beast husbands she accepted were all based on her preferences. So, she can accept it very quickly. Although she thinks that she is a bit of a scumbag, she can't be blamed for it. There are so many handsome guys around her, and they're always thinking about her. She doesn't have to do anything, just open her mouth for food and stretch out her hands for clothes. She might as well enjoy it first. Lie down, let it go, and live a comfortable life. If she can't think it through and goes against herself, she will be the only one who suffers, and it will also make the people around her panic. So, Yi Chi-Chi accepted her body and the current situation calmly. As for how the 3 of them decided, she just followed them. Yi Chi-Chi didn't think that she could control herself with a male lying next to her at night. The first reason was that the beast caves in the beast world were too dark at night, and there was only her, Damii. The second reason was that she had no confidence in her physique, and the third reason was that males who had not performed the mate ceremony lacked a sense of security, and they would definitely find ways to tease her. Her body couldn't resist teasing. Yi Chi-Chi simply let it go. Don't get entangled, don't wrong yourself, just be casual. She has fallen to working for the system. What else can she not adapt to? Chi-Chi, are you still eating barbecue tonight? Ryua asked caringly. Well, no. Is the stone pot ready? Yi Chi-Chi asked. If it's ready, what are you going to use it for? Ryua thought that it might be related to what she found today. And let's cook tonight. Speaking of this, Yi Chi-Chi was a little worried. Rice alone is not delicious, and barbecue alone is not delicious. The two together are not delicious without chili leaves. She felt so bad. Think about shepherd's purse. It would be hard to stir-fry it in a stone pot without oil. Her journey to gourmet food is long and difficult. How she wanted seasoning and a big iron pot. She really needed it. Those bird eggs from yesterday, should they be roasted? They seemed a bit too dry. Without oil, they couldn't be fried. She could only put them aside for the time being. Alas, it's really difficult. Bai Yan and the others always picked the tenderest, fat-free lean meat when they brought back prey, so she couldn't even make some oil. It's not difficult, we'll peel it for you. Ryua thought Yi Chi-Chi was talking about peeling rice grains. Okay. After Yi Chi-Chi taught Ryua how to cook, he watched him grill meat. The fire was borrowed from the village chief's house in the morning. Fortunately, there were many people at home, and they had stored firewood. Otherwise, Yi Chi-Chi would have to eat raw meat now. After quickly finishing dinner, Yi Chi-Chi took out a bayberry from the space and ate it. It's raining tonight, and we'll all spend the night together in the beast cave. You don't have to worry, we won't disturb you. Ning Shuang reminded Yi Chi-Chi specially, making her face blush. No, thinking about it this way, it is getting more and more exciting. Ning Shuang saw that Yi Chi-Chi didn't say anything, so she directly pulled Ryua away. Lu Yu and Yi Chi-Chi were left looking at each other. After Lu Yu could no longer hear the voices of Ryua and the others, he picked up Yi Chi-Chi horizontally and put her on the stone bed. Do you want to take a shower? I made a big stone pot today, specially for you to take a bath. Lu Yu asked very considerately. Yi Chi-Chi thought about the past 2 days. She just used the spiritual spring water to simply wash her body, and she felt a little greasy and uncomfortable. Wash. I haven't had time to go to the river these 2 days. Yi Chi-Chi nodded firmly, and Lu Yu immediately went to get the stone pot to collect rainwater outside the cave. When it was almost done, he brought it back to heat it up, waiting for Yi Chi-Chi to clean herself up. The beast cave is divided into 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. It is not big, only about 50 square meters. Yi-Chi-Chi chose the innermost room as her bedroom, so it is darker. The outermost room was used as a kitchen for cooking, so Yi-Chi-Chi could take a bath there. It rained heavily, and the raindrops fell on the ground, splashing the outermost beast cave. Yi-Chi-Chi took a combat bath and felt much more relaxed. His hair accidentally got wet a little, so he could only sit in front of the unextinguished fire to warm it up. The two of them didn't know which room they ran into. Yi-Chi-Chi thought, as long as they don't make any noise, she will feel safe. At this time, Luyu also came out, but he was shirtless. Yi-Chi-Chi's face turned red when she saw him. Luyu was the type that was hard to tell whether he was male or female. Under the light of the fire, Yi-Chi-Chi could hardly see his outline clearly, which inexplicably added a touch of mysterious beauty to him. She swallowed her saliva. The main reason was that his figure was not the kind with excessive muscles. His muscles were thin, and he looked very thin, but when he lifted water with force, his muscles would bulge out in a perfect arc. Yi-Chi-Chi's eyes were always attracted by his muscles. Among Yi-Chi-Chi's 4 beast husbands, Ning Shuang's muscles were the most bulging, but they were not exaggerated, like the muscles of those who had been doing fitness for many years. Chi-Chi, can we have the partner building ceremony tonight? Luyu was very straightforward and very nervous. Right now, while there was still firelight, the effect would be best at this time. He also found out in the past 2 days that young females like to stare at his muscles, so he took the opportunity to show off. It seems it's not impossible? Yi-Chi-Chi moved her eyes upwards, and Luyu's face lost some of its sharpness under the light of the fire. Now he was looking at her expectantly, and he seemed to be a lot softer. Yi-Chi-Chi admitted that she was attracted by Luyu's looks. Ryue felt a little blocked in her heart. What if the young female didn't want her then? He is not good at talking, and he can't make the little female happy. Seeing Bai Yan's wheat-colored skin become white and tender, Ryue felt a sense of crisis in her heart. What should she do? Otherwise, when Ning Shuang is accompanying the little female tonight, she can sneak in during the chaos. No, the little female might feel worse about her. Forget it, he should wait. The little female doesn't seem like the kind of person who doesn't cherish the past. Putting aside the thoughts in her heart, Ryue helped Bai Yan wipe his body clean and then walked out of the beast cave. It was still raining outside, so they couldn't go out to hunt. Ryue, just peel the rice. The little female will eat these rice, so process them first and cook them directly if she wants to eat. Ryue can't be idle. Once she is idle, she will think of what happened last night. Alas, when will it end? Ryue looked at the drizzling rain and felt melancholy for a while. Yi-Chi-Chi slept until the afternoon and was awakened by hunger. Feeling the burning body temperature on his back, Yi-Chi-Chi felt that Luyu's body temperature was too high. He got up and saw that he was also feverish. He gave Luyu some spiritual spring water and then put on the animal skin.
Ryue,
come and help carry Luyu to Bai Yan. He seems to have awakened too. Yi-Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed when he said it. Ryue and Ning Shuang heard it and looked at Yi-Chi-Chi with wide eyes. Oh my God, this is not a joke. The little female in my family is so powerful. This is a pairing and an awakening. Okay, I'll come right away. Ning Shuang was particularly active now. Come and eat something. Ning Shuang will do it. Ryue turned around and took the wooden bowl she made to serve porridge to Yi-Chi-Chi. Yi-Chi-Chi was very hungry, so she took the bowl and started eating. The temperature was just right, not cold or hot. When you are hungry, eating porridge is delicious. Ryue was holding another wooden bowl with barbecue in it. Yi-Chi-Chi took a wooden spoon to scoop it up when she saw it. After eating, Yi-Chi-Chi finally recovered. Originally, she wanted to capture Luyu to farm today, but it seems that the plan has failed. Yi-Chi-Chi set his sights on Ryue. I'll try to take you into the space later. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know if Ryue could go in without a partner. If not, then forget it, it's okay to wait for 2 days. Okay. Seeing that Yi-Chi-Chi didn't plan to say more, Ryue didn't ask any more questions. She agreed obediently. Actually, I want to capture you in as a laborer.
Aren't you angry?
Yi-Chi-Chi was testing Ryue's attitude. If he was angry, she would not yell.
Don't be angry.
These are what I should do. Ryua had a good temper. He was now a little female's beast, and he would listen to whatever the little female said. Then let's go? Yi Chi-Chi did not call Ning Shuang because she wanted to experiment. If possible, she would take Ryua in first, and then come out to take Ning Shuang, and let him work outside first. Let's go. Although Ryua did not understand what the little female meant by going, she still went along with her.
Give me your hand.
Ryua extended her slender hand with distinct joints to Yi Chi-Chi. Yi Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment. It was not because the hand was so white and beautiful, but after a while, she directly grabbed Ryua's hand and planned to enter the space. But only she went in, and Ryua did not come in. Ryua looked at Yi Chi-Chi, who disappeared in front of her eyes, and was at a loss for a moment. No, where is a little female of his size? Where did she go? In the blink of an eye, the little female disappeared. If she could not clearly feel that the hand holding the little female just now was empty, Ryua would not have known that the little female had entered the space. Seeing that Ryua did not follow in, Yi Chi-Chi could only go out regretfully. I'm fine, don't worry. As soon as Yi Chi-Chi came out, she began to comfort Ryua. That is my awakened superpower. At present I took Bai Yan in. I don't know if I can take you in after we become partners in the future. Yi Chi-Chi said to himself. Ryua heard it clearly. Well, it seems that I can't share your worries today. Ryua's mood worsened. Without a partner, he couldn't even enter her space? What about Luyu? Luyu seemed to have fainted before he had a chance to enter. It's okay, I'll be your partner tomorrow. Don't be unhappy. Yi Chi-Chi raised his hand and rubbed Ryua's head. It was just as he imagined. Soft, like petting a big dog. So comfortable. Ryua's head was rubbed several times, and he couldn't help it, and his ears popped out. After seeing his ears, Yi Chi-Chi's eyes were fixed, and he couldn't help but pinch them directly. Ryua seemed to be stimulated by something, and she grabbed Yi Chi-Chi's hand, pulled her into her arms, and kissed her directly. After a long time, when Yi Chi-Chi felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, Ryua let her go. Little female, our male ears are very sensitive. You will be responsible if you touch them next time. Ryua's voice was hoarse and her breath was hot. The breath sprayed on Yi Chi-Chi's neck, making her feel a little itchy. I don't know. Yi Chi-Chi was a little panicked. After all, she had been fooling around all night last night. Now it's happening again. She probably can't stand it. Now you know. You have to be responsible next time you touch her ears. Ryua persuaded her patiently, as if she had grasped Yi Chi-Chi's weakness. Little females like furry ears. Do they like furry bodies? Ryua felt that she had mastered the little female's preferences and planned to try it out tomorrow to see if it was true. Be responsible. Definitely be responsible. In fact, Yi Chi-Chi still likes Ryua the most. He is careful, knows how to take care of other people's feelings, and most importantly, he looks the best. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. Yi Chi-Chi was already screaming in her heart. No, if she thinks about it any further, she will probably lose control. Stop, take a deep breath. Yi Chi-Chi plans to go see how Luyu is doing. There is no big problem. She wants to take a bath and continue to make up for her sleep. There is still a hard battle to fight tonight. Ahem. It's a good thing that the beast husband has collected too much at once. But now that the bow has been shot, there is no turning back, so she can only bite the bullet.
Yeah.
Ryua let Yi Chi-Chi go and was afraid that she couldn't stand steadily, so she helped her up considerately. Yi Chi-Chi was dizzy from the kiss, and now that she was rational, she asked Ryua to boil water for her to take a bath. Ryua tried hard to suppress the restlessness in her body and went to boil water obediently. The water boiled last night had cooled down, and now she just had to heat it up. Can you get some more water later? Maybe I'll need it tonight. Yi Chi-Chi didn't plan to fool around for so long tonight, and just wanted to show her appreciation. It had been 3 nights in a row, and she really didn't have the energy for 2 more days. It was another matter if she lost control. Yi Chi-Chi took a comfortable bath and asked Ryua to massage her shoulders. She actually had some selfish motives. She liked Ryua more, so she wanted to have more contact with him. Ryua was also happy to do so. Although it was very uncomfortable to endure, he was satisfied as long as he had the opportunity to gain more favor in front of the little female. Does it hurt? Ryua's claws, which had killed countless beasts, turned into slender hands and gently pressed Yi-Chi-Chi's shoulders. The force was just right, and Yi-Chi-Chi almost fell asleep. Do you want to rest? Ryua asked softly. Yeah.
Yi-Chi-Chi는 어땠?
She leaned back directly on Ryua. Ryua gently picked up Yi-Chi-Chi and put her on the stone bed. She covered her with a thin layer of animal skin and left. Ning Shuang came out at this time. He had just helped Liu clean up. To be honest, it was a bit smelly. I don't know how Ryua could bear to help Bai Yan clean up just now. I won't awaken tonight, will I? If so, would Ryua be the only one left in the end? Ning Shuang was a little panicked. I don't know if I should be a partner with Yi-Chi-Chi. Forget it. Let's be a partner first and restrain yourself. Ning Shuang didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Besides, he had been eyeing the little female for several days, and he would not be willing to give up now. Isn't there Ryua to back him up? Who doesn't want to become stronger? But in this way, there will be no one to take care of the little female. Ning Shuang was very entangled for a while. It's okay, you go, I can take care of the little female. Ryua was ready. No matter what, she had to take care of the little female, so she had to work hard, but she couldn't let her down. Okay. Ning Shuang looked at Ryua gratefully. Then he realized that his muttering just now was heard by Ryua. It was really a bit embarrassing. The afternoon passed a little slowly, mainly because the two males had nothing to talk about and nothing to do, so they could only stare at the fire. The rice had been peeled in the morning. Ning Shuang and Ryua fell asleep by the fire. Yi-Chi-Chi woke up again, and the light outside seemed to be a little brighter. But it wasn't much brighter. The rustling sound of rain had disappeared, and what remained was the faint croaking of frogs. She walked out of the cooking area and saw Ning Shuang and Ryua sleeping. She didn't have the heart to wake them up. She planned to cook for herself. But as soon as her hand touched the pot, she was grabbed by Ryua. Yi-Chi-Chi was startled. It's okay, it's me. Hungry?
Yi-Chi-Chi는 어땠?
Yes, I saw you were resting, so I thought about cooking for myself. Yi-Chi-Chi took her hand back embarrassedly. It's okay, just call us next time, it's okay. Ryua washed the rice skillfully, lit the fire, and put the stone pot on it to cook. Okay. Yi-Chi-Chi was happy and comfortable, and started watching Ryua's busy work as usual. Ning Shuang also woke up and helped Ryua do things. The two of them cooperated tacitly. Yi-Chi-Chi was pleasing to the eye. Alas, this feeling is really good and I am eating a little better. After dinner, Yi-Chi-Chi, adhering to the idea of starting early and finishing early, asked Ning Shuang to take a shower. She was still a little bit looking forward to it. After all, he was a different handsome man. Ning Shuang heard that, and her speed doubled. When she returned to the cave, it was already dark. Ryua went out to find a place to rest tactfully. He didn't want to stay here and be tortured. Ning Shuang went straight to the bed, hugged Yi-Chi-Chi and kissed her all over, showing his impatience to the fullest. Yi-Chi-Chi wanted to laugh when he kissed her. Ning Shuang didn't know why, but he could always touch her itchy flesh. It was strange, and she wanted to laugh, but it was a little hard to bear. This time the experience was not good, or was it because the previous 2 days were too excessive, so Yi-Chi-Chi felt very tired. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I didn't mean it. Ning Shuang was a little anxious. He knew that he seemed to have made the little female unhappy. It's okay, I'm tired and not in a good state. After finishing, Yi-Chi-Chi went to wash up. Listening to the sound of water falling to the ground outside, Ning Shuang did not expect it to end like this. He was a little anxious for the first time. When Yi-Chi-Chi was sleeping soundly, someone was still tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He was the only one who made the little female unhappy. Will the little female dislike him in the future? Ning Shuang was not feeling well. It was another sleepless night. After 2 consecutive nights of insomnia, Ning Shuang felt a little pain in his heart. He was angry with himself. Ryua didn't come back until after midnight. When he came back, he only heard the long breathing and the sound of tossing and turning. Could it be that Ning Shuang was rejected? This thought came to Ryua's mind. However, no matter what, it would be his turn to serve the little female tomorrow. Ning Shuang didn't seize the opportunity, so he got the advantage. Ryua was in a rare good mood and fell asleep directly against the wall. The quality of sleep tonight was exceptionally good. This was the first thought Yichichi had when he woke up. Yesterday, she was too sleepy, and Ning Shuang's rudeness made her a little unhappy, so she went to bed directly. Seeing Ning Shuang's depressed look, Yichichi couldn't bear it. I'll try again next time when we have a chance. It's normal for the first time. Yichichi patted Ning Shuang's shoulder to comfort her. Really? Ning Shuang's eyes lit up when she heard it. Really, I'm not lying to you. Yichichi could only comfort her. As for the rest, it will be next time. The next time will be a long time later. Yichichi thought to herself.
Great.
Ning Shuang kissed Yichichi, and the gloom of the whole person was swept away.
Come and eat porridge.
Ryua brought the wooden bowl, and Yichichi naturally took it and ate it in small mouthfuls. The weather was fine today, and Ning Shuang planned to go out hunting, leaving the time alone for the two of them. After Yichichi finished drinking the porridge, she went to see the situation of Bai Yan and Luyu. Bai Yan was no longer feverish, but he hadn't woken up yet. Luyu still had a low fever, just like Bai Yan. Yichichi gave the two of them some spiritual spring water and left them alone. Luyu was still a little black, so Ryua wiped it off for him. Bai Yan had no excrement at all, so it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to wake up today. Tonight, it's our turn. Ryua looked at Yichichi expectantly. Well, are you nervous? Yichichi touched the tip of his nose with her hand. It felt a bit strange. Not nervous, it's Chichi happy. Ryua answered seriously.
Yeah.
Yichichi was a little shy. Oh, the little fox's serious look was really too tempting. I really want to conquer him. Yichichi spent the whole day in anticipation. Ryua was her favorite beast husband. By the way, I haven't heard the system's voice for a long time. I don't know if it is asleep or what. Host, I'm here. The system is connected to Yichichi's brain, so when Yichichi mentions words related to it, it will respond. I want to fight for benefits for the host these 2 days, so I disappeared for 2 days. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yichichi feels that the voice of the system seems not as mechanical as before. Fight for benefits? Yichichi didn't understand. Yes, it was the first time I found that the rabbit beastman had 2 uteruses, so I reported it, and the main system said it would reward you and me. The system has been upgraded and returned, and now it can basically understand the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of humans. Is that so? What reward did you give me? Yichichi was curious. When the system said this, she remembered that she was carrying 2 cubs in her belly. Both were Bai Yan's. She should have left a chance for Ryua earlier.
Oh.
Now, it's impossible. This system follows the host's strong wishes and asks the system for seeds, pots, shovels, and seasonings. How about it? That's great. I love you so much, Potato. Yichichi was happy now. With seasonings, meals will be tasteless in the future. Thank you. Give me 10 bags of each. Okay, no problem. I'll do it right away. The system became happy along with Yichichi's tone. Yichichi was already starting to feel happy, but how should she explain the origin of these things to the beast husbands? Say they were produced by the space. No, that's a bit outrageous. Forget it, let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work, just say it was sent by the beast god. They believe in the beast god, so she can use the beast god as a shield. Ahem, I hope the beast god won't blame her. Yichichi thought silently in her heart. Chichi, get ready for lunch. Ryua looked at the little female sitting aside and grinning, a little confused. Here I come.
Yichichi replied.
When she came to the stone stove, Yichichi felt that today's meal was particularly delicious. Alas, there was no way. The system was just for application, but it did not distribute, and she still had to eat tasteless barbecue and rice. After eating like this for 2 days, she was tired of it. Yichichi felt that she was so pampered, which was really wrong. However, if life can be made better, why not seek a better life? Yichichi is the kind of person who takes things as they come, and she can endure hardships, but what's the point of suffering all the time? The weather is good today. Do you want to go out? Ryua looked at the things in the stone cave that were packed up, and seeing that Yi Chi-Chi was absent-minded, she asked her what she wanted. Don't go. I feel a little tired. Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to go out now. She wanted to see if the system would give out rewards today. If the system gave out rewards today, she would just cook at home. She had been craving spicy and sour food these past 2 days, but due to limited conditions, she could only eat bayberries. She didn't know if the bayberries had ripened in the past 2 days, so she didn't feel sour but rather sweet. After finishing her meal, Yi Chi-Chi took out a bayberry from the space and ate one. It was sweet for sure. Could it be a pregnancy reaction? Yi Chi-Chi thought silently, looking at Ryua's figure. Her eyes lit up. Ryua, eat one and see if it's sour or sweet.
Ye cici handet Ryue a bayberry. A?
Although Ryua didn't understand what Yi Chi-Chi was going to do, she still took the bayberry from her hand. Ryua took a bite, her face wrinkled, and her saliva was flowing. Sour. Ryua said honestly. Yi Chi-Chi. Let me try it. Yi Chi-Chi thought the one she had just eaten was sweet, so she took a bite of the one Ryua had bitten. Well, although it was not so sweet, it didn't feel sour either. Not sour? Ryua looked at Yi Chi-Chi in confusion. Not sour, I think it's a little sweet. Yi Chi-Chi shook her head and continued to eat. Ryua blushed. No, that was the one she had bitten. Wouldn't the little female dislike it? Chi-Chi. I thought about it. The witch doctor said that pregnant females like to eat sour food. You're not. Ryua was a little unsure. After all, it is difficult for females in the hound tribe to conceive. If the little female is pregnant so soon, it will inevitably attract everyone's attention if people outside know about it. This is not a good thing. Ryua is frantically thinking of a way. How can we protect the little female? If the news is leaked accidentally, can the 4 of them protect the little female? Wandering orcs are not only orange level but also red level and silver level above the orange level. Although 2 beastmen have awakened their superpowers, those above the red level will awaken their superpowers on their own. What should we do? Ryua was worried, but Yi Chi-Chi was thinking that this baby would not be born until more than 2 months later. When will this end? How many points does the system have to earn so that it will not force itself to have children? Yi Chi-Chi was a little melancholy. Host, having children is a spontaneous behavior. I am just a system responsible for collecting data. If you don't have a favorite male, you can temporarily not have children, but if my energy is exhausted, you will die. Yi Chi-Chi felt that what the system said was the same as not saying anything. Didn't she bind herself to the system because she was afraid of death? If she didn't give birth to a child, who knew when the system would dissipate? However, there were so many handsome men in the Beast World continent, and Yi Chi-Chi felt that it was not a loss for her to do so. Well, as long as she was happy, it would be fine. Chi-Chi, how about you recruit 2 more beast husbands? I'm afraid that the 4 of us can't protect you. Ryua pondered for a long time before slowly asking Yi Chi-Chi. Why do you say that suddenly? Chi-Chi, you see, among the 4 beast husbands, 3 of us performed the mate ceremony with you, and 2 of us have awakened our superpowers. You are pregnant within these 3 days. So, I'm afraid that the people in the tribe will know about it, and then spread it out, attracting stray orcs. Ryua's voice was a little trembling. Yi Chi-Chi reacted. This is the case. In the original owner's memory, the wandering orcs made mistakes and were driven out of the tribe. Either they killed the orcs in the tribe, or they accidentally killed their partners in a mental riot. These people, while wandering, did all kinds of evil, and were one of the most dangerous people. Now that Ryua said this, Yi Chi-Chi also felt that her situation was precarious. So, should she take in another orc husband? Isn't Bai Yan the strongest in our tribe? Then Yi Chi-Chi thought of something again. She grabbed Ryua's arm, looking at him helplessly. The chief said that he would discuss a marriage for you, but it has not been decided yet, but now we have to make a decision. Ryua touched the top of Yi Chi-Chi's head, and the worry in her eyes could not be hidden. Yi Chi-Chi looked at the man in front of her, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He was thinking about her, not her at all. If he took in a new beast husband in the future, wouldn't he be afraid that he would fall out of favor? Isn't he afraid that she would dislike his weak strength and then abandon him? Are all the beastmen in the beast world so simple? Yi Chi-Chi was a little touched. It was great. She was lucky to have met a very good male beastman. Then, aren't you afraid that I will abandon you? Yi Chi-Chi wanted to tease him. I'm not afraid. Even if Chi-Chi doesn't want me, I can live well on my own. Ryua looked at her, and a hurt look appeared on her face, which usually had no expression. Her eyes were red, and she looked easy to bully. I'm just assuming. Don't be unhappy. Yi Chi-Chi felt a little guilty. Could it be that he didn't hear that she was joking? If he took it seriously, his sin would be great. I'm not unhappy. Ryua heard this, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that his little female is very naughty. Ahem. A slight cough came from the cave. Ryua reacted quickly and went inside to see what was going on. Yi Chi-Chi was also a little excited. What was going on? Could it be that Bai Yan woke up? The two quickly walked into the cave of Lu Yu and Bai Yan. Bai Yan, are you okay? Ryua's hanging heart finally died. It seems that it is not his turn to be with the little female tonight. It's okay. Bai Yan's voice was unusually hoarse. Yi Chi-Chi hurriedly took out the spiritual spring water from the space for him to drink. Bai Yan didn't care about so much. His whole body was now glowing white, and it was no longer the wheat-colored skin when he first met him. Yi Chi-Chi was a little stunned. It wasn't her wheat-colored skin, but her beastly husband with overflowing boyfriend power? How did he become so white? Could it be that he could turn white when he awakened? I haven't seen him for just one day, and the change is too big. Yi Chi-Chi wanted to say, this water is so sweet. Where did it come from? After Bai Yan drank a glass of water, he felt alive again. I scooped it from the spring in the space. Yi Chi-Chi felt a little guilty. It should be fine if he gave him raw water to drink, right? What's wrong with me? It feels like a long time has passed. Bai Yan looked at Yi Chi-Chi and wanted to say something, but because of Ryua's presence, he couldn't say it. You have awakened. Don't you feel anything? Yi Chi-Chi actually wanted to know what it would be like for males to awaken their superpowers. I awaken the superpower of fire. Bai Yan raised his hand, and a flame appeared on his fingertips. The small flame seemed to be scorching hot in this damp beast cave. Wow, I don't have to go to the witch doctor's house to borrow fire in the future. This was the first thing Yi Chi-Chi thought of.
Yeah.
Bai Yan touched Yi Chi-Chi's head. Ryua, you take care of the little female tonight. When Bai Yan was unconscious, he just couldn't wake up, but he still had hearing. He knew the plans of the other three people. When he heard the news that the little female was pregnant just now, the strong surprise made him break through that barrier and wake up directly. Now seeing the cute little female, Bai Yan feels content. But this month is yours. No need to say more, the rules can be broken, I don't care. Bai Yan knew the whole story, and he was not such a fussy person. It would be the best if he could awaken and become stronger. He really wanted to monopolize the little female for another month, but among the 4 beast husbands, 3 had already started the pairing ceremony, and there was still one left. Although Ryua did not show any dissatisfaction, Bai Yan wanted to nip all kinds of dangers in the bud. Ryua knew everything, and if it was his turn after 4 months, he would not know what would go wrong in the middle. And he only lost the little female for 1 night, so it was still okay. Otherwise, if something happened to the little female, it would be useless for him to accompany her for 1 more night. Bai Yan knew the priorities of the matter. Well, I'll give it back to you in my month. Ryua did not refuse. He wanted to seize the opportunity. Yeah. Yi Chi-Chi watched them discuss it. In fact, she was still looking forward to pairing up with Ryua. She wanted to see Ryua's red eyes when she was bullied. However, with her small body, she would definitely be the one who was bullied in the end. What do you think, Chi-Chi? 2 people asked Yi Chi-Chi at the same time. I can. Yi Chi-Chi came back to her senses and responded. Then, let's decide it this way. The 3 people reached a consensus. Chi-Chi, do you want to go see a witch doctor? Bai Yan looked at Yi Chi-Chi with a little worry. If she is really pregnant, there will be no danger in performing the pairing ceremony, right? No, I'm fine. Yi Chi-Chi waved her hand and didn't care. It has only been a few days, and it has only been 4 days since the first day. In 4 days, it can't be detected. It will take 10 days to test it out. Maybe I'm not pregnant? Yi Chi-Chi supported her chin, looking at their anxious looks, and her heart was warm. In this life, she is no longer an unloved little cabbage, but has 4 beastly husbands who care about her at the same time. It's pretty good. This choice was not wrong. Yi Chi-Chi was glad that she was a little afraid of death. Otherwise, she would have disappeared from the world now, right? How could she meet such a good beastly husband? How could it not be? Your symptoms are exactly the same as what the witch doctor said. Bai Yan insisted, and Yi Chi-Chi was finally taken to the witch doctor's cave. She just didn't want to go through the trouble, but they were all worried, so she just went, mainly because they couldn't persuade her. The witch doctor was a little surprised after hearing what Ryua said, mainly because no one came to test on the 4th day. I don't know if it can be tested, otherwise wouldn't it be nonsense? I have never heard of a female getting pregnant after 4 days of mating, and even if it is, it can't be tested so quickly. The witch doctor is already preparing a plan to scold the 2 ignorant males. But he will be disappointed. Witch doctor, is it changing color? The plan that the witch doctor had just prepared collapsed at this moment. No, is it really that outrageous? Or are the rabbit orcs and the female dogs in their tribe different? Yes, there is nothing to pay attention to in the early stage. If you have stomach pain or blood after a month, come to me in time. After the witch doctor finished his instructions, he was called away to deal with things, leaving behind the 2 surprised males and the relieved Yi Chi-Chi. So, can she boldly go to form a couple with Ryua tonight? Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was getting more and more timid. 4 handsome guys surrounded her and asked about her well-being. If she could bear it, then there would be something wrong with her. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yi Chi-Chi kept giving herself psychological counseling. Go back. You will form a couple tonight. The witch doctor has said so. I am relieved. Bai Yan couldn't help but touch the top of Yi Chi-Chi's head. You 2 go back first. I have something to ask the tribe leader. Bai Yan planned to talk to the tribe leader about the marriage first and finalize it as soon as possible so that he could feel more at ease. Okay. Ryua knew roughly what Bai Yan was going to do, without asking. Come back early.
예지지레민댓 심볼릭 할래.
Okay. Bai Yan smiled at Yi Chi-Chi, and after watching her and Ryua leave with laughter, he turned around to look for the clan leader. The clan leader had mentioned similar issues before, and now he was just urging the clan leader to make a decision as soon as possible, lest there be any changes. Ryua and Yi Chi-Chi returned to the beast cave, and the system's voice rang. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting pregnant with her 2nd child. They have been put into the system backpack. Please check. Yi Chi-Chi was so happy to hear the system's announcement. She hurried to see what was in the system backpack. Seasonings are easy for the system to get, but for Yi Chi-Chi, they're invaluable. Potato, I love you so much. If the system had a physical body, Yi Chi-Chi would have wanted to hug it and kiss it a few times. After the system gave out the rewards, it disappeared again with a very low sense of existence. Chi-Chi, what are you grinning about? Ryua came over and looked at her hair. Nothing, it's just that I found some extra things in the space. Yi Chi-Chi didn't waste any time and took out all the things that the system had just rewarded. This is seeds. We will plant crops in the space later. This looks like a pot. We can use it to cook. What is this? Yi Chi-Chi pretended to be confused and said he didn't know. It looks black. What could it be? Is this salt? Ryua saw a pottery jar filled with white grains and took a little to taste. It was salty. And there was no bitterness. Where did the little female come from? These things suddenly appeared in my space, and I don't know what happened. Yi Chi-Chi planned to play dumb to the end. Your space is quite strange. After hearing this, Ryua secretly sighed that the little female was really lucky that such good things could be produced in the space. You know, salt is something that can only be exchanged at the tribal exchange conference. Their tribe is far away, and every time they go to the tribal exchange conference, they don't bring much, so the things they can exchange are very limited, and the salt they can exchange is also very little, and it is coarse-grained with a faint bitter taste. The little female's jar is almost impossible to grab at the exchange conference. It is used by coastal tribes to exchange females. Although females are difficult to be exchanged, some tribes will actively seek shelter and use females for marriage because they are too weak. The Hound tribe does not have red level or silver level strongmen. The highest is orange level. There are quite a few orange level ones, and they are barely enough to face the red level, but once a real fight breaks out, there will definitely be heavy casualties. No tribe is willing to suffer a serious injury to provoke wandering red level orcs. Now Ryue is most worried that the little female's deeds will spread and attract wandering orcs. Yes, I don't understand it either.
Yecici laf et.
She didn't expect that they would really believe whatever they said without any guesswork. After we have the pair bonding ceremony, we will go in and take a look. Ryue's thoughts were also aroused. What's inside? Is it really so magical? Would these things appear for no reason? I don't know. Yi Chi-Chi felt a little guilty, but then she thought that they were her beastly husbands. If she kept hiding it, she would have no way to use it. She might as well just tell them directly. As long as they don't ask, she won't explain. So, everything will be fine. Are you hungry? Ryue saw that Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask any more questions. She picked up the big iron pot and prepared to cook for Yi Chi-Chi. The 10 square meter space was used as a kitchen, with a large stone water tank, a large stone pot, and a small stone pot. It actually looked okay, but it took up too much space. And the stone pot has poor heat conduction, so it takes a long time to cook every time. Now that I have an iron pot, I can definitely make fried eggs and stir-fry vegetables. I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat barbecue tonight. I'll make it. Don't refuse. I really can't eat barbecue. After Yi Chi-Chi finished speaking, she flashed directly into the space. The shepherdess purse that was left outside the past 2 days had wilted and could not be fried. She could only go into the space to see how the ones that were planted before were doing. Looking at the piece of shepherd's purse that was planted before, it was now green and self-reproducing in the land next to it. It was growing well, and Yi Chi-Chi felt pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, it's only been a few days. Is the growth rate in the space so fast? Yi Chi-Chi quickly pulled a handful and went out. Scrambled eggs with shepherd's purse. Get it ready. Ryue was at a loss and stood there. After a while of being stunned, Yi Chi-Chi came out with the vegetables. I'm going to make scrambled eggs tonight. Hee, come and help me wash this. Yi Chi-Chi was still regretting that there was no kitchen knife, and the bone knife was not very easy to use. Ryue was so scared when she saw the little female waving the bone knife and eager to try, that her heartbeat stopped for a moment. Tell me how to do it, and I'll help you cut it. Ryue quickly took the bone knife from Yi Chi-Chi's hand to prevent her from hurting herself. When Yi Chi-Chi heard that there was such a good thing, she quickly put down the knife and sat aside waiting for Ryue to help her wash the vegetables. After Ryue washed the shepherd's purse, she started the pot to heat the oil. The oil was also a reward from the system, in the seasoning gift bag. A small can, it looked like 500 grams. Yi Chi-Chi asked Ryue to light the fire, waited for the pot to heat up, and then scooped a small spoonful of oil into it, let the oil go around the pot, and then poured water into the pot to wash the pot. After washing the pot, put water to boil, and put the washed shepherd's purse in. After it turned green, Yi Chi-Chi quickly instructed Ryue to take it out and soak it in the spring water that had just been collected. Heat the oil in the pot again. Pour everything in the bowl in. Yi Chi-Chi was directing from the side, without having to do anything. Ryue had a strong execution ability. Turn the pan to heat evenly, spread them out, yeah. Yi Chi-Chi was having a lot of fun directing from the side. The main thing was that Ryue could accurately predict the actions that Yi Chi-Chi wanted him to do in his mind. The two of them, one directing and the other doing, worked very well together. Turn over. Yi Chi-Chi continued to direct. Ryue did as he was told. When turning over, a rich aroma filled the small space. Ryue admitted that this was the most fragrant food he had ever smelled. He had been cooking it roughly before, and didn't know that bird eggs could be cooked like this. This was too magical. Bird eggs could be fried and eaten with grass. Ryue was still marveling at the magic, and Yi Chi-Chi was already exclaiming, Ryue, come on, shovel it out, or we'll get burnt. Ryue came back to her senses and hurriedly shoveled the food out of the pot. Wash the pot. Wash the pot. Yi Chi-Chi continued to direct. Ryue did as he was told. Oh, it smells so good. I've been craving this for too long. Yi Chi-Chi took a deep breath in ecstasy. Now, she was just waiting for the meal. She should have stewed the rice first. Stew the rice, hee, let's make something different tonight. Yi Chi-Chi instructed Ryue to marinate the meat and wash the rice. After everything was done, she asked Ryue to stew the rice first, and when there was not much water, she put the meat in. It was her first attempt, and she didn't know if it would taste good. Yi Chi-Chi was still a little nervous. When the sunset glowed red, the meal was ready, and the aroma of the meat spread far away. Before, there were few people coming and going at the entrance of the beast cave, but today, a few people came following the aroma.
Whose little female is this?
Why is the beast husband's barbecue so fragrant? Some people were talking outside the door. They wanted to come in to find out, but they were driven away by Bai Yan, who came back. Bai Yan was also attracted by the aroma. When he came in, he saw the little female Shashasha eating. Well, Bai Yan is back. Do you want to eat something? Yi Chi-Chi greeted. A big pot was stewed just so that everyone could eat.
Okay.
Bai Yan did not refuse. He washed a wooden bowl and started eating directly. The three of them ate together, and were so engrossed. When Ning Shuang came back and saw them, she was surprised that the two of them were eating cooked food with the little female. However, it smelled so good, it's not a bad idea to try.
Come on, eat.
This was the best meal Yi Chi-Chi had ever had since she came to the beast world. It was not easy to have vegetables and meat, thanks to the system for the gift. The four of them sat around the small wooden table and ate heartily. Yi Chi-Chi didn't eat much, but the three males had big appetites, so a big pot of rice was not enough for the three of them. It's delicious. It's the first time I've eaten something so delicious. Ning Shuang said after finishing eating. Me too. Bai Yan echoed. There has been no hunting these 2 days. Let's go before it gets dark. Bai Yan was not full, so he planned to go outside to look for wild animals before it got dark. He hadn't eaten for a few days, so eating these with Yi Chi-Chi was just an appetizer. After Bai Yan left, Ning Shuang also left tactfully, leaving the space to Ryue and Yi Chi-Chi. Ryue went to clean up on her own and gave Yi Chi-Chi hot water. Yi Chi-Chi watched him busying around, her eyes never leaving his figure. Ryue felt uncomfortable being watched by her. Was the little female expecting him to finish cleaning up quickly? As soon as this thought came out, Ryue cleaned up even faster. When Yi Chi-Chi finally picked her up, she was still confused. No, it would be done in the blink of an eye. Before she could come to her senses, she was put on the stone bed. Do you want to take a bath first tonight? Ryue's magnetic voice was deliberately lowered, and Yi Chi-Chi felt a numbness in her heart. No, let's talk about it after tonight. Yi Chi-Chi now just wants to bully the little fox in front of her. Yi Chi-Chi hadn't taken a good look at his appearance before, but now that he was next to her, he gave Yi Chi-Chi a beauty attack. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as a beauty who brings disaster. He is really good-looking but not feminine, which makes people feel that he is easy to bully. Yi Chi-Chi pushed him down on the stone bed. Her fingers gently traced the contours of his face, all the way down, Adam's apple, chest, and abdominal muscles. Ryue felt the fingertips of the little female messing with his body, and his breathing became unstable, but the little female didn't say anything, and he endured it. Is it fun? Ryue's voice became hoarse, and her peach blossom eyes were warm and tender, with a little aggressiveness. Just her gaze made Yi Chi-Chi blush and his heart beat. It's fun. I like Ryue the most. Yi Chi-Chi answered Ryue seriously and playfully lifted Ryue's chin with his fingers, making him look up at him. Ryue's eyes quickly became watery and a little blurry, and Yi Chi-Chi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help but kissed Ryue's delicate collarbone, causing him to lose control, and the sound broke out of the corners of his lips. Ryue's eyes were stained with a layer of pink because of the hardship she endured. Yi Chi-Chi saw the red at the end of his eyes and felt that the little fox was really seductive, but she liked to bully him more. After the ceremony of forming a couple was successful, Yi Chi pulled Ryue into the space. It was too dark outside, and Ryue's expression could not be seen, so there was no feeling of conquest. The beast husbands are all top-notch. Yi Chi felt that if he didn't enjoy it well, he would be sorry for their appearance. Both parties were very satisfied with this feast. Ryue finally got his wish and became Yi Chi's prospective beast husband. He finally understood why Bai Yan will awaken after becoming a partner with her. Ryue felt waves of strange power dissolving in her lower abdomen, as if some mysterious power was injected into his body. He also fell asleep beside Yi Chi in a daze. Yi Chi held up her face and looked at Ryue's delicate face after she fell asleep. Her eyes painted on his face again and again, and her heart was filled with unstoppable satisfaction. "Lil Fox, it's hers, hee." Unable to help but kiss the corner of Ryue's lips that were slightly swollen from being ravaged, Yi Chi contentedly hugged Ryue's arm and fell asleep. Yi Chi was awakened by hunger. When he woke up, he felt the burning breath behind him and knew that Ryue had also awakened. Then he realized that this was a space, so he quickly took people out so that other beast husbands would not see them and worry. But after coming out, it was still dark. But the time the two people spent fooling around was the same as Bai Yan's before. Is the flow rate of space so fast? Yi Chi seemed to have discovered something incredible. No wonder, in just a few days, a large area of shepherd's purse had grown in the space. It turned out that the flow of time in the space was much faster than she had imagined. After Yi Chi discovered this, she wondered, if she went into the space while pregnant, would the months also grow? Or could the space only accelerate the growth of plants? With the idea of giving it a try, Yi Chi decided to go into the space to experiment after tomorrow. If the pregnancy period could really be accelerated, she would be able to give birth to her first child soon. And in this way, she would know what the reward for having a child was. It would be best if there's a potion to improve her strength so that she would be stronger in the future and it would be easier to go out and find plants. With an idea in mind, Yi Chi planned to start the experiment right away. "Are you all here?" she called out tentatively. "What's wrong?" Bai Yan had been back from hunting for a while, but he didn't hear any sound, so he wondered if they were done. "Do you still remember my space? I found that the flow rate inside seems to be faster than outside. I want to go in and see. One day inside is equal to how long it is outside?" Yi Chi said what he thought. Bai Yan raised his eyebrows. How did his little female find out? Could it be that she went in with Ryue? When Bai Yan thought of this, his heart was blocked. He hadn't tried to enter the space with a little female yet, but he was beaten to it by this kid. He gritted his teeth in his heart, but he still kept smiling at Yi Chi. He remembered the little female. "Remember, how do you want to try it?" Bai Yan asked this question with a little expectation. "That is, I remember the time to go in and plant these seeds. After they sprout and mature, I will come out and see what's going on." Yi Chi decided to take the growth cycle of coriander as an example, which would be better. It takes 40 days from the time coriander is planted to the time it is harvested. If coriander matures outside the space after 4 days, that is 10 times the flow rate. If it takes 8 days, that is 5 times the flow rate. Yi Chi had a calculation in her mind, and she flashed into the space without waiting for Bai Yan's consent. She started to plan to dig the ground, but then she realized that there was free labor, so why not use it? Then when Bai Yan was still confused about why the little female didn't take him in, Yi Chi flashed out and took him in. "Come, help me dig the ground. Hee, I want to plant coriander and onions." Yi Chi smiled cunningly, and Bai Yan didn't figure it out, but he did what she said. Yi Chi was still looking for seeds. Seeing that Bai Yan had almost dug, she hurried over to spread the vegetable seeds. She spread a little of each type, with many seeds and durable. After spreading the seeds, Yi Chi asked Bai Yan to carry water to water it again, and then she took Bai Yan out with satisfaction. "Chi, tell me honestly, did you and Ryue go into the space to do something bad?" Bai Yan couldn't help but ask. Although he had no way to interfere with the little female's choice, he felt that he was her first person. Shouldn't he be the one who was treated specially? But why was Ryue the first one? Oh, I was just afraid of disturbing your rest, Mua. Don't be angry, okay? Seeing that someone was jealous, Yichichi quickly offered a sweet kiss. Our Bai Yan is the best, generous, and powerful, hee. Yichichi pulled his hand and acted coquettishly, and quickly coaxed him. She didn't want to do it again. Humph. Bai Yan snorted proudly, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to someone who pretended to be good and coquettish. Oh, one kiss is not enough, then another one. Yichichi approached again. Bai Yan didn't spoil her this time, and directly detained her, never letting her escape again. Yichichi knew that she had played too much, and wanted to cry without tears. After dawn, Bai Yan let her go to rest. Yichichi had long been in a state where her mind was asleep, but her body was in action. Her posting physique was really strong. No matter what time it was, her body was in peak condition, but it was just a little exhausting. Yichichi didn't hate this kind of thing now, but it felt a little boring after it happened too often. For several days in a row, Bai Yan's dominance was unyielding. He had been occupying Yichichi after all, this was his month. He took care of everything from food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and didn't let the other 3 people get involved. Bai Yan finally realized why those orcs with females were unwilling to go out hunting. Who wants to go out? They are staying in a gentle place and can't bear to leave. That day, Yichichi woke up and found Bai Yan was still there, so she couldn't help blushing. As soon as she moved, Bai Yan subconsciously hugged her, and Yichichi froze and didn't dare to move again. Bai Yan was also woken up by her, and he held her waist and kissed her. Bai Yan, I'm angry if you do this again. Yichichi pinched Bai Yan's face. It's not that I don't want to pinch other places, after all, only the face can be pinched, and the muscles of other places are hard. How can Chichi be angry? I think I'm cuter when I'm angry. Bai Yan pushed forward and kissed her first. The body of the little female is still very honest. You.
Bai Yan,
Yichichi wanted to say something, but Bai Yan blocked her lips and tongue. Do you like it? Bai Yan leaned on Yichichi, intoxicated by her breath. I hate it so much. Yichichi covered her face. He couldn't beat him, but he still took advantage of her. Sooner or later, he will be in trouble. After wasting more than half a month here, Yichichi felt useless when she thought about it. She said she was going to find plants and going into the space to experiment with a flow rate, but Bai Yan didn't give her any room for negotiation. Male. It seemed that he was punishing her for taking Ryue into the space that night. When other beast husbands came, they were not seen outside most of the time. They were in the space, either planting or being dragged by Bai Yan to do some shameful things. Yichichi was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die, but she couldn't really die. Who will save her? Bai Yan bullied Yichichi for more than half a month, and finally, he was satisfied. Bai Yan found that with the comfort of the little female, his mental state was not so irritable now. After Yichichi was free, he quickly pulled the other 3 beast husbands out. Ryue had woken up a long time ago, but she just couldn't find a chance to talk to the little female. He knew that it was because he let the little female tease him that night that this situation happened. He felt a little guilty, but when he thought of that secret feeling of happiness, he was a little obsessed. Yichichi is now almost a month old, with a flat belly, and it is completely impossible to tell that she is pregnant. Bai Yan even doubted whether she was not pregnant. But the witch doctor's test is never wrong. Bai Yan, who suddenly realized it, felt that he was too reckless. Today, he suddenly remembered and let Yichichi go. At the same time, he deeply reflected on his mistakes. When Yichichi and the other 3 went out, Bai Yan also went out hunting. It was getting ready for the rainy season, and he had to think of a way to store food. So the 5 of them split into 2 groups. Bai Yan was alone, and Yichichi was with 4 people. Chichi, you finally came out today. Ning Shuang expressed her dissatisfaction with grievance. Ugh. Yichichi didn't know how to explain, so she just kept silent. Ryue supported Yichichi, but didn't say anything. It was miserable that Ning Shuang was the only one who didn't eat enough among the 3 beastmen. These days, he has been wandering around the tribe, looking for magnetic beastmen to learn from. Ryue and the others would not tell him. After all, they were all competitors. When he went out today, he ran into the tribe's hunting activities. Ning Shuang and Lu Yu were called away by the tribe leader, leaving Ryue by Yi Qiqi's side. Wow, you look so beautiful. Do we want to go out and pick together? My beastmen were called to hunt today. A female with an exotic look came to Yi Qiqi and invited her sincerely. Seeing the beautiful female, Yi Qiqi couldn't walk anymore, so he agreed. My name is Ran. I'm from the dog tribe. What about you? My name is Yi Qiqi, and I'm from the rabbit tribe. After the two introduced themselves, they walked together, and their beast husbands followed behind them. My powerful beast husbands have been called out by the tribe leader. I hope nothing happens to them. And Ran had a worried look on her face, and she was not so happy to go out to pick. She was usually very happy when she encountered picking activities. After all, it was not easy to go out for a walk, but now when she encountered males going out hunting, she was a little uninterested. Males are the backbone of the family. If they are in danger, not only will the females feel distressed, but other males will also have to support them, which will trigger family conflicts, so Ran is very worried. Losing a beast husband means losing a guarantee, and she has to find another one in a short time. If they don't get along well, everyone will have opinions. She has experienced it once, so every time she goes hunting, she will be worried. Oh, don't think so much. You have to trust them. Yi Qiqi blinked, took her hand, and walked forward quickly. We believe that they are strong, so they will have confidence. We are worried, and they will also worry about us, which is not conducive to their fighting.
Yecici komfortet casuale.
After all, being in a depressed state will affect everyone. Is it really like that? And Ran looked at Yi Qiqi. She was eager to seek a sense of security. Of course, if you praise your males every day, they will become more confident, but if you question them every day, he will lose confidence. Yi Qiqi said this because when Enri talked about being afraid of accidents to males, her beast husband was obviously uneasy. That's why he tried every way to coax her. Yi Qiqi was really suffocated. For more than half a month, she had no contact with anyone except Bai Yan. She was really grateful. She was in a good mood today, and someone came to talk to her, which was the best. Then I'll try next time. And Ran imagined it herself, and she also found that her beast husbands didn't seem to like her worrying. The first beast husband died unexpectedly because he was not very strong. He was the lowest red level in the tribe. The ranks of orcs are red, white, green, blue, yellow, orange, red, silver, and gold. It's just that the gold level is already a legend. Now the most common high-level orcs are orange, but in recent years, the number of orange-level orcs in the tribe has also been declining sharply. Because females dare not choose orange-level orcs, some females can't bear the strong bodies of orange-level orcs. After they die, females choose beast husbands, and they are more cautious. Only Yi Qiqi didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, so she chose 4 orange-level orcs at once. Orange-level orcs are prone to riots. They need the comfort of females, and every time females comfort them, they will hurt the females. After hearing this, many females never dare to touch orange-level orcs again. So this year, orange-level orcs couldn't control their madness and were driven out. Tribe, the number decreased. However, Yi Qiqi's physique is special. Even if she chooses 4 orange levels, she can bear it. After all, as long as she can get through it psychologically, there is no big hurdle. The spiritual spring water seems to have the effect of repairing the body. Yi Qiqi drank the spiritual spring water for several days, and many black impurities were discharged from her body, and the whole person became whiter and tenderer. It seemed that she could pinch out water, but the ambiguous traces from last night were still attached to her skin, covered under the animal skin. The two of them, together with the beast husband, joined the female group and went to the place that the male had cleaned up yesterday to pick, mainly picking some berries and mushrooms. When Yi Qiqi heard about collecting mushrooms, she became excited. This is what she likes. When they came to the dense forest that had been obviously cleaned up, Yi Qiqi and Ran naturally walked together to collect. The first thing Yi Qiqi saw was not something, but a huge chicken mushroom. It was really huge, directly up to her calf, but the umbrella cover had not yet opened. It felt like it had just emerged, the freshest time. Ryue, come here quickly, help me dig this out. Be careful not to break it. Yi-Chi-Chi's happy look made Ryue interested in this mushroom. The things that the little female said she wanted to eat seemed to be good, although he had only tasted it once. But inexplicably, Ryue felt that the things that the little female liked to eat would not taste too bad. So, in terms of execution, he was the best. Soon, the chicken mushroom that was as high as Yi-Chi-Chi's calf was dug out. Chi-Chi, are you sure this is edible? And Ran saw this thing every time he went out, but was afraid that it was poisonous and did not dare to pick it. Sure, I like to eat it. We have food in our rabbit hunting tribe. Yi-Chi-Chi was afraid of what she would say, so he directly brought up the tribe. It is impossible to mistake the chicken mushroom. If it is poisonous, it is just not fried well. The chicken mushroom is not very poisonous, hee. I will fry it tonight. It would be great if I could find a few more. I can dry them and eat them slowly. Now that the sun is strong, I can dry them and save them for eating slowly. However, there is one here. Maybe there are more around. Yi-Chi-Chi asked Ryue to pull aside the grass to look for it. Ryue did as she was told. Sure enough, another nest was found not far away. Ryue quickly threw away her claws and started digging. And Ran was a little unsure whether what Yi-Chi-Chi said was true, so she separated from her and went to pick berries somewhere else. Yi-Chi-Chi was not in a hurry. Berries and other things can be grown in the space, but chicken mushrooms cannot. She still chose chicken mushrooms, hee. After picking a basket of chicken mushrooms, Yi-Chi-Chi reluctantly stopped picking. The hunting dog tribe here is vegetarian, and only the females come out to pick some berries when they are free, so it is a bargain for Yi-Chi-Chi. Chicken mushroom fried meat is delicious. I will ask Ryue to fry it when I go back tonight. The rest will be dried. But you have to move quickly, otherwise. Of course, after going back to the sun, after the hand was closed, Yi-Chi-Chi called Ryue to pick her up with her. It is not only the orcs but also the animals and trees. This is just cheaper, Yi-Chi-Chi. My own system space is 3 cubic meters. I am not used in the seasoning. If you're tired, take a break and let me pick them. Ryue had been watching for so long, and Yi-Chi-Chi hadn't spoken, so she asked. I'm not tired, I can still pick them. I'm wondering how to make wine out of these things. Yi-Chi-Chi came back to her senses and looked into Ryue's backpack. It was already filled with quite a lot. 1/3 of the backpack was already filled. About 10 pounds, right? Yi-Chi-Chi roughly estimated. Make wine? Ryue asked back. It was the first time she heard it. That's right. These fruits are rotting in the ground. Don't you think it's a pity? Yi-Chi-Chi was speechless for a moment. She was a little anxious because she was afraid that she would be suspected for being too outstanding. Yes, but these are seasonal and there is no way to store them. If you pick them today and don't eat them all, they will rot in 2 days. Ryue didn't like to pick these. First, it takes time, and second, it doesn't fill her stomach. Only small females like to eat them. After all, there are not many sweet things in the tribe, and these berries are one of them. But it can be preserved in another way. Yi-Chi-Chi signaled Ryue to come down. That's right, my space can preserve them forever without rotting. We can pick more. Yi-Chi-Chi spoke carefully in Ryue's ear. Ryue was surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The little female had many secrets, and it was not a good thing to tell them to him in front of so many people. The main reason was that she was afraid that there were powerful stray orcs lurking nearby to gather information. So Ryue quickly stopped the little female from continuing. I know, you be careful. Ryue reminded implicitly. Yi-Chi-Chi also knew that Bai Yan had also warned her not to reveal any of her special features outside, lest stray orcs target her. The marriage that the tribe leader went to discuss has not been confirmed yet, and they will decide after seeing Yi-Chi-Chi give birth to the child. After all, the little female has just become pregnant, and it is very common for females to have difficult labor. Moreover, the first beast husband of this little female is a white tiger. It is still unknown whether she, a rabbit beast, can give birth to a child safely. If this side agrees to their hunting dog tribe and sends a powerful red-level tribe to marry, wouldn't it be a loss? All the tribes had concerns. The Hound tribe was only a small or medium-sized tribe, and it was not worth it for them to gamble with the red rank. After all, the red rank orcs were precious now. Without the comfort of the females, their final fate would be death. It would be better to contribute to the tribe until death, which would be of some value. If they were sent out directly, the tribe would lose a red rank orc, which was not worth it. After discussing, the leaders of the Hound tribe rejected the leader of the Hound tribe, saying that they would wait until the little female gave birth safely. The white tiger was so big in size and it was orange rank, so the child size would not be too small. Therefore, after hearing the news, the tribes decided to wait and see. Only the leader of the Hound tribe returned worriedly. There is no wall that is impenetrable. If this news spreads and is known by those high-level wandering orcs, it is still a question whether Yi-Chi-Chi can stay in the tribe. The leader began to worry about gains and losses. After all, this little female was bought back at a great price. Now that nothing has been gained, but the cost has already begun, the tribe leader is a little worried. The witch doctor planned to check Yi-Chi-Chi's body in the next 2 days to see how the cub in her belly is doing. But when he went to the cave, he found that she was not there. Nonsense. What are you doing outside when you are pregnant? The witch doctor was angry and immediately sent someone to notify the picking team to ask them to call Yi-Chi-Chi back. Yi-Chi-Chi really didn't know that pregnant orcs in the beast world cannot leave the tribe without permission. When she was notified, she was still confused, looking at the raspberries on the tree, and reluctantly asked Ryua to take her back. When she returned to the tribe, she was scolded by the witch doctor. Do you know that it is very dangerous to go out when you are pregnant? Besides, your beast form is small, and you are pregnant with a white tiger's child. If the child develops faster, your belly would have swelled up a long time ago. What have you been eating recently? The witch doctor spoke harshly, looking a little scary. I've been eating barbecue and some vegetarian dishes recently. Yi-Chi-Chi told the truth. Anyway, even if she didn't say it, Ryua would tell her. It's better for her to be vague and confuse the issue. Don't move for a while. I'll see how the baby in your belly is doing. After the witch doctor gave her instructions, he put his hand on top of Yi-Chi-Chi's head. Yi-Chi-Chi felt a white light enveloping her. After a moment, she heard the witch doctor say, "Your cubs are developing very well. It seems that you are still pregnant with multiple babies. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, just come to me directly, or you can come to me." After the witch doctor checked Yi-Chi-Chi's condition, his attitude softened. But, witch doctor, what about when I give birth? Yi-Chi-Chi was a little confused. After all, it was her first time to be pregnant. You will know when the time comes. The witch doctor patted her head lovingly and turned to do other things. Does it mean that we can go back now? Yi-Chi-Chi looked at Ryua standing behind her uncertainly. Well, let's go. Ryua took Yi-Chi-Chi's hand and planned to take her back to the cave. It was also the first time he heard that a pregnant female couldn't go out. After all, there had been no pregnant females in the tribe in recent years. Now his little female was the first, so the witch doctor cherished her more. Yi-Chi-Chi and Ryua returned to the cave and planned to get the chicken mushrooms first. The chicken mushrooms they picked outside were all placed on the ground. They picked almost a basket of raspberries, and Yi-Chi-Chi put them all in the space rewarded by the system. Now there are 4 cubic meters inside, and a space expansion card can only expand 1 cubic meter. But 4 cubic meters is already a lot, equivalent to a 2 by 2 by 2 square. It's more than enough to put that basket of raspberries. The most important thing now is to deal with the chicken mushrooms and dry them. What Yi-Chi-Chi didn't expect was that the tribe leader followed him. Chi-Chi, what are you doing? In fact, the feeling of the team leader to Yi-Chi-Chi is like that of an old father and a daughter. After all, she was a little female that she had raised for 5 years, and she was not much different from a daughter. Orcs generally reach adulthood at the age of 20, and their lifespan is about 150 years. It is rare for females to live to be over 100 years old. After all, giving birth can easily hurt the body. I went out with Ryua to pick mushrooms and raspberries today. Yi-Chi-Chi was a little scared when she saw the tribe leader. After all, the other party had kept her under house arrest for 5 years. During those 5 years, Yi-Chi-Chi ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the same room, which was damp, wet, and dark, so the original owner had always been afraid of this person in front of her. Yi Qiqi was not afraid, but she did not have a very good impression of the tribe leader. "Do you know that there are some plants that can be eaten?" the tribe leader asked tentatively. Today, when she went out to pick, some orcs had already discovered that Yi Qiqi was picking chicken mushrooms. "Yes, it turns out that some females in the tribe are vegetarians, so my mother took me to pick some plants before, and I recognized them." Yi Qiqi did not intend to hide it. If she could farm, the tribe would have an extra layer of protection. This way she would be safer, wouldn't she? Ever since Bai Yan and the others told her how dangerous the wandering orcs were and asked her not to sneak out alone, she began to feel a sense of crisis. Yi Qiqi felt that the stronger the tribe was, the better, and the lower her profile was, the better. "Chief, did you ask them to keep it a secret when you went out to discuss things?" Ryue was worried about this. Ryue and Yi Qiqi had been living together for almost a month, and he knew something about Yi Qiqi's physical condition. He had also heard some males outside say that their partners were not in good health and were exhausted after having adult love with them once. But Yi Qiqi was not like that. She could have adult love for several days in a row, without any side effects. He had never heard of this physical quality. Maybe it was because she was protected? Ryue was not sure, because he believed that the little female would definitely give birth to this baby safely. In the space where she awakened, the spring water alone was not an ordinary thing. The little female, could it be the legendary female with talent? It's just that females are generally not tested for rank, so Ryue had no way of knowing whether Yi Qiqi really had talent. Generally, male beastmen test their talents on the day of transformation, but females do not. The witch doctor controls the talent stone to test the talent. If she really has talent, wouldn't it be another risk factor? Forget it. Ryue thought about it and felt that it was unnecessary. As long as the little female is safe, it's fine. They all know the importance of the matter. If Qiqi really gives birth to a child safely, and if it is multiple births, they will compete to send people. It depends on whether Qiqi is willing to fight for it. The chief sighed. "Qiqi, do you really know those wild vegetables?" the chief asked uncertainly. "I know them, not only wild vegetables, but also there are many resources in the river." Yi Qiqi has never eaten fish since he came here. Ryue and others call fish thorn beasts, saying that if you eat these things accidentally, you'll get stuck in your throat and die. Yi Qiqi immediately thought of fish. It's fish. Fried or pan-fried. It happened that the coriander and onions were harvested in the past half-month, and now the second crop is planted. You can make steamed fish with onion. Hee. Let Ryue go catch fish when she is free, and she will teach him how to cook. Now Ryue dare not leave Yi Qiqi's side. In a family, there must be a male to accompany the female. Even if the female is not happy, she cannot leave without permission. Before, it was because she felt that Yi Qiqi had a space to hide in at any time. But now she has become a protected object in the tribe, and her space must not be known to the stray beastmen outside, otherwise there might be something fishy. Since you know it, can you let your beast husband take other males to recognize it someday? You should ask them about this. I can do it, as long as they are willing to go. Yi Qiqi answered without hesitation. Anyway, those things can be raised and planted in her space, so it doesn't matter at all. Then I'll trouble you. The tribe leader got the confirmation and left. Qiqi, why are you so generous to let us teach them? Ryue was worried that after everyone knew about it, would there be any share for herself? Don't worry, we can grow things in our space, so it's no problem to teach them. I've already harvested 2 batches of shepherd's purse from the space before, and you don't eat much of it. How much can I eat by myself? Yi Qiqi was a little amused. But in the absence of time, Ryue's worry was also what Yi Qiqi was worried about. It's okay. If there is more food in the tribe, we can relax a little bit. What Yi Qiqi was worried about was that if she didn't say it, everyone would criticize her, and it would be counterproductive. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ryue thought about it, and it was true. After all, the little female was not a stingy person. Her space was indeed big enough. Alas, I don't feel anything in my stomach. If the witch doctor hadn't confirmed that I was pregnant, I wouldn't know if I was pregnant. Yi Chi-Chi started the daily Versailles. This was just a pretense to dispel doubts. The system had already scanned how many were pregnant. She knew it in her heart, and she could know it even without the witch doctor checking. But she couldn't act too much for granted, so as not to give her partners some bad signals and make them doubt themselves. Hurry up, deal with the chicken mushrooms now, and stir-fry meat tonight.
예지지 오르게 루유에.
Ryua took out a bone knife and followed the method Yi Chi-Chi said to scrape the muddy root bones bit by bit, then washed them and tore them into thin strips. He thought the bone knife was too troublesome, so he just used claws. Such a big chicken mushroom is simply the best. Yi Chi-Chi has begun to look forward to dinner. After Ryua processed a basket of chicken mushrooms, the sky was already full of red clouds. Ning Shuang and the others also came back from outside. They also brought the divided meat. In fact, the three of them can hunt alone, but they moved in from outside, and the tribe requires them to participate in collective hunting every 7 days to take care of some old and weak orcs. Yi Chi-Chi thinks that the tribe is quite humane. Ryua has started to fry chicken mushrooms, and the fragrance drifted far away, while Yi Chi-Chi and others squatted not far away and drooled at the pot. Ryua looked at their reactions and felt a sense of accomplishment. The feeling of the four of them sitting in a row was a bit like feeding cubs. Ryua laughed at the idea in her heart. How was your hunting today? You're not hurt, are you? Yi Chi-Chi didn't just sit there. She wanted to ask what happened today to show her concern. Otherwise, she would be too cold. What if the beast husbands felt unbalanced? She would be the one who would suffer if they got angry. I'm not hurt, and I brought back a lot of meat this time. I'll save it for you. Ning Shuang sighed innocently. How was your picking today? Are you happy? Bai Yan didn't take credit for it. He was more concerned about the safety of the little female.
Happy.
But not particularly happy. Yi Chi-Chi drooped his eyebrows.
Why?
Bai Yan looked at the little female's whole dejected look and felt a sense of guilt. I was halfway through picking, and the witch doctor called me back, and I was scolded. Yi Chi-Chi didn't intend to complain, just said it for fun. Scolded?
Why?
Bai Yan was a little anxious. It's just that you can't go out to pick during pregnancy. Yi Chi-Chi said with a smile. But I'm already very happy. We picked berries and chicken mushrooms. Let's try them together tonight. Yi Chi-Chi took out a basket of raspberries like a magic trick.
Come and have some.
You've worked hard all day. Yi Chi-Chi grabbed a handful and came to the stove to feed Ryua. Ryua tasted the berries handed over by the little female while waving the spatula. They were delicious when fed by the little female. Chi-Chi, I want to eat some too. Seeing this, Ning Shuang didn't care about whether the males acted like a spoiled child or not. He just turned on the cute mode. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't stand it, so she ran back and fed him 2 more. Then she found that Bai Yan and Luyi were staring at her. Well, she really can't be partial, otherwise she will be baptized by the gazes, and the aggrieved bear cub acted like a spoiled child. Can you imagine a person who is more than 2 meters tall and almost as tall as you and sitting down acting like a spoiled child in front of you? Yi Chi-Chi couldn't stand it. But who made them look good? Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was so short. She was only about 1.75 meters tall. In this tribe where the average height of each person was over 2 meters, she looked like a small potato. It was another day of lamenting her height. However, her height only made her look petite in the hound tribe. If she was in the rabbit hunting tribe, she would be a normal height. It's out of the pot. Ryua broke the embarrassment of the confrontation in time. Then I want to taste it first. Yi Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. She was particularly excited as she hadn't eaten decent stir-fried dishes for a long time. Slow down, no one is snatching it from you. Bai Yan looked at the reckless little female helplessly. She was carrying a cub in her belly and she didn't pay any attention at all. It seemed that the witch doctor was understandable for being mean to her today. She really didn't pay attention to her own behavior. Bai Yan was thinking in his heart, is there any way to make the little female calmer? But she was locked up by the tribe leader for 5 years before, and she hadn't gone out for 5 years, so she was so white, right? If he restricted the little female's actions, would she be sad? Bai Yan was a little tangled for a moment. Bai Yan, what are you doing? Come and eat. Yi Chi had buried her face in the wooden bowl and was eating heartily. Although she ate fast, she didn't look embarrassed while eating. Mainly because the food was so delicious. It's been almost a month since she came here, and she finally got to eat vegetables other than shepherd's purse. Chicken mushroom, you have to grow more so that my beastly husband can pick more and bring them back so that I can have them whenever I want to eat them in the future. Yi Chi prayed silently in her heart. Here it comes. Bai Yan came back to his senses and saw that everyone was sitting at the table, so he hurried over. The little female couldn't wait at all. It seemed that she couldn't refuse delicious food. Not only Bai Yan thought so, but everyone else kept this in mind silently. After all, the little female would definitely take in more beast husbands in the future. Now she only has 4 beast husbands. Dozen other families have 7 or 8 beast husbands. Females with strong fertility are even better. One person can take in more than a dozen beast husbands. The little female now is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go. Everyone understood tacitly. After the meal, Yi Chi pulled everyone into the space to help farm. The rice grains found last time have been soaked in the space. There shouldn't be any bacteria in the land in the space, right? Yi Chi was not too sure, but she asked them to go in to help plow and irrigate the land, and she watched them help with peace of mind. Even if she wanted to go up to help, she would be stopped. Now the shepherd's purse in the space has grown all over the land. It can't be eaten up at all. In the space where Yi Chi awakened autonomously, the black space behind the cabin also opened when Yi Chi collected the first wave of shepherd's purse. Yi Chi tried it. The time inside is still. Even the porridge put in the morning is still warm when taken out, and putting things in is all done by thinking. Except for a little bit of brain power, it does not require any physical effort at all. It is a must-have for lazy people like Yi Chi. This ability really awakened her heart. The 4 beastmen worked for an unknown period of time. After plowing the land, they had to carry water from the spring to irrigate the land. This spring looks like running water? I don't know where the water comes from. Yi Chi didn't plan to explore it. She would use it first and deal with it later when it's gone. The wooden barrels were made by Bai Yan and his friends themselves. They were all made by digging holes in a large piece of wood. Not to mention, it's quite useful. At least it doesn't leak. They use their claws quite conveniently. After Bai Yan and his 4 companions irrigated the land, they were tired despite their strong bodies. The little female is really tormenting people. This land is too difficult to grow, but if the harvest is good, then there will be no worries about food when there is no prey in the winter. No wonder the rabbit hunting tribe is so powerful. It is because they discovered the existence of other prey and successfully planted them. The 4 people were still marveling at the power of the rabbit hunting tribe, and Yi Chi kissed them one by one. Bai Yan felt that the little female was playing with fire instead of rewarding them for their hard work. If there were not 3 other males around, Bai Yan would have locked her in his arms and taught her what a reward is. You guys have worked hard tonight, hee. Yi Chi didn't know what to do. She had captured some able-bodied men, and although she had given them a kiss as a reward, they looked at her like she was meat, which made her feel uneasy. It's not hard, Chi. I just need a bigger reward. Several people said in unison. Yi Chi shook her head. Let's talk about it later. Yi Chi lowered her head guiltily, not daring to look at them. How come they have so much work to do, as if they have endless energy? In the end, Yi Chi still couldn't escape the fate of being ravaged by Bai Yan. After she came out with 4 people, she was picked up by Bai Yan. Bai Yan still couldn't let go of the night between Yi Chi and Ryua. Chi, tell me, how did you get here that night? I want to try it too. Bai Yan's voice was low, and the hot air sprayed on Yi Chi's ears. Are you sure? Yi Chi looked at him with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, Bai Yan was a mighty and domineering white tiger on the surface, but in private he would be curious about her and other beast husbands. Yi Chi felt that there were a few more perverted thoughts in her heart. Then let's go into the space? You have to listen to me. Yi Chi was in a playful mood. Since Bai Yan asked for it, she wouldn't be polite. Yi Chi laughed wildly in her heart, but she didn't show it on the surface. I'm sure, no matter how Bai Yan had adult love with her, he could not forget that night when the two of them entered the space. He always felt that Yi Chi and Ryue had done a lot of things he didn't know. Bai Yan's curiosity was always playing tricks on him. Seeing that his 1-month deadline was almost up, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Then you have to listen to me in everything. Yi Chi repeated the same trick. Yes, I will. Bai Yan was even more curious. What tricks was the little female playing? Well, let's go. Yi Chi took Bai Yan into the space, fetched a bucket of water, and the two cleaned themselves separately. Finally, they returned to the wooden house. Bai Yan was a little nervous. Lie down. Yi Chi began to give daily instructions. Bai Yan obediently lay down. Don't move from now on, no matter what. Yi Chi emphasized again and again. Okay. Bai Yan's voice became more and more hoarse. Yi Chi looked at him quietly, admiring the muscle contours of Bai Yan's arms. It was so beautiful. Yi Chi's gaze seemed to be full of fire. Bai Yan couldn't help but looked at his body along her line of sight. Bai Yan's whole body froze. The night when Ryue and she got together, was she just being looked at? Bai Yan was shocked, but it was far more than that. Her gaze was like fire, burning wherever it went. What? Are you still curious? Yi Chi sneered at Bai Yan. Bai Yan was almost tortured crazy by her. Where did she learn it from? Was it Ryue who led her astray? Bai Yan fell into torment and had no way to answer Yi Chi's words. Obviously, the little female did nothing and didn't even reach out to touch him. Bai Yan's body was like ignited, and the fire was about to burst out of his body. Seeing that he was about to lose it, Yi Chi looked at him with a smile. Okay, hee, I won't tease you anymore. Yi Chi closed her eyes and lay on the bed ready to sleep. Bai Yan swore that she would never be curious again, and in the end, she was the one who suffered. I didn't ask you to move, I'm going to sleep first, hee. Yi Chi fell asleep in a good mood. What goes around comes around. No one can escape from the law of nature. No matter how domineering he is, he will have to pay it back in the end. Bai Yan agreed to it herself, and she deserves it. She can't blame her for being cruel. Who told him to always bully her and be curious about herself and other beastly husbands? He must learn a lesson. The more Yi Chi thought about it, the more at ease she felt. Bai Yan panted and looked at Yi Chi helplessly. The little female really holds a grudge, and he won't provoke her in the future. Oh. Bai Yan sighed, and the hot air sprayed on Yi Chi's face, but she didn't notice it. The reason was that Yi Chi activated her passive skill and fell asleep in seconds. Bai Yan could only deal with the anger provoked by the little female by himself. He went to the door of the small house, got a few buckets of water from the wooden barrel, and poured them on his head. When Yi Chi woke up, she was rarely tired. Bringing Bai Yan out, she found that the sky was just getting light, and she had to sigh again that time passed so quickly in the space. If the witch doctor hadn't refused to let her go out and arranged a male orc to guard her, Yi Chi would definitely have sneaked out with the orc husband. After all, the outside world is so vast, and it's not fun to stay in the beast cave all the time. Besides, he had no food and no raw materials, so he couldn't eat anything good. However, the seasoning gift package sent by the system before and some spicy pepper is useless. Why not let Ryue make spicy pork slices for herself today? Yi Chi can now switch between the beast husbands calmly. The beast husbands are very sensible and never ask questions that embarrass her. In this kind of decadent life of eating and drinking, another half a month passed in a blink of an eye. But during this half month, Bai Yan's faint eyes have always followed Yi Chi. At that time, Yi Chi's belly was already showing, so Liu didn't dare to sleep too close to her at night, for fear of pressing the belly of the little female. So he slept very well and didn't even dare to hug her. Yi Chi was also happy and comfortable, and finally, she could have a good rest. Yi Chi was bored these days, so she asked Ryue and the others to weave fish baskets and go to the river to catch fish. Even if no fish can be caught, it is not bad to catch some river shrimps and fry them. A few days ago, Bai Yan, after hunting a pig beast, it was a pity that there was a lot of fat on it. When the meat was divided among them, no one was happy, except Yi Chi. Now, if you want to eat fried food in the future, you don't have to worry about oil. Most of the prey in the beast world have very low fat content. Yi Chi was very excited when a high-fat prey suddenly appeared. Yi Chi asked Liu Yu to use his claws to dig out a stone jar, and then make a wooden lid and pour the refined oil into it. 15 jars were filled. Yi Chi picked up the stone jars and felt that each jar was about 10 kilograms. The oil refining pot did not stop for a day and a night. After all, the iron pot rewarded by the system was not big, about 1 meter in diameter. The pig beast was about 400 kilograms, and about 200 kilograms were fat. The oil residues from the refining were stored in the space by Yi Chi. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. This is what Yi Chi is most happy about these days. She has been stuck in the tribe, and the beast husbands accompany her wherever she goes. She feels that she has no privacy at all. Yi Chi is a little tired of this kind of life, but she enjoys it at the same time, which is very contradictory. She tried to make friends in the tribe, but the little females all have their own small groups, and she can't fit in for a while. She can only walk around the tribe accompanied by the beast husband. Now, what makes her happiest is that she can finally eat fish. This bite has been expected for a month and a half. Yi Chi can't stop drooling when she looks at the spicy and delicious fish in the pot. The peppers have matured a long time ago, and now there is no need to worry about not having food. Yi Chi also took advantage of the strong sun to dry some dried peppers, grind them into powder, and save them for making oil splash chili. The sun in the beast world is quite toxic. The peppers will be completely crisp after 3 days of drying, and it is no problem to grind them into a coarse powder. However, the days of eating and drinking are too boring, and Yi Chi always wants to sneak out of the tribe. Yi Chi always wanted to sneak out, but unfortunately, they all felt that it was not suitable to go out because her belly was too big. And they had never seen a little female's belly grow so big. It was only 1.5 months, and her belly seemed to have swelled out of thin air. It was so big that it looked like she was about to give birth. If it were March, it would be terrible. The 4 beast husbands carefully watched Yi Chi, fearing that something would happen to her. At the same time, Yi Chi's beast cave was also expanded a lot by the male sent by the patriarch. At least now she would not have to worry about being crowded when giving birth. When she was bored, Yi Chi squatted on the ground and wrote and drew, explaining the structure of the wooden mortise to Bai Yan and others, hoping that they could figure out how to make a wooden bed. Sleeping on a stone bed every day was painful. Although there were a lot of animal skins, the stone was still too hard and not very flat. So, Yi Chi came up with the idea of a wooden bed. No matter how good a wooden bed is, it's better than a stone bed, right? At least the wooden bed is covered with animal skins, which is fine. The stone bed is cold and hard. Although it is comfortable to sleep on in the summer, you can't sleep on it in the winter, right? As for making a Kong, Yi Chi had thought about it, but she was a native of the south and didn't know how to make one, so she could only ask the beastmen to learn how to make a wooden bed. Anyway, there was a lot of wood in the tribe, and the scrapped wood could be used as firewood, so there was no waste at all, and everything was put to good use. They stored firewood and made the bed at the same time. At the beginning, Ryue couldn't figure out the size, so she went outside to find a rattan and measured the length, which solved the problem. The length solved the problem, and then the structure of the wooden mortise and tenon was made. At the beginning, the opening was either too big or too small, and the process was not smooth. It took almost 10 days to make this wooden bed, and this success was barely enough. However, it was strong. This wooden bed cannot be slept on directly after it was made, and it was damp because it was fresh wood and had no paint, so it was estimated that it would not be durable enough. However, it was okay to sleep on it, and as long as the forest was still there, I could make a second one after mastering the technology. Yi Chi was very good at comforting herself. Anyway, don't get caught up in internal friction in everything you do, otherwise you will find that there will be more troubles. The big bed was left outside to air for a few days. After being exposed to the sun, the wood dried quickly. Bai Yan and the others chose the kind of relatively sturdy wood. After lying on the stone bed for 2 months, Chi finally slept on a sturdy wooden bed today. No longer had to sleep on the hard stone bed to get backache. At night, Chi felt better when she slept. The leg pain and cramps caused by the late pregnancy were much better. But the pain was still there. Chi often woke up at night because of the pain, and Ningxuang would get up in the middle of the night to help her massage. Seeing the little female suffering, Ningxuang didn't want to have a child at all. Chi woke up with leg cramps at night again, sweating profusely from the pain. Her belly was too big, and she was inconvenient to move, and she couldn't relieve it by herself. Ningxuang knew what was happening around her, so she woke up and massaged her legs attentively. After finally relieving it a little, Chi felt her stomach contract, and then something seemed to flow out from under her body. Could it be that there are children in both uteruses, and they were born prematurely? Chi was sick when she thought of this possibility. This was half a month early, and the rabbit beast had to be pregnant for 3 months. System, what's wrong with me? The child was born prematurely? Chi panicked and asked in her mind. Host, have you forgotten that you have been in the space for several days? In fact, it is not considered premature, and the children are all healthy. After getting the system's confirmation, Chi was relieved. Chi, what's wrong? Ningxuang looked at the little female with frowned eyebrows nervously. I have a stomachache. It seems that I am about to give birth. Hurry to find a witch doctor. Chi's voice trembled in pain. Why is giving birth so painful? She is not feeling well. It feels like she will go into shock at any time. Chi's movement quickly attracted other beast husbands to come and check. When they saw the uncomfortable little female, everyone's heart was tightened. Bai Yan even turned into a beast and rushed to find a witch doctor. Ryue, go and boil some water and wait for the witch doctor to come and check the situation. Luyu was a little panicked. Looking at the little female lying in Ningxuang's arms, he couldn't move his whole steps. He could only nervously surround her and help her wipe the sweat off her forehead. Chi, hold on a little longer. The witch doctor is ready. Lu Yu and Ningxuang kept comforting Chi. Go prepare some food. Chi said while enduring the pain. She had accompanied a relative to give birth before and barely knew what to prepare, but now she had nothing, so she could only prepare what she could prepare first. Now her greatest sense of security is the system. I hope the system won't kill her after she gives birth. Thinking of the system, Chi hurried to find the painless pill in the novice gift pack. I hope that will be of some use. Chi took advantage of them not paying attention, covered her mouth and pretended to cough, but actually swallowed the painless pill directly while coughing and covering her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and she didn't feel anything, but the pain in her stomach had been relieved a lot. After doing all this, the witch doctor hurried over. Seeing the little female lying on the bed waiting to give birth, he was a little anxious. The little female's due date was too early. He didn't expect it to be half a month earlier. The witch doctor quickly put everything in place. It was still in the first stage, so it was naturally impossible for the little female to give birth so quickly. The witch doctor came because he was afraid that the little female could not bear such hardship, so he had to watch her at all times to prevent her from shouting out of exhaustion and not having the strength to give birth later. Now he came and looked at the little female quietly waiting to give birth, and he felt relieved. She won't give birth so soon. You go and get some food for her first. Don't let her starve, or she won't have the strength to give birth later. The witch doctor gave the order, and now everyone found the backbone. Don't let everyone stay here. Just leave one beast husband. The witch doctor disliked too many people here getting in the way. Bai Yan knew that the cub might be his, so he took the initiative to stay. The other 3 people tactfully left the cave entrance. Chi waited until dawn before he felt the feeling of defecation coming. With a little force, it was as if something was discharged from the body. The host gave birth to the first offspring. Beast type, white tiger. Male, yellow level, bonus points x 100, yellow level potion. Hearing the prompt, Chi realized that she was giving birth. It was really that the pain-free pill was too powerful. She didn't feel any pain at all. It's born, it's born. The witch doctor reminded Bai Yan, who was standing stupidly, and began to deliver Chi in an orderly manner. The witch doctor saw more than one baby, and the whole beast almost danced with joy. Host gave birth to second child, genetically mutated black spotted silver rabbit, beast form, female, red rank, bonus points 150, waterbed X1. Host gave birth to fourth child, white tiger, beast form, male, red rank, bonus points 150, seasoning gift pack X10, orange rank potion X1. Host gave birth to 10 children, white rabbit, beast form, female, blue rank, bonus points 30, toilet paper X10, vegetable seeds X10 packs, random. This time, Yichichi gave birth to 10 children in 2 litters. The white tiger cubs were too big. Compared with the rabbit cubs, they were a world apart. The rewards for giving birth were also rich. There was no shortage of seasonings and salt for the time being. Yichichi was very calm, but now she was groggy and felt weak. She fell into a deep sleep before she had time to count the supplies. After the witch doctor cleaned up these cubs one by one, he checked if there were any defects or anything. He was surprised to find that all 10 cubs in this litter were healthy, not a single one was weak. And Yichichi gave birth smoothly, without any danger at all. These cubs were so big, and she gave birth without any effort. The witch doctor felt that this marriage must be negotiated, otherwise, it would be futile to not be able to keep such a female. After instructing Bai Yan to take care of the cubs, the witch doctor packed up and left. Yichichi was awakened by the cubs. She seemed to automatically transform into a beast form when she was giving birth, and now it was a big, white rabbit more than 1 meter tall. Although it was small for Bai Yan, Yichichi felt that her beast form was still big. There was no choice but to feed the cubs first. Fearing that her milk was not enough, she took a milk-enhancing pill herself. There were too many cubs, so Yichichi asked Bai Yan to help and feed them in 2 batches. After feeding the children and eating, Yichichi had some free time to see how many points she had earned. This time there were 2 blue level, 2 red level, 1 yellow level, and the remaining 5 were all orange level, 2 females, 8 males for rabbits, and 6 tiger cubs. Bai Yan looked at the cubs on the bed and felt like he was dreaming. These were all his children, his. Was it such a wonderful feeling to be a father? Bai Yan was so excited. But no matter how excited he was, when could these cubs eat meat? It was not a good idea to keep working so hard. Now it was daytime. Bai Yan put the cubs away after feeding and let Yichichi continue to rest. He went to the village chief to ask when these cubs could be weaned. The witch doctor told him everything. Tiger cubs are usually weaned in 1.5 months, depending on the growth of the cubs. If you don't understand anything, just come and ask me. The witch doctor now loves Yichichi, and he is also friendly to Yichichi's beast husband. Okay then, thank you, witch doctor. After thanking him, Bai Yan hurried back to the cave to watch Yichichi. He was afraid that the cubs would disturb her sleep. The witch doctor looked at Bai Yan's leaving figure, thoughtful. He originally thought that Yichichi's premature birth would cause the death of the child, but he didn't expect that in 2.5 months, she gave birth to 10 cubs safely. You know, there have been no cubs born in the hunting dog tribe for almost 3 years. This time, 10 cubs in 1 litter are really a bit shocking. If the witch doctor was unsure about something, he would go directly to the tribe leader to discuss it. In any case, Yichichi must be protected by a stronger orc, otherwise it would be too easy for the tribe to spy on her. If the tribe did not find a way out for Yichichi, the tribe would still suffer losses. Only by keeping Yichichi would it be the greatest courtesy to the tribe. The witch doctor valued the offspring. If there were no females pregnant in the tribe for a long time, the tribe would eventually decline. Therefore, the witch doctor had to make plans early. Yichichi didn't know how much shock her safe birth had brought to the witch doctor and how much trouble it had brought to the tribe. Now she just feeds the cub, then throws the cub to Bai Yan and goes out with Ryue to find plants and comes back every 2 hours to feed it. After taking the recovery pill, her body has fully recovered and she doesn't need to sit in confinement at all. She felt alive again. Ryue and Ning Shuang stayed with her all the time. Yichichi came to the river excitedly, wanting to see if there were any lobsters. Let's catch some lobsters to eat. 2 were caught in the fish basket before, but they were too few, so Yichichi didn't let Ryue cook them. I hope I can catch more this time. However, there should be a lot of river shrimps here, right? I wonder if they like fishy things? Yi Chi-Chi is a little looking forward to it. I asked Ryue and Ning Shuang to weave a few small fish baskets on the spot, and I wanted to catch only river shrimps. River shrimps are delicious when dried or fried. River shrimps are cooked and dried shrimps can be used to grind teeth. The way to eat has been planned, and now the raw materials are missing. Ryue put the fresh viscera into the fish basket according to Yi Chi-Chi's method, and then put it in the water to fix it. Now, there is only the entertainment of fishing lobsters. Finding a calm bend as a fishing spot, Yi Chi-Chi picked a more flexible branch, put the unwanted animal viscera slowly into the water. Just wait patiently for the shrimp to come. In fact, she was not sure that there would be shrimps. She was just fishing blindly for fun. In addition to Ryue, who was guarding her side, Ning Shuang and Luyu had already gone hunting. The rainy season was coming soon, and to avoid the inconvenience of going out hunting due to the rain, the two of them tried their best to go out hunting and store food. Put it in Yi Chi-Chi's space, so that the food would be guaranteed. There would be no need to worry about not having meat to eat. Yes, just worry about not having meat to eat. A batch of rice in Yi Chi-Chi's space had matured, and the yield per acre was as high as 2 tons. Because the plants in the beast world grew relatively large, Yi Chi-Chi was also amazed at the yield of these rice. I don't know if it was watered with spring water. Anyway, Yi Chi-Chi's purpose of storing food was achieved. These were enough for the 5 of them to eat for a while, not to mention that if they continued to sow, there would be more in the future. The clan leader also sent people to harvest the rice, but before they could finish harvesting, the rice fell to the ground and was about to sprout. The clan leader was not discouraged. Anyway, it would grow again in the future. These things could not be plucked all at once, and some had to be left for sustainable growth. Yi Chi-Chi stared at the river without blinking, but unfortunately, she didn't see a lobster until the evening when she sat by the river. Could it be that they smelled her breath and didn't dare to come over? Yi Chi-Chi was a little discouraged. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ryue urged her to go back to the beast cave. Yi Chi-Chi reluctantly got up and went back with Ryue. After the meal, Ning Shuang pestered Yi Chi-Chi and refused to leave. Today and tomorrow are the last days. There are only 2 nights left in the month that belongs to Ning Shuang, and he hasn't spent a few nights with the little female. He just helped Bai Yan take care of his cubs. Therefore, Ning Shuang had some resentment. He pestered Yi Chi-Chi. I don't know how Ning Shuang can improve so quickly. He obviously didn't know anything before. Fairies fighting. That night Ning Shuang felt a strange energy flowing around him, as if it was going to burst his original body. Ning Shuang knew that he had awakened. Enduring the energy rushing through his body, Ning Shuang hummed unconsciously. In a daze, he kept calling Yi Chi-Chi's name. It seemed that this would make him feel better. Yi Chi-Chi felt the familiar, burning body temperature, so he passed some spiritual spring water to Ning Shuang. He was the last one to awaken, and he didn't know what superpowers he would awaken. Ning Shuang's awakening this time was higher than anyone else's. Yi Chi-Chi could feel his burning body temperature even if he was 1 meter away from him. He didn't know if he could wake up safely this time. Yi Chi-Chi was a little worried and was wondering whether to ask for a witch doctor. Chi-Chi, are you awake? Ryue heard some movement in the house, but didn't see Ning Shuang come out, so she stood at the door and asked. Before, Yi Chi-Chi felt that there was no curtain to cover the beast cave, and he always felt unsafe. So, he hung a piece of animal skin in his room as a door curtain. So Ryue asked outside the door. Wake up, Ning Shuang has awakened, and his body is so hot. Come in and see if you want to ask for a witch doctor? After Yi Chi-Chi wrapped the animal skin, she directly opened the door curtain. Let me see. Ryue saw Yi Chi-Chi coming out and walked in directly. Okay. Yi Chi-Chi looked at Ryue curiously to see how he did it. Ryue probed Ning Shuang's forehead and then frowned. Indeed, his temperature is too high. Ryue planned to ask for a witch doctor. You go out to eat first, I'll ask for a witch doctor. Ryue took Yi Chi-Chi's hand and went out to the hall, asking her to eat first. Yi Chi-Chi had to feed the cub after eating, So Ryua went directly to find the witch doctor while Yichichi was eating. The witch doctor was excited when he heard Ryua's explanation. It seems that this little female is really extraordinary. She seems to have a mysterious power that can awaken all the males who have adult love with her. Unfortunately, she only likes good-looking ones. She doesn't like any of them that are not the best-looking ones, otherwise she might still have a place by her side. The witch doctor sighed in his heart, took his things and followed Ryua to the beast cave. Adding one more warrior with supernatural powers to the tribe means adding a layer of protection for the tribe in winter. The Hound tribe is a small or medium-sized tribe, and one more strong man means one more protection. Whether it is the witch doctor or the patriarch, their goals are probably the same. As long as the tribe is strong, it is the greatest pride of those in power. Who doesn't want to see the tribe they run strong and prosperous? When he came to Yichichi's beast cave, the witch doctor felt a burning breath. How serious is this burn? The witch doctor's face changed, and he followed Ryua's pace and slightly accelerated. Don't let anything happen. The witch doctor prayed silently in his heart. When he saw the situation in the cave, the witch doctor couldn't believe it. Ning Shuang had completely turned into a mud man, and his body was almost wrapped in black, unidentified objects, emitting bursts of stench. Ryua's face changed slightly, and Chi-Chi's animal skin was stained. Moreover, he has changed so much after just a short while. This is a sign of reversion. The witch doctor's voice was faintly excited. Ning Shuang's awakening this time is likely to break through the orange level and jump to the red level. This is a good thing, a good thing. Reversion? Ryua didn't quite understand. She had never heard of it and didn't know. Quick, help him clean up and check his face. If there is nothing, he is likely to revert to his ancestral state. The witch doctor hurriedly instructed Ryua, who was standing there stupidly. He even wanted to do it himself, but when he saw the black and sticky substance, he kept silent. Ryua was even more curious when she heard it. Would it be stronger than them? In this way, would the little female not need to marry in a short time? When Ryua thought of this, she looked at Ning Shuang with a little more friendliness. Since he is a little useful, she will not despise him for the time being. In the future, he will always return double. Ryua thought silently. The witch doctor looked at Ning Shuang's ruddy face and steady breathing, and knew that it would be successful, with a high probability. You stay with him. If anything goes wrong, come and ask me for help. It happened that the witch doctor was relatively idle recently. No female gave birth to children, and no large-scale hunting activities were organized, so not many beastmen came to him.
Okay.
Ryua agreed, and then she carefully cleaned Ning Shuang. Otherwise the bed would be soiled by him. After the witch doctor packed up his things and left, Yichichi came out of the stone cave next to him. Are you sure he's okay? Yichichi was afraid that Ning Shuang's brain was burned. This body temperature has affected the beast cave here. How hot is it? Watching Ryua wiping his body, as soon as the towel touched it, bursts of white smoke were seen in the not very bright cave. This body, if it is not burned to a certain degree, it can emit white smoke from water mist, right? Yichichi was still a little worried. She planned to bring Ning Shuang some spring water later. It was destined that she could not go out to play today. She would stay with Ning Shuang until his condition stabilized. It took Yichichi a long time before she remembered to take the fertility pill. She had forgotten about it since last night. Although she did not want to get pregnant in the short term, she was preparing for winter. She would get pregnant first and give birth before winter so she would not be afraid. Giving birth in winter is very uncomfortable, not only because of the cold, but also because the cubs may die directly. Moreover, there is no ventilation in the beast cave, and the windows cannot be opened. Only the entrance to the cave is ventilated. This is equivalent to digging a habitable hole on a large cliff wall. It is lucky to keep the mountain from collapsing. Any more is impossible. People in the beast world live a rough life, just to get by. It is hard for Yichichi. She is a modern person born and raised in the 21st century, when the motherland is prosperous. Arriving here all of a sudden, the family is penniless. Now it is barely better, but not much better. If there is a chance, Yichichi still wants a wooden house. At least it can be away from the ground, and not so damp. When Yi Chi-Chi was still thinking about when to trick Bai Yan and others to help build a wooden house, the tribe leader came to find her. "Is anyone there?" The tribe leader shouted loudly outside the beast cave. "Yes." Ryua hurried out to see who it was.
Ryua,
"Is your little female at home?" The tribe leader came to talk about the marriage this time. "Yes, what's wrong?" Ryua did not let the tribe leader in immediately. It was mentioned before, the marriage. The tribe leader sighed and felt a little uncomfortable. "Let the tribe leader in." Yi Chi-Chi heard it inside and said directly. In fact, she had just gotten familiar with 4 beast husbands. If 2 came in for the marriage, how could she bear it? To be honest, Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to, but when she thought of the wandering beastmen mentioned by Bai Yan, she hesitated. It was really tangled up. If the marriage partner was good-looking, it would be fine. If she was ugly, I couldn't eat her either. Yi Chi-Chi was tangled up for a long time. By the way, the reward for her giving birth to a cub was a bottle of orange-level potion. I wonder if it was what she thought? Would she become orange-level directly after drinking it? I'll ask the system when I have a chance. Let's get down to business first. Chief, who is the marriage partner this time? This is what Ryua was concerned about. If it was a weaker tribe, he could have directly rejected it for Yi Chi-Chi. It's the mermaid tribe, which is thousands of miles away, and the saltwater crocodile tribe. The snake tribe was also going to send people over, but there was no suitable candidate. The chief's words made Yi Chi-Chi stunned. Mermaid tribe? Is it what she thought? Saltwater crocodile? Crocodile? Yi Chi-Chi was a little afraid of saltwater crocodiles. And the snake tribe. Fortunately, there was no candidate from the snake tribe. She was still very afraid of snakes. And the original owner was also bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Snakes are social animals. If they really become her beast husband, there will probably be some trouble in the future. The 4 people now are all members of the original tribe. They know each other and are polite. If another snake tribe comes, it will probably be a fight between gods. Mermaids, saltwater crocodiles, and snakes all seem to be cold-blooded animals. Yi Chi-Chi is not sure. But in her memory, crocodiles are irritable, snakes do not like to live in groups, and as for mermaids, they only exist in legends. This world is really getting more and more fantastic. Chief, can I refuse? Yi Chi-Chi still wanted to fight for her own interests. They all know your situation. If you refuse, there will be risks. By the way, the White Wolf tribe also wants to be with you. Will you consider it? Chief, throw out 3 options. All 3 must be chosen. What are you considering? Wouldn't it be better to just say that you are forcing someone to do something? Yi Chi-Chi was a little angry, but for the sake of her own personal safety, she decided to bite the bullet and agree. Then, can I have a good-looking one? The muscles don't have to be so exaggerated. Yi Chi-Chi took advantage of the opportunity to negotiate with the tribe leader. Good-looking? The tribe leader didn't understand. That is, the kind that looks better than Bai Yan. Or, for example, you is better looking. Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to wrong herself at all. If she could choose, who wouldn't choose the best? Their red-level ones are all top-notch and good-looking. The tribe leader looked at the little female in front of him with a complicated expression. She was afraid with a little expectation. How to say it? She was cowardly and greedy. But she just had to obey the arrangement. There was no bad-looking orc above the orange level. It depends on whether Yi Chi-Chi can withstand the demands of the red-level orcs. The tribe leader thought silently. The red level is becoming increasingly rare, and they have become precious strong people in the tribe. There are few females who can withstand their demands, so the number of red rank orcs is decreasing. If this trend continues, the red rank will be on the verge of extinction. Once the red rank is gone, it will be the turn of the orange rank. Therefore, the red rank is precious, and the females who can withstand the red rank's demands are also precious. This is a problem that many clan leaders on the Beast God continent want to solve. If Yi Chi-Chi is the only one who can form a partner with a red rank, then her existence is also particularly precious. One-on-one good-looking? Yi Chi-Chi wanted to control the corners of her mouth that were raised, but her skills were too shallow, and she couldn't control it. Chi-Chi likes good-looking ones? Ryua looked at Yi-Chi-Chi's happy smile and felt a pain in her heart. The little female hadn't even seen her in person, but her eyes lit up just by hearing the word good-looking.
How could that be?
In the future, she wouldn't really be abandoned by the little female, right? Ryua fell into panic. I like them all. Seeing that Ryua's expression was not right, Yi-Chi-Chi felt a little scared. Seeing her shrink her head, Ryua knew that she was scared. She was both inexperienced and playful. One-on-one looks good. I'm not kidding you. The clan leader said very seriously. Then give it a try? Yi-Chi-Chi said to the clan leader, but his eyes were glancing at Ryua. Ryua's face had no expression. The little female needed the protection of a stronger male, so he couldn't show an expression that would embarrass the little female. Seeing that he had no expression, Yi-Chi-Chi felt at ease. She was lustful, but only lustful for beauty. She liked to watch, not to move. Those new beast husbands were probably just tools for her to have children. Perhaps there wouldn't be anyone who had a deeper relationship with Ryua? Yi-Chi-Chi was not sure. She had mutated now. Haha, Yi-Chi-Chi was madly complaining about herself in her heart. Why are you so useless? You can't move your legs when you hear about handsome men, right? Then let's do this for now. They may arrive one after another. You should prepare well. If you need any help, just come to me. The chief was relieved to see that the deal was done. If the little female disagreed, he really didn't know what to do. Ryua was relieved after seeing the chief leave. At least, he can still be affectionate with the little female in the remaining month. At least the little female will always remember his kindness. It sounds like the saltwater crocodiles and mermaids are afraid of fire and like water. Only one wolf tribe is his opponent. In this case, he only needs to grab the little female's stomach. As for other aspects, Ryua will not consider it. As long as the little female keeps him by her side, it is enough. Looking at Yi-Chi-Chi's cute and innocent profile, Ryua felt infinite satisfaction in her heart. Ah, Ryua, what should I do? I just dealt with the 4 of you, and here come 3 more. Can I still have a peaceful life in the future? Will I never be able to go out in the future? Yi-Chi-Chi hugged Ryua's waist and began to cry. This time Ryua can't do it. Little female, are you scared? After Ryua reacted, she felt that she was needed by the little female, and the discomfort in her heart disappeared in an instant. Instead, she was immersed in the great joy that the little female needed her. Yi-Chi-Chi glanced at him secretly. Hee, her little fox was so easy to coax. Ryua didn't know that the little female was coaxing her specifically, but he felt much better. What would you like to eat today? I'll do it for you. Ryua felt that if she wanted to firmly attract the attention of the little female, she had to grab her stomach first. Grab her stomach, starting from now. Well, I'm not hungry yet. Let's talk about it later. Let's go see Ning Shuang first. Yi-Chi-Chi took the initiative to pull Ryua's hand and walked to Ning Shuang's side. I don't know when he will wake up. Yi-Chi-Chi felt that Ning Shuang's sleep this time would be longer than the 3 of them. Just the body temperature can tell. Among the 3 of them before, Bai Yan had the highest body temperature and slept for about 3 days. Then it was Lu Yu's turn. Lu Yu slept for 2 days, and the little fox woke up after sleeping for more than a day. Of the superpowers they awakened, Yi-Chi-Chi only knew that Bai Yan awakened the fire superpower. As for Lu Yu and Ryua, they didn't mention it on their own initiative. Don't worry, the witch doctor said it's okay, so it's okay. Ryua packed up Ning Shuang and turned to go out. Yi-Chi-Chi followed him, with a frown. Ryua, you didn't tell me what superpower you awakened last time. Yi-Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable because she had something on her mind. Mine is wood type. Haven't you noticed that the plants in your space have been growing very fast recently? I induced them to grow. Ryua's eyes flickered, and she was a little afraid to look at Yi-Chi-Chi. Really? Yi-Chi-Chi thought about it carefully. She did collect a batch of coriander in the past 2 days. Because she loved to eat it, she consumed it relatively quickly. But now thinking about it, it does grow faster than other things. But why was Ryua's expression evasive? Why are you guilty? Yi-Chi-Chi asked directly. She found that in the beast world, if you don't ask, they really won't say anything. It is very difficult to wait for them to tell you a secret on their own initiative. I'm just afraid that you will feel that you are wasting your superpowers on such insignificant things. The more Ryua spoke, the more flustered she became. Haha, Ryua, are you still flustered about this? Yichichi felt that it was a bit exaggerated, but she also clearly recognized her position in Ryua's heart and his attitude towards her. The little fox knew that she liked to eat coriander, so he secretly used his supernatural power to stimulate the growth of the coriander field. He was also sensitive in his heart, afraid that if she knew that he used his supernatural power to stimulate the growth of a vegetable field, she would blame him. How could she blame the little fox who loved her so passionately and cared about her feelings? Yichichi simply loved him to death. You know Ryua treats me the best. Yichichi put her arms around his neck, fell down, forced him to lower his head, and then quickly kissed him. Hee, this is a reward. After the kiss, Yichichi ran away. Ah, so embarrassing. She even took the time to look back at the little fox who was standing there with a blushing face. Did she tease him too much? But his blushing face was really beautiful. Ryua looked at the back of the little female running away and smiled helplessly. It's good that she is not angry. Ryua was still thinking about the scene just now. The moment when she pulled her down domineeringly and kissed her. Ryua had to admit that she was teased by the little female. How could she be so cute? After calming down her excitement, Ryua began to clean the beast cave. The little female liked cleanliness, so he was particularly concerned about this aspect. His own hunting ability was not top-notch, but he was happy to have his own space here. Ryua did not go hunting, he just took time out every day to go out. If he did not hunt, it would be impossible to rely on Bai Yan and the others. Male orcs must be independent from adulthood and can no longer rely on their families for support. Otherwise, they will not be able to raise their own females in the future. Survival of the fittest. If they cannot resist the test of nature, then they will return to the embrace of the god of beasts. Survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. This is already the norm in the orc continent. Ryua is not good at hunting, but he has no problem feeding himself. After Yichichi recovered in the outermost cave, she planned to go inside the space to have a look. Now the most important thing in her mind is the thriving plants in the space. It is green and looks full of vitality. Yichichi likes it very much. These are all edible foods. If it is winter, they will have endless food. The hard work now is all for the future. The main thing is that the spring water in the space is inexhaustible and magical. Yichichi didn't know if it had any special effects. Anyway, she didn't dare to drink raw water. But Ryua and Bai Yan came in and liked to drink it. She didn't dare to do it herself, so she took it out of the space and boiled it before drinking. The boiled spring water is sweet and refreshing. Does it feel comfortable after drinking it? I don't know if I have a filter effect on it. It's rare that no one is with me. Yichichi plans to ask the system what's going on with this potion. There are yellow and orange grades. System. Potato. Come out, Tongzi. Where have you been? Yichichi called out in her mind. Host, I'm here. What can I do for you? The system quickly rolled out. The quality of the child born by the host this time is pretty good, and he himself has gained a lot of energy. The main system also said that it would reward him. What do these potions mean? These are rewards from the system to improve your physique. The reason why females on the orc continent are weak is because they do not have a physique above the green level. Will they find out after I drink it? This is what Yichichi is worried about. After all, it is hard to explain. No, the orc continent will only test talents on the day of adulthood. The host has never been tested, so they can't find out. Hearing this, Yichichi was actually more than half relieved. That's good. There won't be any side effects if I drink it, right? Host, please rest assured that the system's products must be top-notch. Okay, if I die from drinking it, then you will have no host. Yichichi tried to threaten. Host, please rest assured that there is more than one soul from another world. The main system will randomly select the next suitable soul after you die.
Okay, I'm angry.
The system is really just a bunch of data. Humph, don't bother with it. System, you are so ruthless. Host, this system is only responsible for collecting data. Please don't make things difficult for me. Yi Chi-Chi, shut up. Forget it, it's unkind, and it's useless to talk to her. It would be better for her to muster up the courage and die in one breath. If she doesn't die, then she has a good physique. If she dies, it would be a pity, as she hasn't met the mermaid beast husband yet. To be honest, she is quite looking forward to the mermaid beast husband. After all, mermaids are the voice of mermaids that call their gods, and she quite wants to understand it. Not only the voice, but also the face. Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was getting more and more presumptuous, and she was already thinking about how to eat the meat before it was cooked. After Yi Chi-Chi complained in his mind for a while, he took out the yellow-grade potion that the system had rewarded him. In a transparent glass tube, the orange-yellow liquid was shaking slightly. It looked no different from orange juice. Should he drink it or not? After hesitating for a while, Yi Chi-Chi decided to drink it in one gulp. If you stick your head out, you'll get hurt. If you shrink your head, you'll get hurt. Now, before he has walked far, his body is already clamoring to go on strike. If this goes on, if a natural disaster happens in the tribe and the beastmen can't take care of him, he will only die. Changing his own physique is more important. Pulling out the cork on the glass tube, Yi Chi-Chi drank the potion directly. She felt a surge of energy rushing around in her body, like a headless fly. Yi Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable all over. Oh, if she had known, she would have drunk it while lying on the bed. Then she could roll around on the bed without any burden. Now, outside, Yi Chi-Chi was a little reluctant. She could only endure the pain in her body. It's okay, as long as she can get through it, she will be a yellow-level female. With a stronger physique, her safety will be further guaranteed. Ryue could clearly feel that the little female's breath had changed. She hurried out and saw the little female frowning in pain, sitting on a stone pier. Chi-Chi? What's wrong with you? Ryue was a little puzzled. Is she feeling uncomfortable? But why was she feeling uncomfortable? Wasn't she fine just now? Ryue, it's okay. You go ahead and do your thing. Yi Chi-Chi spoke almost word by word, her voice trembling with pain. It was really too painful. She seemed to be able to clearly feel her body being torn apart, reassembled, torn apart, and reassembled again. The tearing pain was still fresh in her memory. Ryue could only turn her back, but her ears were erected, listening carefully to Yi Chi-Chi's feelings. If you have anything, just call me, I'm here. Ryue had no choice. One of them was unconscious, and Bai Yan went out hunting again, leaving only him and the little female at home. The little female must have done something to be like this. Now he couldn't go to the witch doctor, so he could only stay here to accompany the little female. Maybe just wait and it will be fine. Ryue believed in Yi Chi-Chi. She always said what she had to say directly, and now all he could do was wait. Okay. Yi Chi-Chi actually didn't feel so much pain at this time. She could clearly feel the surging power in her body. Now it seems that her body should have been transformed successfully. The fine and dense pain gradually dissipated, and Yi Chi-Chi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was in pain just now, and she wondered if she would die. Now, she was sure that she would not. I'm hungry now that Yi Chi-Chi didn't feel any pain. She felt very hungry. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she asked Ryue to cook for her. I'll go make the meal now. Ryue turned around, and after confirming that Yi Chi-Chi was fine, she went to make the meal. Yi Chi-Chi remembered that the cubs needed to be fed, so she planned to feed them first. I really hope they grow up quickly. Feeding is quite annoying, Yi Chi-Chi thought to herself. Originally, she didn't like children very much because they were very fragile, needed care, and were very troublesome. But now that she has become a mother, everything has begun to change. She will patiently watch a cub not eat. The main thing is that it is furry and looks very cute, whether it is a rabbit or a little tiger. In the evening, Bai Yan came back with the prey, and after processing it, he asked Yi Chi-Chi to keep it. But Yi Chi-Chi looked at him with a bitter face. What's wrong? Bai Yan looked at Yi Chi-Chi puzzledly. My space is almost full. It has accumulated over time, and is now almost full. Yi Chi-Chi was also very distressed. Stockpiling is very happy, especially when her own space is full of things. She feels very safe. After getting used to stockpiling something every day, suddenly one day you are told that you can't stockpile anymore, and you'll be entangled. Should you eat the previously stockpiled things first, or eat fresh ones first? If you come back from hunting to eat the stockpiled meat, isn't that a bit too stupid? If there is no space, then make it into jerky and bring it to the tribal exchange meeting to exchange for salt. Bai Yan didn't care. After all, it was just this little thing, just a meal for him. Don't other tribes hunt? Why do they want to exchange jerky with us? Yi Chi-Chi really didn't understand the meaning of this. Some tribes are close to the ocean. They can hunt, but they are not good at it, so they also need these. Bai Yan has been to several tribal exchange meetings, so he knows more. Oh, can it be exchanged for sea salt? Yi Chi-Chi thought again. Don't wait until the salt you use can't be exchanged back. It was normal for her to have such concerns. After all, she didn't know whether the salt here could be replaced. If it couldn't be replaced, that salt is extremely precious. After giving birth last time, the system gave a lot of things, one of which was a water mattress, which touched Yi Chi-Chi's heart. Soft, cool, and good for sleeping. She was looking forward to making love with Ryue on it. Continuously rising and sinking, thinking about the ripples of water in the bed, Yi Chi-Chi felt it was difficult to say. Okay, but I probably can't get a particularly large amount. Bai Yan frowned. If the little female went with them, she could bring a lot of things. It just needs to be covered up a little. After all, the powerful beast husband has not come yet. They are only orange level and probably can't protect the little female well. Well, as long as I can get it in exchange. Yi Chi-Chi didn't care. They should know about pickled meat and so on, right? Otherwise, Bai Yan wouldn't have said to make jerky. Then I'll get busy first. Bai Yan decided to make food for Yi Chi-Chi first, and put the rest aside for now. Yeah. Yi Chi-Chi turned inside to feed. After half a month, the cubs have grown a lot bigger. They have opened their eyes and can move with difficulty. During the half month, Yi Chi-Chi was always amazed by these little guys. Those white guys always scratched their eyes with their front paws. They were still small and looked like kittens. But now the little tigers would instinctively growl, and Yi Chi-Chi would be annoyed by their shouting. However, if you pick them up and pet them, you can pet them for a whole day without changing the little tiger cubs. As for the little white rabbits, they were too small to touch, so Bai Yan or Ryue were taking care of them. The newborn little rabbits were red, and after the hair was completely covered in the past few days, Yi Chi-Chi was more pleasing to the eye. Compared with the white tiger cubs who were born with fur, Yi Chi-Chi chose the white tiger cubs. Now the white tigers are 3 times the size of the rabbits. They are much larger than the rabbits when they are just born. The little rabbits can barely move, and they always want to get out of the bed. But no matter what, these little rabbits need to be fed with milk for a month, and it is only half a month now. Yi Chi-Chi would open their mouths every day to take a look. If they had teeth, she would wean them and feed them porridge. She really didn't want to feed them. Ryue also learned how to make mincemeat porridge from Yi Chi-Chi these 2 days. Yes, when I was an adult, the tribe leader asked me to choose more than 3 beast husbands. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't say it. Alas, I picked 4 on impulse and lived a mediocre life. That's good, for it's not enough. You have to have a good acceptance ability. After all, the young females in their tribe will not stop until they have chosen more than 8 beast husbands for the coming-of-age ceremony. Mermaids can give birth to cubs in human form, so the birth among the mermaids is not difficult. Therefore, the imbalance of the male-female ratio of the mermaids is not very serious, and they mainly choose beastmen from other tribes. The young females are always greedy and want to have one of each kind. Few people from their own tribe are chosen. Some young females are afraid that they can't bear beast husbands above the orange level, so they dare not touch them. Therefore, there are at least 10 or more red rank mermaids in the mermaid tribe who have not found a partner. Yi is one of them. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't imagine that if 10 beast husbands came at the same time, they would have to wait for almost a year. If they were to be recruited slowly, Yi Chi-Chi felt that it would not be so terrible. Seeing that the little female didn't say anything, Yi knew what to do and shut up. When he arrived at the door of the clan leader's house, he stood in front of the beast cave. "Welcome to join our tribe." The clan leader looked at Yi with a smile. The reason why the clan leader asked the little female to pick up Yi was because the person who explored the way told him that the mermaids who came this time were on the verge of losing control. It would definitely be better for the little female to go than for him to go. The little female is beautiful and kind, which male wouldn't be moved.
Yeah, she responded cold.
He is still angry now. This clan leader doesn't value him at all. Chi-Chi, take him back first if you're fine. If you need anything, just come to me. The clan leader looked at Yi Chi-Chi in a flattering manner. Really? Yi Chi-Chi blinked her eyes, thought about it, and decided to build the wooden house before the rainy season. Just tell me, we will do whatever we can. That's right, I want the orcs in the tribe to help me build a house. Yi Chi-Chi felt that if she didn't want free labor, she would be a fool. Besides, the rainy season was coming in half a month, and she had to build the house in this half month. She originally wanted to build a wooden house, but after thinking about it, the wooden house probably couldn't withstand the rain. The rainy season would last for almost 2 months. It would be more reassuring to build a red brick house, but it wouldn't work without reinforced concrete foundations. Building a mud house would probably be difficult. When Yi Chi-Chi thought of the rainy season and the wet cave, she felt uncomfortable all over. What should she do? Now there was a shortage of materials. Although there was soil for firing blue bricks or red bricks, she roughly knew how to make a kiln for firing, but she didn't have the materials. How could she build a house for herself? In modern times, Yi Chi-Chi not only likes to cook delicious food, but also likes to explore the wisdom of ancient people. She is curious about how ancient people built the Great Wall without cement and steel bars, and how it still stands tall. One is to build a city with rammed earth. Rammed earth is a building material formed by mixing red mud, coarse sand, and lime blocks together and compacting them. One is to build a house with blue bricks, using glutinous rice and lime as a binder to build a house. Yi Chi-Chi doesn't have any of these things now. Another is to mix yellow mud with dried straw to make bricks, stack them up to form a house, which is also the easiest to build. But can it survive the 2-month rainy season? After thinking about it, if you want to build a house, you can try to burn blue bricks or red bricks now, and then look for materials to build a house in the spring. But how to spend the cold winter? This stone cave is obviously not the best place to spend the winter. There is still half a month. What can I do? But there are more than 300 orcs in the tribe, there must be a way, right? These are all primitive forests, almost none of which have been developed. The tribe is on the hillside under the cliff wall. Most of the orcs dig holes on the cliff wall as a place to live. But in winter, the cliff wall is often ravaged by wind and snow, and many females will be frozen to death. If you can build a house, it would be the best. However, I am only a half-baked person, and there is still a long way to go to build a house. First and foremost, the most important thing is limestone. Lusk can be found everywhere on some small hillsides under the cliff, so there is no need to worry. After the limestone is found, it needs to be burned. At least, it is impossible to complete it in these 15 days. After the rainy season, there is the windy season. There are 5 seasons in the Orc continent: spring, summer, rainy season, windy season, and winter. Maybe I should go out with Luyu to find limestone, which is the kind of whitish or blue-gray stone. This kind of stone can be burned into quicklime, and the proportion of clay, and so on in the back will take a certain amount of time to blend. I don't know the specific proportion, but Yi Chi-Chi believes that experiments make truth. Nothing can be successful all at once. The most important thing now is manpower. The clan leader promised that it doesn't matter even if it is postponed for 2 months. Build a house? The village chief didn't know much. Although Yi Chi-Chi thought so much, it was actually just a moment. Yes, the beast cave is a stone cave dug out from the cliff. It is cold and not warm in winter, and the survival rate of females is greatly reduced. I have some unrealistic ideas in my mind. I wonder if the chief can send people to support me? Yi Chi-Chi said very bluntly. For these things, the more people there are, the better, and the tribesmen have learned these methods, which will only benefit them. However, Yi Chi-Chi still has to think of some excuses. How did he know this? He still needs a reasonable explanation. After all, these things have never appeared in the Orc continent. Do you know how to build a house? The chief's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yi Chi-Chi excitedly. Of course, he knew that the stone cave was not suitable for females to recuperate, but he had no choice. There were also rumors in the beast god continent that gibbons were very good at building tree houses. But not all people can come and go freely in the trees, which has created a shortcoming that other tribes cannot learn from. They are timid and afraid of things, and dare not step out of the tribe. So everyone can only envy them and cannot ask them to help build tree houses. I don't know if it will succeed, because they are built with mud. I'm afraid it will collapse before the rainy season. Then everyone will be busy. Yi Chi-Chi said tentatively. If it doesn't work, let's build a house with rammed earth first to see how it works. She believes that the sun in the beast world now will be able to dry the house well in just half a month.
Try.
Must try. The tribe leader was so excited. If there is a way to build a house, even if it can't survive the rainy season, if the house is built before winter, can the little female survive safely? In the stone cave, there is no ventilation in summer, and it faces the wind in winter. The tribe leader, a male, sometimes feels tortured, let alone the delicate females. Yi Chi-Chi simply gave him too many surprises. As soon as the tribe leader was happy, he thought about finding someone to do it first. Yi Chi-Chi sorted out the distribution in his mind and asked the tribe leader to send someone to find it later. Now take Shuri home first. He is new here and should go home with her first, but when she saw the tribe leader, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind and said them. She didn't expect the chief to have such high executive ability. You know all this? Shuri looked at the little female in front of him who was only as tall as his chest in surprise. How could she know so many things when she was so small? He had only heard that the ape tribe could build tree houses. Building houses with mud? If so, why is there no house on the Orc continent now? Could it be that these little females wanted to torment people for fun? But seeing the chief of the Hound tribe, he really believed it? Sure, he was not pessimistic about the little female, but it was too absurd. So many orcs couldn't do it, but a little female could think of it. She was too smart. Shuri felt that females could be very useful, and the little female in front of him had a very good temper. She would not order her beast husband to do things. So far, Shuri still had a good impression of Yi Chi-Chi.
I was just thinking about it.
I don't know if it will work. Yi Chi-Chi was full of nonsense. Anyway, if it didn't work, the chief wouldn't blame her, but would work harder on the experiment. Maybe none of my methods can be used, and the clan leader can build a house? Let's go back to the beast cave first, and take you to recognize our home. After Yi Chi-Chi made the decision, Ryue naturally lifted Chia Chi-Chi and walked back into the beast cave. Shuri followed behind, looking forward to his future life. The strong adapt to the environment, and the weak complain about themselves. Shuri never complains about the environment, but only adapts. When he was a child, he was often thrown into the deep sea by his father to fight sea beasts. After begging for mercy many times without success, he learned to accept fighting those terrifying sea beasts.
Okay. She responded.
When he came to the front of the beast cave, to be honest, it was also the first time that Shuri saw the place where the orcs lived on land. The stone cave was a bit dark and looked a bit depressing. However, compared to the beauty in the deep sea, this was another feature. To be honest, Shuri was still looking forward to living here. Entering the beast cave, everything here is neatly packed and cleaned very cleanly. It was not as sloppy as he imagined, and he could barely accept it. There are 4 rooms in the cave for living. Do you want to choose one? Or all of them? Ryue was a little embarrassed. She had expanded the cave before, but there were only 4 beastmen, so she didn't expand it again. Now, it seems a little insufficient? I'll choose this one. Shuri looked around and chose the one next to Yi Chi-Chi's fixed one. Ryue and Bai Yan looked at each other. The young man was too brave. They were as far away as possible now. After all, if they were close, it would be torture at night. Unless the little female would enter her space. Otherwise, it would be torture. You don't have any objections? Shuri saw that the air had become quiet, thinking that he had touched some taboo, and asked hurriedly. No, you are free. We are all fine. Ryue reacted and waved her hand quickly. That's fine. Shirya looked at the two beastmen in front of him who were almost as tall as him with suspicion. Could it be that this room was not good? He guessed that the room next to it was where the little female lived. Why didn't these people like to be closer to the little female? Bai Yan would not take the initiative to explain, and Shirya had to figure it out on his own. The village chief was very fast. Just after Chi had led Shirya to identify the room, the tribe chief came to find her. Chi, what materials do you need to build a rammed earth house? I'll send orcs to find it. Yellow earth and hay. This time we're building a mud house. Chi didn't think the mud house could survive the rainy season. After all, it was built with mud. After being washed by rain for a long time and getting wet, it might not stand in the same place. As for tiles, you can try to burn them. In half a month, 300 people can do a lot of things. Yellow mud is everywhere, which is not difficult. The difficult part is how to transport enough water to trample the mud. And hay. Where can I find hay now? These are all problems. After the tribe chief learned about the materials, he ordered people to find them. Tribal chief, how big a house do you plan to build? You can lay a foundation first. Chi planned to lay the foundation before finding the materials. How to do it? The chieftain asked for advice very humbly. First, dig a knee-deep ditch, fill it with stones, and try to fill it up as much as possible, that's it. In fact, laying the foundation is not very difficult. The orcs are strong, and it is easy for them to dig a knee-deep ditch. After receiving the instructions, the chieftain ordered the orcs to do it. When the orcs heard that they could build a house, they were so happy that they couldn't find the north and south, and they were full of energy. In fact, there were many dry straw stalks in Chi's space, but he didn't know how to take them out. Otherwise, go directly to the rice field and put some out? By the way, the chieftain had harvested rice before, so he didn't have to look for it. Chieftain, wait, do you remember the rice field before? Chi stopped the chieftain who was about to leave in time. Remember what? The chieftain was a little confused. Just bring back those straw stalks. Chi even felt that they could start working now. Yes, then can't we start working today? The chief slapped his thigh, looking even more excited. Shirya was puzzled. Rice field? What is that? Curiosity drove him to keep up with the pace of the village chief. When they came to a green rice field, Shirya was shocked. What kind of plant is this? It looks like grass. What did the chief and the others come here to get? What does this have to do with building a house? The orcs worked hard to carry bundles into the tribe. Shirya was too curious, so he tied a bundle and carried it back. He wanted to see how the house that the little female said was built. Back in the tribe, many males had already brought water back to the tribe and poured it on the loosened yellow mud and stepped on it. There are stones in the loosened yellow soil. Pick out the stones as much as possible, and then pour water and soften them. The degree of adding water must be controlled well. Just like with flour, add yellow mud when it is thin, and add water when it is dry. Everyone was working enthusiastically. Chi saw Shirya running to carry hay, and secretly sighed that he was really hardworking. Why did you go to work? Chi looked at Shirya curiously. She still remembered that the male in front of her was extremely emotional when he came today. What kind of work do I do? I'm just curious about how the house in your mouth was built. It certainly won't be so fast today. We still have to wait for the mud bricks to take shape. Chi actually wanted to finish it quickly. But now this house is only in the experimental stage. If it can survive the rainy season, then she doesn't want to bother making a blue brick house. She will build one to live in first. If she CA and survive the rainy season, she will definitely go find limestone to build a house. There is also glutinous rice. Let's see if the system can get glutinous rice seeds. This is something that increases stickiness. It is also an indispensable material for building blue brick houses. Mud bricks? Shirya didn't quite understand, but everything will be revealed in due time. Rather than asking and getting a vague answer, Shirya chose to go and see for himself. Seeing that some orcs had stepped on the mud almost evenly, Chi asked them to add hay to it, step on it evenly, and then put it in a wooden mold to wait for it to dry. This stone brick will take at least 4 or 5 days to dry under the scorching sun, right? Chi was not sure, but it was probably done like this. When the mud bricks are a little firmer and no mold is needed, mix them with yellow mud and start to pile them up. Now, Yi Chi went to the river to find that kind of clay to make blue tiles. This thing is not simple to say, but it doesn't seem to be very difficult to say. As for the problem of the kiln, Yi Chi has already shared his memory with the tribe leader. I told him to find someone to build one. As for how to build it and whether it can be successful, that is the clan leader's business. Whether it is firing green bricks or green tiles, water needs to be poured on the top of the kiln to cool it down when the firing is completed. When making mud blanks, they need to be placed in a cool place to dry in the shade. Therefore, Yi Chi chose a site close to the river. The clan leader also asked someone to build a kiln not far from the river to facilitate water collection and use. The first phase of making green bricks is also very easy. Just cut the yellow mud into slices, put it on a special round wood, and apply water to pat it down, and dry it in the shade. Make a few hidden lines on the round mud blank, and when it is dried in the shade, a circle can be directly broken into 3 pieces. It is best to use wood of similar size to make the circle, and the length of the tile should also be consistent. Illustration. Making tiles takes time because they need to be removed from the mold, so a lot of tiles need to be made. And when firing, a kiln can't fire many tiles. If you want to fire it before the rainy season, it's almost impossible. After the chief knew about it, he fell into deep thought. After all, these orcs have to go out to store food, so it's impossible to fire tiles all day. Is it really only possible to try again after the windy season? Village chief. Everything is difficult at the beginning, as long as you are willing to give up. Yi Chi patted the chief's shoulder to show his understanding. Give up? Impossible. I can ask the nearby tribes to come to help. The chief was very serious. He would not feel at ease if he didn't make it before the rainy season. Chief, there's no rush. Just building the brick kiln will take almost half a month. Yi Chi felt that this matter really couldn't be rushed. The main reason was the 2-month rainy season, which was difficult. The brick kiln can be built smaller. I can't see the finished product, and I feel uncomfortable. The chief thought that it would be better if he didn't know about this matter. If he knew about it and didn't do it, it would be more painful than killing him. Yi Chi let him do it. The method has been explained, and it depends on the tribe members to explore it themselves. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, but people are strong-willed. Since they know that their lives can be improved, how can they be willing to give up? Yi Chi even wondered whether the Hound tribe would become the infrastructure army in the Orc continent. After all, they were the first to come into contact with it. Yi Chi only had theoretical knowledge and no practical experience. She only remembered the general idea when watching short videos. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. She really sacrificed many people in the tribe for her own comfort. Although they only sacrificed labor, Yi Chi still felt that she was quite good at using people. It's getting dark, don't watch it. Just leave it to the chief. If they encounter any problems, they will come to us or you. Seeing that Yi Chi was fascinated, Bai Yan planned to take him back home. Well, we just leave like this. Is it a bit bad? Yi Chi felt a little sorry. There's nothing wrong with it. You told the clan leader your idea. If he succeeds, it will be a great joy. Don't think too much. Let's go. Bai Yan forcibly took the man away. Yi Chi felt relieved after hearing what Bai Yan said. Well, it's okay. It's good for everyone if it can be done. It was the first time that Yi saw a tribe so united to do something. He watched with relish. Now that the little female was going back, he followed reluctantly. Isn't it said that humans are social animals? Yi felt that after communicating with these people in the tribe, his emotions were much more stable. In the deep sea, he often felt depressed and lonely. Because everyone was afraid that he would suddenly lose control and hurt people, all the tribesmen would take a detour when they saw him. He could only go to the deep sea to hunt sea monsters to fill his stomach. But the orcs here don't seem to be afraid that he will suddenly hurt people. Maybe it's because they don't know that they will lose control? Yi felt a little uncomfortable. And this little female, isn't she afraid that she is a red rank at all? Why can she face herself so calmly? Isn't she afraid? Questions hovered in Shi-Ye's mind. Back in the cave, Shi-Ye watched Ruyu skillfully ask Yi-Chi-Chi to take out various ingredients and then start cooking. This was the first time he had seen it. Because it was impossible to make a fire under the water, both females and males ate raw meat. Only a few females would live on land. If the mermaids could not get the nourishment of water for a long time, their skin would peel and the whole person would fall into a state of dehydration, so they could not be too far away from the water source. Now that Shi had learned about the Hound tribe, he was very satisfied. In this short half-day, he had already regarded himself as a member of the tribe. Shi followed Ruyu and watched him cook like a curious baby. The fragrance from the pot was simply confusing to him. This was the first time he had smelled such delicious food. If he could taste it, it would not matter whether he got the favor of the little female or not. In the deep sea, he was lonely, and everyone rejected him. Here, everyone seemed to be very friendly. Shi really liked this place and the little female. She was very gentle, not at all like the little females he had seen before. She would beat and scold the beast husband at every turn. Shi began to look forward to the future life. Ryue made chicken mushroom and pork rib soup tonight, a rapeseed, stir-fried pork slices, and smashed cucumbers. The cucumbers were the seed gift packs rewarded by the last childbirth system. Yi-Chi-Chi had asked the beast husbands to plant and harvest the seeds a long time ago. Now there is no shortage of regular green vegetables. There was a large basin of smashed cucumbers. These things are only used at home, and the beast husbands are also tight-lipped, and no one goes out to talk nonsense. Ryue fried 2 pots of stir-fried pork slices. Recently, the appetite of the little female has become bigger, so he has to fry more so that she will not be dissatisfied. The overbearing fragrance filled everyone's nose. While Shi was nervous and looking forward to eating 1 or 2 pieces, but was driven away by Ryue, Yi-Chi-Chi was feeding the cubs. Her only wish now is that the cubs will grow up quickly. Feeding is really troublesome. Luyu came back in the evening, exhausted, just in time for dinner. Now there are still 5 people sitting around the table and eating together. Everyone eat, what are you standing there for? Yi-Chi-Chi started eating first. Seeing that they didn't move their chopsticks for a long time, she was a little confused. Luyu kept looking at the newcomer Shi. Who is this? Why didn't the little female introduce him? Did the little female go out to play today and bring back another beast husband? Luyu was simply chewing wax. The food that was usually delicious now tasted nothing in his mouth. As for Bai Yan and Ryue, they didn't dare to eat freely because they saw that Yi-Chi-Chi didn't eat much, so they were touching it slowly. Shi saw that everyone was doing the same, so he did the same. But he was shouting wildly in his heart. What did I eat before? This male named Ryue is so good at cooking. Shi praised Ryue crazily in his heart. Now Ryue's status in his heart is higher than Yi-Chi-Chi's, and he decided to have a good relationship with Ryue in the future. Chi-Chi, don't you introduce the new member? Luyu felt like a whip in his throat, and it was hard to swallow. This is the male who came to the mermaid tribe for marriage, introduced by the tribe leader. His name is Shi, and this is my second beast husband, Luyu. Yi-Chi-Chi introduced briefly. My name is Shi. Shi nodded to Luyu. Luyu. The two simply said their names, and nothing more happened. When Luyu heard that Shi was the beast husband who came for marriage, he still felt a little uncomfortable. There will be one more person to compete with him for the little female. He sighed helplessly in his heart and continued to eat. There was no other way. This was also to protect the little female from being taken away by stray beastmen. After his mouth regained its sense of taste, Luyu ate much faster. After Yi-Chi-Chi finished his meal, he took Ryue to the river to take a bath. There are important things to do tonight. Hee. Ryue was a little shy. It's been a long time since I lay down with a little female. Why is it a little excited? Yi-Chi-Chi decided to try the water bed tonight. In the space. Because of the cubs, Yi-Chi-Chi didn't want to put the water bed outside, and it was hard to explain. If the water bed appeared in the space, Yi-Chi-Chi could still make up a story, saying that her space could transform into different things according to her imagination. The wooden bed was not so comfortable to sleep on, but it was barely passable. Ryue and Yi-Chi-Chi went to the river to take a battle bath and came back. In fact, they could also go into the space to take a bath, but Yi-Chi-Chi didn't want to. It's more exciting by the river, hee. The sky was getting darker, and Yi-Chi-Chi and Ryue returned to the beast cave before it was completely dark. The others went back to their caves to rest obediently. The little female liked Ryue the most. Everyone could see it, and the little female's body had recovered. In order not to disturb their sleep, Yi-Chi-Chi directly pulled Ryue into the space. "Little fox, I miss you so much." As soon as she entered the space, Yi-Chi-Chi started to talk nonsense. I miss Chi-Chi too." Ryue's face turned red when she was teased by her words. "What do you think?" Yi-Chi-Chi wanted to tease him. Ryue was the most shy. "Isn't Chi-Chi very clear?" Ryue pulled the little female into her arms, holding her aggrievedly and telling her about her longing. "Let Ryue tell you."
Yi-Chi-Chi spoke softly.
Where had Ryue seen such a little female? Looking up, looking at Ryue with mist in her eyes, she felt that he was particularly easy to bully. "Can't Chi-Chi feel it?" Ryue looked at her aggrievedly.
Yi-Chi-Chi.
The little fox has become bad, and she loves him even more. Although she only had one experience with the little fox, he is really easy to bully. Whatever she says is what it is, and he will never disobey. I like the little fox even more today. Her little fox is so good, he can cook, he is handsome, and alas, but I have to work tonight. Yi-Chi-Chi suddenly became serious, and Ryue returned to normal in an instant. "Chi-Chi, please give me your orders. Go and plant the land, then I'll reward you." Yi-Chi-Chi was feeling very filthy now, and her smile was somewhat obscene. "Okay, I'll listen to Chi-Chi." Ryue took the and went to plant the land obediently. A not very serious separator. When Yi-Chi-Chi came out of the space, the sky was slightly brighter. Everyone was still asleep, only she and Ryue came out, and Ryue was still sleeping on the bed. The cubs were also sleeping soundly in a corner of the bed. Yi-Chi-Chi sat on the edge of the bed for a while, wondering what to do today. There were very few entertainment projects in the beast world, and she was worried about what to do every day. There was no work to do in the space for the time being. But there were still 60 or 70 acres of land that had not been planted, and Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know what to plant. The things in the space grew too fast, and she had planted everything she could, and even left seeds. Moreover, in the space where she awakened herself, there was no space for static storage. So she couldn't continue to plant those plants that were not easy to store. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be planted appropriately. But today is the day when Bai Yan and his team go hunting for 7 days. They can't be pulled into work. Why don't we go out with the picking team today? After Yi-Chi-Chi made up her mind, she planned to take a short rest. During this period, she ate a fertility pill. Let's do the task. There are still many things in the system mall that are gray. The last time the fertility system rewarded 1060 points, plus the 1000 points rewarded by the novice before, a total of 2060. Blue level reward 30, green level reward 50, yellow level 100, red level 150. Only some green vegetable seeds were unlocked, and these seeds were already available. What Yi-Chi-Chi wanted was fruit seeds. After all, it was a pity to use such a large space to grow vegetables. You should plant more edible fruits. The space seemed to have magical power, and vegetables grown in any season could grow. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't plan to dwell on these. After all, she had traveled through such a fantasy, so why should she care about such a small thing? I just don't know how the superpowers in the beast world are calculated. Ryue awakened the wood element, Bai Yan awakened the fire element, and Lui seems to have awakened the wind element. What can this superpower do? Become stronger for hunting? Yi-Chi-Chi has only been in the beast world for a few months, and even if he has some memories of the original owner, he can't fully understand it. The original owner was locked up in the tribe by the patriarch for 5 years, and some things he had forgotten long ago. Little female, are you awake? Sure had just arrived in a new place, and was a little uncomfortable. He woke up directly at the slightest noise.
Huh?
When Yi-Chi-Chi heard the strange voice as sweet as a clear spring, she was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that she had accepted a new beast husband yesterday. Do you want to eat something? Shuri asked in a low voice. It's okay. Ryua will cook when she wakes up. Yi Chi-Chi didn't believe in Shuri's cooking skills. After all, he said yesterday that Ryua's cooking was very delicious. He must have never eaten any cooked food. Do people in the inland eat cooked food here? Shuri asked puzzledly. I don't know, but I want to eat cooked food. I can't eat raw food. Yi Chi-Chi said this, not afraid that he would think she was hypocritical. If conditions allowed, she certainly didn't want to wrong herself. She didn't care about other people's eyes. As long as she feels good, it's fine. Besides, this is in the animal world. No one will stare at you all the time and say that you are wrong in this or that. Everyone has their own trivial matters in life. They will only gossip about new things occasionally in their spare time. Sure enough, the little female is more delicate. When I have time, I will learn to make cooked food with Ryua.
She ise answer sürpriset yecici.
After all, in her impression, cold-blooded animals don't like to get close to the fire source. You can get close to the fire source? Don't you hate it? Yi Chi-Chi asked tentatively. Compared to the fire source, what I hate more is eating raw, bloody food. Sure, Yi was in the deep sea, and every time he ate the bloody fish meat, he felt a wave of disgust. But he had no choice. He went to the land. There was no fire, and he couldn't join any tribe. No one dared to want him, so even if he wanted to eat cooked food, he could only desire it in his heart. Yesterday was the first time he ate cooked food. Even though it was his first time trying it, the taste was so wonderful that he wanted to have this life skill and wanted to learn it. Well, raw meat does look a little scary. Yi Chi-Chi nodded, agreeing with Shuri's opinion. I can teach you too. I gave you all the recipes that Ryua made. Yi Chi-Chi lay on the bed half sideways, propping up her face to look at him. Really? Shuri's dark, somewhat lifeless eyes flashed a glimmer. Do I have fun lying to you? Yi Chi-Chi sat up and planned to go out and teach Shuri how to cook. If he likes it, then let him learn. In the future, Ryua won't be the only one cooking. At least there will be a helper who can help out or something. Ryua is indeed very talented in food, but I don't know about Shuri. Then is it okay now? Shuri's voice was excited, and he didn't forget to ask Yi Chi-Chi's opinion. Well, let's go. Yi Chi-Chi took him to the stone cave outside. Pull aside these ashes, pull out the still burning charcoal, and put hay on it to help it burn. Since he was going to teach him, he should first teach him how to make a fire. The wood in the beast world was relatively large, and Ryua and the others would burn it directly after picking it up. Anyway, the stove was big, and they could stuff firewood anywhere. So, after cooking at night, the remaining wood would be suffocated by the ashes into charcoal, and there would still be a little bit of fire when he woke up the next morning. Be careful, it is not difficult to start a fire. But this may be as simple as Ryua sitting up. It seems that I put it out. Shuri's eyes did not dare to look at Yi Chi-Chi. It's okay, Bai Yan will have a fire when he gets up. Yi Chi-Chi didn't care. She was not hungry now, but Shuri was interested, so she pulled it out to give instructions. There is nothing that you have never done before, and you can succeed in doing it all at once. Yi Chi-Chi didn't need to get angry about such a small matter. If she gets angry about every little thing, then the liver cheese stagnation must have reached a certain level. Aren't you angry if I messed up? Shuri looked at Yi Chi-Chi carefully, afraid to miss any expression on her face. It's okay, it's just a small matter. How can you tell that I'm angry? How about I get angry and show you? Yi Chi-Chi also teased him, by the way. That's good. Shuri breathed a sigh of relief. This little female was different from all the females he had seen. You two got up so early in the morning? Louis was forced to turn on his phone by the conversation outside, and when he came out, he saw Shuri chatting happily with the little female. Last night, he had been preparing himself for a long time before falling asleep, but he didn't expect that the little female and Shuri would give him a critical attack early in the morning. Looking at the scene of the two of them talking and laughing, Louis felt inexplicably uncomfortable. In the month that belonged to him, he only helped Bai Yan take care of the baby in the little female's belly and didn't even have meat to eat. Now there is another annoying male, and he has a lot of bitterness in his heart. Yi Qiqi saw the sleepy Lu Yu and inexplicably felt guilty. He was the most miserable person. Except for the night of the couple, he didn't eat a single bite of meat the rest of the time. He was usually the busiest because there were not many flying orcs in the tribe, and he was one of them. He had to patrol several times every day, so he didn't have much time to accompany himself. And yesterday he brought back another male. He was a little bit thoughtful, which was normal. Lu Yu, you're awake. Yi Qiqi smiled at him. Lu Yu saw the little female smiling at him, and the resentment in his heart was slowly dissipating. The little female was actually quite good, but he was not generous enough. Lu Yu's mind was sensitive. He could have soared in the sky without worries, but after he had concerns, he couldn't help but worry about it. The chase of that night made him savor it endlessly in his heart, but for the sake of the little female's health, he didn't dare to do anything reckless. The little female was so good, Lu Yu didn't want to embarrass her, so he kept everything in his heart. Well, Zhu Qian, Lu Yu said concisely. Do you still need to go out on patrol today? Won't the tribe leader give you a rest? Yi Qiqi felt a little unhappy. Is the tribe leader picking on her? First her, then the beast husband. Well, it was like this before we got married. Lu Yu came over and rubbed the angry little female's head. You don't have to be angry. The tribe leader is doing this for the safety of the tribe members. Lu Yu regarded himself as a member of the tribe, so he naturally didn't mind these things. With Ryue by Qiqi's side, it was almost enough. They still had to do something at least to eliminate the traces of stray beastmen, lest they make trouble nearby and find out the information of the little female. That would be more trouble than gain. I'm not angry, you haven't been with me for a long time. Yi Qiqi stood up and looked up at him. Since the bowl of water is not evenly distributed, it can't be spilled. But because Shur was also there, Yi Qiqi didn't dare to do anything out of line. Then I will apply to the clan leader and take a day off tomorrow. Lu Yu chapped Yi Qiqi's nose and looked at the attractive red lips of the little female. He had coveted it for a long time and wanted to kiss her, but Shuri looked at him straight and felt a little embarrassed. Shuri seemed to react and realized that he had become an outsider. He turned his back and hurried out. Would the little female actually take care of the feelings of every beast husband? In fact, this is already very good. Yi began to feel fortunate that he agreed to the clan leader's marriage. The clan leader may feel that he still has value to use. While he is reluctant to give up other red-level strongmen, he can also throw him out as a hidden danger, killing two birds with one stone. But Yi feels that this is a gift from God to him. It is his luck in this life to enter such a family. Yi feels that in such a family, even if he does not compete for favor, the little female will care about him. She has a good temper and never blames anyone. This is Yi's summary of the day. The lonely heart began to beat slowly for the future life, and he felt that he could feel happy again. Yi looked at the sun rising slowly in the sky, as if he saw his future life. After Yi Qiqi saw Yi go out, she looked at Lu Yu shyly. How could Lu Yu stand the look of the little female? He couldn't help but kiss her for a long time. Until there were other noises, Lu Yu reluctantly let go of the little female in his arms. Would you like to have porridge this morning? Ryue was a little dazed. He thought he could hold the little female in his arms in the morning, but he didn't expect her to wake up earlier than him. Ryue actually woke up for quite a long time. But thinking that the little female was with him last night and usually went out with him, Lu Yu rarely stayed at home, so he lay in bed for a while longer and waited for them to reminisce. He couldn't pretend to sleep anymore and had to get up and work. Well, all right. Yi Qiqi looked at Ryue holding two cubs in her arms, a little confused, and found it a little funny. Then I'll take care of the cubs first, it will be quick. Ryue hurriedly ran out of the cave, holding the cubs. This batch of cubs are easy to take care of, eating and drinking, very well behaved, not noisy, just shouting during the day. It can be said to be very worry-free. And Yi Qiqi doesn't have to take care of them personally, just take some time to feed them, which can be said to be relaxed. After giving birth, Yi Qiqi's figure has also changed a little, becoming more plump. Perhaps it is because she eats what Ryue cooks every day, and Ryue will study some snacks at home when she is free, Yi-Chi-Chi's mouth is almost never stopped. As long as she wants, Ryua will make it for her immediately. So she has gained a lot of meat. In the original owner's memory, the tribe leader sent basically half-cooked meat, and she had to eat it. So the original owner was one of the thinner ones. Luyu hugged Yi-Chi-Chi and watched Ryua busying herself. For a while, he envied Bai Yan a little. He also wanted to have his own children, but the body of the little female was more important, and these things could not be rushed. Luyu and Yi-Chi-Chi were affectionate for a while, and then went out. He was going out hunting, and after filling his stomach, it was time to work. Yi-Chi-Chi was a little envious when she saw Luyu transform into a beast and fly away. Luyu's muscles were well proportioned, probably because he was going to fly in the sky. He had no fat on his body, and his muscles were thin, like the tall and thin body of someone who practiced Latin for many years. Coupled with his sharp aura, Yi-Chi-Chi was actually quite attracted by Luyu's appearance. It was just that he was too busy. The last time he came to him happened to be the 2nd month of pregnancy, and his belly had swelled up. For the sake of his body, he had to endure it for a month. Alas, Yi-Chi-Chi sighed, such a good beast husband, but she didn't eat a few times. It was a pity. Chi-Chi, eat. Ryua cooked the food, and seeing Yi-Chi-Chi in a daze, she shouted directly, "Hey, here it comes." Yi-Chi-Chi turned her head and looked at Ryua. Yi-Chi-Chi, you are really getting more and more fickle. You really love one after another. She despised herself fiercely in her heart. But who can face so many handsome men without being moved? Anyway, she can't. Yi-Chi-Chi thinks it's totally fine to be unfaithful when conditions allow, but if she is unfaithful when conditions allow, she will despise herself. I cooked mincemeat porridge for you this morning and put mustard greens in it. Ryua knew that the little female loved to drink porridge, so she learned all the recipes she could. Sure didn't know when he would come back, and he followed Ryua and asked questions. As for the fire, Bai Yan finally got up and lit it. Well, in a sense, it can be regarded as a clear division of labor. Ryua, just teach me. Sure, Yi saw that Ryua ignored him, so he couldn't help but soften his voice and beg him. Yi-Chi-Chi was eating porridge and almost burst out laughing. At that moment, she felt that Sure Yi and Ryua seemed to be a good match. There was no awareness that these two men were her beast husbands. There is no way. The beast world is too boring, and she doesn't want to spend time looking for other females to cultivate feelings, so she can only let it go. Originally, Yi-Chi-Chi was more of a homebody in modern times. If she wanted to go anywhere, she would wrap herself up tightly, and other girls were unwilling to go with her, because she often encountered some bad things on the road. Now habits will not change all of a sudden, so she can only let it go. The last time she went out to pick with and ran, and was called back, the two have never seen each other again. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know where she lived, and Ran might have forgotten her a long time ago. After all, 2 months have passed. Seeing the way Sure Yi and Ryu get along, Yi-Chi-Chi felt it was quite novel. But she knew that Sure Yi actually wanted to pester Ryu to teach him how to cook. Hey you, I've said it. Let's talk about it tonight. Ryu was also annoyed by Sure Yi's pestering and had a little temper. Okay. Sure Yi shut up awkwardly. Then can I eat this? Sure Yi pointed to a large bowl of porridge on the table. Eat if you want to, no one will stop you. After Ryua finished speaking, she picked up the bowl and scooped up the porridge to drink. In fact, he was afraid that after Sure Yi learned to cook, the little female would pay less attention to him, but if he didn't teach, the little female would teach. It would be better for him to teach. Ryua also had his own little thoughts. Sure Yi's eyes lit up, and he directly imitated Ryua to pick up the bowl and scoop up the porridge to drink. The taste was delicious, and the aroma of rice and meat spread between his lips and teeth. Sure Yi was intoxicated. This was what an orc should eat. Eating raw meat every day, he almost doubted his life. Sure Yi felt that he could reach the edge of losing control, which must be because he was too lonely and there was no healing from delicious food. Now he felt that he did not need the comfort of the little female, and his emotions could be very stable. Food healed his injured heart. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at Sure Yi curiously. The tribe leader said that the 3 orcs who married him might be more irritable. But now looking at Sure Yi, He felt that he was silly and a little childish. Is this what the village leader said about irritability? Sensing Yi Chi-Chi's inquiring eyes, Yi also tilted his head to look at her. It seemed that he was asking what was wrong. Yi Chi-Chi looked at his magnificent face and was stunned for a moment. Yi had a clear and three-dimensional appearance, noble eyebrows and eyes, and his deep blue eyes had a sense of alienation, but his light blue hair gently rested on his shoulders, which weakened that sense of alienation. Now, when he looked at Yi Chi-Chi, he had a sense of cuteness. The contrast in that moment made Yi Chi-Chi blush and her heart beat fast. What's wrong? Yi saw that the little female had been staring at him and didn't say anything, so he couldn't help asking. Nothing. The weather is really good today. Yi Chi-Chi reacted and looked for excuses randomly. It was so embarrassing. She almost drooled at the handsome guy. Ryue's hand holding the chopsticks turned a little white. He seduced the little female. Ryue felt like her home was robbed. He was here yesterday. The little female had never looked at her like this. For a moment, Ryue was jealous. He is a red rank. Ryue repeated this in her heart twice, and her mood returned to calm. It's okay, the little female is still hers this month. After Ryue comforted herself, she could face Shirya with a normal mentality. Indeed, I got up early today and there were no clouds in the sky. Shirya looked at the weather outside and agreed. This is not like the deep sea. The sun is scorching in the deep sea during the day, and you can only hide under the dim seabed. And there is nothing fun on the sea. I heard that the little female was going out to pick today, so Shirya was eager to try. This is a project he has never experienced. Shirya feels that the mainland is fun, and it is not interesting in the deep sea. Shirya came all the way by water, and he saw many interesting things along the way. Shirya was envious and yearning, and he also wanted to experience it, but he was alone walking on the road, watching others in pairs, and he was alone, and he felt a little depressed. Now he has someone to go out and play with. Shirya looked in the direction of Yi Chi-Chi, feeling happy. Why haven't we seen this orc before? He's so good-looking. The young females standing in the crowd were talking about Shirya. All of them were discussing Shirya. I heard that he is a red-level orc, and he came to marry Yi Chi-Chi, a young female from our tribe.
Ah?
A red-level orc. What kind of physique does Yi Chi-Chi have? Yes, she first chose 4 orange-level orc husbands, and then took in a red-level orc husband. I heard that there are 2 more red-level orcs on the way. Is she going to die? How strong must a red-level orc be physically? Didn't we say the same thing when she chose an orange-level orc husband? She's fine now, a young female said sourly. How could she not want to choose an orange-level orc husband? It's just that she was already at her limit to have adult love with a green-level orc husband, and it was a stretch to choose a yellow-level one, let alone an orange-level one. High-level orcs are good-looking and have stronger physiques, making hunting easier. After high-level orcs transform into beast form, they are taller and larger. In terms of hunting, large orcs can suppress small prey. When encountering large prey, they can flexibly change their shapes to have both offensive and defensive capabilities. Low-level orcs do not have an advantage in size, and their physique and speed are relatively inferior to high-level orcs. Are all the females in your tribe so gossipy? He also listened to the whispers of the little females and felt a little angry, but when he looked at the little female in his arms, her face was calm, as if she didn't take the rumors to heart. People are gossipy by nature. Will you suppress your curiosity? Yi Chi-Chi's question made Shiryi speechless. It seems so. Shiryi nodded, indicating that he had learned it. Ryue had not gone out to participate in hunting for a long time, so today he took the initiative to give up his space and followed Bai Yan. Only Shiryi, who was full of curiosity, accompanied Yi Chi-Chi to participate in the picking activity. Their gossip will not lose a piece of meat. From the beginning to the end, I was just afraid that my personal safety would be threatened. Yi Chi-Chi didn't care what these people said. I was just afraid that they would discuss outside and attract stray orcs. Yi Chi-Chi did have a way to protect herself, but if she disappeared, I didn't know whether the tribe could be okay.
Yi Chi-Chi?
A strange voice sounded behind Yi Chi-Chi, and Shiryi subconsciously turned around and looked back. Even Yi Chi-Chi was taken with him.
Who are you?
Yi Chi-Chi looked at the female in front of him in confusion. I am Yi Ran from the rabbit hunting tribe. Yi Ran was a little anxious when he saw that Yi Chi-Chi didn't recognize him. She was also bought, but she was sold voluntarily. The rabbit hunting tribe has recently encountered a big crisis and needs a lot of supplies to survive. Many stray orcs have set their sights on the rabbit hunting tribe. The females are in danger and are trying to escape. Yi Ran is one of those who escaped. I don't remember much. Yi Chi-Chi said the truth. She had no impression of the yellow-haired mixed-race female in front of her. Perhaps the original owner had already developed a will to die during the 5 years of being imprisoned, so she would slowly forget the previous memories. Chi-Chi, what are you doing? Yi Ran looked at Yi Chi-Chi in disbelief. She has changed a lot. Before, Yi Chi-Chi was a skinny little girl in the rabbit hunting tribe because her father and mother could no longer support her. If she continued to waste time like this, not only would Yi Chi-Chi die, but there would be one less little female on the beast god continent. It's not that the patriarch doesn't want to manage it, but there are too many people in the rabbit hunting tribe, and the patriarch can't manage it. In addition, the females of the rabbit hunting tribe are very pregnant, so there is basically no age gap. This also led to a large population of the rabbit hunting tribe, but without the protection of high-level orcs, they were taken advantage of by wandering orcs. In addition, the hunting ability of the rabbit hunting tribe is really not good, and they can only eat vegetarian food. Some females have no nutrition and can't stand it, so they died one after another. Like Yi Chi-Chi before, she is still 5 years old before she becomes an adult, but she has been starved to the point of being skin and bones. In this case, it is better to send her away. This will not only exchange for high-level males, but also better guarantee the safety of the tribe. The rabbit hunting tribe can be said to be a place with many females. Sending those away can also get support from other tribes, so as not to die in childhood. This solution is actually good, but Yi Chi-Chi doesn't like it. It's like treating people as exchange items, with no autonomy at all. Even if there are, females in the beast god continent cannot hunt alone. It seems that if females leave males, they will only die. These are the rules of this world. Yi Chi-Chi doesn't think that he can break this rule with his own strength. Although he feels uncomfortable, he still chooses to accept it.
What's wrong with me?
I left the tribe a long time ago, and some accidents happened in the meantime. My memories of the tribe before are already very vague. Seeing that Yi Ran was going to get to the bottom of it, Yi Chi-Chi wanted to end the topic quickly. Is that so? Who is this? Yi Ran had no intention of leaving. Inexplicably, Yi Chi-Chi felt a sense of disgust in her heart. I'm Chi-Chi's beast husband, Shi. Shi noticed the little female's unhappiness and spoke up quickly. They're gathering over there, we'll go over first. Yi Chi-Chi took over Shi's words the next second and spoke up quickly. Shi also cooperated and walked forward. What are you showing off? You're not even shaped yet, and you're already saying you're someone else's beast husband. You're shameless. Yi Ran said this inexplicably behind her back, which simply disgusted Yi Chi-Chi. Shi, stop. Yi Chi-Chi didn't intend to hold back. Yi Ran, what on earth do you want to do? Yi Chi-Chi's little deer eyes rarely showed anger. I like him and want him to be my beast husband. Shi, right? I will be better than Yi Chi-Chi. Yi Ran raised her chin high, with a proud look on her face. As far as she knew, this female had just come yesterday. You? Yi Chi-Chi looked her up and down. She was indeed good-looking and had a hot body, but she was not bad either, just a little short. Yi Chi-Chi never felt inferior because of her short stature. After all, this height would be envied by most people in modern times. You should ask the clan leader. Yi's deep blue eyes were cold as ice. Not everyone could compare with Yi Chi-Chi. Yi, would not easily change the person he had determined. If the clan leader came to ask him to change people, he would definitely go crazy on the spot and scare these people who went back on their words to death. Yi Ran stared with wide eyes as Yi hugged Yi Chi-Chi and left. Although Yi Chi-Chi was going to have a verbal fight, after all, they hadn't had a quarrel for a long time. Now, Yi didn't give her any room to play. Humph, do you think my mail is so easy to grab? I thought you were a fellow villager and we could chat, but who knew you were eyeing my female? Yi Chi lay on Shurya's shoulder and turned back to shout at Yiran. This is really intolerable. Although it is common for females to grab partners in the beast world, males who have already settled on one cannot change their partners at will. Unless the female agrees, other females come over to challenge openly, which is a provocation. In this case, Yi Chi is also right to fight. Yi Chi felt that she didn't check the almanac before going out. How could she meet such a stupid thing? It's really disappointing. What's wrong with chasing after someone you like? We don't need him. Yiran felt that she was not wrong. After all, in the rabbit hunting tribe, those who didn't have a carved figure were not prospective beast husbands, but were just in the observation period. She just put forward her own ideas. What's wrong with that? Yi Chi was not from here, and she would not judge anything with this kind of thinking. Moreover, even if there was no carved figure, everyone in the tribe knew that she was here to marry her. Yiran was openly snatching people. Hey, you newcomer, why are you bullying Yi Chi? And Ran saw that Yi Chi was reluctant to go over here, so she wanted to come over to take a look, but she didn't expect to see this scene. Who bullied her? Yiran felt very wronged. You openly snatched her mail. Isn't it bullying? And Ran was speechless. Such a thing had never happened in the hunting dog tribe. Everyone gathered together to chat, and no female would ever covet someone else's beast husband who was set in stone. How could such a shameless beast come, and his name had the same character as hers? Now, even Anran felt unlucky. Seeing Anran stop, Yi Chi hurried over, fearing that she would suffer. After all, Anran was the first female who spoke to her since she came to the beast world, and to put it another way, she could be considered a friend. Don't they have a carved shape? Yiran looked at the four people opposite, standing in front of her, and the sense of oppression was strong. Now looking at the storm brewing in Shurya's eyes, she was also a little timid. This male looked handsome and gentle in front of Yi Chi, but why did he look at her so fiercely? The whole hound tribe knows that the mermaids are here to marry Yi Chi. You are so shameless. I really don't know. Yiran was a little panicked. If that was the case, then she was really trying to steal Yi Chi's beast husband. Wouldn't she be despised by everyone then? What are you arguing about? The witch doctor saw that there were still 3 little females who had not gathered yet, so he came to see what was going on. Master Witch Doctor. She wants to steal Yi Chi's mail. And Rand hurriedly explained the situation when she saw the witch doctor. This was a little female that she felt very happy to get along with, and she couldn't be bullied by a newcomer.
Chief.
I didn't. It's the 2 of them who didn't carve the shape. Yi Ran was a little afraid when she saw the chief. After all, she had just arrived in this tribe and had no mail to rely on, so the chief had to hold a bonfire party. What if the chief didn't have a good impression of her and didn't hold it? However, she was a delicate little female, and the chief would definitely not look down on her. Yiran was very confident in this aspect. Sure, Yi just arrived yesterday, and Yi Chi provided a method to build a house. Who has time to carve the shape? Everyone in the tribe knows that Sure Yi is Yi Chi's male. Considering that you just arrived yesterday, I won't hold you accountable. The chief was called over to preside over justice, and his heart was definitely biased. The method provided by Yi Chi can really make a house. Although there are no tiles, there is no shortage of large leaves in the forest. 1 layer leaks, but what about 3 layers? If 3 floors don't work, then 10 floors. Let's not talk about the house. Sure is also a red level orc. If Yi Chi hadn't successfully gotten pregnant and given birth, there would be no red level orcs living in the hound tribe. The chief can still tell which is more important. As for Yi Ran, she is just a new little female. It is still unknown what she can bring to the tribe. The chief's heart is of course biased towards Yi Chi.
Yes.
Yi Ran lowered his head, knowing that his impulsiveness made him a joke. He dared not say anything more. Tonight, a bonfire party will be held. All tribesmen must participate. This is also to welcome new females and males. The chief took advantage of the crowd and announced it here directly. It happened that all the males in the tribe went out hunting today. There are abundant prey tonight, and it will be very lively. This little episode passed quickly, and Yi Chi-Chi followed the large group to another place to collect. The trees here are more lush. Berries can be seen everywhere. When Yi Chi-Chi saw the berries again, he remembered that the raspberries he picked before had not been used to make wine. He had forgotten everything. It just so happens that there is a brick kiln in the tribe, so we can try to burn some porcelain. Porcelain has better sealing, but Yi Chi-Chi always feels that stone is not so good. Porcelain will be baked at more than 1,000 degrees before it comes out of the oven, but the pots made by stones are not as good as Yi Chi-Chi's. The main purpose of coming out is to relax and see if there are any mushrooms to pick up. The trees here are tall, so there should be fungus, right? Yi Chi-Chi was curious. Seeing the elm tree, Yi Chi-Chi was even happier. In spring, elm trees eat elm seeds. After the elm seeds fall off, elm leaves grow out, and they eat elm leaves. Elm seed illustration, elm leaf illustration. Yi Chi-Chi plans to find a small one and transplant it into the space. According to the growth rate of the space, there must be no shortage of food. As a food blogger, Yi Chi-Chi has a little bit of everything. Elm seeds can be used to make pancakes or nests, or they can be mixed with rice to make porridge. There are many ways to eat them, and the taste is actually not bad. The elm tree is also called a life-saving tree in disaster years. Yi Chi-Chi learned about it by accident. The elm money tree is so easy to recognize.
Chia.
Let's go and pick some leaves. Yi Chi-Chi stopped Yi, found a branch with elm money still hanging on it, and started picking the leaves. Hey, look, what is Yi Chi-Chi doing with the leaves?
Can it be eaten?
Everyone looked at Yi Chi-Chi's actions curiously. Pick leaves? Yi was at a loss. The little female eats leaves? Could it be that her beast husbands can't hunt wild animals? If I had known earlier, I would have gone hunting by myself today. Yi was a little annoyed. What are you thinking about? You're tired of eating meat and need to change your taste. Do you eat meat every day? Seeing that he didn't move and was still thinking about something, Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help but slap his arm.
Oh.
Yi reacted and was a little annoyed. So that's how it is, he thought. Hurry up. Seeing that he didn't move, Yi Chi-Chi poked him again. Yi came back to his senses and plucked the leaves like Yi Chi-Chi did. So people on the mainland also eat leaves? This is the first time he heard of it. Yi scratched his head. He was looking forward to the taste of this leaf. This is the seed of the elm tree, not the leaf. This is the leaf. Yi Chi-Chi explained. Originally, I wanted to find wood ear, but I didn't expect to find something wrong. However, this is not bad either. Everyone was looking for berries nearby. Yi followed Yi Chi-Chi the whole time. If she wanted to pick something, Yi would help. Yi felt a different way of life. He was like a chicken blood, looking at this and that silently. Yi Chi-Chi thought he was like a child and thought it was quite fun. Isn't this just a child? A big child who has never seen the world. Yi Chi-Chi felt that Yi was on the verge of losing control, probably because he had some psychological problems. Because he was curious about everything after coming here and showed excitement, which meant that he had never seen these things before. Looking at his back as he happily plucked leaves, Yi Chi-Chi felt that this handsome guy was inexplicably a little silly. Chi-Chi. Yi Chi-Chi suddenly heard Ning Shuang's voice and thought she was hallucinating. Turning around, she saw Ning Shuang running towards her anxiously. Oh no, I forgot about him. Yi Chi-Chi suddenly felt guilty. Oh, I was so busy playing that I forgot that there was a beast husband lying at home. Are you awake? Yi Chi-Chi put on a smile and ran towards him. Yeah, I woke up and found that the cubs were all sleeping. You were not here, so I carried the cubs out to find you. Ning Shuang didn't feel lost at all. He awakened an incredible ability. At least the little females don't have to worry about being hot in the summer. But it's not appropriate to say it here now. Yi Chi-Chi saw that in the backpack behind him, the cubs were stacked together, so leisurely. At the same time, Yi Chi-Chi was afraid that the tiger cubs would crush the rabbit cubs. She quickly carried one out. It was the first time for Yi to see a furry cub. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the half-grown tiger cub in Yi-Chi-Chi's arms curiously. He felt itchy and wanted to touch it, but the cub was clean, and his hands were dirty. He resisted. He must study the furry cub carefully when he goes back. After Yi-Chi-Chi was promoted to the yellow level, it was easy for her to hold a tiger cub. The tiger cub was almost as high as her knees when standing on the ground. With its front legs raised, its head was between her thighs. It can be said that it grew very fast. It was only half a month old, but it was so big. If it grows to 3 years old and transforms, what will happen? You carry them out, they won't be crushed, right? Yi-Chi-Chi was a little worried. No, aren't they stacked like this in the stomach? Ning Shuang smiled innocently, all of which was the joy of seeing the little female. Are they stacked like this in the belly? Yi-Chi-Chi thought about this carefully. It seemed so. After all, Ning Shuang put the little rabbits on the top, and the basket seemed to be woven by him. It was very big, and it felt like it would take 2 people to hug it completely. I don't know if he was tired of carrying it. Hey, what are you going to pick today? I'll go get it, you just sit here and take care of the cubs.
No.
I'll go pick it myself, you should take care of the cubs first. Okay. Ning Shuang still wanted to hug the little female. Seeing Yi standing next to Yi-Chi-Chi, Ning Shuang felt a little sour. This person was taller, whiter, and more beautiful than him, so it was normal for the little female to like him. Oh, it's mainly because I haven't been out for a long time and I don't want to take care of the cubs at all. Seeing Ning Shuang was a little disappointed, Yi-Chi-Chi quickly explained that after all, he came out today to pick with a purpose, and he couldn't let taking care of the cubs affect his plan. Yi-Chi-Chi was walking around under the tree, hoping to see some fungus, like wood ear mushrooms. After pushing aside the pile of raised leaves, Yi-Chi-Chi didn't find anything, but Yi curiously imitated Yi-Chi-Chi's movements. Chi-Chi, look, what is this? Yi happily pointed at the blue-headed mushroom on the ground and shouted to Yi-Chi-Chi. Let me take a look. Yi-Chi-Chi was also excited when he saw that he had found something. Seeing that it was an enlarged version of the blue-headed mushroom, Yi-Chi-Chi was simply overjoyed. Hurry up, pick it, be careful, don't damage it. Yi did as he was told. Looking at this wet forest, Yi-Chi-Chi felt that today's harvest must be good. Yi and Yi-Chi-Chi were immersed in the joy of finding mushrooms. It was not until the picking team was about to go back that Yi-Chi-Chi reluctantly followed them back. In the meantime, she smuggled a lot of blue-headed mushrooms into the static space in the space. Now the backpack behind is also full. There are dishes for tonight, but the tribe leader said that a bonfire party would be held. Yi-Chi-Chi was a little entangled. But when she thought that there was no seasoning in the beast world, she still planned to go home to cook. After eating and drinking, she could watch them dancing or the new females choosing beast husbands at the bonfire party. This is also one of the few entertainment activities in the beast world. Ning Shuang carried the cub, Yi carried mushrooms and elm seeds, and Yi-Chi-Chi walked in front. She wanted to walk around, so she refused their entrustment. After returning home, Yi put down the mushrooms and went to the river immediately. Yi-Chi-Chi saw that his skin had become rough and knew that he was lacking water. When Yi came back, Ryue was already cooking. Between cooking and petting the cubs, he chose to pet the furry cubs.
Chi-Chi?
Can I hold the cubs? Yi had to ask Yi-Chi-Chi's opinion first. Sure. I'm just worried that no one will take care of them. Yi-Chi-Chi was very happy to hear that Yi was interested in the cubs. With one more person to take care of the cubs, she would be more relaxed. When Yi heard this, he picked up a tiger cub without hesitation and petted it crazily. They're just cubs, it's okay. Yi petted them without any guilt. It feels so good, the fur is soft. They are also very well behaved. Not noisy or noisy at all. For a while, Yi couldn't let go. What did he miss in the 20 years in the deep sea? Life on the mainland is simply the place he has always dreamed of. Take care of them first, I'll go teach Ryue how to cook. Yi-Chi-Chi was worried that the cubs would run around and jump into the fire. Also nodded obediently. Yi-Chi-Chi came to the door and instructed Ryue to clean the green-headed mushrooms. Cut off the dirt, wash the rest, and break them into small pieces. Is that so? Ryua did it for Yichichi to see. Yes, that's it. After all the mushrooms were cleaned, Yichichi asked Ryua to refine oil with pork belly. This pork belly was from the pig monster they hunted last time. I almost forgot to give it to Ryua, but today I finally remembered. Too many ingredients is also a kind of trouble. Put some oil to lubricate the pan, and then put the pork belly so that it won't stick to the pan later. Yichichi continued to instruct, and Ryua did as she was told. Cook the pork belly until it's golden. Yichichi was very happy to instruct. It's great. I don't have to cook by myself. Yichichi sighed again. Could it be that all her luck in her previous life was spent on the way to the beast world? Otherwise, why didn't she have a handsome guy to cook for her in her previous life?
Hehe.
She giggled and was hugged by Ning Shuang from behind. Yichichi was startled. What are you doing? Yichichi turned her head and glared at Ning Shuang. Nothing. I just missed you, Chichi. Ning Shuang acted like a spoiled child. His voice was soft, and he had a little face again. Yichichi really couldn't bear to refuse. Just let him hold her. Ryua looked at her, didn't react, and continued to do her work. Does acting like a spoiled child work on a little female?
Try it next time.
Ryua, add the mushrooms. Stir-fry, hee. Yichichi saw that the fat of the pork belly was almost refined, and quickly asked Ryua to add the vegetables. The mushrooms need to be fried for a little longer, and you must make sure they are cooked before serving.
Ye jijiremindet.
Ryua nodded. Chichi, tonight. You and Shirya should be together. It's my fault. I should have let you be together with him yesterday. Ryua's voice was muffled, mixed with the sound of grease exploding in the pot. Yichichi couldn't hear it clearly, but she barely understood the meaning of his words. Ryua? Why do you say that? Yichichi's heart stagnated. In fact, it was not his fault. It was because she didn't take Shirya to carve the beast shape in time. Ryua must have heard rumors in the tribe when she came back and then blamed herself. How could her little fox be so obedient and sensible? Now he is cooking. What is she doing? Let Ning Shuang hold him. He should be almost broken, right? Yichichi was already thinking wildly. How to coax the little fox now? But Shirya was almost robbed today, and you were also wronged. Ryua looked up. Tears were on the edge of her eyes, and it seemed that they were about to fall at any time. It's okay, don't be sad. Yichichi couldn't bear to see the beauty crying, so he quickly broke free from Ning Shuang's arms and patted Ryua's head. She is just a female who came to the tribe on the first day, and Shirya is also here on the first day. No one knows the situation, so it's understandable. Don't blame yourself.
Ye jiji comforted softly.
Ning Shuang pouted. Ryua was getting more and more attention from the little female. Feeling bored, Ning Shuang turned around and went to the inner room to play with Shirya. Leave the space for the two of them. Don't fight anyway, you can't fight. Ryua is a cunning kid. And this month is his. Let him do whatever he wants. If the month of exclusive beast husbands and partners is over, it depends on their own abilities. Ning Shuang silently comforted herself in her heart. Ryua felt the care of the little female, and the whole person was visibly happier. God knows how upset he felt when he came back today and heard those male beastmen talking about it. The little female is so good, but she was bullied by a new female. And he doesn't hate Shiryi. Shiryi is still easy to get along with. He can be more generous. He wants to learn from Bai Yan. Otherwise, he has just been able to form a partnership with the little female. In a family, someone must give. Ryua has made up her mind. Chichi, I just think you are bullied, so you feel uncomfortable.
I'm fine.
Let Shiryi form a partnership with you tonight. Ryua sorted out her mood and looked at Yichichi with a smile. Yichichi felt dazzled by his smile. The little fox is worthy of being a little fox. Doesn't he know how attractive his face is?
Yeah.
Yichichi was a little absent-minded. Shiryi has only been here for a day. Yichichi didn't want to leave so quickly. But after what she experienced today, she felt that she could only feel at ease if she got him into her pocket first. Otherwise, who can say for sure after a month? If she was in danger tomorrow, and Shiryi was not her beast husband, would he save her without hesitation? Yichichi made a decision in her heart and decided to listen to Ryue. They would form a couple in the evening. She was just a selfish person. Only when you are in the flowers, you will know how difficult it is to balance. Yichichi understood the ancient emperors a little bit. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem. It was difficult to treat them equally. There were still some mushrooms scattered on the ground. Yichichi couldn't stand it, so she just picked them up and played with them. Alas, what should I do if I feel a little guilty? I still can't form a couple with Shirya without any burden. I always feel sorry for the little fox. Ryue sighed at Yichichi's absent-minded look. The little female is really abiding by the rules. Whose female would really only favor a beast husband for a month. Only she is so stupid and doesn't know it. But Ryue doesn't want to destroy her cognition. This is also good. At least, the purpose of everyone living in peace has been achieved. Ryue doesn't want to be like some families in the tribe. They're obviously in a relationship, but they're still forced to lose control and end up being driven out of the tribe. Ryue could sense Yichichi's uneasiness. Perhaps she felt guilty about herself? Ryue was absent-mindedly stirring the dishes in the pot, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. It was good for the little female to have him in her heart, but he really didn't want the little female to be uneasy about such things. Chi-Chi, the dishes are ready. Let's eat quickly, and then go to the open space in the middle of the tribe to prepare for the bonfire party. Ryue thought about it and decided to let the little female take things as they come and respect her decision. If she doesn't want to, then don't let her have any psychological burden. Yichichi heard this and was surprised to find that there was an event tonight. Hey, let's go have some fun and relax first. As for getting married or something, just let things take their own course. It's no use to worry about it. It will only lead to internal friction. Okay, there's a bonfire party tonight. You can ask the witch doctor to carve your two bodies first. Ryue thought about it and said it. In this way, he will be Yichichi's prospective partner in the future, and it doesn't matter when the two of them will start the marriage ceremony. Yeah, it's okay. Let's talk about it later. I've been craving this all day. Yichichi is not only powerless in front of handsome guys, but also in front of delicious food. I hope Ryue can control the heat well. She doesn't want to see the Smurfs. Then go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. When Ryue saw that she didn't care, she felt relieved. It's good that the little female doesn't worry about it. After Yichichi washed her hands, she sat in front of the table waiting to be fed. Shi and Ning Shuang heard the news and came. Ning Shuang went to wash the dishes consciously, while Shi watched Ning Shuang work, intending to learn some life skills. He had never seen these in his original tribe, so he could only learn them on the spot. Yichichi watched them busy, and felt that it was good for her to be a salted fish. When the mushrooms were served, Yichichi couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. The deliciousness of the mushrooms mixed with the meaty aroma of the pork belly filled the tip of the tongue. Yichichi exclaimed with satisfaction, "Your cooking skills are really getting better and better." Huh, that's because the food Chi-Chi finds is delicious. Ryue scratched her head a little shyly. When Shi heard Yichichi's praise, he also followed her example and picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in his mouth. The aroma of meat mixed with the freshness of mushrooms, Shi felt that he had made the right choice to come to the Hound tribe. The food here is delicious. The dishes are delicious. The people are nice too. The look in Shirya's eyes when he looked at Yichichi was simply sparkling. Yichichi felt uncomfortable being stared at. Just eat your meal. It's embarrassing to stare at me. Yichichi's angry words made Shi feel his heartbeat quicken. She is really good, beautiful, kind, and easily shy. Shirya's mouth curled up like a charming mermaid. Yichichi felt that if he opened his mouth and hummed a few more words, he would really sink completely. All the guilt just now disappeared. Alas, it is such a sweet trouble. After eating and drinking, Yichichi and the three beastmen set off with the cubs. Yichichi was holding two little rabbits in her arms. Shi had a little rabbit on his head and a tiger cub in each hand. Ryue held a little rabbit in one hand and a tiger cub in the other. Ning Shuang held a tiger cub in each hand. After walking out of the beast cave, everyone's eyes were on the four of them. Wow, I haven't seen cubs in the tribe for a long time. 2.10. Yi-Chi-Chi is so awesome. Everyone was whispering. Yi-Chi-Chi walked forward as if no one was around. The tribe leader had already prepared countermeasures, so she could take the cub out for activities without any worries. When they arrived at the open space of the tribe, a high bonfire had been built in the middle. Bai Yan and Luyu were helping to deal with the wild animals. These were the prey to be eaten tonight, so they were left behind to deal with them.
Bai Yan. Luyu.
Yi-Chi-Chi ran towards them with the cub in her arms.
Chi-Chi, slow down.
Seeing the little female running so fast, sure Yi couldn't help but want to speed up. But when he thought of the cub on his head, he was afraid of dropping it, so he could only remind it out loud. Ryua watched the scene with a smile. Ning Shuang laughed out loud. Really, the picture was warm, and he was also in the game. How could he not be happy? Bai Yan and Luyu couldn't help laughing when they saw Yi-Chi-Chi like this. It's great that the person you care about also cares about you. It's a pity that you didn't get to eat the dishes tonight. They were delicious. When Yi-Chi-Chi came closer, both of them stopped what they were doing, fearing that the bloody scene of them processing the prey would be seen by the little female and scare her. It doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Go sit with them first and we'll find you after we process the prey. Bai Yan's hands were still stained with blood, and he could only helplessly remind them. Okay, then you guys get busy first. Yi-Chi-Chi's purpose was just to say hello, not to stay here and watch them. Although it's difficult to keep a bowl of water even, it can't be done without doing it. Bai Yan and Luyu felt comfortable. It's enough for the little female to have themselves in her heart. Ryua had spread the animal skins she brought with her on the ground and put the cubs down. Now they're looking around curiously. From time to time, they even make some baby talk. Yi-Chi-Chi was so cute when she saw this scene. Many little females around saw it and exclaimed, "Wow, these little guys are so cute, I want to have one too." So tigers are so cute when they are young? Everyone was amazed and praised the cub and Yi-Chi-Chi. Even the people standing next to Yi-Chi-Chi were proud of it. Yi-Chi-Chi turned a deaf ear to the outside world and sat on the ground petting the tiger cub. It was so furry that no matter how much he touched it, he could not get enough. After playing for a while, Bai Yan and Luyu finished their work and came to sit with them. Bai Yan found it a bit funny to see everyone holding the tiger cub and touching it randomly. If he turned into a beast, would Chi-Chi like it? Today's bonfire party is held to welcome the new females who have arrived recently and provide them with a place to choose males. Have fun everyone tonight. Males who are not in a relationship can come on stage to run for election. The chief's voice rang out on the wooden platform. Everyone heard the deafening cheers, and Yi-Chi-Chi was also moved by the atmosphere and joined the cheers. The witch doctor took the lead in dancing on the platform. The orcs below also sang and danced with the witch doctor. They sang ancient and mysterious tunes. Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't follow, so she could only mingle with the orcs and dance around the campfire. That kind of happy feeling is really rare. At least it was the first time that Yi-Chi-Chi had such a feeling since he came to the beast world for so long. After the orcs danced and cheered, it was the females' turn to choose their partners. After watching, Yi-Chi-Chi felt that she was too conservative before. This time, she was amazed by the selection of 10 beast husbands. This time, there were a total of 5 new females in the tribe, which directly solved the problem of more than 50 single males. Among them, there are 5 orange-level males. The chief was so happy that he asked everyone to eat together. The whole tribe was filled with laughter. When Luyu was halfway through the bonfire party, he went on patrol. Yi-Chi-Chi thought that the fun was almost over and planned to go home first. There should be nothing fun for the rest. Yi-Chi-Chi ran away directly. Seeing this, the others also ran away with Yi-Chi-Chi. After all, barbecue is not very delicious, so it is better to go home and grill it yourself. Everyone returned to the beast cave and started a barbecue led by Yi-Chi-Chi. Everyone started to skewer the meat. Just now at the bonfire party, I ate barbecue and filled my stomach, but I always felt that something was missing. And Yi-Chi-Chi was greedy. This barbecue is suitable for eating at night, hee hee. After placing the sleeping cubs, the 6 people started to grill skewers around the fire. "Hey, is the brick kiln in the tribe almost built?" Yi Chi-Chi asked Luyu curiously. Luyu had been traveling outside for a long time, and all this superficial information could not stump him at all. "It's almost done, just a little bit short. It will probably be put into use tomorrow. I wonder if the clan leader will use it directly." Luyu felt that the chief would continue to burn the kiln. If there is a carrot hanging in front of it, the donkey will definitely not be willing to stop. Yi Chi-Chi knew the chief's thoughts and told him her thoughts directly. After all, more females can survive, which means that the tribe is strong. This is more conducive to attracting females and stronger males into the tribe. The chief is also ambitious. He is unwilling to let the tribe be just a small or medium-sized tribe, so he will agree to Bai Yan's proposal and go to talk to Yi Chi-Chi about marriage. Now a month is almost past, and only the mermaid tribe has come. The rainy season will come in a few days. I don't know if the remaining 2 will come. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and the chief is not sure. Yi Chi-Chi is even more uncertain. Now 5 are enough for her to bear. If there are 2 more, she will probably go crazy. I don't know, but the rammed earth house will probably be built tomorrow. I took a look today, and the bricks can almost be demolded. 3 days have passed since Yi Chi-Chi proposed to build a house. During these 3 days, the clan leader asked someone to make a lot of mud bricks. The bricks will be removed tomorrow, and it is estimated that they can be built in 1 day. Well, the clan leader is always very fast. Bai Yan echoed. In fact, Yi Chi-Chi was afraid that the adobe house would not last through the rainy season. Otherwise, it would be almost enough to build an adobe house. The clan leader insisted on building the adobe house because he wanted to see if what Yi Chi-Chi said was true. If it is true, the adobe house can be built first during the windy season after the rainy season to ensure that the females do not have to be blown by the wind in winter. Then, during the windy season, the tiles can be burned and the house can be built directly. "Hey, Ryua, how do you make this seasoning?" Sure, you really approached Ryua with the purpose of learning how to cook. Ryua also taught him how to make it seriously. Sure, Yi also learned things quickly. When he ate the first skewer of meat he grilled, he was so excited that he wanted to jump up. "It's really amazing. I have never eaten cooked food in the deep sea, and now I make it for myself." Shurya's action made everyone laugh. "It's okay, we can eat it in the future." When Ryua heard him say that, she knew why he was so eager to learn how to cook. On the mainland, as long as the patriarch has fire, the tribe can borrow fire. In the deep sea, it is indeed difficult to find a source of fire. Fire has always been a gift from God. If there is no superpower in a tribe, then they can only wait for the fire from heaven to fall, or go to other tribes to exchange fire. But it is not so easy to exchange fire from other tribes. Usually the tribe will give a lot of food or give a female who is ready to grow up. No matter which transaction item, it is a big loss for the tribe. After everyone was full, they wisely went to find a place to sleep. Suddenly, only Shi Yi and Yi Chi-Chi were left. Ryua followed them. Yi Chi-Chi understood that Ryua was determined to "I'm going to be with Shurya tonight." After Shurya finished the last skewer of barbecue, he still felt unsatisfied. He turned around and saw that it was only him and Yi Chi-Chi left. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Ryua was leaving time for him and the little female. To be honest, Shurya was satisfied with the little female, but he was very timid about the matters between males and females. He didn't know what to do at all. When Shurya thought of some things, his face turned red. Yi Chi-Chi didn't expect that Shurya was more innocent than anyone else. He blushed before she did anything. Who would understand? A handsome guy, not only was he shirtless, but he also blushed in front of you. Could you bear it? The answer was that he couldn't bear it at all. Yi Chi-Chi wanted to pounce on him, but thinking that he didn't take a shower today, he felt a little uncomfortable and had to endure it. "Shurya, shall we go to the river to take a bath?" Yi Chi-Chi's face also turned red uncontrollably. The two of them were like rookies who had just met, with a sense of surprise, of mutual sympathy. Shurya was really sure now that this little female was really going to accept him. Shurya's eyes were full of light, shining brightly in the dim firelight in the stone cave. In the future, he would have a family and a little female. Could he also look forward to having his own cubs? Yi became excited. Okay, I'll take you there.
Shiye picket up Yejici.
This time, he didn't let her sit on his arms, but hugged her like a princess. Yichichi looked up and could see Ye's clear jawline. In the moonlight, she could also see his bright red lips. Yichichi was completely mesmerized. Yi was really good-looking. For example, Yi was also good-looking, but I didn't know how he cultivated this kind of charming and somewhat pure feeling. Who was he trying to fascinate? It was me, Yichichi.
Yejici.
How can you eat so well? Yichichi complained all the way, feeling that she had completely become abnormal. When they came to the river, Ye gently put Yichichi on the ground. Seeing the water, Ye felt like returning to his mother's arms. Although he hadn't seen his mother for a long time, he really liked water. He jumped into the water, and the water splashed on Yichichi's face, bringing a touch of coolness in this hot summer. Yichichi watched Ye transform into a mermaid, swimming flexibly in the water. Under the silver moonlight, his fish tail reflected a strange light.
Chichi?
Ye saw Yichichi staring at her motionlessly and thought she was scared. In the deep sea, they all said that their blue-green tails looked scary and poisonous. Everyone preferred males with white or solid tails. He was disliked by the tribesmen in the tribe. Ye, why is your tail so beautiful? Yichichi looked at Yi in surprise. When Yi changed into the beast form, something like fins grew on his ears, and there were faint scales on his face. His eyes became more slender and looked very aggressive. The nails of his hands also became sharp, and the muscles all over his body appeared to have clear outlines under the moonlight. Ye's muscles are also thin and look very tempting.
Yejici slalohet her saliva unjominjingli.
The emperor could go to the morning court in the arms of a beauty. His self-control was extremely strong. Yichichi walked into the water and wanted to be closer to him. Yi saw through her intentions and slowly moved towards her. There were no other orcs to disturb the river at night. Their movements were abnormally loud in this quiet night. The sound of rushing water constantly stimulated Yichichi's eardrums. When she walked into the water, the heat on her face subsided a little. Yi looked down at her, and the aggression in his eyes faded a lot. Chichi, is what you just said true? My tail is good. Does it look good? Ye's heart was beating very fast. This was the first time a female said that his tail was pretty. Did it mean that Chichi accepted him? Did she not hate him? Of course. Yichichi put her arms around his waist. After Yi changed into the form of an animal, his voice became more distant and charming. It made people want to get closer to him, unconsciously. Chichi, thank you for recognizing me. Yi sank down and looked at Yichichi at eye level. It seemed that he wanted to see clearly whether she was lying or not. Yi, no matter what you have experienced before, since I plan to accept you, then I must like your character. Yichichi said to Yi very seriously. In the observation of these 2 days, Ye's character is actually quite good. He shows curiosity about everything and does not have any stressful behavior. He gets along very naturally with the animal husbands. Yichichi accepted him not only because he looks good, but because he is not a bad person by nature. Thank you, Lord Beast God, for letting me meet you. Yi hugged Yichichi gently, his voice pious. He was like a piece of duckweed drifting on the sea. If it weren't for the guidance of Lord Beast God, how could he find such a good little female? Yi hugged harder, and finally Yichichi cried out in pain. Yi, it hurts. Yi woke up as if from a dream and let go of Yichichi. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. Yi stepped back helplessly, looking at Yichichi a little panicked. Yichichi looked at Yi helplessly. He was like a frightened little rabbit. Sensitive, suspicious, afraid of being rejected. Yi, no one will abandon you in the future, but the premise is that you have to have a strong heart, so strong that no one can hurt you. Yichichi tried to reason with him. Strong heart. Yi murmured, repeatedly savoring the meaning of this sentence. After a moment, He looked at Yi Chi-Chi, and his eyes had regained their brightness. Chi-Chi, I know. Sure Yi smiled. Yi Chi-Chi also smiled, thinking it through. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Sure Yi would become evil in places she wouldn't notice in the future. What if he couldn't stand her favoring other beastly husbands and did something uncontrollable? This is not what Yi Chi-Chi wants to see. Sure Yi, no one will abandon you in the future, but if your heart is not strong, you will be hurt by me. So, I advise you to have a strong heart. This is also my selfishness. Yi Chi-Chi admitted that she was very selfish, but isn't this Sure Yi's salvation? Sure Yi came to Yi Chi-Chi again. This time, without waiting for Yi Chi-Chi to speak, Sure Yi leaned over and kissed her lips. Chi-Chi, can we have a couple ceremony? Sure Yi kissed the corner of her lips and asked cautiously.
Sure Yi, how simple.
Don't ask. If you ask, I won't want to think about it anymore. Yi Chi-Chi held Sure Yi's head and kissed him. Such a simple little mermaid. Don't run away, hee hee. Sure Yi had never seen such a powerful situation before. He was led by Yi Chi-Chi's rhythm and his breathing was disordered. The soft lips of the little female made him feel that he could never kiss enough. Seeing that Sure Yi was handsome and a little confused, Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help but ravage his long hair and messed it up. Now he looked wild and handsome. Sure Yi, has anyone praised you for being handsome? Yi Chi-Chi took a strand of his hair and played with it on her fingertips. Sure Yi looked at her obediently and a little dazed. What is handsome? Looking at the gloss on Sure Yi's lips, Yi Chi-Chi looked away with difficulty. It means praising you for being a good-looking male, praising you for being powerful, etc. Yi Chi-Chi looked into Sure Yi's deep blue eyes and saw her blushing cheeks in his eyes. No, Chi-Chi is the first person to praise me. Sure Yi said honestly. Okay, then let's go back. Yi Chi-Chi has almost finished washing and feels a little cold.
Okay.
Sure Yi showed an imperceptible smile on his face. Yi Chi-Chi keenly discovered that the corners of his straight lips had a slight arc. When she got to the shore, Yi Chi-Chi took out a clean animal skin from the space and put it on, then let Sure Yi pick her up and walk back to the beast cave. When she returned to the beast cave, Yi Chi-Chi could hear a slight snoring. It was the cub snoring. There was also the sound of turning over the body, and Yi Chi-Chi's heartbeat became more chaotic. No one was asleep. Was she too presumptuous? Sure Yi was also a little uncomfortable, just like, well, how to say it? It was like someone was peeping in the corner, which made him very uncomfortable. It's better to be by the river. Tiptoeing to lie on the bed, for a moment, both of them were like quails, not daring to move. Yi Chi-Chi inexplicably felt a kind of two in front of her husband, the stimulation of Qing. Sure Yi's hands were slightly cold, and when he touched her skin, she could feel a strange stimulation. Sure Yi groped, gently stroked Yi Chi-Chi's cheek, held her face, and kissed her. Everything was so natural. Yi Chi-Chi sank into Sure Yi's tenderness. Afraid of disturbing others' sleep, Yi Chi-Chi decided to bring Sure Yi into the space. Sure Yi was stunned for a moment by the sudden light, and his deep blue eyes looked at Yi Chi-Chi, lying there in confusion. Don't be afraid, this is my awakened superpower. Yi Chi-Chi hugged his neck and comforted him softly. Sure Yi's face flushed, and the mist in his eyes seemed to overflow. She offered her red lips and couldn't help but take a bite of Sure Yi. He was like a delicious strawberry, and she couldn't kiss him enough. Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was getting worse and worse. Sure Yi was so stimulated that his whole body was shaking. Sure Yi, do you regret it? Yes, Chi-Chi, I don't regret it. A not very serious separator. In the end, Yi Chi-Chi held her waist, wanting to cry, but without tears. The red rank is worthy of being the red rank. Yi Chi-Chi sighed in her heart. No wonder the little females outside are afraid of the red rank. They are really useless. If I hadn't drunk the yellow rank upgrade potion, I would probably really die here. This was Yi Chi-Chi's evaluation after sleeping. The next day, Yi Chi-Chi took the sleeping Sure Yi out of the space. Yi Chi-Chi's beast form appeared on Sure Yi's forehead. This means that the two people successfully held the partner ceremony. When they came out, it was already bright. This was the first time that Yi-Chi-Chi entered the space, and came out when it was completely bright. Shuri had a fever, which represented the extraordinary experience last night. Yi-Chi-Chi, on the other hand, looked satisfied, lying lazily on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Seeing that there was movement here, Ryua asked her at the door if she wanted to have breakfast. "Here I am, my little Ryua." Yi-Chi-Chi got up and threw herself into Ryua's arms. "Have you eaten?" Yi-Chi-Chi looked up at him. Not realizing that there was no unhappy expression on his face, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I shouldn't be. I'm waiting for you." Ryua looked at her slightly swollen lips and couldn't help but kiss her. The tip of her nose was full of the scent of other males, but now the little female was hanging on her. "Where's Shuri?" Ryua asked casually. "He seems to have awakened." Yi-Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed when she was asked, and she didn't dare to look directly at Ryua. "Well, this is a good thing, but we should not go out for the next 2 days, so as not to be discovered by stray orcs that the red rank in the tribe has fallen into a coma." "Okay, listen to Ryua." Yi-Chi-Chi lazily put all her weight on Ryua. Mainly, her legs were weak. Ryua helped her to the dining table and patiently served her porridge. It was still mincemeat porridge in the morning, but Yi-Chi-Chi was not outside today, so no vegetables were added. If she did not go out of the tribe, Yi-Chi-Chi could only walk around the tribe. It was just right, she could go and take a look inside the tribe and see the progress of the mud house. It happened that the chief was going to start building today, and Yi-Chi-Chi planned to take a look. In case they didn't know, she would give some pointers. Ryua brought Yi-Chi-Chi to the scene, and seeing the busy orcs, Yi-Chi-Chi was excited. "Chi-Chi, how come you have time to come here today?" The chief was sharp-eyed, and when he saw Yi-Chi-Chi and Ryua, he hurried over. Yi-Chi-Chi smiled and looked at the chief. "Come out for a walk if you have nothing to do." "Have you started laying the bricks?" "Yes, they're just looking for something to do, so that there will be no gaps." The chieftain was frowning, thinking of a solution. Just like before, soften the mud and use mud to fix it. But no need to add grass this time. Yi-Chi-Chi said truthfully. Okay. The chieftain got the solution and quickly told the orcs below. Watching them stack the mud bricks layer by layer, Yi-Chi-Chi felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he did not do anything in the whole process and just provided ideas, these orcs were very smart and could accurately understand what he meant. The chieftain did not question it at all, although what she said was an immature idea. But it did not affect the chieftain's desire to give it a try. It can be said that the chieftain is really doing business. The orcs worked hard, and even Ryua couldn't help but join the work. At sunset, a mud house appeared in everyone's eyes. Illustration of mud house. Is this the house? It's still missing a roof. When can the tiles be burned out? Can this successfully survive the rainy season? Everyone was looking at the house built by their own hands with anticipation and longing. Everyone gathered around the house happily. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at the door they left. It's so, but it can be used. I'll teach them how to make doors later. This way they can keep out the cold wind in winter. Everyone in the tribe was very happy, and now that the house was completed, they were just waiting for the tiles. Chief, how is the progress of the tiles? Yi-Chi-Chi was more curious about this. It has already started burning, but we don't know how hot it will be. It's still in the experimental stage. The patriarch looked at the horizon and sighed for a moment. It was a good thing to have a method, but it was too late. Seeing that the rainy season was approaching, the village chief was a little worried. The kilns were all built not far from the river. If the rainy season really came, it was not known whether the brick kilns could be preserved. If the brick kilns were destroyed by then, these few days would have been in vain. The patriarch felt a little regretful for a moment. However, he had already figured out some tricks. If he wanted to build it again in the future, it would be much easier than it is now. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but if you start and persist and keep exploring, no one will not make any progress. The patriarch believed this truth. At the same time, he admired Yi-Chi-Chi very much. Although this little female had been locked up for 5 years, she did not resent herself at all. Now she told them some ideas, which was actually very good. If the little female didn't say it, who would have thought can this soil be used to build a house in this way? Although it doesn't look that strong, it is enough. At least in winter, Water can be poured on the outside of the wall and it will immediately freeze into ice, so that it is better for females to live inside than to live in leaky caves on the mountain wall. The chief is very optimistic about the construction of the house, so he did not hesitate to ask males for help during this critical period. Single males are happy to serve. After all, the technology of building a house has been learned, and when new females come to the tribe in the future, they can use this skill to capture the hearts of new females. They know the importance of houses. Many tribes want to settle in the ape tribe, mainly because they could have a house that could shelter from wind and snow in winter, and the survival rate of females would be greatly increased. If his own tribe could develop a house that could survive the rainy season, the chief would not dare to think about it, and his own tribe would. What will the tribe be like in the end? A grand blueprint has already been constructed in the mind of the tribe chief. Yi Chi-Chi watched the tribe chief fall into deep thought and did not intend to disturb him. It is also good for her that a house can be built in the tribe. She feels inconvenient to live in a stone cave. The weir is one of them. There is no ventilation inside. It is stuffy in the summer and no wind can get in. The smell of sweat inside is lingering for a long time. Yi Chi-Chi had no words to complain about, so she set her sights on the village chief. It is not that she does not want to build a wooden house. There is nothing in the beast world that can cut wood into boards. The previous wooden beds were all made by drilling holes in large logs and placing smaller wood as bedboards. Although it is not comfortable to sleep on, it is much better than a stone bed. At least I won't have back pain when I sleep. Now I have the opportunity to improve my living environment, and I don't have to do it myself. How nice it would be if I could do it myself. Yi Chi-Chi's calculations were clattering. Anyway, in the end, it would benefit me, so why not? Tell the tribe leader that my idea is immature, and let him explore it himself. In the end, he will still thank me. And he will not doubt himself, and will feel guilty, thinking that he had kept the original owner for 5 years before, and now he is still trying to do good for the tribe. By then, as long as there are no natural enemies, Yi Chi-Chi believes that she will also be respected in the tribe. Just like that, she will be satisfied. After the tribe leader came back to his senses, Yi Chi-Chi followed him to the tile kiln to take a look. Looking at the hundreds of mud bricks neatly stacked on the ground, because Yi Chi-Chi specifically explained that these bricks could not be exposed to direct sunlight, the hard-working beastmen set up simple racks and laid many leaves on them, making it cool and shady underneath. Seeing that these beastmen could produce such results in a short period of time, it would be a lie for Yi Chi-Chi to say that she was not shocked. She also said that she went out to look for limestone these 2 days, but in the end, she did nothing. The rainy season is coming, and Yi Chi-Chi doesn't know if these bricks have been dried. She vaguely remembers that these bricks need to be dried for about 10 days. But the tribe leader is anxious, and a batch has already been fired in the kiln. Yi Chi-Chi can only support him and hope that he succeeds. Tribal leader, these bricks are fired, but we need to find something to fix these bricks. Yi Chi-Chi continued to speak out her thoughts. It would be best if the tribe leader could find them all the time. This would not only ensure her safety to the greatest extent, but also take the credit. What is it? The tribe leader looked at Yi Chi-Chi with shining eyes. It is a white stone. Their hardness is not high. In the past, orcs in the tribe used it to build stoves. Didn't they pour water on it during the cooking process? It continued to evolve, and the edges and corners gradually became flat. I think it's amazing. That kind of white stone must have unexpected effects. Yi Chi-Chi made up a story. Anyway, it was enough to make the tribe leader believe it. As for how they would explore the uses of limestone, that was not within her scope of consideration. Yi Chi-Chi lied without thinking, just speaking without thinking. Anyway, she could just blame everything on the old tribe, since they were a world apart. Yi Chi-Chi was sure that the chief would not go to the rabbit-hunting tribe to verify this trivial matter. In this way, not only would other tribes discover her motives, but other tribes would also know the preciousness of this stone. So, Yi Chi-Chi lied with a little scheming. Is there such a magical thing? The chief thought it was incredible. Wasn't this little female too careful in observation? She could actually observe the stove in the tribe. Although it sounded unreasonable, she could find it, so she would definitely not lie. Immediately, the chief summoned the males to search in various places in the back mountain. In short, they must find the white stone described by Yi Qiqi. There are actually quite a lot of limestones, and Yi Qiqi thinks the chief has a high chance of finding it. But what should we do with these stones after we find them? The chief was in trouble again. How about building another kiln and burning it? Yi Qiqi asked tentatively. The tribe leader slapped his thigh. Yes, try it. What if it works? The tribe leader grasped the key point of Yi Qiqi's words just now. Burning and blisters. The tribe leader felt that the single beastmen nowadays stayed in the beast cave except for hunting, so they might as well make more contributions to the tribe. After the tribe became stronger, they would have more opportunities to get out of being single.
Most people ate this pie.
Well, as expected, no matter what era, there will always be bosses painting pie for workers to eat. After following the tribe leader to inspect the progress, Yi Qiqi returned to the beast cave bored again. Seeing that Bai Yan and the others were all here today, he planned to pull them all into the space to work. It happened that the rice planted before was ripe and could be harvested. After harvesting this time, Yi Qiqi did not plan to continue planting. One was time-consuming and laborious, and the other was that the static space in the space was almost exhausted, so he had to give up planting first. It would be fine to plant some vegetables at ordinary times. The food Yi Qiqi has stored now is enough to last until next spring, whether it is rice or meat. Even the rice still has to be husked manually by Bai Yan and others. It would be great if they could make a stone mill or something like that someday. Yi Qiqi thought. Or wait until she has enough points and buy one in the system. She has already found one. When it is available, she will directly spend more than 1,000 points to buy a rice grinder in the system mall. Although it can only husk 100 kilograms of millet a day, it is better than asking Ryue and others to husk it. Now she has no use for her points. Except for buying a milk-enhancing pill worth 10 points, Yi Qiqi hardly uses her points now. After giving birth to a child, she got more than 2,000 points, but she only used less than 100. Now she still has 1980 points. Therefore, it is more than enough to buy a machine. Looking at their hard-working figures, Yi Qiqi felt that she was an evil capitalist. The beastly husbands finally had a day off, but they all worked in the fields. After holding up his face and looking for a while, Yi Qiqi remembered that he hadn't given the spiritual spring water to Shiyi yet. He didn't know if the spiritual spring water would be useful to them. If it was useful, that would be great. Yi Qiqi planned to give it to Shiyi after he got out. Now in the space, time actually passed quite quickly. Bai Yan and the others had been busy over there for a long while. Seeing that almost half of the fields had not been harvested, Yi Qiqi felt that he couldn't let them keep working like this, otherwise they wouldn't get a break.
Bai Yan, Lu Yu,
Ningxuang, Ryue, it's time to call it a day and go out for dinner. Yi Qiqi planned to let them eat and rest first. The four people put down their work obediently and followed Yi Qiqi to cook outside the space. In fact, they can also cook in the space, but Yi Qiqi felt that it was too much trouble to move things in, so he cooked directly outside. If you stay in there for too long, it is normal for your lifespan to decrease with the passage of time. Yi Qiqi was just guessing and did not confirm it. However, you can do something in there. Resting and recovering your strength are both good choices. But in the area where time flows, food cannot be stored. Vegetables that can be stored for 3 or 4 days in the outside world, vegetables placed in the space, would have rotted after 1 day outside, as if they had been left outside for 4 or 5 days. So Yi Qiqi felt that 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 4 days in the space. A flow rate of 4 to 1. Actually, it was not bad. He had harvested 2 crops of rice, which was exactly 4 months. Or maybe the time in the space was a little faster than the base of 4 to 1. Without an alarm clock or hourglass to measure accurately, Yi Qiqi still couldn't estimate it accurately, but it didn't matter. It was just for reference. After leaving the space, except for Ryue who went to get food, the other 3 people stared at Yi Qiqi. Yi Qiqi looked at them with a smile. Hee, you all worked hard today. Yi Qiqi slowly moved into the stone cave. No matter what, let's go get some spiritual spring water for Shiyi first. Yi Qiqi ran, and Bai Yan and the others followed Yi Qiqi's gaze. When he saw that she was going to take care of Yi, Lu Yu sighed. He followed her. Yi was lying on the stone bed, frowning slightly, as if he had dreamed of something upsetting. Yi Qiqi gave him spiritual spring water and moistened his lips. Lu Yu looked at Yi, who originally had fair skin, and his body was now covered with a layer of gray mud. Qiqi, you go out later, I'll help him wash it. Lu Yu frowned. After all, the little female likes clean males, and he can take care of Yi for her. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Qiqi kissed Lu Yu as a reward. Lu Yu looked at the little female's dragonfly-like kiss, and for a moment, he didn't want to let her go. She looked too tempting. Qiqi, I miss you so much. Lu Yu's voice was nostalgic, and the slightly hoarse voice lingered in her ears. Yi Qiqi couldn't help blushing. But this month is Ruyu. Yi Qiqi was also thinking, Ruyu is over and there's Yi. She can't break the rules casually, right? It's okay, just hug you. Lu Yu didn't wait for her to refuse. He hugged her in his arms, his chin resting on the top of Yi Qiqi's head, and just didn't move. Yi Qiqi could feel his burning breath, and he could also feel his somewhat rapid breathing. Such Lu Yu is completely different from his usual sharp and murderous aura. Lu Yu, how about we go out? Yi Qiqi asked cautiously. It's not good to go out, Qiqi, take me into the space, okay? Lu Yu had been thinking about Yi Qiqi's space for a long time. When she was with Ryue, she always went in, and Bai Yan and even went there last night. Lu Yu's heart was about to lose balance. Qiqi was partial. Yi Qiqi felt guilty when she heard the hoarseness in his voice. It seemed that she was a little sorry for Lu Yu and Ning Shuang. After all, when it was their turn, her belly had grown big, so she had a rare rest for more than a month. Now, when Lu Yu expressed his idea, Yi Qiqi wanted to refuse. However, when she thought of him taking care of the cubs, never saying a word, and going out on patrol during the day, she was reluctant to refuse. He gritted his teeth and took Lu Yu into the space. Ning Shuang and Bai Yan looked at each other. Well, the little female was really soft-hearted. Lu Yu succeeded. If Ryue knew about this, she would be furious, wouldn't she? The two looked at each other, with helplessness flashing in their eyes. Indeed, a beast husband for a month is quite a long time.
The rules are set by the tribe.
They have already enjoyed it and cannot be broken. Moreover, Bai Yan knew that he was actually the luckiest. Now he has his own cubs. He can give the opportunity to others first. Yi Qiqi took Lu Yu into the space and was hugged by him directly, kissing her lips fiercely. Qiqi, don't know how much I miss you. I go out every day and I hardly see you. I'm going crazy. After the kiss, Lu Yu expressed his sadness. Yi Qiqi was a little guilty about having an affair, but now she heard him say that, she felt distressed. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Qiqi hugged his thin waist. But the touch of her hands was full of solid muscles. Today is another day of indulging in beauty. Lu Yu enjoyed the feeling of Yi Qiqi buried in his arms. He felt at ease. The little female was soft, with a soothing fragrance, and it felt very comfortable to hug her. Even if he did nothing, he felt very comfortable just holding her. Okay, let's see if you can persuade me to take in more beastly husbands in the future. Yi Qiqi's hands restlessly scratched Lu Yu's waist. Lu Yu was uncomfortable with her and hugged her tightly with his arms. Yi Qiqi was so scared by her that she dared not move. She could only let him hold her. Lu Yu lowered his head and looked at the little female with wet eyes. She really looked different from the people in the tribe. Most of the females in the hound tribe have a bit of aggressive beauty, but Yi Qiqi is not. She has an oval face, round eyes, a small and upturned nose, and a small mouth. The whole person is lively and vivid. Lu Yu looked at the fair little female in front of him. He couldn't help but kiss her lips again. Seeing that her face was also flushed, Lu Yu couldn't control himself anymore. Yi Qiqi responded to Lu Yu's kiss actively. Lu Yu kissed her so hard that her whole body became weak, but he didn't take any further action. He seemed to have some reservations. Qiqi. Lu Yu looked at her pleadingly. Yi Qiqi's hand touched Lu Yu's hot cheek, so hot that she wanted to retract her hand. Feeling the burning breath of the male, Yi-Chi-Chi's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. The hot touch on Lu Yu's face made her dare not look directly at Lu Yu. But I have to say that Lu Yu's skin is really good. A not very serious separator. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Lu Yu sighed, and a feeling of shyness surged in his heart. He was so uncontrollable. Wouldn't the little female think he was frivolous? Yi-Chi-Chi saw that Lu Yu was a little unhappy and kissed him gently on the lips. Okay, let's go out for dinner. Don't think so much. Yi-Chi-Chi shook her slightly sore hands, with a helpless look on her face. Okay, listen to Chi-Chi. Lu Yu was particularly obedient. When pulling Lu Yu out of the space, Ryue had almost finished cooking. Lu Yu took the initiative to fetch water for Yi to wipe his body. It was time to eat, and he moved quickly. He was determined not to delay Yi-Chi-Chi's mealtime. After dinner, everyone went to rest tactfully, leaving Ryue and Yi-Chi-Chi to spend time together. Ryue felt the scent of Lu Yu on the little female, very faint, but very strong in one place. Ryue probably understood something, pursed her lips, and stared at Yi-Chi-Chi's hand quietly. Yi-Chi-Chi quickly shrank back as if she was burned. No way? Are orcs so sensitive to smell? She clearly washed it. Ryue's eyes darkened. She looked at Yi-Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, is the food I cook delicious? It's delicious. I like Ryue's cooking the most. Yi-Chi-Chi saw that he was not very happy, probably because he was jealous. After all, this month belongs to him. Then don't forget me in the future, okay? Although I know this is a bit selfish. Ryue lowered her head and felt that he was completely dim. Yi-Chi-Chi sighed in his heart. Well, the beast husbands were all emotionally stable, but there was a little crybaby. It's not a little crybaby, but she is a little sensitive and always feels that I will abandon him. What should I do? Just coax her. It's her own fault that he has controlled her stomach. Little fox, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I forget you and not want you? It should be you who forgets me and doesn't want me. Where can I find another such a good little fox? Yi-Chi-Chi pinched Ryue's face, stared into his eyes, and said sincerely. Ryue looked at the little female as opening and closing mouth, not knowing what to say. She was really good at coaxing people, but she just happened to fall for her tricks. I just want one. Sure, Ryue, I know that with more beastly husbands, I can't help but care about each of you. But I also need time to adapt, okay? Yi-Chi-Chi knew what he wanted to say. The answer was never spoken out. The answer we say now, once spoken out, will not stand the test of time. In the end, both of us will be entangled because of this. The answer you hear now is what you want, but it's been so long, I can't guarantee that I can do it. I would rather you didn't expect it from the beginning. Yi-Chi-Chi's words were very clear and a little heartless, but inexplicably, Ryue felt balanced in her heart. He knew that the little female couldn't give any of them an answer. So he was balanced. I know, Chi-Chi. I won't ask again in the future. After getting such an answer, Ryue actually calmed down. The little female is so outstanding, there will definitely be more than just so many beast husbands in the future. She will have more, so he is worried about gains and losses now, and he will definitely lose himself in the future. Ryue thought, always stay with her well, even though he is not so outstanding to her.
I'm sorry.
Seeing his slightly hurt expression, Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't help but apologize. It's not your fault, Chi-Chi. You are already very good. It's me who is greedy and wants more. Ryue gently took Yi-Chi-Chi into her arms. The little female is already very good. She can take care of her own emotions of gain and loss. She is just doing what all females do. It is also her first time to be someone else's female. She is already very good. Ryue hugged Yi-Chi-Chi and let go after a long time. Just think it through. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at Ryue's furry ears that popped out inadvertently and couldn't help but stretched out her hand to pinch them. Chi-Chi, you can't touch here casually. Ryue's face turned red, and the faint sadness just now was squeezed away by this pinch. Oh no! She looked too cute, and I couldn't help but touch her. Yi-Chi-Chi's legs are still vaguely soft. It seems that even under the attack of the red level, the post-riding physique has to bow its head occasionally. Remember next time. Ryue placed a kiss on the top of Yi-Chi-Chi's head, then she lay down with her arms around her, ready to go to sleep. The little female must have been tortured by Shirya last night, and Ryue knew it in her heart. Seeing that Ryue did not take the next step as before, Yi-Chi-Chi was a little flattered for a moment. It just so happened that she didn't want to come tonight, so just hold her and sleep quietly. Yi-Chi-Chi leaned her back against Ryue's arms at ease and fell asleep on his arm. Ryue could feel Yi-Chi-Chi's fatigue, and her state was obviously not as excited as before, so he wanted to give the little female a day to rest. The red level is really not covered. Whether it is physical strength or all aspects, it is not comparable to the orange level.
Ryue knew it well.
It was already very happy to be able to hold the little female to sleep. With his chin knocked on the top of Yi-Chi-Chi's head, Ryue fell asleep with her. As soon as Yi-Chi-Chi woke up the next day, she couldn't wait to see if the tribe leader's brick kiln had successfully fired bricks. Ryue was dragged along by her and didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Yi-Chi-Chi excitedly sat on Ryue's neck and stretched her head to look at the brick kiln over there. It's still burning, Chi-Chi. Shall we go back to eat first? Ryue felt the touch on her neck and felt dry in her mouth for a while. She just sat on Ryue's neck. Ryue, put me down. Integrating into the primitive tribe, she felt that she was too involved. Although she still retained some habits, Yi-Chi-Chi still felt ashamed sometimes. There was no needlework in the primitive tribe, let alone making clothes. Even the animal skins were directly wrapped around the body. The males were bare-chested, and the females were wrapped in a whole body, always facing the risk of exposure. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't feel it before she rarely went out, but now that she has gone out, she has begun to discover many disadvantages. Alas, it seems that she still needs to work hard to improve her life in the beast world. She covered her face. Ryue looked at the shy little female in her arms and was in a good mood. She took her to the beast cave and made breakfast for her first.
She ate.
Unexpectedly, when Yi-Chi-Chi returned to the beast cave, he was surprised to find a backpack next to Ning Shuang, which smelled sweet. The beehive that had been broken off did not have a single bee in it, and it was handled very cleanly. Ning Shuang saw Yi-Chi-Chi and looked at her nervously, hoping that what she had done would be praised by her. In Ning Shuang's impression, little females all like to eat sweet things, so he's been looking for beehives in the forest these days. Today he saw one, and he turned into a beast and took almost all of the beehive, leaving a few pieces for the bees, and ran away after breaking the beehive. The bees chased him for a long time, but fortunately his beast form had thick skin and dense hair, so the bees could not sting him. Ning Shuang, is this the honey you picked? Yi-Chi-Chi's excited voice echoed in Ning Shuang's ears, and he laughed. Yes, the little females in the tribe all like sweetness, so I went to find it for you. Ning Shuang scratched his head, looking honest and cute. Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't help but slapped him on the face. Ning Shuang, plus head visibly. I like it very much. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at the large basket of honey. How many jars would it take to put it in? It would be nice to have a clay jar. The stone jar still feels a bit unreliable. But now there is no kiln, so we can only make do with it for now. There's work to do today, Ryue. Bring a pot to work. Yi-Chi-Chi rubbed his hands and asked Ryue to bring the pot. Ning Shuang also went to other beastmen's homes to borrow bamboo strips to filter the honey. Watching Ryue wash her hands, cut the honey into small pieces with a boning knife, and then squeeze the honey out. That feeling is not relaxing. Seeing Ryue want to throw away the dregs after squeezing the honey, Yi-Chi-Chi quickly stopped her.
Wait.
Ryue, leave that, I have a use for it. This is a good thing. It can be made into beeswax for storage, and then it can be made into lipstick so that you don't have to worry about your skin drying out in winter. With so many beehives, you can make a big piece of beeswax. What else is this for?
Ryue didn't quite understand.
You deal with the honey first, and I'll teach you how to make beeswax after that. Yi-Chi-Chi supported her face and continued to watch Ryue squeeze honey. Now Yi-Chi-Chi wanted to have a glass jar very much. Just thinking about watching the honey slowly slide into the bottle was very healing. Ning Shuang was also helping. Yi Chi was a little hungry, so she just took a piece of honey and started to chew it. The sweet taste filled her entire mouth. Yi Chi felt it was too sweet. After taking a bite, she didn't want to continue eating it directly. It's better to drink it with water. She silently fed the rest to Ning Shuang and Ryue, respectively. Yi Chi felt that her hands were free, silently watching the two of them extract the honey. Honey was stored in a porcelain white stone jar. The stone looked like jade or something, and it looked like there was no impurity at all. It looked like the finest mutton fat jade. If it was real, it would be a bit of a waste to use it to store honey. Chi, the honey is extracted. What should we do with these? Put it in the pot and cook it directly. I'll tell you the next step later. As soon as Yi Chi heard the steps she directed, she became excited. Ryue did as she was told. Now it's boiled, and then? Ryue was waiting for the next instruction. Wait a little longer, stir it, and let it fully dissolve. Ryue did as she was told, and took out the spatula after stirring it. Soon it was covered with cooled yellow beeswax. Chi, is this beeswax? Ryue stared at the spatula curiously. Yeah, that's right, this can be used to make candles. Let's go out and find rushes before it gets dark. I remember there are a lot of them by the river. Yi Chi's eyes sparkled. This way, even at night, the cave wouldn't be pitch black. Candle? Rush. Ryue was obviously hearing these words for the first time, and they were very new to her. Yi, who was petting the cub, heard this and put the cub down and looked at Yi Chi curiously. Ahem, candles can be lit, and there's less smoke, unlike burning firewood. Yi Chi didn't know how to explain it to them. You'll know when it's done. Okay. Without getting the answer he wanted, Yi turned around and went back to pet the cub. Yi Chi found something wrong. Yi woke up? He woke up in just one day? And he was still petting the tiger cub? Yi Chi noticed this and ran in to see him. Xie, are you okay? Why didn't you say a word after waking up? I'm fine, I just had a nice nap. It was so comfortable. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Chi shyly. Yi Chi couldn't help but blush and naturally knew what he meant by comfortable. Didn't you awaken any special powers? Yi Chi was a little disappointed. Yes, I think the special power is water-related. He also snapped his fingers, and water gathered at his fingertips. Yi Chi watched intently, a little curious. How are you going to harvest this? Yi Chi looked at him with sparkling eyes. Another farming general. If he could directly irrigate the farmland in the future, wouldn't it save a lot of effort? But now the space is exhausted, and farming is temporarily put on hold. Yi Chi thought with some regret. Yi also snapped his fingers, and the water disappeared at his fingertips. What a pity, it's not an attacking ability. Yi was a little regretful. Who said that water can be powerful? Yi Chi had a different opinion on this. Yi looked at Yi Chi, expecting her answer. Ye's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he would go out to the forest to try it out. It was already afternoon when Ryue finished the 12th lunar month. The sun was already setting and it looked like it was about to set. Let's go out and find rushes and Yi, go out and try your abilities. Yi Chi made a quick decision, and everyone had no objection. Following Yi Chi to the river, Yi first tried his own abilities. Yi Chi watched Yi release his skills and explode in the water. The surging water splashes made the grass on the shore wet, as if the power was not very good. It's still not enough. The damage is too small. Yi couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he heard it. How about you try to transform into a beast? Yi Chi asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Yi transformed into a beast, and his whole face became more and more weird. Last time at night, Yi Chi couldn't see clearly, but now that he saw it, he gasped. This is too good looking. How many times better than when he was in human form? It's the comparison between full makeup and no makeup. Ah! Yi Chi screamed wildly in her heart. Ryue and Ning Shuang were also stunned. What can they compare with Yi? Even this face alone can't compare, it's simply a demon. Yi swung his fishtail, and a huge water curtain flew out with his movements, knocking down a tree not far from the river. Yi Qiqi was simply stunned. Is the use of supernatural powers in beast form so different? Yi breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the power of this tale. Fortunately, the power is still good, but there is a limit. The power will only double in the water. After Yi tried out the power of his supernatural power, he changed into a human form and walked silently to Yi Qiqi's side. Let's go find rushes? Yi looked at the three people who looked at him with starry eyes. He felt a little shy for a moment.
Oh.
Okay. Yi Qiqi reacted, nodded, and walked forward dizzily. I was impressed by Yi's handsomeness. Qiqi, do you think it's okay? Yi quietly squeezed to Yi Qiqi's side, wanting to hear the little female praise him. Okay. It's really great. Yi Qiqi gave a thumbs up. Yi didn't know what it meant, but he could see that the little female was praising herself. Yi Qiqi saw his proud little look, and he didn't have the nervousness and arrogance when he first arrived at the tribe, so he thought it was pretty good. Yi was successfully assimilated by them. At least, he was confident now and knew to ask for praise. Not far from the river, there were sparse bushes of rushes. Yi Qiqi asked them to pick some and went back to the beast cave. What are we eating tonight, Qiqi? Ryua asked as usual. Tonight? Let's have honey barbecue. I haven't had barbecue for a long time, and I still miss it. Yi Qiqi didn't want to eat barbecue before because there was no seasoning. Now that there is, she must make good use of it. Marinate the meat first, and then grill it later. Just marinate the meat as usual. Brush the honey after it's ready to grill. After Yi Qiqi finished her instructions, she took the rush to the side to remove the core. Yi was like a little tail, always following Yi Qiqi. He did whatever she did, and his learning ability was not slow. Well, it's not that difficult to remove the core of the rush. Seeing Ryua marinating meat, Yi Qiqi instructed Yi to go to the stove to light the fire, intending to make a candle first. There happened to be a bamboo tube for blowing fire in the beast cave. Because it was often burned, several were prepared, and it was just right to use one to make a candle. After measuring the core of the rush and placing the bamboo tube, Yi Qiqi tied one end of the rush core to a small branch, and then placed the core as much as possible in the middle of the bamboo tube. Then gently placed the branch on the bamboo tube to keep the core stable. After getting ready, he went to see Yi. He was busy there for a long time, but he didn't light the fire. Yi Qiqi could only walk over to see what was going on. Hey, put some dry grass first, and then put some small branches after it burns. Wait until the small branches burn, and then add large firewood. How can large firewood burn directly? Yi Qiqi looked at Yi helplessly. Forget it, he has never made a fire, so it is normal that he doesn't know. Yi nodded, and according to what Yi Qiqi said, it was indeed much easier. It turns out to be so easy.
She murmured.
He has been struggling with how to make the fire with only charcoal left in the past 2 days. It turns out to be like this. Yes, it must be easy if the method is right. Yi Qiqi couldn't help but poked his head. It looks silly and fun. Put up the pot, and then go get a wooden bowl with a handle. Yi Qiqi continued to direct, and Yi did it obediently. Yi Qiqi went to the water tank to scoop some water into the pot. After Yi brought the bowl, Yi Qiqi asked him to break off some beeswax and put it in the small bowl to wait for it to melt in water. The melting point of beeswax is generally around 60 degrees, so it is completely feasible to melt it in water. The fire was quite strong, the water in the pot boiled quickly, and the beeswax in the bowl also melted quickly. Be careful to take out the wooden bowl, don't burn it, and then pour it in here. Yi Qiqi continued to direct, and Yi saw this, and directly controlled the water power to lift the wooden bowl out. Yi Qiqi called him smart, and Yi showed a little pride on his face. He is worthy of it. Holding the handle of the wooden bowl, Yi poured it into the bamboo tube that Yi Qiqi just pointed to. The bamboo tube was split into two, and he poured 2 bamboo tubes. Okay, now just wait for it to solidify, light the fire, and leave some charcoal. We will have barbecue later. Yi Qiqi's tone was full of excitement, and they were all looking forward to what Yi Qiqi's honey barbecue would be like. Ryua knew that Yi Qiqi wanted to eat barbecue, so she specially selected tender meat that would not be burnt when grilled. She castrated a large pot and waited for the time to grill it. Lu Yu and Bai Yan came back just before dark. Yi Qiqi ran to the cave entrance to greet them. "You guys are back. Have you eaten? Let's have barbecue tonight." Yi Qiqi's eyes were full of smiles, and Lu Yu and Bai Yan looked at her dotingly.
Okay.
After a hard day's work, the little female came out to greet him when he returned home. That feeling was simply too good to be true. Lu Yu followed Yi Qiqi to eat cooked food for a month, and now he is also a fan of cooked food. Moreover, Lu Yu also found that the rice grown in the small female space can effectively improve the fullness. Now he eats a bowl of porridge in the morning before going out, and his stomach is already filled without eating raw meat. "Qiqi, are you cooking tonight? I want to eat." Lu Yu was not polite and asked directly.
Cook if you want to eat.
"The fire is burning. Go wash the rice." Yi Qiqi waved her hand and took out the rice that they had peeled in the beast cave before. After washing, they can add appropriate water to cook it in the pot. Yi took the initiative to take it. "Wait, Yi, put it down. Let Ryue teach you how to measure the rice." Yi Qiqi was afraid that Yi would not be able to grasp the amount, and it would be embarrassing if it turned out to be neither porridge nor rice. Yi could only look at Ryue for help. Ryue came over with a smile and took out the rice measuring tube that Yi Qiqi asked him to make to measure the rice. Ryue can already grasp how much rice the family eats. Although Yi Qiqi's space has a lot of harvests, it is not enough for the 5 of them to show off. Everyone's appetite is amazing. It seems that we still need to plant the land. Rice takes a long time to mature, about 2 months. Yi Qiqi thought to himself. The rest of the people didn't know that they were going to be drafted again, and they happily prepared the ingredients for the evening. Yi was also seriously learning to cook. He liked to eat cooked food. After eating it once, he could never forget it. He just woke up today and still felt hungry. He wanted to ask Ryue to cook more rice, but Ryue refused. The reason was that Ryue guessed that Yi Qiqi would mainly eat barbecue tonight, and he would definitely not eat a few bites of rice. If he cooked too much, he would not be able to finish it, and it would be a waste. Food cannot be wasted. Ryue was very firm on this point. Seeing that Ryue refused, Yi had to give up. "It's okay, just eat more meat later." The chief griller Ryue and Yi are in place, ready to grill. Yi Qiqi's hand fell from the top of his head, and Yi and Ryue began to use sharpened branches to skewer the meat for grilling. The meat was cut thinly by Ryue, and it was long and thin, which was easy to grill. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the air, and after being brushed with honey, it took on a bright color. Yi Qiqi was the first to start eating, picking up one skewer after another. Yi concentrated on learning how to roast meat from Ryue because there was still so much meat in the basin. He couldn't finish it. He couldn't finish it at all. He would eat it after it was cooked. Yi always felt that the meat he roasted was not as delicious as Ryue's because it was always a little short of the right heat, or it was overcooked. All the meat he roasted went into Lu Yu's stomach. Bai Yan roasted the meat himself. His skills were similar to Yi's, but he just couldn't roast the same taste as Ryue's. Ning Shuang also roasted the meat himself, but he would act like a spoiled child from time to time and ask Yi Qiqi for a skewer of Ryue's roasted meat. Ryue's roasted meat was delicious, and he wanted to eat it. Everyone's eyes were poking at him, snatching food from the little female. He was so successful. Ning Shuang knew that this was inappropriate, and after acting like a spoiled child twice, he didn't dare to look for Yi Qiqi again. But his eyes turned to Yi. "Yi, I want to eat the meat you grilled." Ning Shuang deliberately dragged out the ending tone, and Yi almost dropped the skewers in his hand. "Speak properly." Yi couldn't stand it, so he could only ask Ning Shuang to regulate his behavior. Ning Shuang took the skewers that Yi stuffed over and immediately smiled. "Okay." He glanced at Lu Yu, and there was a little guilty feeling in his eyes, but he had to eat, so it wasn't embarrassing. Lu Yu was too lazy to argue with him, and grilled a few skewers by himself. He wanted to grill a few skewers himself to eat with rice, and eating only this meat would not fill him up at all. There was no grill, so they grilled the skewers themselves. Yi Qiqi saw with sharp eyes that Yi's hands were covered with skin. "Yi, your hands are covered with skin, be careful." Yi saw the concern in Yi Chi-Chi's eyes and nodded. It's okay, Chi-Chi. I've awakened my water power now. I'll be fine after I start using it. Well, don't get yourself hurt. Yi Chi-Chi was still worried. If she got hurt here, she could only rely on the witch doctor. She didn't know any Chinese herbal medicine. It would be troublesome if she got sick. Okay. Yi smiled at Yi Chi-Chi and continued to fiddle with the barbecue skewers in his hand. I'm almost full. Come on, guys. Looking at the sky outside that had completely darkened, and seeing that there was still a large pot of unroasted meat slices, Yi Chi-Chi felt a headache. She had been a little sleepy early these past 2 days. I don't know if it was because she was pregnant. Lu Yu was sitting next to Yi Chi-Chi. When he saw her eyelids starting to fight, he picked her up, put her on the bed, and let her sleep first. Go to sleep first, no need to wait for us. Lu Yu's voice was gentle. Yi Chi-Chi nodded, and she fell asleep as soon as her eyelids drooped. Chi-Chi is asleep, let's keep our voices down. Lu Yu came out and said to them. Well, I feel like Chi-Chi has been sleeping a lot lately. Ryue frowned, a little worried. It's okay, she must be tired from going out today. Sure didn't think too much. Well, that should be it. Ryue remembered how excited Yi Chi-Chi was today. In the afternoon, she helped squeeze honey together, saying it was a way to relieve stress. Ryue didn't quite understand, but it was possible that she was really tired from playing. After knowing this, Ryue stopped worrying about it. After the 5 people finished eating, they went back to the cave to sleep. Ryue climbed onto Yi Chi-Chi's bed carefully and slept beside her. Yi Chi-Chi felt a heat source in her days, so she took the initiative to shrink into Ryue's arms. Ryue stiffened her body and let her nestle in her arms. After a long time, after Ryue calmed down the heat in her lower abdomen, she relaxed her body and hugged Yi Chi-Chi to sleep. She still smelled of honey, fragrant and sweet. Yi Chi-Chi was awakened by the heat. She swallowed her saliva. She was now resting one leg on Ryue's lower abdomen, and she didn't know how uncomfortable it was. She was about to move away secretly, but she didn't expect to be held down by Ryue. Are you awake? Ryue's voice was a little hoarse. He had endured it all night last night, but he didn't expect that the little female would be so restless when she slept normally, and she would touch him randomly when she fell asleep. Yi Chi-Chi's old face turned red, and it was hard to describe when she woke up in the morning and saw her sleeping posture. Alas, she didn't want to do it, but she dreamed of some indescribable things last night, and she didn't know why, but she touched him randomly in reality. Are you hungry? Not yet, I'm still a little sleepy, sleep a little longer. Yi Chi-Chi pushed Ryue, indicating that he should stay away from her, it was hot. Ryue didn't agree, and hugged him tighter. Hey, you don't feel hot either. Seeing that he didn't know what was going on, Yi Chi-Chi quickly spoke up. Chi-Chi didn't feel hot last night. Why do you feel hot this morning? Ryue's voice became more and more hoarse. Yi Chi-Chi felt his change and froze, not daring to move. What sin did she commit last night? Now it's not a question of whether she wants to sleep or not. It's a question of whether she can sleep. I don't. Yi Chi-Chi's sleepiness was scared away, but she coveted Ryue's beauty, her eyes rolling around. She pinched her throat and shouted, and Ryue's body froze.
Ryue kish.
Since the sleepiness was scared away, let's do something serious. The next second, Ryue's kiss came as soon as she heard it. The little female seduced him early in the morning. How abominable. Ryue couldn't be reserved with Yi Chi-Chi at all. She could make him crazy with just a little hook of her finger. The little female's lips, as he thought, were sweet with the fragrance of honey. Seeing that she was not cooperating, Ryue's tongue took the initiative to slide into her mouth and conquer her city. Yi Chi-Chi responded passively, hugging Ryue's neck with a dazed look. Ryue's kiss leaned towards her earlobe. Chi-Chi, you are getting worse and worse. Ryue's breath sprayed on Yi Chi-Chi's ears, causing her to shrink. She hugged Ryue's neck and gently bit his Adam's apple. Little fox, we are the same after making love with Ryue. Yi Chi-Chi felt a little hungry and stopped his request to do it again.
I'm hungry.
Yi Chi-Chi said, and Ryue immediately woke up. I'll go cook porridge for you. Ryua put on her fur skirt and went out directly. Chi-Chi. I went to the brick kiln this morning. The clan leader said that the kiln can be open this evening. Shurye's excited voice came from far to near. Yi Chi-Chi heard it clearly and was a little happy. It seems that the clan leader has succeeded in firing the kiln. Almost 10 days have passed since I told him the method. It seems that the tribe leader is quite fast. Then let's go and have a look tonight? Yi Chi-Chi put on her fur skirt, her eyes shining. At the same time, he could clearly smell the strong, ambiguous smell on her body. His eyes darkened. Well, I'll go with you. Shuri put away his bad mood and said with a smile. Okay. Yi Chi-Chi wanted to tie the fur skirt tightly, but her hands were soft and a little out of control. Shuri took a look and took the initiative to help her tie it. Yi Chi-Chi felt the slightly cool touch and felt a little relieved. Today is another boring day. Yi Chi-Chi looked at the sunny day outside. It was about to rainy season. She wanted to go out for some waves, but Ryua and Shuri objected, so she could only stay in the tribe. Let's go into the space. It's not her turn to work. If she wants to do something by herself outside, the beastmen are rushing to do it. She is now completely a salted fish. I haven't eaten river shrimp for a long time. Why don't we go catch river shrimp today? Yi Chi-Chi's eyes lit up and looked at Shuri. Shuri was unsure and looked at Ryua. Ryua nodded, and Shuri also nodded. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help but laughed. When she came to the river, Yi Chi-Chi saw the fat fish swimming in the river, and she wanted to catch some. Drooling. I haven't eaten fish for a long time. I want to eat a spicy boiled fish. But no one knows how to catch fish. Shuri saw Yi Chi-Chi staring at the fish in the water and swallowing his saliva, and seemed to understand something. Chi-Chi, do you want to eat the thorn beast? Shuri suddenly spoke, startling Yi Chi-Chi, who was concentrating on watching the fish. I want to eat it, but I don't know how to catch it. Yi Chi-Chi hesitated a little, watching the happy figure of the fish swimming. Her eyes did not blink. If you want to eat it, I'll catch it for you. Shuri thought such a little female was very cute, and couldn't help but rubbed her head. Really? Yi Chi-Chi looked at Shuri in surprise, forgetting that he originally lived in the water. Catching fish. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Shuri didn't answer Yi Chi-Chi, and dived directly into the water. In a few seconds, several fat fish were thrown ashore. Each one looked like 10 kilograms. It looked abnormally large. Yi Chi-Chi had hardly seen such a big fish. Only when you watch in the aquarium will you have the opportunity to face a 10-pound fish. These fish look like rohu. There's a row of sharp spines on the back. If you are accidentally pricked, it must be very painful. Yi Chi-Chi silently stayed away from these fish to prevent them from fluttering on her. The main reason is that these fish are too big. Yi Chi-Chi compared them with her palms. Her 2 palms are the width of their bodies, or open fingers. This must be more than 10 pounds. Yi Chi-Chi made a conclusion in her heart. After Shuri came up, his animal skin was wet, and his whole body exuded the smell of hormones. The water flowed down his muscles, and slowly slid down. Ahem, you changed the animal skin first? Don't catch a cold. Yi Chi-Chi quickly turned his head away, not daring to look any further. Shuri couldn't help it, put his hand on his lips and laughed. How can a little female be serious at one moment and bold at another? It's a bit changeable. Shuri controlled his supernatural power to force all the water out of his body, and his whole body was dry. Okay, how unconfident are you about my superpower? Shuri couldn't help but came over and rubbed Yi Chi-Chi's head. Ah? Yi Chi-Chi turned around and saw Shuri, who was dry, and felt a little incredible for a moment. Is this how superpowers are used? Great. Do you still want to catch shrimps? Ryua came over with a smile. Go back and make boiled fish. I'm greedy. Yi Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed. Just came out and went back again. Well, Chi-Chi is happy. Ryua went to the tree next to her and pulled vines, and directly threaded all the fish that Shuri caught. Yi Chi-Chi saw him walking in front with a string of fish, and felt too relaxed. So she thought about trying it herself. Ryua refused righteously. Chi-Chi, these thorny beasts are still alive. It will be bad if they struggle and hurt you later. Yichichi looked at the thorns on the backs of the fish, a little scared, and could only follow with regret. Back in the beast cave, Ryue started to process the fish, while Yichichi watched from the side. She really didn't know what to do and couldn't do anything, so she just watched. Ryue processed it quickly. After scraping the fish scales, she began to fillet the fish. 6 fish were turned into a large basin of fish fillets in a short time. This pot couldn't hold all the fish, so she planned to cook it in 3 pots. After it was done, they would have lunch together. As for Bai Yan, Luyu, Ningxuang, and the other 3 going out, they were not considered. Without white wine or anything, Yichichi could only use the most basic things to remove the fishy smell. Wait a while, wash it again with clean water, and then add chicken essence and MSG and mix well. Without vegetable oil, Yichichi was too lazy to bother, so she just left it like that. After Ryue finished all the steps above, Yichichi began to instruct on the next step. Then, add the oil first. Without bean paste, there is no way to make bean paste. Yichichi is not sure. After all, she is not the chef, so the taste may be a little bit off. Ryue is also making it for the first time. After the oil turns a little red, Yichichi asks Ryue to add water. At this time, everyone in the cave was coughing because of choking. After coughing for a long time, Ryue looked at Yichichi with tears in her eyes. Put in MSG and chicken essence, balsamic vinegar, and add green onions to enhance the flavor. Then put in the fish bones just now. After all this was done, Yichichi remembered to take out the vegetables that she would eat later. She thought about it and took the baby cabbage. In fact, she wanted to eat soybeans. But without soybean seeds, bean sprouts could not grow, so baby cabbage could only be used instead. Looking at the juicy baby cabbage, Yichichi always felt drooling and wanted to take a bite. After washing the baby cabbage, Yichichi asked Ryue to put it in the pot. When it was almost cooked, she asked Ryue to take out the fish bones and baby cabbage first. Put the fish slices in now and wait until they are shaped, and then push them slowly. Ryue did as she was told. Looking at the red soup bubbling in the pot, Yichichi couldn't stop drooling. Of course, Shiryu beside her was also drooling. The 2 of them stared at the pot closely, looking forward to having a bite. The fish slices are cooked now, and then? Looking at the 2 people swallowing their saliva crazily, Ryue asked helplessly. Just pour it out. Yichichi said as she went to wash the dishes and chopsticks and wait for the meal. When Shiryu reacted, Yichichi had already washed them and sat upright in front of the table. Ryue was in a good mood looking at her impatient look. It seems that the things she made are very popular with the little female. This also means that he likes me. Ryue felt satisfied when she thought about it. Yichichi didn't care about the heat, picked up a piece of fish and put it in the bowl, blowing air. I hope it will cool down quickly so that I can eat it. Shiryu imitated Yichichi and picked up a piece of fish and blew air on it. Yichichi carefully tested it to see if it was not hot before taking a bite. The spicy and fresh taste spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The fish meat was tender and smooth, and it slid down her throat without chewing. Maybe it was not marinated with starch, so it didn't have the feeling of melting in the mouth. In short, I haven't eaten this for a long time, and now I suddenly eat it, and it tastes pretty good. Shiryu took a step back and ate it. Wow, this is delicious, and there are no thorns yet. Shiryu knew for the first time that the thorns of the thorn beast could be very few. When he was in the deep sea before, he didn't eat such a small thorn beast, with little meat and many thorns. Now it seems that it is not the case. Ryue was the last one to eat. Although he had followed Yichichi for so long and had cooked many delicious foods, it was the first time for him to eat something so spicy. He felt that it tasted good. The 3 of them finished a large bowl of fish. Yichichi's belly was swollen from eating so much. He collapsed on the bed in the beast cave and didn't want to move at all.
It was so satisfying.
After his stomach was not so full, Yichichi planned to go out for a walk to digest the food. Ryue and Shir followed behind her. After strolling to the river, Yichichi couldn't help but go to the brick kiln and tile kiln. She wanted to know if the kiln was open. Shir said that it would be open at night, but Yi Qiqi felt that the patriarch was so impatient that he would probably take action not long after noon, right? Arriving at the river, Yi Qiqi saw the orcs busy carrying some things outside. When she got closer, she realized that they were carrying bricks. Looking at the red bricks, Yi Qiqi knew that the chief's experiment was successful.
Chief.
Didn't you say that the kiln would be opened in the afternoon? Yi Qiqi saw the chief supervising not far away, so she ran over to chat with him. Some orcs said that the brick kiln was almost cooled down. I saw that there was nothing to do, so I asked them to open the kiln. The chief looked at Yi Qiqi with a smile. These bricks need to be tested to see if they are successful, Yi Qiqi said, and picked up a brick and smashed it on the stone. If her strength did not break the brick, it means that the hardness is enough. The brick hit the stone and broke into 2 pieces, which are a little harder than mud. Oh, you are quite strong. The chief was a little surprised. Today I found a male to break, but it didn't break. I found a blue-level orc, the chief said truthfully.
Ah.
So that's it, haha. Yi Qiqi was a little embarrassed. Then soak it in water again. If it doesn't melt, it should be done. In order to make up for it, Yi Qiqi could only come up with another test method. Yes, soak it today and check it tomorrow. The village chief nodded. The bricks are fired. What about the tiles? The tiles are also fired today. I'll take you to see. The chief's face was full of smiles. Yi Qiqi followed him and saw the blue-black tiles on the ground. It felt a little magical. The chief really made it. I just don't know if so many tiles are enough to cover the roof of the house. These tiles are relatively brittle, the chief said honestly. They break when you break them, so aren't they brittle? Well, then let's make some wooden racks that can just hold these tiles. Yi Qiqi told the village chief how to put the tiles and what the wooden racks should look like, and then he asked someone to make them. Some males with good craftsmanship can already use stone axes to chop wood into strips of similar size.
It just takes more time.
2 days later, the tribe leader came to Yi Qiqi to see the roof that had been built. Yi Qiqi followed him. Looking at the less house in front of him, Yi Qiqi seemed to have a feeling of returning to the 1980s and 1990s. At that time, there were more mud brick and tile houses. Unexpectedly, this was the first house he saw in the beast world. For a moment, Yi Qiqi was a little emotional. Tribe leader, I have to say that you are really quick. These are related to whether the female can survive in winter. I must act faster. A light of relief flashed in the tribe leader's eyes. He went in to take a look. Except for being a little dark, everything else was good. If conditions permit in the future, you can lay flat stones inside the house, which can also effectively block some moisture. Yi Qiqi continued to suggest. Okay, let us talk about it later. The patriarch looked at the built house and was so excited. Qiqi, you have a good brain. The patriarch praised him generously. If it weren't for Yi Qiqi's advice, he would never have built a house. Patriarch, don't be polite. Just help me build one when the time comes. Yi Qiqi was not polite at all and made a request directly. It's a small matter, the patriarch said with a smile. If you don't want to test whether this house can survive the rainy season, I will build it for you right away. Haha, let's get through the rainy season first. I guess we can't build houses here in the future. After all, the rainy season is likely to cause mountain torrents. It's best to be on the hillside, and the geology of the rock is the best. What Yi Qiqi fears most is floods and landslides. However, there are no obvious cliffs here, and the trees are lush, so the probability of landslides should be quite small. Okay, listen to Qiqi, the chief said. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Yi Qiqi said. Go back. I will ask the male to send you some fruits later. The village chief said generously. At this time, he was in high spirits and didn't know how to thank Yi Qiqi, so he planned to send her some food first. Okay, then I won't be polite. Yi Qiqi waved her hand and took Shi Yi and Ruyue back. They met Luyu halfway. Luyu, are you ready to finish work? Yi Qiqi felt that she hadn't seen him for several days. He was not there when they had dinner in the evening. Not yet. The rainy season is coming these days, and I have to cooperate with the chief to do some defense work to prevent stray orcs from coming. Luyu said with a smile. It's okay, you go back first. I guess I have to be busy for a day or two. Okay, then you have to pay attention to safety.
얘 지지레민데.
Don't worry. Luyu rubbed her head.
Well.
Then we'll go back first. Yi Chi-Chi ran forward happily. Luyu followed her with his eyes until he could no longer see her, and then he continued to work. Time passed quickly, and the rainy season came in a blink of an eye. In just half a month, Yi Chi-Chi's belly swelled like a balloon. When the witch doctor learned that Yi Chi-Chi was pregnant again, he quickly put down his work and went to see her in the rain. The witch doctor asked her to lie on the bed for a careful examination and finally found that the mother and child were safe, and he was relieved. Chi-Chi, take care of your body. Frequent pregnancies will damage your body. The witch doctor glanced at the orcs in the cave, his face very serious. Witch doctor, I know my limits. Yi Chi-Chi felt warm in her heart when she heard the caring words. She thought that in this tribe lacking cubs, the witch doctor would ask her for methods, but she didn't expect that he would ask her to take care of her body instead. Your belly is much bigger than the last one. Take a good rest and don't run outside. I'm worried about your belly. The witch doctor looked at Yi Chi-Chi's belly and felt that it was very thin, as if it would break if you were not careful. The 5 people surrounding Yi Chi-Chi heard the witch doctor say this, and their eyes were full of heartache. The little female is too hard. Don't bully Chi-Chi even if you have nothing to do. She is soft-hearted and can't stand you. The witch doctor looked at the beast husbands who were more beautiful than each other, feeling a little helpless. Although there was a lack of cubs in the tribe, the witch doctor could still tell what was a long-term development plan. Originally, the little female could give birth to more than 5 babies, but now she has been pregnant with 2 babies in a row. If she hurts her body, she will only have these 2 babies. The witch doctor can still tell which one is better. These beast husbands of the little female are so good-looking. I believe that if these people use a little trick, the little female will be reluctant to refuse. The root cause is not the little female, so she should restrain her beast husbands. However, this little female is really easy to get pregnant. No wonder many tribes go to the rabbit hunting tribe to ask for little females. The witch doctor had a plan in his mind. Now the rabbit hunting tribe is in chaos. Why not discuss with the tribe leader to find 2 more? Yes, I know. The 5 beast husbands responded in unison. The witch doctor came back to his senses and looked at Yi Chi-Chi with a complicated expression. The person in question, Yi Chi-Chi, was lying on the bed with a red face. Maybe because of the bear cub, Yi Chi-Chi felt that her belly was much bigger than the last time. She was also afraid that her belly would burst. But she had something she wanted in the system mall, so she still had to take care of the cub. The witch doctor's worry was not a problem for her at all. After giving birth, she took a recovery pill directly, and she recovered to the state before giving birth, without worrying about the loss of her body. But this pregnancy was really uncomfortable. She had been vomiting during the morning. Ryua had been trying different ways to get her food these days. But she could only eat some cold dishes and still eat small meals frequently, which was a pain. After only 1.5 months of pregnancy, her belly has grown so big that Yi Chi-Chi is a little worried. System, my belly won't explode, right? Yi Chi-Chi responded to the system in her mind. Host, please rest assured. No, this baby is most likely premature in the outside world. According to the normal time, your baby is actually 2 months old, so it has grown so big. The system's explanation made Yi Chi-Chi feel more at ease. That's fine. At worst, she won't enter her own space in the future. After all, the flow rate of time inside is different, and the time of pregnancy is different from the time in the real world. I don't know if the awakening of female superpowers is specific. Okay, the rainy season has started for so many days. If you feel uncomfortable, just go to the witch doctor's cave to find me. After the witch doctor finished his instructions, he left. Bai Yan and the others looked at the witch doctor's figure leaving, and then looked at Yi Chi-Chi. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. How could she get pregnant? I haven't seen any little female in the tribe who can get pregnant so easily. Everyone stared at Yi Chi-Chi's belly. Is she pregnant with a bear cub this time? Otherwise, why is her belly so big? Ning Shuang heard it and was a little worried. Chi-Chi, it's all my fault. He did not have the joy of being a father for the first time. His eyes were full of panic. Chi-Chi's beast form was so small. Could she give birth to a bear cub if she was pregnant? Would she have a difficult delivery? There had been females in the tribe who had difficult delivery, and they did not give birth when the time came. The witch doctor could not save them, so they died. Ning Shuang's heart was full of panic now. Yi Chi-Chi could not tell them that she had a system, so she would not die, right? But seeing how nervous he was about herself, she felt a lot more comfortable. It's okay, I can get pregnant, which means that the beast god favors me. Yi Chi-Chi could only talk nonsense to comfort them. Although everyone was relieved by what she said, they still gathered around her bed and looked at her worriedly. Are you all free? If you are free, go into the space and work for me. Yi Chi-Chi was uncomfortable being stared at, so she could only think of a way to drive them away. I'll accompany you, Chi. The work is almost done. Ryua looked at her with heartache. She had finally managed to fatten up the little female, but seeing her cheeks become a little sunken these days, Ryua felt heartbroken. It seems that she will have to work harder to research some new dishes in the future. When the rainy season comes, everyone will be in the cave, and then let these people be tasters to test the poison on the little female. Yi Chi-Chi looked at Ryua helplessly. Aren't you bored looking at me like this? No. Chi-Chi is so beautiful. I can't get enough of looking at her. Everyone gathered around the bed, making Yi Chi-Chi uncomfortable. Aren't you bored? Then come and peel the wheat. Yi Chi-Chi smiled slyly and was about to get up. But Yi picked her up first. When they heard that they had to work, everyone felt better. They had to find something to do to distract them, otherwise it would feel weird to keep staring at me. I'm really fine, my belly is just a little big. Maybe the little ones have developed well, and it won't be big in the future. Yi Chi-Chi was brainwashing them while ferrying the unhusked rice. It's a good thing to care about yourself, but if you care too much, you will inevitably feel annoyed. Yeah. Several people responded absent-mindedly. Although they were peeling the rice husks, their eyes kept glancing at Yi Chi-Chi. Yi Chi-Chi was not used to their staring at her at first, but later she got used to it and felt okay, so she let them be. If they didn't care about herself, wouldn't it be a waste of all her hard work in raising the cubs? It wasn't so in vain. After all, she and the system were in the same boat, and if she didn't take care of the cubs, she would just die. System, how long can you last with the energy you used to carry the cubs last time? Yi Chi-Chi was quite curious about this matter. It was not a good thing to keep having a baby. It would affect her favor for the beast husband. Ahem. The rainy season in the beast world was really the rainy season. It rained almost all day long. Yi Chi-Chi didn't know if the weather was set. Would it rain for so long? She supported her chin and sat at the entrance of the beast cave, watching the rain outside and the house standing there motionless. After the patriarch had covered the tiles, Yi Chi-Chi asked him to find someone to fix the tiles. She could use flat stones or burnt bricks to press them down. The chief asked a flying orc to fix it and praised Yi Chi-Chi for being considerate. He had never thought of this. Now a month has passed since the rainy season. Yi Chi-Chi's morning sickness has just improved because of her pregnancy, but she has started to have leg cramps when she sleeps again. When will this problem get better? She didn't dare to lie in bed for too long, so she came down to walk around in the beast cave. When she was tired, she sat at the door and looked at the rain outside. Yi Chi-Chi didn't know why she could sit for a long time. Looking at the heavy rain outside, she felt a little bored. Ryua thought of ways to make food for her, but the ingredients were limited. After making it over and over again, it was just the same old thing. Instead, the seasoning was almost gone.
It
would be great if there were soybean seeds someday, and she could try to make soy sauce. After coming to the beast world, she had hardly done any work. Her fingers were pointed, and her nails were polished round by Ryua, which looked particularly beautiful. Yi Chi-Chi felt that except for the discomfort of pregnancy, she didn't feel anything else. Although the living standard is relatively poor, there is no way to change it at the moment. It is raining, and the clay cannot dry in the shade. I can't do anything if I want to. I can only wait until the rainy season is over. Yi Chi-Chi thinks that after the rainy season, the experienced orcs will work much more efficiently. If the kiln is not washed away, it can be put into use directly. At that time, it is estimated that the house can be built within a month. It's just that the materials are not ready yet. She has rice now, but she hasn't even seen the shadow of glutinous rice seeds. To redeem in the system mall, you need to reach 6,000 points. Yi Chi sighed again, feeling a little uncomfortable. Potato, can you apply for glutinous rice seeds for me this time when I give birth? Not too much. Yi Chi planned to talk to the system directly. Last time I asked it how long it could last, it didn't answer me. The whole system seemed to be murdered. Host, no problem. The system thinks this is a piece of cake. For such a host who is so active in giving birth, it will try its best to meet the needs. In addition to asking it to give a house, it can almost take it. After all, houses are not suitable for appearing in the beast world. But the host proposed the idea, and it was reasonable for the orcs in the tribe to do it. Although the development time was advanced, whether there was a host or not, it was in line with the development of this world, and the system was not afraid that the heaven would discover them. That's why it didn't stop Yi Chi. Otherwise, the moment she proposed it, the main system would probably bypass it, the little Karami, and give the host an electric shock punishment. Yi Chi was overjoyed. Now, according to reason, it has been 2 months in the real world, so she estimated that it was 2.5 months. Because the frequency of entering and leaving the space has been relatively high recently. With Yes joining, now farming does not need to repeatedly carry water to irrigate the farmland, and the efficiency has increased by unknown times. In the rainy season, the male orcs will eat less, but they all enter Yi Chi's space to work, which is no different from the summer, but their appetite is even bigger. When Yi Chi sighed for the 3rd time, Lu Yu couldn't help it. Chi, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep sighing? Lu Yu was afraid that she thought that they, the beastmen, didn't know how to restrain themselves. It's boring, there's nothing to do, and the tiger cubs are tired. Yi Chi seemed to have thought of something. Bai Yan, how about you change into your beast form and let me touch you? Lu Yu's face turned black successfully. The little female didn't like his beast form. Lu Yu, you are the most handsome, no objection, hee. Yi Chi could only comfort the partner who was about to explode in front of her. Are you going to change? My beast form is too big. Bai Yan trembled. The beast form is more sensitive. What'll happen if he is touched by a little female? Bai Yan has seen little females stroking his cubs many times. The tiger cubs are not yet adults, and don't know those things. It's okay if they're used to being touched, but if she does it herself, she is afraid that she can't control herself. Ryue swallowed her saliva. Forget it, I dare not. The two looked at each other and pretended not to hear. Yi Chi was also in a momentary mood and didn't really want them to take action. Alas. She sighed again and leaned on Lu Yu. How long do you think this rainy season will last? I'm almost going moldy from staying here. Yi Chi felt that her morning sickness was probably caused by the foul smell in the beast cave. It was impossible to go out during the rainy season, and it was very humid. The animal skins used for the cubs could not be washed and dried, so they had to be roasted over a fire, which gave off a strange smell after roasting. Yi Chi didn't have any good ideas. She hadn't found a way to weave cloth, otherwise she would have to make a few diapers for the cubs. She also got herself some underwear. In the beast world, there was a lack of food and clothing, and because of her pregnancy, Yi Chi's nose became sensitive, so she had been having morning sickness since the rainy season began. Now she's barely adapted, but it's still uncomfortable. It's been a month and a half, and there's almost half the time left. Lu Yu looked at Yi Chi's pale face, which was full of emotions that he couldn't hide. The little female had really suffered a lot, and her belly looked terrible. The animal skin skirt that was originally wrapped around her could no longer be worn, so it had to be divided into 2 parts, one for the upper body and one for the lower body. In fact, she didn't need to wear it during the rainy season, but the little female didn't want to. She said she wasn't used to it or something. Lu Yu could only think of a way to make her a feather skirt. It was made of the fluff that he usually shed. The thread was tied with ropes twisted from Ryue and Bai Yan's bodies. They were both in the fur-changing period recently. When they turned into beasts and plucked their own fur that day, They were caught by Yi Qiqi. The two beasts were touched all over their bodies, and then Yi Qiqi looked at the bed of fur and thought of making wool yarn. Although it doesn't seem very reliable, at least it was made, and it looks pretty good. Yi Qiqi was wearing their fur, which was a bit funny. It was the first time for her. Well, she thought it would be nice to have a few furry beasts. She was just in the mood to spin wool yarn, mainly because she thought it would be a waste to throw away so much fur. When Yi Qiqi was in modern times, she had a cat and a dog, and they also shed their fur in the summer. She used a spindle to make wool yarn from the combed fur and knitted 2 ugly scarves for them with her own fur. It was mainly because Yi Qiqi's skills were not good, and the knitting was bumpy. Lu Yu looked at Yi Qiqi's smile, and he couldn't help laughing along. It's good that she's not unhappy. Strange. Why don't Ryue and Bai Yan pay attention to me? Yi Qiqi propped up her chin and looked at the dark stone cave behind her, which was a bit strange. Usually, they would come when she called them. Lu Yu, do you think they're scared? Yi Qiqi tilted her head and was caught off guard by Lu Yu's glass-like eyes. The affection in his eyes seemed to overflow and drowned Yi Qiqi. They are probably scared by you last time. After all, they can't stand being touched all over their body by you. In the beast form, they can't control their bodies even more. Lu Yu was helpless when he saw the little female eager to try. She likes furry things, but it's hard for Bai Yan and the others. They can't get it, and they are provoked by the little female everywhere. How can they bear it? Is that so? I don't know. Yi Qiqi felt a little cold on her back for some reason. Didn't she repeatedly hover on the edge of death last time? Qiqi, are you scared? Lu Yu looked at the little female's reaction and should be scared. These things must be told to her, otherwise she will always be so unruly. Sooner or later, Bai Yan and the others will not be able to control themselves, and then I'm afraid she will be scared.
No.
Yi Qiqi moved closer to Lu Yu, and the cold feeling on her back faded a little. I always feel like something is staring at me. Yi Qiqi frowned, and at that moment it seemed as if something was climbing up along the soles of her feet, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. But it was raining now. How could there be animals moving around outside? Could it be that she was pregnant and started to have wild thoughts? Yi Qiqi couldn't help but think. Lu Yu frowned, but he didn't find anything unusual. How about asking Shirya? Lu Yu said uncertainly. Maybe it's because we haven't patrolled to drive away the wild beasts for too long, and they probably ran into the tribe. Lu Yu's expression was serious, and he was a little afraid that it was a stray orc. They are not afraid of getting sick, and the rainy season is the best time for them to launch a charge. The tribe had also been attacked in the rainy season before. But in order not to worry Yi Qiqi, he said it was a wild beast. Wild beasts have no consciousness, so they can be simply broken into and killed, but stray orcs are different. They will stop at nothing to abduct the young females in the tribe, and there are indeed many new young females in the hound tribe recently. When bringing the young females back, they will inevitably be discovered by stray orcs. If this is the case, things will be a little tricky. Seeing Lu Yu's serious expression, and even moving out of Yi Qiqi felt a little flustered. Don't put yourself in danger. If it doesn't work, I'll hide in the space. Yi Qiqi looked at Lu Yu worriedly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Yu kissed her forehead and carried her to the inner room. Yi, come with me to check and see if any wild beasts have entered the tribe. Yi saw Lu Yu's serious expression and knew that the matter was not simple. He stood up, glanced at Yi Qiqi, and pursed his lips. Qiqi, if there is anything wrong, take Ryue and hide in the space. At least there will be someone to take care of you. Yi was counting the days. Yi Qiqi was about to give birth. The flow rate in the space was different, so it would be better to leave one person behind. Yeah, I know. Be careful when you go out and don't get hurt. Yi Qiqi couldn't help but feel flustered when she saw the two of them being so serious. When Bai Yan heard their conversation, he stood up with Ning Shuang. I think we should leave someone who is better at fighting with Qiqi. Ryue knew his own weight. He was not good at fighting, but he could still run away and report the news quickly. If Yi and the others couldn't cope with it, He could go to the clan leader to report the news and organize manpower. Then Ning Shuang stay, and Ryue will go out with us. Liu gave the order quickly. He was used to exploring in the sky. Now once he got serious, his sharp power was revealed. They acted quickly, and soon Ning Shuang and Yi Qiqi were the only ones left in the beast cave. In order to find a sense of security, Yi Qiqi leaned towards Ning Shuang. Do you think they will be okay? Qiqi, don't worry. Shi Yi is at the red level, and he has awakened his superpowers. It's raining now, which is good for Shi Yi. Don't worry. Ning Shuang couldn't bear to see the little female sad, so he took the initiative to comfort her. If there are stray orcs coming over later, you just pour water on them. I have awakened the ice power and can freeze them to death. Ning Shuang whispered in Yi Qiqi's ear in a very light voice. Yi Qiqi nodded to show that she understood. If she hadn't been promoted to the yellow rank, she probably wouldn't have been able to hear what Ning Shuang whispered to her. It was raining, and there were sounds of raindrops falling everywhere. She listened carefully to hear a few key words and knew what Ning Shuang meant. The orcs outside, who were not above the red rank, couldn't hear it clearly. After Ning Shuang finished her instructions, the beast cave became quiet. From time to time, the sound of fighting could be heard from outside, and Yi Qiqi's worries never subsided. At least, before Bai Yan and the others came back, her heart was in her throat. Time passed by minute, and Yi Qiqi felt like she was trapped in a frying pan, being fried repeatedly. At this time seemed to pass particularly slowly. Ning Shuang, did you hear any noise? Yi Qiqi asked almost every other time.
Not yet.
Ning Shuang actually heard a wailing sound, and the sound was more like Shi Yi's. He didn't know who the other party was, and how could he hurt Shi Yi? It was just not suitable to go out now, so he could only cover the ears of the little female to make her hearing lower so that she would worry less. Okay, then they should be fine. Yi Qiqi said so, but the feeling of panic became more and more obvious. No, Ning Shuang. Why are you covering my ears? Yi Qiqi waved Ning Shuang's hand away and clearly heard the wailing sound in the rain. It's not a beast outside, right? Yi Qiqi grabbed Ning Shuang's hand and asked anxiously.
Yes.
Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Ning Shuang admitted it directly to prevent the little female from going out to find out. Yi Qiqi calmed down. She can't do anything when she goes out now. She still has the cub on her body. If Xia and the four of them can't solve it, if Ning Shuang goes out, she won't be able to help much. The most important thing for her now is not to go out and cause trouble for them. Now that Yi Qiqi knows what's going on, she should be calmer. Don't separate. If someone comes in later, we will enter the space immediately. Yi Qiqi didn't dare to gamble and stayed close to the cub and Ning Shuang. She was afraid of entering the space. If she gave birth, it would be very dangerous without a witch doctor to deliver the baby. Suddenly, things became complicated and unbearable.
Why?
Is this the time? Lin Shuang was a little surprised when he heard this. But if Qiqi said this, he couldn't give up. He had to find a way to get rid of those things.
Take it.
I'll go talk to him. Lin Shuang pondered for a moment and planned to talk to the orc in person. He thought that since he had already exchanged animal meat, he shouldn't be very strong. Well, okay, then I will take you there when you are free. Yi Qiqi thought for a while and agreed to Lin Shuang. Well, soon wait for me. Lin Shuang showed an anxious expression. Business about your business first. No one has noticed the orc yet. Yi Qiqi saw Lin Shuang's anxious expression and knew that this stone is a very important thing. Maybe it can really improve his superpowers? Improving superpowers is quite tempting. Now Lin Shuang has become the leader of the clan. Although he seemed to have 2 gold-level subordinates, he was unable to restrain them. He couldn't help but be a little anxious. After all, relying on others was not as strong as himself, so Lin Shuang was a little anxious. After thinking about it, he understood why Lin Shuang was so anxious. Yao Jing's arrival put pressure on him, and this pressure was because Yao Jing was also a witch doctor and even a holy witch. If his reputation and prestige are greater than his own, it will be a situation that is difficult to control. Lin Shuang does not want to see these situations happen and wants to improve himself. Yi Chi-Chi is a little hesitant. He must have given birth to Yi Lin's child. She had a strong premonition that there would be a gold-level potion. When she wanted to get it, she drank it immediately, but looking at Lin Shuang's appearance, Yi Chi-Chi was a little hesitant. Eat it, or give it to Lin Shuang first. But if you eat it yourself, it can also contain Yao Jing, isn't it good? When Yi Chi-Chi thought of this, it was more important to be strong later. Even if there is anything, she can save herself first and talk about other things. Call her selfish or callous. She just wants to save herself. What's wrong with Lin Shuang's arrangements for the orcs? After that, he asked Yi Chi-Chi to take him to the orc. If he didn't get these stones as soon as possible, he would feel uneasy. Fortunately, Chi-Chi found out early and came to look for him. Yi Chi-Chi, she was leisurely and not in a hurry, but she seemed to be in a hurry. Yi Chi-Chi was not in a hurry because the snow seemed to have melted a bit and was a bit slippery, so she didn't dare to walk too fast. Ning Shuang supported her and walked slowly with her. No matter how anxious she was, the people were still there. Even if there were informants in the tribe, it would take time to go back and report the news, so Yi Chi didn't even have an hour. She was not in a hurry at all. Otherwise, he would have asked Ning Shuang to transform into a beast and take the two of them. When they came to the orc stall, the orc saw that Yi Chi-Chi had really brought someone with him, so he brought Lin Shuang with him. It suddenly lit up. Master Patriarch, why are you here? The orc looked at Lin Shuang very happily. He couldn't have come here without setting up a stall for himself, right? Where did you get these stones? Lin Shuang looked at the stones on the table and asked. My tribe was near the Great Holy Mountain before. When I was fleeing, I felt that there was nothing to keep close to me, so I took these passed-down messages to call the gods. Of stones. The orcs didn't hide it either. Maybe the tribes far away from the Great Holy Mountain don't know such details, but the tribes close to the Great Holy Mountain almost all know that these stones can improve superpowers. But how exactly is it improved? They don't know that these methods are in the hands of the witch doctor. If the witch doctor doesn't help, they can only pick up stones because he found special stones, so he can bring out so many. How could you bring so many cumbersome stones with you when you were escaping? What's the name of your tribe? Lin Shuang expressed doubts about this, but if he really knows the entrance to the Great Holy Mountain, there will be many such stones in the future. Zhuri tribe. After the orc finished speaking, Lin Shuang was sure. Indeed, the Zhuri tribe is close to the Great Holy Mountain. Then do you still have the stone? Lin Shuang asked. Yes. The orc took Lin Shuang into his home and showed him his inventory. So many? How did you bring it here? Lin Shuang thought of the word space almost instantly. There is a kind of stone that can be filled with this kind of stone, but it cannot be filled with other things. The orc said honestly. In the future, will you still go to the Great Holy Mountain to get this kind of stone? Lin Shuang asked a little eagerly. My strength is low, and I will die on the road if I go by myself, so I won't consider it for the time being. The orc saw Lin Shuang's eager look and knew that he had found a long-term meal ticket, but he was also afraid of death. If he had to go by himself, he would definitely not go. If someone escorts you there, woolen cloth? Lin Shuang looked at him eagerly. The Patriarch, if you need me, I will go. The orc hesitated for a moment and then changed his tune. After all, it was a long-term meal ticket. A bad opportunity was placed in front of him. What reason did he have to push it out? Okay, the tribe will not treat you badly. If you can provide a stable supply of this stone every time you go, the tribe will provide you with stable meals, and if you perform well, you will be promoted. Lin Shuang put forward tempting conditions. The orc's heart was beating crazily. Are these true? I will be able to live a stable life in the future, and will not be homeless. Then I will work hard, the orc said excitedly. This opportunity is right in front of him. If he doesn't cherish it, he will really despise himself. Okay, do you mind moving? Lin Shuang felt that he was a little worried about such people living in the periphery. I don't mind, the orc stammered. He felt like he was hit by a huge surprise. What's your name? Lin Shuang felt tired of shouting you and you all the time, so he simply asked his name. My name is Heihu. He was still a little cautious. Black Tiger? Okay, I will look for you regularly in the future and ask someone to take you to the Great Holy Mountain. This stone is an urgent need in the tribe.
Thank you.
After Lin Shuang settled the matter here, he was busy doing other things. The orc looked at Yi Chi-Chi and said, "Hello. Thank you for bringing the clan leader to me." The orc thought it was Yi Chi-Chi's credit, so he thanked her. "You see, I don't have anything good here, so I'll give you 2 more stones." The orc looked at Yi Chi-Chi anxiously, fearing that she would not accept his gift. Ning Shuang saw Yi Chi-Chi's uneasiness, so she could only hold her in her arms and try to reduce the sound of her voice. In order to avoid being discovered by the stray orcs outside and breaking in directly, Yi Chi-Chi huddled in Ning Shuang's arms, with her ears erected to listen to the sounds outside. Roar, a solid tiger roar. There was also the charming mermaid singing, alternating repeatedly. Yi Chi-Chi was distressed when she heard it. Ning Shuang tried to cover her ears several times, but was dodged. Seeing her anxious look, Ning Shuang was full of heartache. It was getting dark, and when Yi Chi-Chi thought Ryue and the others would not come back, there was a movement at the door. Ning Shuang protected Yi Chi-Chi behind her and looked at the cave entrance vigilantly. The animal skin that was originally used to cover Yi Chi-Chi's stone cave had been removed. The situation at the entrance of the cave could be seen at a glance. Ning Shuang saw Bai Yan carrying Shur also came back, and Luyu seemed to have one shoulder drooping, and she was a little panicked. Afraid that Yi Chi-Chi would be sad, she subconsciously straightened her body. "You guys are back. Are you okay?" His words undoubtedly gave Yi Chi-Chi a shot of reassurance. "Nothing serious, just a minor injury." Ryue went to ask for a witch doctor. Bai Yan's voice was a little weak, and he put Shur Yi on the stone bed, panting. Today, a red-level wandering orc, who has not awakened, came. He wanted to seize the young females and food in the tribe, but now he has been dealt with. Bai Yan only reported good news and not bad news. Yi Chi-Chi got off the bed and walked towards the stone cave next to her without saying a word. Looking at Shur Ye's pale face and frowning brows, her heart was severely pulled. There was a deep cut on Shur Ye's chest, and dark green blood was oozing out. I don't know if the witch doctor knows how to treat mermaids. Yi Chi-Chi has even been browsing the system mall to check the efficacy of the recovery pill. Recovery pill treats all postpartum injuries, has a hemostatic effect. Yi Chi-Chi was a little disappointed. It can only treat postpartum injuries, which means that it is useless for other external injuries. But Yi Chi-Chi still bought one, at least it can stop the bleeding. When she gave Shurya the spiritual spring water, the pill was hidden in her palm, and she melted it and fed it to Shurya directly. I hope it will be of some use to his injury. How could Shurya be injured so badly? Yi Chi-Chi's voice was a little trembling. She and Shurya had the shortest time together, but seeing him injured like this, she couldn't stop feeling sad. When Shurya chants, he has to transform into a beast. There is no water in the tribe, and he can't move. Bai Yan saw the little female so sad, and knew that he was useless. Where is Luyu? His hand. Yi Chi-Chi looked at Luyu's drooping arm tremblingly, and couldn't help it anymore. Tears slid down her cheeks. She shouldn't cry, but she couldn't help it, because she was fine in the morning. I'm fine. Don't cry. The witch doctor's medical skills are very powerful. Luyu couldn't stand seeing her like this. If he wasn't soaking wet, he would have wanted to hug her. Ning Shuang didn't say anything, and quietly went to light a fire and boil water for them. Bai Yan lowered his head, and didn't say anything. In front of the red rank, Bai Yan realized how weak he was. Those orange ranks who came with the red rank were defeated by Shur Yi using his supernatural power, but that red rank was a very agile cat, and no one could match its speed. When everyone was at a loss, Shur Yi directly transformed into an orc and chanted to control the cat. But the cat was at the same level as Shur Yi and was an enemy on the food chain with a certain blood suppression, so he couldn't completely control the cat, but was injured by it. If Luyu hadn't helped Shur Yi block this, it is estimated that Shur Ye's chest would not only be dug into a bloody mess. It is estimated that the heart would be dug through by the cat. Shur Yi was alert the moment the cat approached, but he was still too slow. Although the water arrow seriously injured the cat, It did not kill it. Later, Bai Yan and Ruyu finished the job and killed it. Shiyi forced himself to clean up the battlefield before fainting with relief. Bai Yan supported him, who was about to collapse, and came back first. Yue went to ask the witch doctor tactfully. Luyu came back holding his injured arm. The overall situation was settled. The invading stray orcs had been completely killed, and there was no future trouble. After Yi Qiqi understood the cause and effect, the witch doctor arrived. He first checked Shiyi's injuries. Shiyi was bathed in the witch doctor's white light, and the witch doctor carefully examined his body. Shiyi is fine. The bleeding has stopped. His recovery ability is relatively strong. It's just that his superpowers are exhausted, and he fell into a coma. After the witch doctor finished speaking, Yi Qiqi's heart, which was half-hanging, was put down. Luyu, let me show you your arm. The witch doctor looked at Luyu's drooping arm with a solemn expression. Luyu's body was also submerged in white light. This time, the witch doctor did not retract it for a long time. Luyu's arm bones are broken. You need to heal for a while. I will help you recover first. The witch doctor sighed and helped Luyu straighten his bones. Luyu pursed his lips and said nothing. The crackling sound was heard, and Yi Qiqi felt a pang of pain in his heart. Okay, try to move less for the next 2 months. Fortunately, you didn't hurt your bones, otherwise your hand would be useless. The witch doctor patted Luyu's shoulder, indicating that his injury was not a big deal. Thank you, witch doctor. Do you want to stay and eat something? Ning Shuang had just finished his meal, and knowing that the witch doctor had helped a lot, he hurriedly invited him. No, you are warriors of the tribe, and the chief will thank you.
Take a good rest.
The witch doctor must not come to eat at this time. In the rainy season, no one can go out, and they eat less. How dare he take advantage of it? You guys pay attention to the little female these 2 days. She was frightened, and it is estimated that she will bleed. If you have anything, come to me. Don't take it lightly. The witch doctor left a message and strode into the rain with his box. Seeing this, Ryue hurriedly followed. The stray orcs had just been beaten, and he didn't know if there would be any follow-up. He had to protect the witch doctor's safety. A tribe without a witch doctor is like a house without a pillar. It won't work. Yi Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, both of them didn't have any serious problems. Yi Qiqi really hadn't seen the witch doctor's diagnostic method, but it was enough for the witch doctor to confirm that the two were fine. After getting rid of the most worrying thing, Yi Qiqi finally felt that her chest was not so stuffy. Her body was also soft like noodles. She sat on the edge of the bed and felt dizzy. Bai Yan found something wrong and hurried over to steady her, almost falling to the ground. Ning Shuang, come and carry Qiqi to the bed. I'll take care of these trivial matters. Bai Yan was dirty, so he could only ask Ning Shuang to come over. Ning Shuang quickly carried her back to her own beast cave and patted her back gently. Qiqi, it's all over, don't be afraid. Ning Shuang's voice was like a spring breeze, soothing Yi Qiqi's anxiety. Yi Qiqi had never experienced such a thing before. The country was strong, and she was born in the most prosperous time. Later, she was in a car accident and was transmigrated into a book. She lived like a mouse for more than 20 years in hiding and was often harassed. She was desperate and jumped into the river. Then, she was bound to the system by mistake and brought to the beast world. She longed for love and care, which was why she wanted to bind the system to stay here. She chose beast husbands with a triad attitude. She was weak and could choose people to protect her, so she chose 4 strongest and best-looking beast husbands. Yi Qiqi chose with the mentality of dying, but she didn't expect the love of these beast men to be pure and sincere. Yi Qiqi admitted that she was a selfish and lazy person, but in this era, when females were weak, she would never be allowed to go out hunting and become stronger. She would even be closely guarded for fear that she would make some mistakes. This kind of love was undoubtedly heavy for her, and she yearned for a free life. But in this beast world full of dangers and lack of food and clothing, she had 5 beast husbands who were loyal to her and had no shortage of food and clothing, which was actually very good. But she still hated herself for not being strong enough. When the beast husbands went out to fight, she could only huddle in the beast cave and feel lost. Her worry did not help at all. Tears rolled down the corners of her eyes, and Yi Chi-Chi felt at a loss for a moment.
Ah!
The cubs seemed to sense her unhappiness and crawled over from the other end of the bed, licking the tears on her face with their tongues. It seemed that they were comforting her. Yi Chi-Chi was startled by the touch, and she opened her eyes and saw that it was the cubs, and her heart was relieved. Roar? The tiger cub is 2 months old and has grown strong. It tilted its head to look at Yi Chi-Chi in confusion, as if it didn't understand why its mother was crying. Yi Chi-Chi was touched and wiped the tears from her face. The previous confusion was swept away. I have to admit that sometimes cubs are so magical that they can cure your bad mood. Holding the tiger cub in her arms, Yi Chi-Chi took a deep breath. Don't complain about yourself, Yi Chi-Chi. This is the law of the jungle. As long as people are not dead, there are infinite possibilities. How can people not be hurt? After brainwashing herself, Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was no longer so uncomfortable. It seems that in the future I need to find an opportunity to become stronger. Yi Chi-Chi set her sights on the red potion of the system. If there is no reward for giving birth to a cub, she can only rely on her own points to buy it. 2,000 a bottle, it can make Yi Chi-Chi stronger. No matter how expensive it is worth it. But it also requires 6,000 points to buy it. The system seems to have calculated the threshold long ago and requires her to give birth to a child on her own in exchange for points. This feeling of being controlled is very uncomfortable, but isn't this a help to her? As long as she can become stronger, giving birth is nothing. Yi Chi-Chi sighed, holding the solid tiger cub in her arms, staring at the ceiling, her mind full of random thoughts. Chi-Chi, don't worry, the orange-level orcs recover very quickly, plus we have awakened our superpowers. Luyu came in and saw Yi Chi-Chi with empty eyes and the whole person trapped in self-blame. You don't have to be sad. It's normal to get hurt if you are not as skilled as others. The rainy season in previous years was much more tragic than it is now. We don't want you to know these things. We are in the front to bear all the dangers. Luyu's voice was gentle, soothing Yi Chi-Chi's flustered heart. Yi Chi-Chi knew that she was not mature enough, not steady enough, and she only knew how to escape or keep blaming herself when encountering problems. Perhaps she should think more open-mindedly. I just couldn't control myself. When I saw you guys injured, I felt a panic. Yi Chi-Chi seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions. She hugged Luyu's thin waist and quietly rested her head on his chest. Luyu gently put his good arm around her and sat quietly like that. Yi Chi-Chi felt particularly relieved when she heard his strong heartbeat. After this incident, the tribe almost lost a strong fighting force, and the chief began to organize orc patrols again. Because Shurya and the others made greater contributions, the chief did not organize Yi Chi-Chi, who was in the beast cave, to join. Yi Chi-Chi's morning sickness was not so severe these days, but she was sleepy. Ryua, both Shuryi and Luyu were worried about Yi Chi-Chi, and neither of them wanted to go back to their caves when they were resting. The two of them lay beside Yi Chi-Chi's bed, watching over her, fearing that she would have an attack in the middle of the night. Yi Chi-Chi actually wanted to comfort them, but with her physical condition being like this, it was futile to comfort them. She could not control her sleepiness. Shuri woke up before Yi Chi-Chi had an attack. The first thing he did when he woke up was to run to Yi Chi-Chi to make sure she was safe. Shuri felt distressed when he saw the little female lying on the bed with a big belly and frowning. You're awake? Ryua looked at Shuri and became happy. Now the little female should not have to worry so much because waking up means she is truly safe. His careful care over the past few days was worth it. Yeah. Shuria's voice was a little weak. He felt very hungry after not eating for a few days. Is there anything to eat? After hearing this, Ryua got up quickly and prepared to make something to eat for Shurya. Yes, you take a rest first. If Chi-Chi feels uncomfortable, just call us directly. After Ryua gave the instructions, she went to cook porridge immediately. After all, Chi-Chi said that it is good for seriously ill people to drink porridge, and she specifically told him so. Shurya killed the red-rank stray orcs, which ensured the safety of the tribe. In the beast world, admiration for the strong is the norm. Ryua had no complaints about this. Shurya deserved it. Ryua cooked mincemeat porridge, mashed the rice carefully, and then started to cook. The fragrance soon filled the beast cave, and Shurya felt more and more hungry. When Ryua said it was okay to eat, Shurya didn't care about the heat at all and poured the porridge into his mouth like swallowing a whole date. Ryua looked at him, really afraid that he would be scalded, and quickly grabbed his hand. If you are injured but not dead, but are scalded to death by drinking the porridge I cooked, Chi-Chi may hate me for the rest of her life. Shurya looked at Ryua with deep blue eyes, put down the bowl obediently, picked up the wooden spoon, and scooped up to drink. Well, in order not to worry the little female, he ate slowly. Ryua was relieved and turned to take care of Chi-Chi. Shurya acted very hungry. Ryua's porridge was not cooked very well, just like it was raw. Shurya didn't care at all. As long as it was hot and cooked, he liked to eat it. After drinking the porridge, Shurya felt warm all over, as if he was basking in the sun. There was a warm current surrounding him, dispelling the chill when he was injured. Shurya realized it later, and his heartbeat accelerated. Fortunately, he met a family that was willing to protect him. Shurya had never felt his heart beat so fast. The friendship of the orcs in this small family was something Shurya had never felt before. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time he felt the care of others. Perhaps he didn't play his own value before, so no one liked him. Here he can play his own value and be admired by everyone. This feeling is really good. Shurya is willing to protect this family. Chi-Chi woke up in the evening and felt a pain in her stomach. Ryua was guarding the bed and immediately found it. She quickly called Ning Shuang to come and watch. He changed into an animal form and rushed to the witch doctor. Ning Shuang, Lu Yu, Bai Yan, and Shurya heard that Chi-Chi was about to give birth, and the four of them surrounded her. When Chi-Chi saw Shurya, she felt much more relaxed.
Chie.
Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shurya looked at the little female who was sweating profusely in pain and still cared about him. His heart was like being soaked in sweet soup, happy. It's okay, don't worry, there is a scab here, it will be fine when it falls off. Shurya held Chi-Chi's hand to reassure her. Seeing that Shurya was fine, Chi-Chi smiled back. But the uterine contraction that followed made her face pale with pain. Seeing them surrounding her, Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable and took out the pain-relieving pills. Two of you go to boil water and cook, Ning Shuang will stay with me. Shurya, you go to rest. Chi-Chi could only think of a way to get them away. She was sure that this fetus was Ning Shuang and Ryua's, so Chi-Chi directly divided the work. Shurya nodded and turned to go out. Bai Yan and Lu Yu also went to work tactfully, and Ning Shuang stayed behind to hold Chi-Chi's hand nervously. The witch doctor came over sitting on Ryua's body. When she came here, she was soaking wet. Ryua quickly took a clean animal skin for the witch doctor to change. The witch doctor moved quickly and without any delay. But it had been a while since Chi-Chi's stomachache. Chi-Chi's water had broken, and now she had turned into a beast form to prepare for delivery. Your little female has gained weight, and the beast form is bigger than last time. The witch doctor looked at the white rabbit lying on the bed in surprise. The bed was more than 3 meters long, and her beast form occupied more than half. It was about 1/3 larger than last time. It seemed so. Ryua and Ning Shuang were not sure. They had never seen the beast form grow bigger. Unless it was upgraded. I haven't seen the beast form grow bigger in a little female. Could it be that they raised it well? When Chi-Chi heard the witch doctor's doubts, her heart almost jumped to her throat. Didn't the system say that outsiders couldn't see it? She didn't expect the beast form to grow bigger. It wasn't like this before. After mating, some females will indeed become a little bigger. The witch doctor did not dwell on it too much. Anyway, this little female is excellent. It is useless to pursue so much. Yeah, when Kikizi just became an adult, she looked skinny, but now she looks much better. Ryua spoke with a proud look on his face. The little female likes to eat the food he cooks, so he deserves the most credit. The witch doctor carefully examined Yi Qiqi's body. This time it is also a multiple birth, and the delivery process will take a long time. You go and cook porridge first so that the little female will not have the strength and nothing to eat later. The witch doctor gave careful instructions. It's cooked, witch doctor, don't worry. Bai Yan heard it and responded quickly, fearing that the witch doctor would think they were unreliable. That's fine. The witch doctor nodded with relief. Yi Qiqi could vaguely feel her stomach tightening and relaxing. The security in the tribe was pretty good now. At least there were orc patrols, so stray orcs didn't dare to come in. In fact, it was very fast and Yi Qiqi could feel it. It took significantly less time than the last time. It was about 2 hours later that Yi Qiqi started giving birth. Push harder, this one is bigger, you'll probably have to suffer a bit. The witch doctor saw that the first one was a big one, and his expression was a little solemn. Yi Qiqi shut up and used the witch doctor's method to push harder. She could feel the tearing pain. Even though she had taken the painkiller, she still had that feeling. Yi Qiqi's fur was soaked with sweat. Ryue and Ning Shuang used animal skins to clean her up, but it was no use. The head is coming out, come on. The witch doctor felt hopeful when he saw the head. He encouraged Yi Qiqi to push harder. She was already feeling a little weak. She had just woken up and hadn't eaten, but she was already in labor. If she didn't hurry up and give birth to this one, she would probably suffocate to death. Yi Qiqi could only grit her teeth and push. The host gave birth to the 11th offspring, gene mutation, snowfield white bear, male, silver level, bonus points x 500, red level potion x1, random fruit seeds x 3 bags. It's out, it's a white bear cub. The witch doctor was happier than Yi Qiqi, the person involved. This bear cub was chubby and looked cute, but it almost took its mother's life. Ning Shuang and Ryue saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qiqi was successfully born. The host gave birth to the 12th offspring, beast type, brown bear, female, blue level, bonus points x 80, paper towels x 20 packs, disposable nursing pads x 5 packs. The host gave birth to the 15th offspring, beast type, white fox, male, red level, bonus points x 200, young silkworms x 50, mulberry seeds x 1 bag, silkworm breeding strategy x 1. The host gave birth to the 17th cub, gene mutation, 5-tailed white fox, male, silver rank, reward points x 500, kiln burning secret x 1, red rank potion x 1. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a cub. Mother and child are safe. A total of 7 cubs were born this time, including 3 females and 4 males, 2 silver rank, 2 red rank, 3 green rank, 3 bear orcs, and 4 fox orcs. The rewards have been issued. Please check the host yourself. The system is about to be upgraded. Beep. Yi Qiqi lay weakly on the bed. This time the reward was a bit novel, but she was too tired. Although she had eaten in the middle, it was completely unable to make up for her consumption. After giving birth to the cub, she forced herself to feed the milk and then secretly ate the recovery pill. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. After the witch doctor marked the cub, he saw that Yi Qiqi didn't bleed heavily and didn't feel uncomfortable, so he left with peace of mind. Ning Shuang and Ryue watched the cub drink milk and were busy cleaning Yi Qiqi's wounds. Looking at Yi Qiqi lying on the bed and transformed into a beast, the two of them felt indescribable emotions. For a moment, conflicts arose in their hearts. The two looked at each other, feeling helpless. The witch doctor was immune to the shocks that Yi Qiqi brought him. 10 cubs in 1 litter, 7 cubs in 1 litter. According to the past, he didn't dare to think about it. He thought that the females in the tribe gave birth to 3 cubs in 1 litter, which was a high yield. Now Yi Qiqi brought him a great shock. Moreover, the 7 cubs looked very solid. Even if they were a little smaller, they looked very healthy. This time, perhaps all of them survived, and the little female gave birth quickly, without any injuries to her body, and she could continue to be pregnant. The witch doctor was truly relieved now. Yi Qiqi woke up in the middle of the night. The beast cave was quiet, and only the candles she had made before were lit at the head of her bed. Looking at the 7 cubs neatly stacked beside her, she couldn't help but touch them. One of the cubs was white and the rest were brown. The white cub was a circle bigger than the other little guys. No wonder it was so difficult to give birth. It was the strongest. After Yi Chi-Chi looked around the cubs, she checked the rewards in the system backpack. The system is being upgraded, but I don't know when it will be successfully upgraded. This time, the points need to reach 3,000 to upgrade, and the next upgrade will require 6,000 points to upgrade. The quality of the cubs this time is much better than the last time. There are 2 silver-level cubs, which Yi Chi-Chi did not expect at all. Maybe it's because of my improved physique? Will the silver-level cubs be able to find females in the future? This is exactly what Yi Chi-Chi is worried about. However, these have to rely on themselves. If I give birth to more in the future, I may not be able to remember all these little guys. Red level potion. Drink it to upgrade to red level directly. There will be some discomfort, no side effects. Silkworm breeding strategy, which records how to raise silkworms. The secret of kiln firing. It records the construction method of the kiln and the formulas and pictures of the materials required for firing various green bricks. Please feel free to use it. It is the text of the beast world. These 3 are what Yi Chi-Chi is more concerned about. After reading the introduction, she is much happier.
These are what she needs now.
If she raises silkworms in the space, it will definitely be very fast. She will have clothes to wear soon, and she won't have to wear animal skins anymore. Yi Chi-Chi was so excited that she wanted to take people in to farm right now, but reason overcame reality. She couldn't be so impulsive. It wouldn't matter for a while anyway. The flow rate of space was still powerful, so she could rest in peace. Looking at the cubs sleeping quietly and Ryue lying beside the bed, Yi Chi-Chi felt satisfied. At least, she was safe, and there was Ryu, who was concerned about her beast husband. As for living conditions, they could create a better environment together. These atlases were presented in the words and pictures of the beast world. The system would make things that were abrupt reasonable, so Yi Chi-Chi was relieved. After the rainy season, she handed the atlas to the tribe leader, saying that she had drawn it when she was bored during the rainy season. It would be great if the tribe leader could build the blue bricks. At least she knew a little about building a house. After few more experiments, it would definitely work. The important thing now was how to explain it to the tribe leader. She always felt that the reason was not too conservative. The night was long. Yi Chi-Chi fell asleep while thinking. The next day, she was still woken up by the cubs. She had to get up to feed the cubs. The disposable biodegradable nursing pads were actually to prevent the cubs from urinating and defecating anywhere. She would find a way to get Ryue and the others to accept it later. Yi Chi-Chi was considering whether to tell them directly about her system. Could they trust her? Although they almost lost their lives to protect themselves, but Yi Chi-Chi couldn't get over this in her heart, so she decided to tell a little lie. The movement of the cubs also woke Ryue up. He looked at Yi Chi-Chi lying on the bed feeding and asked her what she wanted to eat. Eat mincemeat porridge. Yi Chi-Chi really didn't have time to think, so she just said a name. Okay, Chi-Chi, you've worked hard. Ryue kissed Yi Chi-Chi on the top of her head and left the cave to cook porridge. After Yi Chi-Chi fed the cubs, an idea flashed. Ryue and the others had explained before that the female's ability was to give birth to cubs. Since I have awakened another space, can I tell them that after giving birth to cubs, the space will produce? Yes, let's do it. With a solution, Yi Chi-Chi felt relieved. She was the kind of person who would keep thinking about something once she thought about it. Now that she had a solution, everything became easy. After sneaking all the things into the small room in her space, Yi Chi-Chi finally felt completely relieved. After doing these things and feeding her, Ryue came in and held her to eat. Yi Chi-Chi, who had returned to her human form, felt a little warm in her heart. Leaning in Ryue's arms, she felt very at ease. Yi also sat on the table, staring at Yi Chi-Chi in Ryue's arms. Are you okay? Yi looked at Yi Chi-Chi's listlessness, and her face was not very good, and asked a little uncertainly. It's okay. I'm just hungry. Yi Chi-Chi didn't expect that he wanted to care about her, and a smile rose on her face. Then you eat more today, and I eat less. Yi handed the porridge to Yi Chi. Looking at the bowl in front of him that was bigger than his face, Yi Chi couldn't smile. You should eat more. You eat first and give me what you can't finish. Yi propped up his chin and said casually. Yi Chi, who was stared at by two handsome guys while eating, suddenly felt a psychological burden. What should I do? Chi, the tribe leader, said that he would open the kiln to burn bricks after the rainy season, and then he would build a house for us first. Ryue couldn't help but say this joy. By then, the little female will be able to live in a house, which is great. Really? The first one to be built for us? Yi Chi was a little surprised, but when she thought of the cheerful back of the witch doctor when he left that day, she was not so surprised. Let the tribe leader build for others first, and we will take our time. Yi Chi actually had some selfish thoughts. The house that was built at the beginning may not be built very well because it is a novice, but the houses that come later will be better. However, the wind season is only 3 months. If it is too late, maybe I will have no house to live in. Finally thinking about it, Yi Chi felt that she was a little ungrateful.
Why?
Ryue was a little confused. Nothing, it's just that the cubs are still small, it's not convenient to move, right? What Yi Chi said was true. That's right, but for the 5 of us, it's actually okay. You don't have to worry. Ryue thought about it and nodded with certainty. Well, then you guys can arrange it. Yi Chi didn't plan to keep entangled. She thought about it. The mud house she built before was still standing in the rain, so building a brick house should not be a big problem, right? Yi Chi remembered the glutinous rice seed she got for giving birth to a Qing-level child yesterday and looked at Ryue again. Well, let's capture the men to work later and try to plant the glutinous rice before the end of the rainy season. This is also a very important material. Ryue was still drinking porridge quietly, completely unaware that she had been targeted by Yi Chi. After eating the porridge, Yi Chi called the 5 people over. Sure, Yi and Lu Yu were still injured, so they didn't plan to take them with them. They asked them to take care of the cubs and took Ning Shuang, Bai Yan, and Ryue to farm. Ryue looked at the long-lost space, and it was a bit familiar. It had been a long time since she had exercised her muscles, and now she could do some work. The 3 rolled up their sleeves and worked hard, while Yi Chi was thinking about how to act more realistically in the small house. Look, what is this? Yi Chi silently went through the script in his mind. Would it be too deliberate?
Come and see.
There are so many more things in this room. Yi Chi finally chose to pretend not to know and pretend to be surprised to tell them about this. What? Ning Shuang was the most curious person. Hearing that there were so many more things, he hurried over to see. I don't know what it is, anyway, there are a lot of them. I can get some general information after touching them, Yi Chi said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they looked at the things in the house curiously. There are seeds and insects in here, so we need to manage them well. Yi Chi told everyone his idea. Ryue, you may have to work harder next. To raise this insect, you need a kind of leaves for it to eat, so can you use the wood-type supernatural power to promote the growth of some trees first? Yi Chi planned to raise the silkworms first. At least make some underwear for yourself first, otherwise it would be embarrassing to worry about exposing yourself. It's not hard. The supernatural power is not used, so you can get familiar with the operation after using it. After this battle, Ryue felt that he only had supernatural powers, but he was not proficient. This time, fighting with Bai Yan and others, he discovered his shortcomings. If the supernatural power is not well controlled, once it is disconnected, he can't control the trees. Otherwise, if he can control the cat beastman, he will not be injured. Therefore, using the wood-type supernatural power to promote the growth of plants in Chi-Chi's space is also a good way for him to improve his supernatural proficiency. Ryue wants to become stronger, so he doesn't feel hard. Okay, but I still have to reward you for your kiss. Yi Chi kissed Ryue on the face and started looking for seeds for him. Mulberry seeds were the priority.
Here, these are all mulberry seeds.
You can use them to plant 5 plots of land. Yi Chi handed over 1 kilogram of seeds. 5 acres of mulberry trees should be enough for the silkworms, right? Yi Chi was afraid that she was not conservative enough, so she looked in the guide to raising silkworms, but found no reference, so she could only put down the book helplessly. Ryue, plant 2 more plots, hee. I'm afraid it's not enough. It's better to be prepared. If it's still not enough, then we can only move them out of the space. Yi Chi had a bottom line in her heart, so she didn't think too much. Anyway, there will always be a way. 7 acres of mulberry trees should be enough to raise a lot of silkworms. Seeing that the little female was so nervous about these insects, Ryue couldn't help asking, Chi, what are these insects for? Are they so important? These silkworms can spin silk. The silk they spin is not poisonous and can be made into clothes, just like the clothes weaved with your hair last time. Is it so magical? Ryue's eyes lit up. Yeah. Yi Chi was still unfamiliar with weaving, but it was estimated that it would be enough to get a silk quilt before winter. I hope that a weaving method can be found in the system, otherwise she'll mess around. There are many trivial things to do when raising silkworms. I don't know if the silkworms in the beast world are bigger than those in modern times. If they are bigger than those in modern times, the cocoons will probably be easier to handle. If they're the same as those in modern times, then I will be busy. It happens that there is still 1.5 months before the wind season. If the flow rate outside and in space is calculated according to 1:4, it only takes 10 days for the silkworms to mature. That means I have to come in and change the plates for the silkworms every half a day. But there are no plates now. Yi Chi had no choice but to look for them in the system mall. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded and more products have been opened to the host. The system mess prompt sound was just right. Yi Chi found a few plates for raising silkworms and bought them directly. They are not very expensive. This kind of daily handmade things only cost 2 points each. With a wave of her hand, she bought 20 directly and piled them in the corner. She will have something to do in the future. These trivial and non-dangerous jobs can always be done by her, right? Otherwise, during the rainy season, she can't go out and stay in the beast cave all the time. She is really going to be numb. Calculating the time, Yi Chi wanted to go out to feed the cubs, so she wanted to try to put Bai Yan and the others in the space. After Yi Chi said hello to them, she flashed out of the space. Seeing that Bai Yan and the others did not come out with her, Yi Chi breathed a sigh of relief. They were hungry and there was food in the space, but the cubs were hungry and were crying for food outside. Yi Chi came out only after hearing the faint cries. Sure enough, when she came out, Yi was anxiously holding the cubs and coaxing them. The cubs pushed hard against his chest. For some reason, Yi Chi found this scene a little funny. But she didn't dare to laugh. They helped her raise the cubs and they had worked hard. She had better hold back her weird laugh. Let me do it, you go and have a rest. Yi Chi took the cubs from Shuria's hand, turned into a beast, and started feeding. The cubs smelled her breath and rushed up to drink milk. Fortunately, there are many positions for the beast forms, otherwise they would probably fight because they couldn't drink milk before they opened their eyes. The first batch of tiger cubs are already 3 months old. Now they smell the milk and cry at the entrance of the cave. Shuri hurried to cook mincemeat porridge for them. When the first batch of cubs were about 1 month old, Yi Chi weaned them directly. They also adapted well, so they quickly accepted the mincemeat porridge. Yi and Luyu had no experience in taking care of them, so they seemed to be in a hurry. Yi Chi didn't care, these had to be learned. Yi Chi planned to give birth to 1 child for each beast husband, so that no one would be partial. After balancing, she would adapt to the situation. By the way, system, how long can you last with this child? Answer me. You can't escape anymore. Yi Chi had to make a rest plan, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to always have a big belly. The host's 4 children can last a total of 3 months. The system answered truthfully. It is not the kind of system that deducts points. It is very honest. Well, then it seems that 1,000 points can last for a month? Yi Chi said uncertainly. That's about it. Come on, host, as an excellent system. Tudo can only encourage Yi Chi to continue giving birth. It needs the cub data of this plane, so it can only wrong the host. The system silently apologized to Yi Chi. 3 months is fine. I'll take a month off. Shouldn't it be a problem? Yi Chi asked uncertainly. When time is relatively short, It is not recommended that the host take a break to avoid emergencies. In fact, the system is not just collecting, it also wants points, but it can't bear to betray Yi-Chi-Chi, so it can only use some tricks to help the host give birth to more children. Moreover, if the host's business meets the standards, it will have a year-end bonus, and the host will also have one. This is a win-win situation. It believes that the host will not blame it if it knows. The system is a little empty. After this upgrade, it has a certain sense of good and evil, and is no longer the cold ruler as before. Okay. Yi-Chi-Chi felt a little regretful. It seemed that she couldn't be lazy at all. The infrastructure had just started to improve. If she failed, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Not only would it be a waste of time, but her good beast husbands would lose their little females. What if they lost control in the future? No, she had to work hard to accumulate points so that she could make plans for the future. Yi-Chi-Chi made up her mind. After the system noticed Yi-Chi-Chi's thoughts, it secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the host was fooled. I hope the year-end bonus will be paid soon. Now it ranks first. The host must not be overtaken. The system prayed silently in its heart. However, the year-end bonus is an extremely generous reward. It thinks that the host should have the right to know. Host, if you have many children, the best MVP, that is, the first place, will get very good points at the end of the year. You can work harder. The system thought about it and decided to tell Yi-Chi-Chi about this matter. Yi-Chi-Chi heard it and narrowed his eyes. How generous is the reward? I don't eat flattery. Host, preliminary statistics show that you'll get at least 5,000 points. Do you think this reward is good? This is the internal information known by the system.
But it is far more than that.
It will also give some things that can help the host build infrastructure in the beast world. After all, these are the host's dreams, and it must help. 5,000? Yi-Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean that the 5,000 points in the account means 5 months of survival? That's good, she did it. Then I'll think about it. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't show it on the surface, but she had other calculations in her heart. Without any thoughts, she decided to ignore this empty promise for the time being. Entering the space, the mulberry trees have been planted, and they have begun to sow glutinous rice. Because the planting method of glutinous rice is the same as that of rice, it has been soaked in spiritual spring water for a long time just now, and now is the right time to sow. Watching them sowing diligently, Yi-Chi-Chi felt that her beast husband was almost becoming her farming tool. However, this feeling of commanding the country without having to do anything is quite good, but it's a bit idle. Yi-Chi-Chi sorted the seeds in the cabin and sorted them out. This small house doesn't look big, but it is actually about 60 square meters, with a 20 square meter room, 2 storage rooms of about 15 square meters, a 5 square meter toilet, and a 5 square meter kitchen. There is only a simple stove in the kitchen and nothing else. But the static storage space, after Yi-Chi-Chi was promoted to the yellow rank, doubled in size, and the meat stored there before was also consumed, and now it looks a bit empty. Looking at the orcs who had been working hard in the space for almost a day, Yi-Chi-Chi planned to do something practical. Go outside to get porridge for them to eat. This will also allow them to rest. Ryue's energy is constantly transported, and now you can see from a distance that there is already a green shade where Ryue is standing. It must be said that the little fox is really fast and efficient. After going out of the space to bring in a large pot of porridge, Yi-Chi-Chi called them to eat. Ning Shuang was the fastest one. He had been hungry for a long time, but seeing that Bai Yan and Ryue didn't look hungry at all, he didn't dare to say that he was hungry first. Now that Yi-Chi-Chi said to eat, he had a reason, and he ran over to eat in the beast form. At that moment, Yi-Chi-Chi seemed to have returned to the days of school, rushing to the cafeteria after class. It has been a long time since she felt this way. She looked at Ning Shuang, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Next time, just tell me if you're hungry. Don't wait for me to call you, or you'll be the ones who get hungry. Yi-Chi-Chi said attentively. Okay, Chi-Chi will eat too. Ning Shuang nodded. Ryue and Bai Yan arrived later, and after washing their hands, they ate slowly, showing no hurry at all. Bai Yan was like a noble rich man, and whenever he ate, he was always slow and elegant. Ryua was just like a normal person. Ning Shuang was a little greedy, and even if she was full, she would still pick up 1 or 2 chopsticks until she couldn't eat anymore. In 1 month of the rainy season, Ning Shuang had gained weight visibly. His muscles had degenerated a lot, and he looked a little chubby. Yi Qiqi looked at his face, and it became more and more lovely, and she would pinch it when she had nothing to do. As for Bai Yan and Ryua, the two of them paid more attention to body management, and they were still the same as before. After dinner, the 3 of them suggested that they continue to work, and Yi Qiqi let them do it. If you are tired, you can rest in the room. Don't force yourself. I am a little sleepy. I will go out first. If you have anything to say, just shout my name. I can hear it. Yi Qiqi's eyelids were about to close. It was probably because he had stayed in the space for too long. Then let's go out with you. Bai Yan was a little worried, so he didn't plan to continue. In case the little female encountered any danger outside, he couldn't come in time to take them out to protect her. Okay, you should rest too. Staying in the space for so long is equivalent to a day in the space. Yi Qiqi held the hands of the 3 people and left the space together. As soon as he came out, he felt sleepy all over his body and fell asleep directly on the bed. Several people looked at each other. It seemed that the little female was still weak. Next time he went in, he would try to do less. Covering Yi Qiqi with a quilt, the 3 of them simply packed up their things and planned to go to bed. After coming out, he felt exhausted all over. Not long after the 3 fell asleep, an orc came to report that the people from the wolf tribe had come for marriage and hoped that Yi Qiqi would go to meet them. When Yi heard this, he got angry. Are you asking the young female to pick her up in the rain? Is he here to form a marriage alliance? Is he trying to murder the young female? Qiqi just gave birth and can't be exposed to the rain. Didn't you tell him? Yi got angry and scolded the orc who reported the news. His long-lost bad temper came back. After Yi reacted, he was still at a loss for a moment. I'll go with you. I'll explain the situation. Lu Yu took the initiative to step forward. Although Ye's wound had scabbed over, the scab had not fallen off yet. It would be dangerous to go out in the rain. His arm was an internal injury. It would be most suitable for him to go now. Okay, let us go then. It seems that the young man from the wolf clan has a bit of a bad temper. The orc who led the way was a little worried. That young man from the wolf clan seems a bit bad temper. The orc who led the way was a little worried. Normal. He dared to travel in the rain during the rainy season. He must have extraordinary abilities. And it's normal for him to feel resentful when he came here in the rain. Lu Yu could understand his temper. If he was asked to patrol in this kind of weather, he would be irritable, not to mention traveling. The one who heard about the wolf tribe's marriage was also on the verge of losing control. This was what Lu Yu was really worried about. That's right. The orc who led the way thought it made sense, so he concentrated on traveling and didn't say anything more. When he arrived at the entrance of the tribe, Lu Yu saw an orc with delicate eyebrows and long white hair. His waist-length hair was messily draped over his body, and his narrow eyes were filled with anger. His tall nose was constantly moving, as if he was confirming something. Generally, if someone can make such a move, it means that something is approaching. But is he approaching himself or something else? Lu Yu suppressed his doubts and smiled. Hello, I'm Qiqi's second beast husband, Lu Yu. She just gave birth and is weak, so she can't come out to greet you. Lu Yu said simply. I'm from the wolf tribe, Jidan. Lu Yu didn't have any expression. Come back with me. I'll take you to meet the family members later. Thank you, you can go back now. Lu Yu turned to the orc who led the way and said. He signaled him to go back. The orc ran away like he was escaping. Don't say it. The red-level orc has a bit of pressure on him. I'm afraid he must have killed a lot of stray beasts on the way here, and there is a murderous aura on his body. Why are you out alone? Jidan was a little unhappy. Today is a special situation. One of them was injured, and several patrols just went to bed. Lu Yu didn't want to expose Yi Qiqi's space, so he just found an excuse to fool him. Your tribe is really strict. You still patrol on rainy days, but fortunately you patrol here. Otherwise, if I just break in, wouldn't I be beaten as a stray orc? Ji Dan patted his chest with lingering fear. Luyu was surprised to hear this. He looked quite dignified, but why did he seem a little childish? Before, a stray orc of the red rank invaded the tribe. The chief was worried about not patrolling. Luyu explained simply. Now there are stray orcs of the red rank?
So scary?
Ji Dan hadn't been out for a long time, and suddenly heard about stray orcs of the red rank, and he felt a little strange. If he had arrived earlier and hadn't killed stray orcs on the road, wouldn't he have been able to come here to fight? Well, it's a bit scary. We almost died. Luyu's voice was very flat, as if he was just talking about something unimportant. That is to say, you killed a red rank orc? Ji Dan stared at the cold Luyu with wide eyes, and his clear eyes were filled with admiration. However, seeing that he was not afraid of him, he should be a red rank, right? Ji Dan looked at Luyu uncertainly. Luyu had been by Shurye's side for a long time, and he had no feeling for the pressure of the red rank. Besides, he has awakened his special power, and the pressure of the red rank is much weaker for him. Well, it was another person who killed him, not me. I will introduce him to you later. Okay, if you say so, I won't be depressed. Ji Dan jumped up and down. Just looking at his appearance, he has nothing to do with the red rank. After all, in Luyu's impression, the red rank should be the kind of person with a more stable personality, like Shurye. When they arrived at the beast cave, Ji Dan began to take off the animal skin. Well, I lost all the animal skins because of fighting on the way here. Can you lend me one? Luyu's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't help but want to scold the unlucky child. Here you go. Luyu turned and went into the cave where he lived and found a piece of animal skin and threw it to him. Thank you. Although Ji Dan was a little bit arrogant, he was a polite child. Luyu pondered, this IQ is not like that of a wolf, but the wolf clan should not fool them. Which step went wrong? Do you want prey? I just killed a beast outside the tribe. Ji Dan asked seriously. We have enough prey. You should dry your hair first. Luyu patted Ji Dan on the shoulder and pulled Shurye out to introduce him. This is the fifth beast husband, Shurye, from the mermaid tribe. I am Shurye. Welcome. Shurye saw Ji Dan and extended his hand to show friendship. This is the powerful beast husband after Chi-Chi. From what he said, he is very good at fighting. My name is Ji Dan, so where am I ranked? The saltwater crocodiles shouldn't have arrived yet, right? Ji Dan was a little curious about his position. I'm ranked 6th. There's no news from the saltwater crocodiles yet.
6th?
6th is pretty good, it sounds good. Ji Dan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It was just a ranking. Anyway, he came to the marriage alliance, not to please the little female. He came directly because he heard that it was freer here and the little female was easy to get along with. The tribe leader was eager for him to come, so everything went smoothly. Well, I'm tired from the journey. Do you want to eat something? Shurye was a little nervous. After all, it was the first time for an outsider to eat the porridge he cooked, and he had a little expectation in his heart. Would he like the porridge he cooked? Shurye was now completely a cook, hoping that others would praise the food he cooked. What to eat? Ji Dan didn't see any fresh meat in the house, and looked at Shurye in confusion. After we came, we followed the little female to eat cooked food. Do you want to try it? Shurye saw that he didn't think about cooked food, so he quickly guided him. Cooked food? Isn't that something only females can eat? Am I worthy of it? Ji Dan couldn't believe it. Are the females in this tribe so easy to talk to? Yes, Chi-Chi allowed it. Shurye looked at him expectantly. Then I must try what cooked food tastes like. Ji Dan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyes seemed to be able to speak. Shurye unexpectedly understood his impatient mood strangely. It's just out of the pot, you can try it, but it's a little hot. Looking at Ji Dan's hand directly into the pot, Shurye could imagine the scene of him jumping up and shaking his hand at that moment.
Ouch.
It hurts. His voice was so penetrating that it woke Yi Chi-Chi up directly. Yi Chi-Chi heard the noise outside in a daze and was a little confused. Why did a strange voice sound in the beast cave? I just wanted to remind you that it's hot. Are you okay? Shurye saw that he was injured and felt a little guilty. It's okay. I'm a strong male. This little pain is nothing. Ji-dan shook his hands, originally not wanting to deal with it, but was dragged by Lu Yu to wash it under the rain. Cool down, otherwise you will get blisters later. Ji-dan was a little confused, is that so? Yi Chi-Chi came out and just saw this cute and loving scene. What are you doing? Yi Chi-Chi looked at the two of them in confusion. Chi-Chi woke you up? Lu Yu turned to look at Yi Chi-Chi with some apology. Well, someone came to the house? Yi Chi-Chi felt tired all over and felt that his head was swollen. Is this the little female I want to mate with? Ji-dan looked at Yi Chi-Chi and sniffed it. Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help but took a step back. Is he the person for marriage? Hello, little female. I am from the wolf tribe who came to marry. My name is Ji-dan.
Egg?
Yi Chi-Chi was confused. How could he be so handsome? But he was given such a name? Yes, Ji-dan. He thought the little female couldn't read, so he wrote on the ground with his fingers. Yi Chi-Chi barely recognized the two words Ji-dan from his crooked words. Well, she was thinking wrongly, but it would be difficult to call her a double word.
Dan?
It seems that neither of them is good. Sure enough, a two-character name is more suitable to be called a full name. Yi Chi-Chi laughed in her heart. My name is Ye. You look very beautiful, and you look different from the females in our tribe. Ji-dan expressed his satisfaction with his mouth. It seems that it is not a problem to please such a little female. Haha, is that so? Yi Chi-Chi tilted his head to look at him. Yes, you don't know, the little females in our tribe are very fierce, not like you at all. As soon as Ji-dan said this, he became excited. They either beat or scold males, and don't take males seriously at all. For males who are in marriage, it's even worse.
They don't even look at them.
Yi became more and more panicked as he listened. No, brother, you are so fierce. It's enough for the little female to be good. You just need to praise her. Why do you still tell you how the females in the original tribe should do it? Who will be blamed if she learns bad things? Yi couldn't help it and nudged his waist with his elbow. Ji-dan turned his head to look at Yi, as if asking what was wrong. Don't say it, cough cough. Chi-Chi doesn't like to hear it. Yi was a little guilty. Don't say it. My head is dizzy. I'm going to rest first. Yi Chi-Chi was originally standing against the wall. It was probably because she had been in the space for too long today and didn't rest. I just fell asleep and was woken up. Now I feel a little uncomfortable. Then you go and rest first. I won't say anything. Ji-dan looked nervously at the pale little female in front of him. She looks so thin. But with 4 orange level and 1 red level, shouldn't she be raised to be white and plump?
Yeah.
Yi Chi-Chi was in no mood, and after giving the response, he didn't care about so much. He moved his steps with a heavy head and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. Ji-dan witnessed the whole process and was shocked. How sleepy must he be? These people won't abuse the little female, right? Didn't they say she just gave birth? How could they do such a thing? Ji-dan was not calm when he thought of this. These beasts won't bully the little female, right? Yi inexplicably felt Ji-dan's hostility and was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand how to give it to him. Well, is your hand okay? Does it still hurt? Yi couldn't guess, but seeing his red hand, he couldn't help asking. It seems to be a little painful, hiss. Ji-dan realized it later and shook his claws. Don't you eat cooked food with your hands here? Why is it so hot? Ji-dan remembered that in his tribe, females also ate with their hands. No, Chi-Chi is more particular about hygiene. She has her own tableware. Yi heard this and fell into deep thought. When he came here, everyone was like this, and he naturally thought that it should be like this. Unexpectedly, now that Ji-dan came, he realized how different he was from this little female. Okay. Ji-dan scratched his head. Don't dwell on these things anymore, just figure them out. However, it seems that it doesn't hurt that much to wash the claws with rainwater. After washing for a while, when the pain was almost gone, Ji-dan began to ask Yi how to use tableware. He forgot all the previous entanglements. Yi taught him seriously, and Lu Yu ate silently. He always felt that Ji-dan was a little silly, but he learned things very quickly, so he couldn't be defined as silly. In short, there was an indescribable feeling. Yi Chi-Chi slept until midnight and was woken up by the cub, so she got up to feed her. After feeding, she felt that she was so hungry that she was about to faint. Fortunately, Yi kept warming the porridge, for fear that Yi Chi-Chi would wake up and have nothing to eat. Now that Yi Chi-Chi got up, it was just right for her to eat. It was the first day that Ji-Dan arrived, and he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, so he kept pulling Yi to chat, and it was midnight before he knew it. Yi Chi-Chi saw that the two of them were chatting happily, and it seemed that the new member was easy to get along with. Chi-Chi, come and have some mincemeat porridge. Yi saw Yi Chi-Chi coming out, so he went to serve the porridge. Aren't you going to rest? You're still injured. Yi Chi-Chi looked at the scar on Yi's chest, with a flash of heartache in his eyes. It's okay, I slept a lot during the 2 days when I was injured, and now I still feel a little excited. Yi shook his head. In fact, he had just chatted with Ji-Dan and learned a lot of stories about the grassland. He was very yearning and even wanted to know more. He was a little excited. Really? Yi Chi-Chi looked at Yi suspiciously.
No.
Yi and Ji-Dan have been chatting all night. Ryua's accusing voice came out, causing everyone to turn around and look at him. The two of them were talking about things on the grassland. I was woken up by them a long time ago. Ryua walked out of the beast cave with a sad face. He was too tired from work today, so he fell asleep as soon as he got on the bed. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had not slept for long when he kept hearing sounds drilling into his ears. He really couldn't stand it, but he was afraid that the new member would think that he didn't welcome him, so he could only lie on the bed and pretend to sleep. Now that the little female is out, he has to have a good talk. Haha, I've been traveling for 2 months and no one chatted with me during the journey. I was so depressed. Now that there is someone I can chat with, I forget myself in the chat. After being accused by Ryua, Ji-Dan was shocked to realize that it was already late at night. Before in the tribe, no one wanted to listen to his chat so much, and they all thought he was annoying. Now that there is finally someone who pays attention to him, he can't forget time if he doesn't chat. He can only apologize quickly and express his feelings. Otherwise, what if he is disliked for being too nagging and kicked out? It's quite hard. Yi Chi-Chi ate the porridge and expressed his opinions from time to time. This is Ryua, the 4th beast husband, from the fox tribe. Yi saw that the scene was quiet and hurried to introduce. My name is Ji-Dan, from the wolf tribe. Ji-Dan smiled and stretched out his hand. The beast husbands of the little females are all very good-looking, and she is also good-looking.
Yeah.
Ryua was a little depressed. After all, she didn't sleep well and worked in the space all day today. The superpowers were used up, and now she feels very floating. He was like a ghost, floating to get a bowl of porridge to eat. The movements were not dragged at all, and Ji-Dan envied him. Where can you find such a good family atmosphere? Thanks to the tribe leader, who despised him. If there is a chance to meet again in the future, he will definitely hunt a herbivorous beast to repay the tribe and send him out. Ji-Dan is very satisfied with his family, mainly because the little female is very gentle. Ji-Dan was woken up the next day. He felt that he hadn't slept so well for a long time. This is simply the first time in history. Yi, you can actually do all this. Yi Chi-Chi looked at him with sparkling eyes. Haha, it's Ryua who taught you well. Yi Chi-Chi was praised and felt very proud. Ryua didn't teach him anything. He just learned it by watching from the side. Ning Shuang muttered softly. Hey, you look so jealous. Do you want to learn it too? Lu Yu smiled and nudged Ning Shuang's elbow.
Lu Yu.
Ning Shuang almost jumped up and hit him. Lu Yu smiled and shrank towards Yi Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, protect me. Ning Shuang is so fierce. Yi Chi-Chi turned around. Ning Shuang was ferocious in the last second and looked at Yi Chi-Chi with a smile on her face in the next second. Chi-Chi, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm so gentle. Ning Shuang went to greet her with a smile. I'm Ming, so gentle. Lu Yu slowed down his voice and imitated Ning Shuang's. Everyone laughed. Ji-Dan couldn't help but laugh too. They're so funny. He turned around and saw Bai Yan, who was sitting aside and watching them playing as if nothing happened. It's great that this is not a home with a strict hierarchy, which will not make him feel suffocated.
Ji-dan is awake. Come on, eat something.
Shuri noticed Ji-dan standing there out of the corner of his eye and quickly called him to eat. Ji-dan was stunned for a moment. He said he was going out hunting later. What are you doing?
Come on.
Yi-Chi-Chi looked at him in a daze and greeted him with a smile. Ji-dan didn't know how he sat down on the seat. Anyway, he felt that he was sitting on the stool inexplicably and eating the porridge that Shuri had cooked in the morning. No, they both slept so late last night. How did Shuri get up so early? He even cooked porridge. Ji-dan didn't understand how he did it. Is it delicious? Shuri looked at Ji-dan expectantly. Delicious. Ji-dan gave the highest affirmation. The cooked food is so delicious. Wow. The raw meat I ate before was bloody and fishy. Now I am drinking the fragrant porridge cooked by others. Don't mention how happy I am. When Shuri heard it, his eyes lit up immediately. It's so good, the feeling of being absolutely affirmed by others. It's so good. After Shuri found his own value in cooking, he never looked back. After the commotion and everyone finished eating, Yi-Chi-Chi took Ryue, Ning Shuang, and Bai Yan, who had recuperated, to work in the space. Although they only slept for one night outside, it is estimated that 2 days have passed in the space. Shuri, Luyu, you guys pay attention to Ji-dan outside. I will be out soon. Yi-Chi-Chi was actually thinking that Shuri would be free after his shift. But now Ji-dan has come, and logically, the next month is all his time. But Luyu has no children yet, so she was thinking whether she should get pregnant with Luyu first, then Shuri's. And then get married with Ji-dan? Yi-Chi-Chi was struggling. There were too many beastly husbands, and she couldn't make it. Ji-dan came later, and in the rainy season. Oh, let it be. Yi-Chi-Chi felt a headache when she thought about this. After taking Bai Yan and the other two into the space, Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't wait to go and see her silkworms. The silkworms have changed a little today. To be on the safe side, Yi-Chi-Chi divided them into plates, 25 in each plate. Then put mulberry leaves in each plate. Yesterday, she put in the silkworm leaves that Ryu had spawned, and they were almost eaten up. Yi-Chi-Chi wanted to change the plates for them, then clean them up. These are the clothes and quilts of the future, so they must be well protected. There are looms for sale in the system mall, but it's a bit expensive. To be honest, it costs 2,000 points, which is more expensive than the one for grinding rice, and her current points are not enough. Yi-Chi-Chi is struggling. Should she buy a machine for grinding rice or a loom? It's almost winter. If she doesn't weave some clothes for herself and stuff them with cotton, she will probably be frozen to death, right? The rice beasts can peel them, but she doesn't have the ability to make a loom now, so the loom is more important. After Yi-Chi-Chi made the decision, she planned to raise another batch of silkworms after raising this batch, and then buy a loom. The lifespan of silkworms is 3 months, and in the space, it is basically harvested once a month, but it requires more patience. Alas, why not wait until there are more silkworms and start popularizing silkworm raising in the tribe? Strength lies in numbers. In this way, won't I be able to free my hands in the future? It seems to be the case. I hope I can successfully raise these 50 silkworms. Otherwise, I have to wait for the system's reward, or I can redeem them in the system mall when I reach 6,000 points. She shouldn't be so incompetent, right? Can't even raise a silkworm? Chi-Chi, go out and have a rest. Leave the silkworm raising things to us. I have read the silkworm raising encyclopedia. I promise to raise you white and fat. Ning Shuang came over at some point and patted her chest behind Yi-Chi-Chi to promise. I want to try it myself first. Yi-Chi-Chi was a little entangled. She was almost bored without doing anything. Aren't you afraid of these soft insects? Ning Shuang was shocked. Aren't the little females in the tribe most afraid of these soft bugs? The little females have to raise these things themselves? It's okay? Can Yi-Chi-Chi say that she has eaten cicada pupae? When she was a child in her hometown in the summer after the rain, there would be a lot of cicada pupae in the pine forest at night. At night, I would follow my father with a flashlight to find cicada pupae and fry them to eat. They were so delicious. But eating too much will cause allergies. She is actually okay with bugs, and she is most afraid of snakes. Chi-Chi, you are really different from the little females in the tribe. You are so brave. Ning Shuang looked at Yi Qiqi with sparkling eyes. Yi Qiqi was a little embarrassed. No, this has nothing to do with bravery, right?
Huh.
Yi Qiqi tactically hummed in response. Ning Shuang didn't know what point she had touched Yi Qiqi, and she always felt that she was not very happy. Mua, seeing Ning Shuang was unhappy, Yi Qiqi quickly kissed her. After all, her concept was different from his. In his eyes, she would always be a delicate female who was afraid of insects. These concepts had to be changed slowly until they got used to it. After Ning Shuang was kissed by Yi Qiqi, she stood there and smiled foolishly. What a silly bear. Yi Qiqi also laughed with him. They were really easy to coax and cared about her. Qiqi, go out and have a rest. You were busy all day yesterday. Why don't you have a good rest today? Ning Shuang completely ignored the two people who were working hard and tried to show her presence in front of Yi Qiqi. Now that Qiqi has more and more beastly husbands, he has to work harder, lest Qiqi forgets him in the future. Okay, you guys can rest if you're tired, but you have to take a shower before you can lie down on the bed.
Yi Qiqi farnet.
Okay, I got it, Qiqi. You should go out quickly, don't get tired. Ning Shuang agreed. Yi Qiqi was indeed a little tired, and without any hesitation, she flashed out of the space to rest. Where did the little female go just now? As soon as Yi Qiqi came out, she heard Ji Dan asking her where she was going. Where did the little female go? As soon as Yi Qiqi came out, she heard Ji Dan asking her where she was going. Little female. Sure, you really didn't know how to answer. The little female's space was not easy to expose, so he could only tactically drag the tail sound. He saw Yi Qiqi coming out from the corner of his eye, and his eyes lit up. Qiqi was feeding just now. Yi suddenly had an idea and said directly,
Ahem, shiye.
Yi Qiqi couldn't help herself and was choked. In fact, there was no need to hide it. She could see that Ji Dan liked to hear, so it was no big deal for him to know. You can't lie to me. I just want to see the cubs. They are really cute. Ji Dan looked at Yi with a bit of disgust. The breath of the four people in the beast cave had disappeared. Wasn't it obvious that there was a problem? Yi's face froze. Then I will try to be more truthful next time.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Qiqi couldn't help herself. The two of them were so fun. They are so nice. Luyu felt that the house was much more lively after Ji Dan came. I took them into the space. Yi Qiqi laughed enough and explained to Ji Dan. Space? Ji Dan was a little confused. The little female has awakened the space, and people can enter her space. Luyu saw that Yi Qiqi had no intention of hiding it, so he continued. Is it so magical? Ji Dan's eyes widened. Yi Qiqi saw his expression and probably thought it was the first time he heard of it. Yes, you can grow things in it. When you came yesterday, they had been busy in it all day. Luyu knew that Ji Dan must have misunderstood something, so he took the initiative to explain to him. So that's it.
Yi Dan suddenly realized.
He thought they had been fighting with the little female fairy for a day. Haha, are you wondering why they sleep so soundly during the day? Yi looked at Ji Dan's expression and thought of his sudden hostility yesterday. He seemed to understand something. But he couldn't blame him. If it was him, it would be the same. Yeah, haha. Ji Dan didn't care and admitted it directly. Can I go into your space and take a look? Ji Dan was very curious about Yi Qiqi's space. Can you grow things? What to grow? You can only do it after you have formed a couple. Qiqi and Ryua tried it before, but they couldn't get in without forming a couple. Luyu supported his chin and looked at Ji Dan casually.
Ah?
That's a bit regrettable. Ji Dan looked at Luyu. For some reason, he always felt that Luyu was showing off to him. It's exactly 1 month since my turn, and it will be your turn next. Yi Qiqi didn't want to talk about these things in front of everyone, as she felt it was a bit embarrassing.
Ah?
Does your tribe abide by the rules so well?
Ji Dan was shocked.
Yeah. Yi and Luyu nodded together. Ji Dan felt that his 3 views were washed away. The little females in their tribe would not abide by the rules. They would spoil whoever they liked to the end. Some beastly husbands were forgotten in the corner and finally died of depression, or they became mad with jealousy and lost themselves and were finally expelled from the tribe. So Ji Dan was very open-minded. He didn't want to make the little females the center, but now he thought that maybe he could give it a try. Yi Chi was silent. Could it be that there were still people who didn't abide by the rules? It seemed so. If the little females didn't abide by the rules, no one dared to do anything to them. It's just that she was a law-abiding citizen in the modern world, and she felt that abiding by the rules was reasonable. Her concepts are still stuck in the modern world. But looking at Ji-dan's reaction, this is not a bad thing. Your tribe is really good.
Yi-dan sighed sincerely.
Not only can the males eat the food that the females eat, but the females are also considerate. Ji-dan also has to thank his brother for not wanting to come and pushing him here. His brother missed the blessing of the nest. It seems that he has to go back to visit him during the Chinese New Year this year. That's right. The beast world also celebrates the Chinese New Year. During the Chinese New Year, males can go back to the tribe to keep in touch with their families, but because of the heavy snow, they usually don't go back. But Ji-dan thinks that it's not impossible to go back. After all, he still wants to see his brother's arrogant face and likes to see it. Ji-dan and his brother are completely two extremes. His brother is the kind of person who is calm and silent and does great things. He was noisy and mischievous, so everyone in the tribe liked his elder brother and disliked him. In this marriage, when the character of the little female was unclear, the mother was reluctant to give up her smart and capable brother, so she pushed him out directly. This is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that Ji-dan's father was not favored and was excluded at home. His father was an orange-level orc. His mother couldn't stand the strength of the orange level, so she usually didn't get close to his father. Fortunately, his father was more competitive, and he was born after he and his mother had adult love twice. He looks very similar to his father, and he has a scent on him, so he is recognized as his cub. No one believed it at first, but the older he got, the more he looked like his father. When he transformed, he was simply a smaller version of his father, so everyone recognized him as his father's child. Since he was a child, Ji-dan has seen his father do the most work and get the least love, but he has no regrets. Ji-dan couldn't stand the gap, so he didn't want to come to the marriage and even wanted to escape. He felt that since the little female enjoyed his support, she had to be worthy of him. Otherwise, wouldn't he be happier alone? Mother was worried that the eldest brother would be hurt when he came here because of the little female's favoritism. Wouldn't he be hurt? Just because he is the child of an unfavored beast husband, his mother was biased to the extreme. Ji-dan didn't like his mother's bias. She was still accepting beast husbands continuously, just because she was the most fertile person in the tribe, and the males kept flocking to her, and she would never stay with any beast husband for a full month. Ji-dan suddenly realized that he had told all this to the little female, so he would not be treated like this in the future, right? What should he do when he suddenly felt a little regretful? No wonder Shuri nudged him with his elbow at that time. He thought he had done something. Ji-dan realized it later, but it was too late. The little female must have listened to it and seemed to have been thinking about it. Now Ji-dan's heart is full of regrets. Alas. Why didn't he learn to be more calm, like his elder brother? Then, let's start tomorrow night. Yi Chi just wanted to have one more person to work. Ji-dan looks so lively. He must be very fast at work, right? Start tomorrow? Ji-dan was really shocked. When he came yesterday, didn't the little female just give birth? Isn't it a bit too early? But think about it. He must be alone to take care of the little female at night. Besides, if he doesn't go, then he doesn't know when the month that belongs to him will be over. If the little female forgets in the future, he will simply not have this stall. Ji-dan looked at the white and tender little female in front of him. Maybe because she just gave birth, her figure looks rounder than some females. Ji-dan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He admitted that the little female in front of him was indeed attractive. Yi Chi was a little uncomfortable with Ji-dan's straight gaze. He really didn't know how to restrain himself. Chi, the rainy season is ready. What are your plans? Shuri saw that Yi Chi was uncomfortable, so he quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassing the little female. He found that his little female was thin-skinned, and there were some things that he couldn't say. There are some. Teach the people in the tribe to build brick houses for us. I have already thought of the layout. I will try to build it bigger, otherwise there will be too many cubs to live in. Yi Qiqi's eyes sparkled when she said this. She has begun to look forward to the new house, no matter how well it is built. The main thing is that she believes in the orc's hands-on ability. Just this morning, the mud house collapsed, but it was beyond Yi Qiqi's expectation that it could last for 2 months. The rain was still quite heavy, and although the foundation was laid with stones, the effect was still not ideal. Fortunately, she now has glutinous rice seeds and has planted them. After the rainy season and the bricks are burned, she will probably be able to build a house. You can build a house? Dan was shocked again. No, this tribe really has hidden talents. How come they can even build houses? We didn't build it, but the orcs in the tribe. If you need it, you can come to discuss with our chief. Seeing that this was a good opportunity to promote the tribe, Lu Yu spoke directly to Dan, hoping that he could be more promising. However, this year it is likely that we can only build it ourselves because the orcs in our tribe have just learned it. Lu Yu did not say that this method was provided by Yi Qiqi. He saw Dan making a fuss, and if he accidentally let it slip, the little female would be in danger. Okay. Dan was about to say that if that was the case, he would go back to the tribe as soon as the rainy season was over and tell the chief the news, which would be considered a meritorious service. Lu Yu, he really was. He panted heavily when he spoke, which made him happy for nothing.
Take your time. Ye cici patetki dansarım.
There was no other way. He was too tall, a little taller than anyone else. Yi Qiqi could barely reach Shurya's shoulder before, but Dan's was really impossible to take. If she wanted to take a picture, she could only take a picture of his shoulder blade. For some reason, Yi Qiqi wanted to laugh when she thought of that scene. Alas, height is a fatal flaw. Among the small females she has seen so far, the shortest is over 1.8 meters tall, and she is only 1.75 meters tall. Height can't be a problem. Her beast form has become bigger. Why can't her height in reality be 2 centimeters longer? Height is always Yi Qiqi's pain. Before, in modern times, she was only 1.59 meters. Just 1 centimeter short. She was not even 1.6 meters tall. Now, she is one of the shortest people again. Yi Qiqi was speechless and looked up at the sky. Well, it's okay. Anyway, I'm here now. They can wait slowly. Anyway, your tribe can't run away. Dan smiled and said indifferently, Yeah, that's fine. Seeing Dan was open-minded, Yi Qiqi felt relieved. He has a big heart. But, am I really going to accompany you tomorrow night?
Then.
Can we be a couple? But you just gave birth. Dan was wavering between hesitation and agreement. It's okay. If you don't want to do it so early, later is fine. Seeing that he was a little shy, Yi Qiqi didn't plan to be so anxious and let him think it over first. Then, I'll accompany you and help you take care of the cubs. Dan swallowed, but still agreed anxiously. Well, no problem. Yi Qiqi smiled at him. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll take a rest first. I've been a little tired these 2 days. Go ahead. What do you want to eat for lunch, Qiqi? The scar on Shurya's chest had not fallen off yet. Yi Qiqi felt a little sorry for him seeing how diligent he was.
Just cook something.
My appetite hasn't been very good lately. After Yi Qiqi finished speaking, she turned around and petted the cub, then fell asleep. She had been in the space for too long yesterday, and she hadn't recovered her strength yet. It seems that she still needs an hourglass, otherwise she won't know how long she has been in the space. Hey, Shuryi, is there any gossip among your mermaid clan? Dan is a man who can't sit still. He can't go out hunting during the rainy season, and he has nowhere to vent his energy. He is really bored. Shuryi was stunned. In fact, he was the biggest gossip of the mermaid clan, but he didn't want to say it. He couldn't say those past events again. I'm not sure. I don't pay much attention to the outside world. Shuryi could only lie.
Ah.
That's a pity. Then I'd better get together with Qiqi as soon as possible. This rainy season is really boring. If Dan was in beast form now, he would probably be lying on the ground like an emo. The rainy season is really boring. I wonder how other orcs spend the rainy season. You can't bully the little female every day, right? That won't work either. You have to get the little female's consent. Ji-dan was a little distressed. No, let the little female rest for a few days first. Don't you see she is exhausted? Louis was really afraid that Ji-dan would lose his sense of propriety. I know. Don't guard against me like a thief. Ji-dan looked at Lu Yu a little unhappy. He was already upset, and he reminded him again. Woo-woo, he wanted to go out and fight. It was so boring to stay in the beast cave, but he had no spare skins. If he had known, he would have set off earlier, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Ji-dan looked at the khaki water flow in front of him helplessly. When will the rain stop? He had only been there for a day, and his whole body was itchy. He wanted to turn into a beast and roll on the ground, and wanted to mess up these things in the cave. He could hardly control his claws. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yi watched Ji-dan's hands opening and closing unconsciously, as if he was going to hit someone. My hands itch. Ji-dan's face was painful and his heart was depressed. This bloodline, it really bothers the beast. Do you want to go out? I can lend you some animal skins to change into. Yi saw that his expression was not right. He kept looking outside, so he must want to go out, right? He said before that his animal skins were lost when he was on the road, so he should be worried about this. Yi also thoughtfully thought of a reason for Ji-dan. Really? Can you lend it to me first? I will pay you back double then. When Ji-dan heard Yi say this, the whole beast was excited. This is good, so that he doesn't have to destroy things in the beast cave. Then the little female will dislike him for being a house-destroying king. That would be a loss. He hasn't become the little female's beast husband yet. If she dislikes him, does he have to leave this place? To be honest, thinking about it this way, he was still a little reluctant. He decided to go out and fight with the wild beasts so that he wouldn't think about destroying the house. Okay, but you have to make sure you don't get hurt and make the little female worry. Yi was also reminding him. Otherwise, if something happened, wouldn't Chi blame him? After all, it was he who instigated Ji-dan to go out. Yi also regretted his impulse, and he realized that he had to take responsibility for this. Even if Ji-dan was really injured, and it wasn't him who beat him, he was jointly liable and could be blamed by Chi. Yi wanted to persuade Ji-dan not to go out, but he didn't know how to start, and his face turned red for a while. Yi, are you concerned about me? Ji-dan looked at Yi, who was hesitant to speak, his face flushed with anxiety, and thinking of his next sentence, he felt that he was worried about him.
Shi'e replied uncomfortable.
Well, actually, I don't really want to go out. I have to light a fire to dry my hair after I get wet. My hair is very thick and not easy to dry. In this humid weather, let's forget it. Ji-dan thought about it and decided to forget it. If you change into the beast form, if you don't dry your hair and then change back to human form, after a long time there will be a bad smell on your body and it will be easy to have a runny nose. Ji-dan thought about it and felt it was troublesome. Finally, he restrained the wild power in his body and planned to stay in the beast cave. Okay, it's up to you. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he needs to think carefully before speaking out in the future, otherwise once he says it, it will be irreversible. Ji-dan looked at the wound on Shuri's chest, which looked very painful. However, he also helped to cook. How could he be so nice? Isn't Yi much better than his brother? He can cook, fight, have a good temper, care about people, and chat with him. The more Ji-dan thought about it, the better he felt that Yi was. When you are free, teach me how to cook. When you don't want to cook, I will cook. Ji-dan put his arm around Shuri's shoulders, looking like a good brother. No, that's fine, but let me go first. You've pulled the wound. Yi was actually fine, but he always felt something was wrong. Ji-dan heard it and quickly let him go. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. I thought you were almost healed. Ji-dan looked panicked. Don't wait to be injured again by him. Otherwise, he would be a sinner. It's okay, it just hurts a little. Shuri's face was a little unnatural, and he quickly turned his face away so that he wouldn't see his embarrassment. That's fine. Ji-dan smiled naively, put his hands on the stone table, and supported his chin to look at Yi. He is from the mermaid tribe? Aren't the mermaids in the legend all aloof? Why does Shiryu look so different? He has a good temper and a delicate mind. He is so outstanding, there should be many females pursuing him in the sea, but why was he pushed here for marriage? Could it be that he is also the unfavored one in the family? Did you learn to cook after coming here? Ji-dan asked curiously. Yes, I learned to cook after coming here. I learned from Ryue. His cooking is delicious.
Shion 어땠?
He really envied Ryue's cooking skills. Wow, really? But I saw you cooking these 2 days. Ji-dan scratched his head. Why was he looking forward to the meal cooked by Ryue? He was busy these 2 days and I had to be free, so I cooked. Oh, I also want to find something to do. Then I'll teach you how to cook porridge later? The little female needs to eat at noon. Shuri asked tentatively. Okay. Ji-dan thought it was okay. He really had never cooked anything, and many times the tribe leader asked him to roast meat for a certain little female, and he roasted it half-cooked. After that, the tribe leader never called him again. Although there was a bit of deliberateness in it, he really didn't have the patience to coax a little female who had so many beast husbands and was very arrogant. He had his own ideas and didn't want to be dominated by others and be chosen by the females. Ji-dan had thought about it. If the little females here were difficult to get along with, he would be a wandering orc, fighting everywhere and enjoying the scenery outside. If he died accidentally, he would die. He didn't want to be unhappy. But this time, to his surprise, the beast gods seemed to favor him. The little female and her beast husband seemed to be very good, so Ji-dan wanted to stay and give it a try. Sure, he calculated the time, and it was almost time, so he took Ji-dan to cook porridge. Ji-dan knew how to make a fire, so he started the fire. This is rice. We usually make porridge by peeling off its shell, then crushing the rice, washing it, putting it in the pot, and waiting for the water to boil.
Shiye taftkidan karafulle.
This looks easy, but how did you find out that this grass seed can be eaten? Ji-dan was more curious about this. Chi-Chi told us. She said that their tribe is vegetarian. Oh, okay. Our tribesmen also tried to eat this grass seed before, but the shell was too hard, so they never tried it again. Ji-dan had never thought that he could peel the shell like this. After peeling it, the white rice grains inside were exposed, and he felt excited just looking at it. Maybe he knew what he was going to do. Hey, do you peel it right before eating?
Yes.
Shuri looked at Ji-dan in confusion. Are there any more besides this bag? I can peel them for you in advance. Ji-dan wanted to find something to do, so that he wouldn't be so bored. Shuri was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ji-dan to have this request. Usually they don't have the patience to peel this. They find it troublesome, but they feel it's delicious when they eat it. Isn't this boring? Ji-dan peeled vigorously and peeled a whole basin in a short while. His speed was so fast that Shuri felt inferior. Louis was also surprised on the side. Shur was also a mermaid. His webbed feet were not so sharp, so it was very difficult to peel this. He was fine, but after peeling for a long time, he felt a little pain in his claws. But Ji-dan, this beast, didn't find it difficult to peel at all. Instead, he peeled more and more vigorously. Luyu admired him a little. Don't your claws hurt? Luyu couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked directly. It just so happens that my claws are a little itchy, so I sharpen them.
Ji-dan lauget hapili.
The itch disappeared, and I felt comfortable. I changed my claws and continued to peel. This is really a good thing. Ji-dan was so devoted that he had no container to hold the peeled rice grains in the end. He reluctantly put down his hand that turned into a claw. Luyu heard his answer and fell silent. Yi Chi-Chi slept until she woke up naturally, and then she opened her eyes and saw Ji-dan staring at her with shining eyes, which almost scared her to death. What are you doing? You scared me so much. Yi Chi-Chi covered her chest and took a few deep breaths before she recovered. Who knows, when you open your eyes and face another pair of eyes, although the protagonist of that pair of eyes is very handsome, it is also very scary, okay? I didn't mean it. Don't be angry. Ji-dan waved his hands quickly. It's okay. Don't do this next time. I'm scared.
Ye cici similet bitterli. Yeah.
Ji-dan nodded quickly. Do you have something to ask me? Yi Chi-Chi asked puzzledly. Yes. I'll find you if I need anything.
Yi Dan nodded.
Do you still have rice? I want to peel it. I've been too bored these 2 days. Ji Dan looked at Yi Chi-Chi expectantly. Yi Chi-Chi had never thought that Ji Dan would squat beside her bed and wait for her to wake up for this. It can be seen that he is a person who can't sit still. She will not be polite in the future. How much do you want? I'll give it to you first, and there's more if it's not enough. Ji Dan was so enthusiastic that Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. It just so happened that she didn't have to buy the rice shelling machine and saved a lot of points. Hee, today is a good day. Okay. Ji Dan saw that Yi Chi-Chi didn't mean to blame him, so he was no longer cautious and shouted boldly, which scared Yi Chi-Chi again. Well, Ji Dan is good at everything, but he is a little noisy. Yi Chi-Chi took out the rice and bought a few bags in the system mall for Ji Dan to put things in, otherwise he didn't know where to put the peeled rice. Put them in bags and put them in a space. The points required for the bags are not many, only 1 point for 10 bags, so Yi Chi-Chi bought 100 without hesitation. Ji Dan looked at the bags neatly stacked on a wall and was completely dumbfounded. No one told him there were so many before. Now he has something to do. Ji Dan was like getting a new toy, and he really peeled the rice seriously. Yi Chi-Chi watched him work for a while, and he was a hard-working child. Ji Dan, are you a wolf beast? Yi Chi-Chi always felt that Ji Dan didn't look like a wolf at all. Why do I feel that he is a bit like a husky sometimes? Chi-Chi, I'm not a pure-blooded wolf, but I also have wolf blood, so I guess so? Ji Dan didn't expect that the little female would see this, even though he hid it very well. Yeah, it's good. Yi Chi-Chi didn't expect Ji Dan to say directly that he was not of pure wolf blood, but what does it matter? He is red rank, that's enough. While Ji Dan was working, Yi had already gone to pet the cubs. After the cubs grew up, they didn't like him to pet them, so he set his sights on the largest bear cub that was not even a month old. It was really comfortable to touch, and the cub was so well behaved, not resisting at all. Its fur had become fluffy in the past 2 days, and it was getting easier to pet. Yi Chi-Chi saw this, and she understood too well the feeling of being unable to resist furry things. Chi-Chi, aren't Bai Yan and the others coming out to eat? It's already afternoon. Seeing that Yi Chi-Chi and Yi were almost oblivious to petting the cubs, Lu Yu reminded them. I'll go find them right away. Yi Chi-Chi felt guilty. Ahem, she didn't mean to do that, and she would remember it next time. When Yi Chi-Chi flashed into the space, Ning Shuang, Ru Yu, and Bai Yan were still working hard. The mulberry trees had grown completely. One even had mulberries. Yi Chi-Chi ran over to see in surprise.
Ru Yu,
how come you made the trees produce mulberries? Yi Chi-Chi couldn't wait to pick one and taste it. It tasted sour and sweet, and the juice burst in his mouth. Yi Chi-Chi, who hadn't eaten fruit for a long time, had bright eyes. You eat one too. Yi Chi-Chi picked one and handed it to Ryua. Delicious. Ryua smiled so much that Yi Chi-Chi's face was blurred. Yi Chi-Chi blushed slightly, turned his head away, and picked a few more. Ning Shuang, try it, Ryua produced it. Yi Chi-Chi smiled and handed it to him. This is the first time I've tasted this kind of fruit. It's delicious. Ning Shuang smiled innocently and continued to work. After the seeds were ready to be sown, he could finish his work soon. Finally, Yi Chi-Chi went to Bai Yan, who was the farthest away. He was still sowing seeds and planting glutinous rice. This time, he just had to wait for them to mature. The next thing left was raising silkworms, which was a bit more complicated and needed to be watched. Bai Yan, try it. Yi Chi-Chi handed over the mulberries. Bai Yan opened his mouth and waited for her to feed him. If it was before, he would not dare to think about asking the little female to feed him, but now that he has thought about it for a long time, he can accept it calmly. The little female is also afraid of tiring them. That's great. Yi Chi-Chi stayed in the space for a while, and only took them out to eat after they finished their work. I feel like I can eat a herbivorous beast now. Ning Shuang was really hungry. Yi and Ji Dan cooked porridge together. You guys can eat together. Yi Chi-Chi felt very hungry after coming out of the space. I don't know what happened. It feels like I was only in there for a while. Yi Chi was a little strange, but she didn't think too much about it and just followed them to eat. 7 people, sitting at the stone table that had just been built, was a bit crowded. However, the rainy season will soon be over, and then we can build a bigger house. Yi Chi was planning her future home in her heart, and she didn't notice that everyone's eyes were on her. When she reacted, she looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? Yi Chi saw that everyone was looking at her, a little confused. Chi, are you in heat? Shuri asked a little uncertainly. When a female is in heat, she will emit a strange fragrance, but the female has just given birth, so it shouldn't be. Everyone was confused. Yi Chi was also confused. She was in heat? It shouldn't be, right? Where does this fragrance come from? Ji-dan sniffed and found that the fragrance was not from the cave, but it seemed to be coming from outside. Strange. I'll go out and take a look. Bai Yan was a little unsure. They didn't have much reaction to this fragrance. After they got married, they could only smell it when their partner was in heat, but the current situation was obviously wrong. Could it be that the wandering orcs made a noise again? That's right, the rainy season is about to end, and they probably have eaten all the food they stored. When Bai Yan noticed something different, everyone became alert and protected Yi Chi behind them. The last time those wandering orcs came, they were wiped out. It was estimated that another batch came this time. Seeing everyone on high alert, Yi Chi looked at the wound on Shuri's chest. The wound hasn't healed yet, and it's only been a few days? Are there wandering orcs coming again? It seems that the tribe really needs to develop quickly, build houses, and then build walls. At least this way there will be some security. It seems that more glutinous rice should be planted. Lime should be easy to find, but glutinous rice can only be planted in her space. Let Ryue promote the growth of glutinous rice tomorrow, and try to plant more glutinous rice before the rainy season, and then build the house and walls during the windy season. Chi, you stay with the cubs. If anything goes wrong later, just hide in the space, and we will watch the situation outside. Bai Yan saw that something was wrong, so he thought of letting Yi Chi hide first, so as not to scare her in the fight later. Well, be careful. Yi Chi didn't say much. In the case of no combat power, it's better to stay hidden, so as not to cause trouble for them here later. In order to be on the safe side, Yi Chi collected all the cubs this time. Sure, you're injured, so stay with Chi. If there is any danger, you protect Chi. After Bai Yan finished his instructions, he followed Lu Yu out. Ji-dan followed closely behind, fighting. He is good at this. Shurya stayed, but he was inexplicably uneasy in his heart and directly changed into a beast form to prepare for battle. Yi Chi was in no mood to appreciate any beauty now. She felt uneasy. This time it might not be so simple. Chi, don't worry about us. Hide in the space first and ensure your own safety first, okay? Shur was afraid that Yi Chi would do something stupid.
I know.
I won't be stubborn.
Ye 어땠?
There are so many cubs in her space. If something happens to her, the cubs will probably starve to death. The flow rate in the space is different from that outside. The rainy season is not only difficult, but also very dangerous. Yi Chi has long been tired of the life in the rainy season. But there is no way. This is the law of this world, and no one can break it easily. The law of the jungle is even more vivid here. The wandering orcs can obviously hunt outside, but they have to take the risk to enter the tribe to plunder food. Most of these are wandering orcs facing collapse and desperate. They want to fight for their future. They have no reason to talk. The sound of fighting outside soon started. Yi Chi huddled in the innermost beast cave, listening to the noise outside with her ears perked up, while Yi protected her. Suddenly, Yi Chi felt very sleepy, and her eyelids began to droop. After a while, she fell asleep. Although Yi found something wrong, he could not resist that kind of power. After Yi fell asleep completely, a wave flashed in the air. A green-haired girl wearing a dress made of leaves appeared. He looked straight at Yi Chi. She is indeed the female with the best physique. Look at her complexion. It's worth my trip, ha ha. His weird laughter sounded in the beast cave. The sound of fighting outside continued, but he took off his dress and approached her. This little female must be his. After they become a couple, nothing can be reversed. There was fanaticism in his eyes. He leaned over, and just as he was about to take further action, he felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at the little female who had been sleeping just now. Now she was holding something in her hand and pierced his chest. How could it be? He was obviously a red rank and had awakened superpowers. How did this little female in front of him break his defense? Dark green blood splashed on Yi Qiqi's body, and her hands kept shaking. She killed someone. How is it possible? You are not an ordinary little female. The man pointed at Yi Qiqi in disbelief. Seeing that stabbing the heart could not kill him, Yi Qiqi stabbed him a few more times. The man didn't want to hurt Yi Qiqi, so he covered the wound and ran away. After he was injured, the strange fragrance disappeared. When Shiyi woke up, he saw Yi Qiqi chasing a man with a knife. Shiyi was so scared that he lost his soul. He hurried to chase him, but unfortunately, as soon as the man went out, he changed into a beast and escaped underground. It turned out to be a plant-type orc. Shiyi looked at the direction where the man ran away. Unbelievable. Plant-type? Plant-type orcs are rare. They are born with a special ability, either a hallucinogenic scent or their own toxins. If they want to kill someone, they can do it without anyone noticing. Shiyi gave Yi Qiqi some popular science. After listening to this, Yi Qiqi felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, it would have been a matter of course, but she couldn't accept being forced by others. So why can't she just discuss it with the tribe leader? Since they are rare, they should not be sociable, right? Yi Qiqi's hands were still shaking. She was almost kidnapped by them. Shiyi was also afraid. The little female was almost in danger. He was still not strong enough. He took Yi Qiqi into his arms to eliminate her fear.
I'm sorry, Kiki.
Shiyi realized it belatedly, and his voice was a little trembling. It's okay, Shiyi. You are a red rank, and you came from the ocean. It's your first time seeing a plant-type orc. So, you don't have to blame yourself. The security precautions in our tribe are not strong enough. Yi Qiqi remembered that the chief had arranged for orc patrols before. How could such a thing happen today? Shiyi was silent and hugged Yi Qiqi tightly, fearing that something would happen to her. Roar. A huge roar came over, and Yi Qiqi felt that the cave was shaking. To be precise, it was like an earthquake. Is the enemy so strong this time? Yi Qiqi looked at the direction of the cave entrance worriedly. The dark green blood stains left there were being washed away by rain. The breath seems to be Ning Shuang's. Shiyi was shocked, and he said why the roar was so familiar. Is Ning Shuang reverting to his ancestor? Shiyi was also shocked. After all, Ning Shuang was left to protect Yi Qiqi last time, and there was no battle, but he never thought that he would revert to his ancestor. What is Ning Shuang's strength now? The might of this roar did not seem like the sound that an orange-level orc could make. Atavism? Yi Qiqi found it a little difficult to digest the meaning of this sentence. Atavism means the improvement of bloodline, that is, the improvement of strength. Since the orcs have reproduced, there has been no pure bloodline for a long time. Because they are all hybrids of people from different races, the purity of the bloodline cannot be guaranteed. It is only possible to improve the bloodline after awakening in the later stage. Shiyi spoke with an envious tone. Ning Shuang will probably be the strongest person in the tribe in the future, right? Knowing that Ning Shuang has become stronger, Yi Qiqi's heart is finally relieved. I hope no one will be injured this time. The battle ended quickly. After about an hour, Ning Shuang and the other 5 came back wet. Fortunately, there are only 10 orange-level orcs this time. All of them solved. Ning Shuang heaved a sigh of relief and saw Yi Qiqi, whose face was pale, nestling in Shiyi's arms. What's wrong with Qiqi? Ning Shuang was a little anxious and stepped forward. How could there be the breath of a strange orc? Shiyi, what happened? Ning Shuang's face was serious, and his eyes turned unfriendly when he looked at Shiyi. It's a plant orc. He can emit a strange fragrance. What we smelled at the beginning was the fragrance he emitted. Sure, Yi and I were both stunned by the strange fragrance he emitted. Yi Chi didn't know what to say here. After all, she was awakened by the stimulation of the system, and then she bought a dagger directly in the system mall to injure the newcomer. Plant-type orcs. Bai Yan and the other 5 people said in unison, very surprised. Plant orcs have not entered everyone's sight for nearly 20 years, and they didn't expect to appear at this time. These wandering orcs are so cunning that they even asked plant-type orcs to help. Jishin walked back and forth in the cave angrily. He finally went to fight, but when he came back, he told him that his house was almost robbed. How could he tolerate this?
No.
I want to go out and fight him, Ji-Dan said, and was about to rush out of the beast cave. You'd better not waste your energy, the person escaped underground. Shuri saw that he was in a hurry, so he quickly grabbed him to prevent him from going out alone and encountering any danger. Escape underground? What kind of orc can escape underground? He is not a plant-based person? Ji-Dan expressed his incomprehension. I don't know either. Shuri felt ashamed when he talked about this. He was actually knocked unconscious, and the orc behind him was beaten away by the little female. Shuri didn't want to recall it again, nor did he want to say anything more. Why is there so much trouble in your tribe? There would never be such a thing in our tribe. Ji-Dan was a little indignant. Before, the rainy season in my tribe was not so serious. Shuri wanted to say something, but when he thought about his tribe being under the water, he didn't want to say it anymore. During the rainy season, almost no orcs could invade their tribe. In the seabed, except for the snake tribe, there was no other big threat. There would be some backflow occasionally, which would affect normal life, but it didn't last long, which was actually good. I didn't expect that there would be so many things on the land. And no one expected to encounter such a minority of orcs. I feel like he will come again. Let's try our best to prevent it. Yi Chi was still frightened after such an incident. If she didn't have the system, who knows what would happen to her now? It seems that she still has to find an opportunity to drink the red level potion, otherwise, she has no resistance to this kind of danger. She can't hide in the space every time there is danger, right? If so, she might as well hide in it for the rest of her life. Yi Chi didn't want this. She had to become stronger. She did find that after her strength became stronger, the quality of the cubs she gave birth to became more stable, and she didn't see rabbits when she gave birth this time. Maybe the bloodline is pure? She doesn't know. This will have to be studied slowly in the future. Fortunately, no one was injured in this battle. Ning Shuang, you are hiding well enough. You have regressed to your ancestors. You are really low-key. Ning Shuang was the one who surprised Lu Yu the most. After all, he picked 3 orange-level beasts by himself, and he had the upper hand. Even Ji-Dan, who was a red-level beast, was able to fight 3 beasts without losing. They almost got injured when they picked 2 of them. The worst was Ruyue. His fighting power was not very strong, but he barely held back 2 orange-level beasts. This battle was safe and sound. There were only a few of them dealing with 10 orange-level beasts, and there were many yellow-level and green-level beasts invading other beast caves. Those high-level beasts happened to be encountered by them, and they started fighting as soon as they met. The patrolling orcs were knocked unconscious in a corner by the plant-type orcs, and it was the chief who sent people to find them. The tribe's losses this time were relatively good, but the chief has realized that he must quickly expand the tribe. Otherwise, if this continues, the situation in winter will probably be more severe. They can't just sit there and wait for death. As usual, the chief came with a thank you gift to thank Yi Chi, the beast cave orc. After all, if it weren't for the efforts of Yi Chi, the people in the beast cave, the tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. Ji-Dan, Ning Shuang, Bai Yan, Ryu, thank you for resisting the wandering orcs for the tribe and sending us some animal skins. Please don't despise them. The chief was very polite, and no one wanted to blame him directly. Thank you, but the orcs patrolling our tribe were a little careless, right? Bai Yan said with a sour face, expressing his dissatisfaction. It seems that a very serious orc has come this time. After waking up, the patrolling orcs told me that it was because of a strange fragrance, which was very similar to the smell of a young female in heat. The patrolling orcs were single, and they didn't pay attention, so the chief said, feeling a little ashamed. Alas, what can he do? There are too many orcs with special abilities, and he wants to protect the people in the tribe, but there are too few people who can be used in the tribe. There are simply not enough for him to dispatch. It seems that after the rainy season, we have to speed up the construction of houses. Yi Chi-Chi thought for a moment. Although the defense of the houses would not be very strong, if stray orcs came, at least they would not be restricted to the beast caves and dare not go out at all. If the tribe had 2-story houses, at least they could watch the battle outside the second-floor windows. They would not be so passive. Everyone lived in a row, and the beast caves were all on the cliffs. The population was too dense, and the cliffs were like some kind of landmark that could be seen from afar. The chief understood after a little thought. He was also scratching his head. It was the first time he felt that this rainy season was so unbearable. His old bones felt like they were rusting. There were big things in front of him that he couldn't do, and he was attacked twice in a row by stray orcs. Aren't they bullying their tribe because it was not famous? Do they dare to go to big tribes like the saltwater crocodile and the wolf tribe? You guys take a rest first, I won't bother you anymore. The chief had something on his mind, and he couldn't really say any words of thanks. Anyway, it's enough to show his kindness. They all understand. After this attack, the chief lost a lot of hair. Looking at the chief as tired back, Bai Yan felt a little bit reluctant. Alas, how about they send one out for patrol in the future? Otherwise, there are simply not many orange-level orcs in the tribe who can go out for patrol. Chief, there is almost a month left. In just a few days, 2 groups of stray orcs have come here, and there will probably be more in the future. Starting tomorrow, 1 orc will be sent out from our cave to participate in the patrol. As for the number of people, we will decide internally. Bai Yan thought so. As for the others not going, he would go by himself. In short, the safety of the little female must be protected to the greatest extent. Isn't this a bit too bad? The chief looked back with a little surprise, but when he thought of their contributions, he didn't want to trouble them for a while. Chief, it's decided. Lu Yu also confirmed to join the patrol. Before the rainy season, he had always been the one to patrol, and there had never been any mistakes. Even if there were stray orcs, they had to be wary of flying orcs. Although his arm had not yet fully healed, it did not affect his flying. Lu Yu, is your arm okay? What are you showing off? Yi Chi-Chi was a little angry. Although she knew that they were worried about her, she went out on patrol before her body was fully healed and in the rain. What if she got some chronic illness later? Lu Yu looked back at Yi Chi-Chi and was a little happy about her concern. Chi-Chi, I know you care about me, but I care more about your safety. Lu Yu said this sincerely. Yi Chi-Chi didn't know why, but she couldn't help but her eyes turned red. Okay, I'll go. Ji Dan couldn't help but speak out when he saw the 2 of them like this. It was as if they were doing nothing and wanted a sick person to go out on patrol. The sad atmosphere was broken by Ji Dan's words. Yi Chi-Chi held back the tears that were about to flow.
Just take a good rest.
Get well first. It's more important than anything else. Ningswong battet Lu Yu's holder. Yes, you 2 sick people should take a rest first. Ryua nodded. Criticized Lu Yu by name. He went out to fight today, even though he was injured. Ji Dan looked at Lu Yu provocatively. You always put on a bad face before, and now I've got the chance, right? I'm not going to smack you. Yes, Chi-Chi, criticize him. Sure, Yi also nodded. He saw Lu Yu rushing out like nothing happened and thought he was well. Unexpectedly, he was not well yet. Well, you guys discuss it first, I'll go back first. The clan leader saw that the situation was not right, so he planned to slip away. He couldn't stay in this scene any longer. It was estimated that if it continued like this, he would be in trouble.
It was better to withdraw first.
As for whether they came or not, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Everyone saw the clan leader leave, and the tense atmosphere relaxed at once. In fact, there was a reason for doing so. They just wanted the clan leader to remember their kindness and then give priority to them in the future. Chi-Chi, your tears come so easily.
Ji Dan was amazed.
At that moment, he felt his heart ache. Who could understand the feeling of a little female crying? The person involved, Lu Yu, was really touched. When the little female's eyes were red, he felt that his heart was about to break. Although I know it's acting, the little female's concern is not fake. Well, that's enough. Let's forget about it. I hope the tribe leader will remember us and help us build a house more seriously. Yi Chi calmed down and didn't plan to say anything more. Eat something. I didn't finish eating just now. I'm still hungry. Yi Chi's tense mood was relieved, and then he felt a huge sense of emptiness and hunger. His hands began to tremble. Alas, there was no way. The stabs just now were dominated by adrenaline. Now that the power was gone, he felt weak all over. How could he not be afraid? Fortunately, the knife bought by the system was of good quality, otherwise she would not understand what she was going through today. The stone table was full of people again, but the faint smell of grass in the air told them what had just happened. The little female they guarded with their lives was almost abducted by stray orcs under their noses, and might even be insulted in person. This incident also sounded a wake-up call for them. No matter what, they must always improve their strength in the future. After dinner, Yi Chi found an excuse to go directly into the space. She planned to use the bottle of red level potion. Before going in, she let all the cubs out and fed them milk before going in. It has been a while since she reached the orange level, so she can try to reach the red level. Although the system told her that there are no side effects of upgrading, she still felt very painful when she swallowed the orange level potion last time. Sometimes you can't trust the system's words completely. If she is in excruciating pain this time, she doesn't know how to explain it. It's better to go into the space and get it done. If there are red level potions for giving birth in the future, she will give them to Bai Yan and the others so that she doesn't have to accept new beast husbands all the time. She can't take care of them, and it's not convenient to have too many people. She doesn't know how to arrange them. Now 6 people are enough to give her a headache. If there are more, she feels that she may go crazy. After entering the space, Yi Chi directly took out the red level potion that the system rewarded last time. Looking at the dark red potion in the bottle, she still felt a little scared. But when she thought about how she spent 500 points to buy that dagger today, she felt distressed. She pulled open the bottle stopper, pinched her nose, and drank it with her head tilted back. There was no taste, but Yi Chi always felt that taking medicine always had a bit of bitterness or strange taste, and she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. Even if there was no taste, she felt that there would be. Yi Chi could clearly feel the medicine going down all the way, and there was a warm current passing through her body. But soon, Yi Chi could feel her body being broken and reorganized, and this feeling was too familiar. This time it was more painful than the orange level. I don't know how long she persisted, but Yi Chi's consciousness was already blurred. What she didn't know was that the beast husband outside was anxious and thought she was angry. She didn't know what to do outside. The little female's space, they could only enter with her permission. She said before that she would enter the space for a while, and then she disappeared directly on the bed. Nothing was explained, and now more than half a day has passed. Although she had fed the cub before entering, the cub is now hungry again. It's crawling around here, crying. Fortunately, the cubs were not picky about food when they were hungry, and they also ate the thick rice soup. Now Ryua was truly relieved. I don't know why the little female went into the space, and she hasn't come out for so long. If he didn't know that there was no danger in the space, he would have been anxious to death. Yi Chi took a long time to feel herself recover. She got up and saw that her body was black, so she quickly picked up a bucket of water to wash herself clean. After advancing to the red level, she felt that her strength had increased a lot. Her physical fitness has improved by more than 1 level. When she first came here, she was panting every 3 steps, but now she feels light even when she carries a bucket of water. Now her physical fitness is great. After Yi Chi cleaned herself up, she felt that the original space had become larger. The spring eye has also become much larger, and the land has also become much larger. If things continue like this, she feels that her space can raise some small animals. However, the small animals in the beast world are all irritable and not easy to keep in captivity, so she should give up this idea. There was no accurate timer in the space, and Yi Chi-Chi didn't know how long she had been in there. After looking around and seeing nothing special, she hurried out, so as not to worry everyone. The moment Yi Chi-Chi came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she was fine. Why are you all here? Yi Chi-Chi looked at the people gathered in a circle, a little surprised. She found that it was dark outside, and if it weren't for the candles in the beast cave, it would be pitch dark.
Chi-Chi?
Why do I feel that your breath has become stronger? Bai Yan's feeling was the most obvious. He could feel a kind of vague pressure from Yi Chi-Chi, just like the pressure of the same level emanating from Ji Dan and Shiyi. Could it be that Chi-Chi has also become a red level? This outrageous idea formed in Bai Yan's mind, and he was not calm all of a sudden. How could a little female become a red level? Yi Chi-Chi didn't expect Bai Yan's feeling to be so sharp. She is now struggling. Should she say it? I went in because I felt something was wrong in the space, but I didn't expect to faint after entering. Apart from some changes in the space, I didn't feel anything. Yi Chi-Chi could only blame the space for all this. The Orc continent emphasizes that the awakening of superpowers in young females is a gift from the beast god. She said that she didn't need to explain too much, and they would make up their own minds. Yi Chi-Chi didn't intend to explain it so clearly, and they would guess the rest. Could it be that the beast god showed up and blessed it? After all, Chi-Chi gave birth to 7 children this time, and none of them had her beast form. Does it mean that the quality of this litter is better than the previous one? So Chi-Chi's space keeps changing? Sure also believed this. This situation had happened in the tribe before, and Chi-Chi's case was not a special case, so he could guess this way. There are also young females in our tribe like this. After giving birth, there will be some changes, which may be superpowers or some changes. Ji Dan also said that this was not an isolated case. Only then did Bai Yan, Ning Shuang, Lu Yu, and Ryue feel relieved. They were exchanged to the Hound tribe when they were young, and there are no such cases here. As long as it is not special, it will be fine, so as not to leak the news, and Chi-Chi will be in danger in the end. If there is really danger this time, Chi-Chi will face the silver level or even the long-lost gold level orcs, and they will not be able to help at that time. Don't let others know about Chi-Chi's specialness. Just let us beastmen know it. Don't inform the tribe leader, it's useless. Lu Yu thought it was better for them to keep this matter to themselves. The little female is too good, and they can't protect it. This is not a good thing.
Yeah, got it.
Everyone responded differently, but everyone knew in their hearts that this matter was really not a joke. My body has recovered, and I will be with Ji Dan tonight. Yi Chi-Chi made the decision directly. She didn't want any more accidents, so she would eat the duck in her mouth first before she felt at ease. Since they're going to be a couple, let's get pregnant again tonight. Yi Chi-Chi feels that it's too tiring to have 2 babies at the same time. It's better to have 1 baby first, and then have another baby a month later. This should be easier. In order to extend her life and for the year-end MVP mentioned by the system, she has to work harder, right? Ji Dan was a little shocked. He didn't expect the little female to have such a transformation. Can he say that he is not ready? Now it's not Yi Chi-Chi who is panicking, but Mr. Wolf who has never been in love. Well, so fast? Ji Dan stuttered a little, but still said it. Fast? Shuri looked at Ji Dan strangely. Didn't the wolf tribe say that you were about to lose control, so they sent you here? You don't look like that at all. Bai Yan also found something wrong. Well, my brother was supposed to come before, but hey, anyway, I was sent here for some reasons. I also... Ji Dan didn't know how to say these things. They will know about this sooner or later, but now he hasn't been with the little female. If they know about it, they won't kill him and ask for an explanation from the wolf tribe, right? He had no choice, because the tribe leader was reluctant to let Ji Yan go. He didn't say it on his own initiative, but the beast husbands of the little female were too perceptive and noticed it right away. It was also his fault that he didn't know how to face the little female. If he had known earlier, he would have learned more from the males in the tribe. Now he is embarrassed. Really, some things still need to be known in advance. Otherwise it will be as embarrassing as it is now. Dan originally thought that he would not stay, but was severely slapped in the face by reality. It's okay, we're a family now. Chi didn't care about those dirty things. Since he came, she would accept him as long as there was no follow-up trouble. Dan was at least a red rank, the highest level she could currently access. So she felt that blood didn't matter, and Dan had a good personality and was a little expert in livening up the atmosphere. From what he said, his brother was about to lose control, that is, his temper was uncertain. She didn't have the heart to coax him, so when Dan came, she felt a little happier. She was afraid of trouble and didn't know how to handle some interpersonal relationships. Sometimes she knew that she was not perfect, but she also needed time to change slowly, right? Everyone has shortcomings, and Chi's advantage is that she can correct her mistakes and reflect on her mistakes. Really? Dan looked in the direction of Chi and felt that she was so tall. Although the little female was only up to her chest now, Dan felt that her image was so tall. She actually didn't despise her bloodline, nor was she angry that her beast husband was replaced. It's true, but your tribe leader is too frivolous. If our tribe asks him for an explanation, it shouldn't be too much, right? Chi thought. When the marriage was arranged, the tribe leader made it clear that if there were cubs, one would be taken back to the original tribe to be raised. Chi only liked the cubs when they couldn't talk and were furry. If they really grew up, she might not be able to bear it. After all, at her speed, she would probably have 3 or 4 babies a year, 10 in one litter and 40 in a year. Thinking about it this way, Chi was a little scared. Imagine dozens of children calling you mother in your ear. No, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. It seems that I have to set up a kindergarten in the tribe in the future so that at least I can relax a little. It's not too much. Dan shook his head, indicating that it was normal. No one would be happy about this anyway. He was the most unhappy person. Only the clan leader was happy. No, after they knew the situation, they would definitely change from being happy to being unhappy.
He was quite looking forward to that day.
So, we're going to be a couple tonight? Chi didn't give Dan a chance to escape. As a female, she had said this. If Dan still didn't want to, then he was really a coward. Well, Chi has no problem and so do I. Dan was still a little embarrassed. Then it settled. After Chi finalized it, everyone else left tactfully, leaving only Dan and Chi.
Dan was even more panicked now.
He didn't even know where to put his hands. Facing Chi's eyes, his eyes dodged, trying to find a place where he could feel at ease. But he was completely out of control and drifted around. Dan, look at me. Seeing him so nervous, Chi didn't know how to start for a while. He looked up like this, and she couldn't reach him. Dan heard Chi's order and looked down at her. His eyes suddenly bumped into Chi's eyes. He resisted the urge to look away. I'm a little nervous. Dan finally closed his eyes. Then sit down and calm down. Chi took his hand and asked him to sit on the bed. Dan felt less nervous. But the next second, he felt his lips blocked by something soft. At that moment, his mind seemed to explode. Colorful, but he couldn't tell the details. Was he kissed by a little female? He couldn't help but lick Chi's lips. In an instant, Dan seemed to trigger a certain line and became self-taught. Actively cater to the little female. Chi was also shocked by his reaction. Then her body was out of control, and she completely sank. Dan didn't know how he ended this pairing ceremony. It felt too incredible that he actually forgot himself. Looking at the beast cave, which was already bright, shyness filled his heart for a while. Did they all hear it last night? Such a crazy move. He felt it was incredible. Apart from vandalism, Dan never felt that he could not control himself like this. Looking at the sleeping little female, Dan felt dizzy. He felt a surge of energy flowing through his body. He had successfully paired up with a little female. Now he was really settled. Dan was very happy. He fell asleep in a good mood. It was great. He would care about his family in the future. Ryua had a pair of panda eyes and walked to the stove woodenly.
You done?
It was fine that she made him unable to sleep when she first came, but now she came to pair up with him again. It's been one night. Bai Yan also had a pair of panda eyes when he came out. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seems that the red level is indeed more powerful. The little female seems to have become more powerful after reaching the red level. The two hadn't tasted meat for a long time, and they were a little lustful for a while. After cooking the porridge, Ryue continued to catch up on her sleep. Yi Chi-Chi fed the cub in a daze, and then fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, Jidan had been moved away. Yi Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she woke up. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Jidan would pull her to come again. Chi-Chi Luyu looked at her eagerly. Yi Chi-Chi looked at him with an abstinent face and acted coquettishly to her. How could she bear it? What's wrong? Yi Chi-Chi asked knowingly. Well, why don't you hurry up? Jidan has found a partner today, so you can take the fertility pill directly and come to Luyu tonight. He is the second beast husband. There is no reason why Jidan already has a cub, so he won't be pregnant with his, right? Nothing, I just want to hug you. The sharpness of Luyu's body faded, and now he looks a bit like an abandoned big dog. Who can resist it? Yi Chi-Chi came to the bed and threw herself into his arms. Okay. Yi Chi-Chi still had the scent of Jidan on her body, but Luyu felt the tender embrace of the little female, and his whole body was comforted. It had been a long time since he had hugged the little female, and for a moment, he couldn't help but raise his head. Yi Chi-Chi felt his change and looked at him with wet eyes. Luyu couldn't help but lowered his head and kissed her lips. Usually the little female's eyes were calm and distant, and Luyu knew what she was thinking. Now the little female's eyes are different from everyone else's, as if she is waiting for him. After learning this signal, how could Luyu bear it? If he didn't do something, he would be sorry for the little female's hint. Ryue had just squinted and was awakened by the dead noise again. Looking up at the dark stone wall above the beast cave, he felt that the past 2 days were particularly difficult. However, the little female has been very good to him. In the month when it was his turn, he could basically communicate with the little female, unlike Luyu, who only did that once after so long. Be content. Ryue kept comforting herself. In the end, he didn't know whether he had thought it through, or was too sleepy, but he fell asleep in a daze. Bai Yan went out for patrol in the morning. He didn't come back until the afternoon. Seeing Yi Chi-Chi drinking porridge, he felt relieved. Yi Chi-Chi was full of energy. I don't know if she became stronger after upgrading to the red level or what. After all, she rested for a while and then exercised for so long, but still couldn't calm down her irritability. Or is it that there are side effects of upgrading to the red level? System. Why do I feel irritable after upgrading to the red level? Yi Chi-Chi wanted to know something, so he asked the system directly. Host, the reason why there are few females with classes in the Beast God continent is that 10,000 years ago, males and females were equal, but I don't know what caused the imbalance between males and females, but what is certain is that once females have superpowers and levels, they will become extremely irritable and can only be relieved by some means. The more the system spoke, the smaller its voice became. This is not the fault of the red level potion, which was something that existed in the Beast God continent 10,000 years ago. It can't be blamed on it, right? The current system is a bit cowardly. After listening to this, Yi Chi-Chi always felt that she was tricked by the system. Why didn't it tell her when distributing the potion before? Because she didn't ask? The more she thought about it, the angrier Yi Chi-Chi became. She felt that her previous calm self was gone forever. She was really speechless. Alas. However, there should be a solution to this, right? Yi Chi-Chi didn't believe that there was no solution, otherwise there would be no females now. System, do you know if there is any solution? Yi Chi-Chi felt that if her temper was unstable, she would be impulsive, which would cause some irreversible consequences, which was not what she wanted to see. Host, you have tried this method before. It is similar to forming a couple. You are now a high-level female. You and the male are mutually comforting. After the system finished speaking, it was silent. So what? It was the same as saying nothing. I wanted a permanent solution, but it just said this? Are there any potions or something like that? No, host. I will report it to the main system and give you a reply as soon as possible. Okay, fine, forget it. Yi Qiqi glanced at the beast husband in the beast cave without leaving a trace. She felt that this method was not impossible. She has really turned into a big pervert now, right? What a strange development. Yi Qiqi always felt that the system was doing it on purpose. But she had no evidence. There was only one solution, which was to find a male to comfort each other. Qiqi, what's bothering you? Ning Shuang saw Yi Qiqi's sad face and couldn't help asking. Nothing, just some small things. Yi Qiqi looked at Ning Shuang and wanted to ask him something. Qiqi, ask it. Ning Shuang was a little nervous. What did the little female want to ask her? Could it be about going out on patrol? Your bloodline has regressed? So, what level are you at now? Yi Qiqi had never asked Ning Shuang about his level, so she was a little curious. It's the bloodline that has regressed. It should be red level now, right? Ning Shuang was also sure. Without the measuring stone, he didn't dare to say anything. If he said it later, it would be wrong to make the little female happy for nothing. Well, what is your ability? Yi Qiqi really didn't know Ning Shuang's ability. After all, he had never shown it in front of her. My ability is ice, right? After saying that, a layer of frost condensed on Ning Shuang's hands. Really good. Then in the battle, sure, you splashed water and you froze people. Isn't it a perfect combination? Yi Qiqi thought about it and felt that Ning Shuang and Shi Yi together must have explosive combat power. It should be okay, right? I don't know if I haven't tried it. Otherwise, after the rainy season is over, I will go out with him for actual combat? Ning Shuang asked uncertainly. Well, you guys can do whatever you want. Didn't the clan leader say that winter is not peaceful? You'd better take advantage of the wind season to get familiar with your abilities, so that we won't be so passive in winter. As for me, you don't have to worry about me.
Ye Jijipo said.
I am also a red rank now, and I have certain self-protection skills. You just need to take care of yourself. Yi Qiqi didn't have any big strategies, and could only arrange some things according to his current strength. Qiqi, why don't you continue to find 2 more beast husbands? How can you let a little female go out to face these things? Ning Shuang's concept has always been to protect the little female. Now the person he protects said that he didn't need to care about her, and he felt uncomfortable. Obviously, their strength is considered strong, but what the little female said is clearly that she doesn't trust them. In this case, let her find 2 more beast husbands who can protect her so that she should feel safe, right? This time it was indeed their fault. The plant-type beastman should come back. The little female is probably worried about this, right? Ning Shuang blamed herself a little. They're not strong enough. Once this idea arises, it cannot be suppressed. Let's talk about it later. Now, we just prepare for the worst. Yi Qiqi wanted to say something more literary, but when she thought that they might not understand, she said it more bluntly. Qiqi, I know. Ning Shuang lowered her head and thought differently. Forget it, let's not worry about these things now. Are you all free today? Go in and help me grow glutinous rice first. Yi Qiqi's eyes turned to Ryue. Ryue understood tacitly. He supported Qiqi in everything. He had no right to make decisions for Qiqi, but he could support her. Okay. Ryue responded first. Let's go. Ning Shuang followed. Lui wanted to go in together, but was rejected by Yi Qiqi. His injury hasn't healed yet. What can he do in there? Bai Yan just came back from patrolling, and he didn't let him in. Yi Qiqi took Ryue and Ning Shuang in. In fact, there was not much work to do in there. The main purpose is for Ryue to go in and promote the growth of glutinous rice so that they can mature faster, and then the mature glutinous rice can continue to be sown as seeds. There are relatively few seeds, so this is the only way. Otherwise, after the rainy season, there will not be so much glutinous rice as adhesive to build houses. She doesn't know the configuration of cement, so she can only use glutinous rice. She would never have thought that she would travel to such a backward, primitive society. Yi Qiqi only felt that she hated that she didn't use her knowledge enough. Fortunately, she loves to watch short videos. She was very curious about how such magnificent buildings were built in ancient times when she climbed the Great Wall before. And how did the imperial palace last for thousands of years? This is a little bit of her knowledge. I know that the smart ancient people used clay, sand, and slaked lime to mix in a certain proportion, and then added glutinous rice juice to make mortar to build houses. Yichichi only knows the raw materials and doesn't know the specific configuration. As for how to mix it at that time, it will take practice. The ratio of clay, sand, and lime will start from 4 to 3 to 3. Build a wall with each ratio, and finally experiment to see which one is stronger. The method of experimentation was also found. The most scarce thing now was glutinous rice. In the future, all the houses that the tribe wanted to build could not all come to her for glutinous rice, right? To be honest, in the beast world, Yichichi really didn't know what to exchange. Rice was edible. She just wanted a solid house, but she had to give it to others selflessly. To be honest, she was a little selfish. But if she wanted to build a brick house, she must use glutinous rice, otherwise she could only find out how to make cement. If the tribe wanted to develop, there would be a long way to go. If she had known earlier, she would have let the tribe try a house made of rammed earth. Now that the rainy season is almost over, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. She can only discuss it with the tribe leader after the rainy season. Or it could be built with wooden mortise and tenon structures, but the tribe leader and his beastmen would have to slowly explore these. In the windy season, everyone had to use a month to stock up on food, otherwise they would probably starve to death due to lack of food in the long winter. Moreover, there are no iron tools in the beast world. If they want to do something, they can only use stone axes or bone knives, or use their own claws to complete it. It takes a long time to chop down a tree with a stone axe. If you encounter a stronger tree, you may not be able to chop it down even if you break 2 axes. Therefore, it is actually very difficult to build a house with wood. I don't know how the people in the ape tribe build houses on trees. Maybe the patriarch can ask for advice? Yichichi was brainstorming, thinking about building houses and walls so that at least everyone has a certain degree of protection, instead of being able to fight passively, like now. If everyone in the tribe lives in a house, can they build something like a city wall? If the city wall is built higher, the range that needs to be patrolled will be greatly reduced. And the current patrol, according to Luyu, is to walk around the periphery to see if there is any smell of strange orcs. There are so many people in the tribe, and it is raining. How can we rely on the smell to judge whether there are stray orcs sneaking into the tribe? Patrolling aimlessly like this wouldn't do much good. So Yichichi thought, it would be safer to build a wall, right? Even if the orcs can climb over the wall, what if there's an orc every 5 meters? Then the house will be built next to the cliff, so the distance to defend will be shorter. The more Yichichi thought about it, the more excited she became. What to do? The rainy season hasn't passed yet, but she's already gearing up. Just thinking about these plans makes Yichichi excited. Looking at the silkworms still eating mulberry leaves, Yichichi could only suppress her excitement and go change the plates for them. It's all nothingness to imagine what's inside, so she should do something practical to calm down. The silkworms are what she has to take care of now. When she finished her work and went out, it was already slightly dark. Yichichi ate the spicy boiled pork slices that Shiryu made. It's really good. She hasn't eaten spicy food for a long time because she has to feed her baby. She has never dared to eat it. Today, she mentioned it unintentionally, and the system said that the cubs in the beast world are not so fragile, so she dared to eat it. The feeling of eating spicy food makes the whole person feel comfortable. Feeling happy physically and mentally, Yichichi went to bed after finishing dinner and petting the cub. This rainy season is really unbearable. I can feel a damp smell on the tip of my nose when I sleep at night. It's because I haven't seen the sun for too long. It smells a bit moldy. In short, if the flow rate in the space is different from that outside, Yichichi would like to sleep directly in the space. Time passes quickly under the hard work every day. The moment Yichichi saw the clear sky, she almost cried with joy. I finally see the sun again. Yichichi didn't care about the mud on the ground and ran out to greet the sun. 3 months. 3 whole months. Finally waited for this long-lost sunshine. The sun shone on her body and was warm. Yichichi felt that she was alive. Just looking down at the muddy uppers of her shoes, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chichi, why are you running so fast? Why don't you wait for us? Jidan followed behind Yichichi with a worried look on his face. The little female seemed to be pregnant again, and her belly was not as flat as when she was pregnant. It seemed that her whole body was rounder. Her recklessness was really worrying. Yichichi was lifted up by Jidan and sat directly on his shoulders. She subconsciously put her feet together to avoid the risk of exposure. Chichi, where do you want to go? Jidan felt that the little female was so impatient. She must want to do something. I want to go to the forest to find mushrooms. Yichichi liked this part after the rain. And it has been raining for so long. There can't be no mushrooms in the forest. Let's go to the chicken mushroom nest she marked before to see if there are any. Although the chicken mushrooms picked before have been stored, they have been almost eaten. I must find new ones today, and then, whether it's stewed soup or fried meat, it will be delicious. Okay. When Jidan heard that mushroom picking was fun, he got excited. When the two were about to set off, the others followed slowly. Jidan is so abominable. He got there first. The honest Ning Shuang directly expressed her dissatisfaction in her heart. It's okay. It's his day anyway. It's reasonable. Bai Yan didn't care. As an elder in the tribe, he must go to participate in the collective hunting in the tribe on the first day after the rainy season. Let them spend time with the young females. Bai Yan now feels that his spirit is extremely stable. Ryue and Ning Shuang are also going to participate in the collective hunting in the tribe. Lui was given a 2-month vacation by the tribe leader. Although his hand was healed, he didn't want to take the initiative to participate in the work. These 2 days happened to be the time for harvesting glutinous rice, so he will hide for a few days and help the young females with work. It happened to be sunny today, so he followed her out first to avoid anything happening. Shiyi had a greasy feeling on his chest. The scab had just fallen off, leaving a hideous wound, and the tribe leader did not assign him any work. So now he is also an idle person. He plans to go out with Yichichi to pick some small things. He also likes to go out to pick, and he can learn about some plants with Chichi. In this way, if he encounters them in the future, he can bring them back directly without bothering the little female. Yichichi sat on Jidan's body. He walked very steadily, and she felt safe. If it weren't for the muddy road, she would have wanted to get off and walk by herself. Because Jidan was walking a little slowly. Shiyi and Luyu caught up with the backpacks on their backs, and Jidan was still walking slowly. Jidan, hurry up, or they will be gone soon. Yichichi couldn't help but urged. That won't work. You are not alone now. You have to be careful. What Jidan said made Shiyi and Luyu stunned. No. Chichi is pregnant again? This is too outrageous. There is almost no interval in time. Isn't she tired? In fact, she is tired, right? Luyu and Shiyi stabbed Jidan with their eyes. Since Jidan awakened, he has been pulling Yichichi to make trouble all day, so that the little female is pregnant again. Jidan felt their hostility, but it didn't matter. The little female must be pregnant with his cub, so the two of them were envious. But after the little female was pregnant, he couldn't do those things. He had to protect the little female well. It doesn't matter if he goes slowly. The little female's safety is the most important. In the end, Yichichi's protest was ineffective. The four of them walked slowly for almost half an hour to reach the location. It only took about 20 minutes before.
Right.
But Yichichi soon had no time to worry about these little things. Because it was the first day after the rainy season, the tribe had not had time to organize a picking team, and few people came out to pick today. Besides, there were no fruits in the forest after the rain, so picking activities were usually organized half a month after the rainy season. The rainy season had just passed, and the orcs in the tribe generally still focused on hunting. During the rainy season, people rarely went out to hunt, so everyone's food reserves were almost eaten. Only then did Jidan put Yichichi down. He was extremely careful, but in this way, Yichichi could feel full of security. There was no need to worry about insects or anything. This nest, take it all for me. Yichichi used a stick to pull apart the grass and saw that there were already calf-high chicken mushrooms in it, and said directly. Jidan saw it and wanted to pull it up directly, but was quickly stopped by Yichichi. Hey, don't dig a little bit to the root first, and then pull it out. It was the first time that Dan saw people picking mushrooms in this way, and he was a little excited. He accidentally dug up the chicken mushroom with his claws. Chi-Chi's heart was broken. Oh, you are so clumsy, come to me. Yi couldn't stand it anymore, and directly pulled Dan away from the chicken mushroom nest. Dan felt a little aggrieved. It was his first time, and he had no experience. Yi became annoying. But after Dan saw how Yi did it, he had a bottom line in his heart. It's okay. He just needs to dig it well next time. Chi looked at the 4 white and fat chicken mushrooms and felt comfortable all over. Let's go to the next spot. Hey, let's dig up the pile of dead leaves passing by. Chi saw Yi going directly to the next spot. He didn't even look at the passing grass and the protruding pile of leaves, and he was a little anxious.
Why?
Dan didn't think it through, and he pushed the branch roughly into the bush. Then Chi saw the corpse of the chicken mushroom. What a sin! Why did you come out with Dan? He is simply a troublemaker.
Twice.
Chi's heart was bleeding.
Yidan.
Can you be gentler? Chi even cried a little. Her chicken mushroom. It's just a mushroom. Oh, I'll be more careful next time. Chi, don't be angry. Dan originally thought it was just a simple mushroom, but then he thought the little female valued it so much. This mushroom should not be simple. Either it is delicious, or it is very useful. Otherwise, the little female would not react so much. He figured it out, so he quickly changed his tone and apologized to Chi, otherwise he really couldn't save his image. There won't be a next time. You better be careful now. Chi sat on his shoulder, and it was easy for her to poke his head. Dan's head was poked and tilted, which was very funny. Yu couldn't hold back his cold personality and laughed directly. Yi laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? It would have been fine if Dan was scolded by Chi. After all, he was really careless and made a mistake. But what were these 2 guys laughing at? What were they laughing at? Haven't they made any mistakes? Yu also laughed. Why don't you be mean to him? Yi spread his hands innocently. Dan glanced at Yu. Isn't that serious? I just saw you laughing. And you putting the blame on Yu. If Dan hadn't been holding Chi, he would have punched Yi twice. Yu couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into laughter. Yi still spread his hands helplessly. He would not lie to anyone but Dan. This kid is too serious and can't be lied to at all. If he lied to him, he would fight with him to the death after knowing the truth. He was so arrogant that Yi thought he should not take the risk. Dan saw Yu laughing and he really couldn't hold it back any longer. Yi came with him, and they were at the same level. He dared to challenge him, but he couldn't challenge Yu. After all, he saved Yi's life. Maybe he would need him to save his life in the future, so he should not offend him. Yi seemed to be easier to get along with. Yu was usually aloof, but now he smiled and felt pretty good. Watching. Dan felt that his idea was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Never mind, let's dig up the chicken mushrooms first. Chi watched their interaction and felt it was quite interesting. There was no such scene before Dan came. Except for the 2 that were destroyed, the remaining 3 of this nest of chicken mushrooms were dug out intact by Dan. Along the way, Yi and Yu carefully looked through the pile of leaves and found the green hand and milk mushroom. This was a surprise. When the 2 large backpacks were almost full, Dan proposed to go back. Chi asked them to surround themselves and smuggle some of these mushrooms directly into the space. Keep looking. Put it in a quiet space and deal with it later when you go back and find more. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Some mushrooms are just right to be picked today, but they will be old if they are left for tomorrow. Unconsciously, I walked to the place where I picked money that day. Chi remembered that she wanted to find black fungus before. It has rained for 3 months. I wonder if I can find it today? Chi did not have too high expectations. She didn't find it last time, and she was not discouraged if she didn't find it this time. Anyway, She was satisfied with today's harvest. I just want to try my luck. After walking forward for a short distance, Yi-Chi-Chi seemed to catch a glimpse of some color in the corner of her eyes. When she looked more carefully, she saw the black fungus she had been thinking about, which covered a whole rotten tree. This area is full of elm trees, so it shouldn't be a poisonous tree, right? Yi-Chi-Chi thought to herself.
Xie. Luyu. Look.
It's black fungus. Yi-Chi-Chi shouted loudly to the two people in the distance, indicated that they should come with baskets on their backs to pick. Ji-Dan carefully examined the brown plants on the tree. Is this wood ear? What is it used for? It doesn't look like it can be eaten. Chi-Chi, what is wood ear used for? Ji-Dan even picked 2 flowers with his hands and examined them carefully. This is for eating. It can be mixed with meat or stir-fried. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't keep it a secret.
Ah?
It's really for eating. I thought it had some magical uses. It looks a little black and a little dirty. Ji-Dan felt that some females simply couldn't accept eating things of these colors. He had seen some outrageous females who even disliked black-skinned orcs. No, they are all orcs. Why do they dislike people with darker skin? After all, who doesn't have darker skin when hunting outside all year round? Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know that this wood ear could become Ji-Dan's complaint. He was already thinking about how to eat it. After picking from this tree, there must be about 40 to 50 kilograms, right? If it is dried, take some out when you want to eat it. How beautiful it is. Yi-Chi-Chi was about to reach out to pick the fungus when Ji-Dan stopped her. There may be bugs hiding in the rotten trees after the rain. Chi-Chi, let us do it. Ji-Dan carefully put Yi-Chi-Chi down, then turned around and went to pick the fungus. When Luyu came over, he had basically picked all the fungus in the low places and wrapped them with wide leaves.
He was quick.
Luyu silently picked the fungus that was higher. It took quite a long time to pick the fungus from this tree. Yi-Chi-Chi was completely satisfied now. She wanted to pick more, but in the wild, there might be a stray orc hiding in that corner, so she shouldn't risk using her abilities outside. Sometimes people should be content, which can avoid a lot of trouble.
Ye cici farnet herself.
Even if she still wanted to pick more, she would have to go back to the beast cave and come out again. Now she really didn't want to take any risks at all. Besides, there was a plant-based orc lurking in the dark, who knew if he would appear nearby. Okay, let's go back. Seeing that they were about to finish picking, Yi-Chi-Chi reminded them to go back. Sure, Yi, Luyu and Ji-Dan exchanged glances and planned to go back. After all, it's not good for a little female to use her ability outside. If outsiders know about it, it will be terrible. Okay. The 3 of them responded in unison. Back in the tribe, many people looked at their backpacks curiously. Seeing that there were still green mushrooms, they were all whispering, "Oh my god, is Yi-Chi-Chi's beast husband going to play with her?" Forget about white mushrooms, but they dared to pick green mushrooms? Yi-Chi-Chi didn't care. She didn't give up until she saw the blue elves. Before she saw the blue elves, everything was empty talk. If she saw them, they must not have been fried thoroughly. She would definitely not recognize these mushrooms wrongly. Yi-Chi-Chi was quite confident in herself. When she got home, Yi-Chi-Chi began to direct Yi to deal with the mushrooms. Ji-Dan was making trouble on the side. It's not to say that he was making trouble. At most it was a hindrance. He always crushed the mushrooms. Every time he broke the mushrooms, he would sneak a glance at Yi-Chi-Chi. Yi-Chi-Chi was too lazy to pay attention to him. He knew he was wrong if he didn't give him food tonight. Luyu, on the other hand, spoke to Ji-Dan. Can you be more serious? How can you eat it if it's broken? I'll just deduct your share tonight. It must be said that when Luyu spoke, Ji-Dan didn't dare to pinch hard anymore. He did it on purpose. He thought it was fun to pinch these mushrooms and relieve stress. His claws couldn't help but want to destroy these round green mushrooms. But when Luyu warned him that he didn't have a share tonight, his claws finally obeyed. Alas, he didn't want to, but his claws were out of his control. He always wanted to pick something to feel at ease. This little episode passed quickly. After Ji-Dan stopped, he worked much faster. Although picking mushrooms is fun, it is a bit troublesome to handle. Carefully peel off the muddy part and wash it clean. The most chicken mushrooms were picked. After picking them up, Yi-Chi-Chi asked them to keep some for tonight's meal and dry the rest first, while the sun was strong at noon. Ji-Dan and the others did as they were told. Just when they were done, the tribe leader came over. Chi-Chi, those brick kilns have been preserved. Do you want to go over and see them making bricks? The tribe leader was actually afraid of missing a step. Yi-Chi-Chi was the first person to propose this, and she should know something. She was the backbone of this matter. The tribe leader naturally valued her. There were two groups of stray orcs in the rainy season. Did the tribe leader remember that it was the little female who stabbed the red-level orc and then ran away? Otherwise, with the ability of the plant-type orcs, the hound tribe would probably be in danger. Okay, it's just that I'm a little bored after finishing the work. Yi-Chi-Chi nodded, and Ji-Dan tactfully carried her up and followed the tribe leader. Oh, by the way, Chief, I'll go in and get something. You wait for me outside. Yi-Chi-Chi thought that it would be better to tell the chief the secret of the kiln, so that they would have a bottom line in their hearts. I made this when I was bored during the rainy season. Do you think you can understand it? The secret of the kiln was a reward given to Yi-Chi-Chi when she gave birth to her second child. It records how to make bricks and tiles, and how to build a kiln. This animal skin book must be an alternative weapon to help the tribe develop. The chief flipped through 2 pages and felt excited. This is a good thing. I can understand it. I didn't expect you to be literate. These ancient characters are usually only learned by witch doctors. The chief was very excited. Moreover, the witch doctor was given the ability to read by the beast god. How did you do it? The chief almost grabbed Yi-Chi-Chi's arm and shook it, asking her how she did it. I always dream about these things when I sleep at night. I just draw them down because I think they're useful. As for the words, I really don't understand them. The clan leader looked at the crooked words on the animal skin, and now he believed that she drew them. The witch doctor's handwriting is not so ugly. Seeing that the clan leader believed it, Yi-Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. The animal skin atlas rewarded by the system must be neat. And it is not so thick. This one is copied by Yi-Chi-Chi. She deliberately wrote ugly words. At least it is a bit convincing to say that she drew them in a dream. She doesn't want to be a witch doctor, and she doesn't want to be in the limelight. She just wants a comfortable house to live in. Beast God, please forgive her lie. It's the beast god. The beast god has appeared. Tonight we will hold an event to worship the beast god. The clan leader was very excited and ran away like a madman. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at the clan leader's back as he left, and looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Is this an instruction from the beast god? Of course it counts. Let's go to the sacrifice tonight. Lu Yu touched Yi-Chi-Chi's head. She had originally planned to go with the village chief to watch the beastmen make clay figures, but now she didn't know whether to go or not. If she didn't go, she would go back to the beast cave to pet the cubs first.
Hee.
Now that the bear cub has grown up a little and opened its eyes, it can still do some simple interactions. Yi-Chi-Chi likes this white bear cub especially. It is chubby, round, solid, and has fluffy fur. It is simply growing on her heart. Yi-Chi-Chi is indeed partial. She likes what she likes, but she will not ignore people who are good to her. Although the little fox is also good-looking, it is not as cute as the bear cub. It is soft and comfortable to hold. Yi saw her like this, and his hands were itchy, and he also wanted to rub it. Seeing this, Lu Yu could no longer laugh. When the eagle just broke out of the shell, it can be said that it is very ugly, and Chi-Chi certainly doesn't like it. When Lu Yu thought of being rejected as soon as it was born, he didn't want his own children anymore. Ji-Dan looked at Yi-Chi-Chi's interaction with the cubs curiously. She likes furry cubs? Then will she like her own cubs? Ji-Dan looked at this scene, hoping that his future children would also be loved by Yi-Chi-Chi. After stroking the cub for a while, the patriarch found Yi-Chi-Chi again. Chi-Chi, you must come tonight. The witch doctor said that he would ask the beast god for your blessing. The patriarch repeatedly urged. Definitely, tonight. Yi-Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. She hadn't gone out at night for a long time. Not to mention, in this era, she still missed the last bonfire party. That was a rare entertainment project. Tonight, there should be a different experience, right? Yi-Chi-Chi, has begun to look forward to it. Chi-Chi, Ji-dan's 1 month is also ready. Have you arranged the rotation? Look at your month. Luyi was a little worried. If Yi Chi-Chi didn't arrange the rotation, they couldn't make a decision to accompany her privately. If her feet cramped again at night, there would be no one to help her massage. Or you can come in order. Yi Chi-Chi didn't know what to do. We have to take care of the cubs at night, so 2 of you should take turns, right? This is better. One will help you take care of the cubs, and the other will take care of you. Yi saw Yi Chi-Chi stroking the bear cub, so happy, and thought that 2 people would be suitable. It was still a little too little for 1 person to stay by her side. Yi Chi-Chi looked at Yi in surprise, and didn't expect him to be so considerate. Then come on time. Yi Chi-Chi didn't care. As for some things, she had the final say. It was good for more people to take care of the cubs together, at least she could sleep peacefully. Some people don't need it, this is not her style. Chi-Chi, do you want to go to the witch doctor to see? Ji-dan also thought of the little female pregnancy. It was fine before the rainy season, but now the rainy season is over. No matter what, you have to go to the witch doctor to see it, right? Yi Chi-Chi heard it and thought it was time to go and see it. Although she didn't have anything to do, it would be good to go and see it. The image of the witch doctor was still very tall in Yi Chi-Chi's eyes. Yi Chi-Chi thought his medical skills were okay. Then go ahead. It's nothing to worry about anyway. Yi Chi-Chi's pregnancy this time was similar to her first one. She didn't feel anything in the early stage. Who knows what will happen in the later stage? But now Yi and Ryu's cooking skills have improved a lot. She can eat and sleep now, and she doesn't feel anything too much. Ji-dan carefully lifted Yi Chi-Chi up and walked towards the witch doctor's beast cave. Witch doctor, my little female seems to be pregnant again. Can you help me take a look? Ji-dan's words were like a heavy hammer to the witch doctor. Pregnant again? Didn't you give birth in the rainy season? Didn't you work so hard in the rainy season? The witch doctor almost had a few question marks on his head. Yi Chi-Chi thought the witch doctor was pretty cute when she saw him like this. Is your body okay? The witch doctor felt a little distressed. He mobilized his special powers, and the soft white light wrapped Yi Chi-Chi in it. When he regained his sight again, he saw the witch doctor's expression of doubt about the beast. You gave birth to 2 babies, and you are fine. In fact, your physique has become stronger? Could it be that the beast god has blessed you? The witch doctor looked at Yi Chi-Chi, and he always felt that she seemed to emit a soft, holy light. Was he dazzled? The witch doctor shook his head, and when he looked over, Yi Chi-Chi was back to normal. It seemed that he was really old and dazzled. Witch doctor, look, I just learned the new carving today. Is it good looking? A crisp voice came, and Yi Chi-Chi looked in the direction of the voice. It was a little girl about 12 years old, but Yi Chi-Chi didn't know how the age in the beast world was divided, and looked at her with a little curiosity. This little girl is so beautiful. How old is she? I just transformed last year, and was selected into the witch doctor's cave. The little girl looked at Yi Chi-Chi in surprise when she heard someone praising her. This, only 4 years old? Yi Chi-Chi's expression cracked. Yes, I found out she had superpowers right after she transformed, so I brought her here. This is not a secret. The witch doctor could tell Yi Chi-Chi directly. Yi Chi-Chi's mind was not on that at all. She was already as tall as her shoulders at the age of 4. Children in the beast world, it's too scary. She is raising so many cubs now, and they will be this big when they are 3 years old, according to the appetite of Ryu, Bai Yan, and others.
Wow.
She really can't afford to raise them. It seems that she must store more food in the next few years. Otherwise, how can she afford to raise so many children? Yi Chi-Chi felt a little uneasy when she thought that she still had a nest in her belly. If she gave birth at this frequency in the future, she really couldn't hold on. The witch doctor didn't know that Yi Chi-Chi was just sighing at the height of the child, and thought she wanted to ask about the identity of the child. There are people in the tribe who have transformed and have superpowers, and they can come to the witch doctor cave to learn. When they grow up and have outstanding abilities and are competent for the work of witch doctors, I can also retire early. The witch doctor looked at these children, and there was a flash of love in his eyes. When he was testing his talent, he was found to have superpowers. It can be said that he had been learning witch doctor knowledge since he was a child. He lived up to everyone's expectations and received all the inheritance of witch doctors. After becoming a witch doctor, he did not choose a little female. He liked to be alone and do some things well. Having a little female would restrict him. So, the witch doctor likes children very much. He is the same as the previous witch doctor. If there are cubs in the tribe who are born with superpowers, he will directly ask the tribe leader and then contact the cubs' families and discuss with them to let the children come to the witch doctor cave. The premise is that their parents agree. Otherwise, the witch doctor will not force them to come. How can we know that they are born with superpowers? In Yi Chi-Chi's impression, isn't it only to test talents on the day of transformation? When they just transformed, they can't control their superpowers. There will be some leaks, which can always be detected. The witch doctor wanted to say something, but he stopped. Well, these are not your worries. The cubs are fine, and there is no problem. After the witch doctor finished speaking, he turned around and went to work. Yi Chi-Chi looked at his busy back and always felt that he had a big story. Although she was curious, she would not ask. Ji-Dan, let's go back. Yi Chi-Chi also found that the witch doctor did not let her take the leaves for testing today. He just used white light to check her body? What is white light? Is it a light attribute? Yi Chi-Chi's mind was full of doubts again. If someone with fire ability can also be sent to the witch doctor cave to learn? If someone with fire ability inherits the position of witch doctor, will he have to use fire element to check his body in the future? Wouldn't that burn people? Yi Chi-Chi was really laughed to death by her own weird brain circuit. The inheritance of witch doctors sounds quite fantasy. I wonder how it is inherited? Yi Chi-Chi shook her head and forgot about these things that had nothing to do with her. Back to the beast cave, Ryua had already started frying mushrooms at home. The fresh beast meat hunted today, mixed with mushrooms, was fried together, and it was so fragrant that it made my nose fall off. There was still soup stewing in the stone pot next to it. Wow, Ryua, you are really fast. Ji-Dan held Yi Chi-Chi and smelled the aroma from a distance. Now he wanted to run to the stove and take a few deep breaths of the aroma. He would never be naughty again next time. If he couldn't eat such a delicious food, he would not be able to sleep at night. Ji-Dan approached, carefully put Yi Chi-Chi down, and then immediately climbed on Ryua's body and watched him cook. Ryua, why don't I have your cooking skills? When will you teach me? Ji-Dan's loud voice exploded in Ryua's ears. He really would thank you. Don't you know what volume you are? You made a mess of it, making it seem like you are hiding something. He taught Ji-Dan much more seriously than Shi, but his brain was really stupid. Every time he made something, it was either salty or bland, and even some fried things he could make it carbonized. He was simply a kitchen killer. Ryua was really afraid of him. Didn't Ryua teach you? Shi couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him.
Shi.
What do you mean, do you dislike me? Ji-Dan didn't climb on Ryua's back anymore. He turned around and wanted to find Shi, looking like he wanted to learn from him. I didn't. Isn't it just a fact? Why are you so excited? Shi spread his hands helplessly. Ryua quietly gave Shi a thumbs up in a place where Ji-Dan couldn't see. Ji-Dan still needs Shi to cure him. No one else can do it. Yi Chi-Chi watched their interaction, and the smile on her face never faded. Amidst the laughter and joy, Yi Chi-Chi caressed the cubs leisurely and from time to time took a sip of honey water from the bamboo tube beside her. Such days are worry-free and very comfortable. If there is another rocking chair, Yi Chi-Chi will be satisfied. Chi-Chi, the tribe leader asked you to go to the front of the witch doctor's cave, and the beast god's blessing is about to begin. Ji-Dan's voice broke the tranquility. Yi Chi-Chi remembered that there was a blessing tonight. Looking at the bear cub in her arms, Yi Chi-Chi was a little reluctant. However, now she was more curious about the beast god's blessing. Looking at the cubs crying, Yi Chi-Chi was thinking how to take them out. There are also tiger cubs and rabbit cubs. They have grown up, and the beast form is almost 1 meter tall. If this continues, the beast cave will really be full. In addition to the rabbit cubs chewing carrots, the tiger cubs also started to eat meat. But it was cooked. Yi Chi-Chi didn't dare to let them eat raw meat. At least they had to wait for a year before eating it, right? Anyway, A loving mother often spoils her children, and she really couldn't bear to see her children suffer a little. The main reason was that they looked too cute, and Yi Chi-Chi couldn't bear it. Bai Yan helplessly looked at Yi Chi-Chi, who was holding the two bear cubs and refused to let go, and picked up the backpack specially for cubs, as if resigned to his fate. He put all the cubs in it, and then called Ryue and Ning Shuang, and the three of them carried one each. Yi Chi-Chi held one in each hand, and Shiyi also held a tiger cub that was almost 1 meter long in his arms. Ji Dan put two little foxes on his shoulders. Now the backpack could barely fit them. When the whole family came here, it was already crowded and lively. The tribe leader and the witch doctor accurately locked Yi Chi-Chi's position, and then walked towards the two of them. Just waiting for you guys. The tribe leader was absolutely polite to Shiyi and Ji Dan. Lu Yu, Bai Yan, Ning Shuang, and Ru Yu were originally from this tribe. Although they have made great contributions, they are not as strong as Ji Dan and Shiyi, so the chief still prefers these two people. The Hound tribe is now just a name, relying on the absorption of outsiders to support the tribe. So when Yi Chi-Chi took out the bricks, the chief was very excited. According to the list given by Yi Chi-Chi, the chief prepared all the materials that should be prepared, and waited for the bricks to be baked, and started to build the house. Do we still need to be there? Ji Dan looked at the chief and the witch doctor in confusion. You guys are the protagonists. Of course we have to wait for you to come. The witch doctor smiled and looked at them.
Ah?
Ji Dan still didn't understand the situation. What? Follow the witch doctor. Ning Shuang couldn't help but hit Ji Dan on the head. Ji Dan followed in a daze. Was he regarded as a warrior and got the blessing that the witch doctor applied to the beast god? So he can be a warrior too? Ji Dan couldn't believe it. Before, only the eldest brother could enjoy these things. Now he can enjoy them too? Ji Dan looked at where the witch doctor and the tribe leader were standing, his eyes gleaming with a strong light. So, is this what it feels like to be admired by everyone? Is he the red rank that the wolf tribe came to marry? Yes. He is so tall. He is indeed a strong red rank. In the beast world, the weak are the prey of the strong, and everyone has a psychological admiration for the strong. When Yi Chi-Chi and the others were having dinner, many beastmen came here to gather and discuss. The tribe leader also gave a brief explanation of the reasons for the upcoming beast god blessing. Everyone knew about the contributions of Yi Chi-Chi's beast cave. Yi Chi-Chi and her beast husband and the tribe leader listed them one by one and told everyone the facts. Everyone had just experienced a difficult rainy season, and when they heard that Yi Chi-Chi and the people in the beast cave had made so many contributions during the rainy season, they all started to discuss. Now that the protagonist has entered the scene, everyone is paying them a salute. To be honest, Yi Chi-Chi was quite uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Yi Chi-Chi followed the witch doctor to the wooden platform, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After the witch doctor waited for the family to stand still, he began to dance a blessing dance around them. His movements were a little weird, getting faster and faster, and the final arc of his limbs didn't seem like a human movement. The weird movements were accompanied by the cheers of the orcs below the stage. Yi Chi-Chi felt the blood flow in her body getting faster and faster, as if something was about to break through the confinement. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something exploding in her body. It was as bright as fireworks. Then her mind went blank.
Ye did you find it?
Bai Yan stood behind her and hurriedly reached out to support her. But the witch doctor didn't stop, and his movements became faster and faster. Bai Yan looked at the witch doctor anxiously. Is the little female okay? How could this happen? Looking at the little female with a weak rise and fall in her chest, Bai Yan almost cried anxiously. But he was the only one who was awake on the stage, and the rest of the people were in the same situation as Yi Chi-Chi. Bai Yan didn't know what this was. He had never heard of any prayer that could make people faint. The witch doctor's dance lasted for a long time, and from time to time some ancient chants came out of his mouth, which gave Bai Yan goosebumps. He wanted to ask the witch doctor to stop, but his mouth seemed to be sewn shut and could not open at all. Bai Yan could only hold Yi Chi-Chi helplessly and pray that this blessing was true. After a long time, Accompanied by the cheers of the orcs gradually weakened, the witch doctor finally ended his blessing dance.
Beast God,
May you bless her. The witch doctor's voice was sacred and distant, as if a miracle had really come. Beast God, please bless them. The orcs in the audience also knelt down one after another and prayed for them on the stage. Bai Yan felt that this process was extremely difficult. As the voices of the orcs left, a string in his body broke, and he fell to the side, holding Yi Chi-Chi softly. The witch doctor looked at the cub in the backpack and the 7 people lying on the stage, with a strange smile on his face. The blessing is done. Leave a few orcs here to guard. The others can go. The witch doctor's voice made the orcs in the audience disperse, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Even the memory of what they had just done became a little fuzzy. But they attributed it to the fact that they were tired after a busy day. After most of the orcs dispersed, the witch doctor stared at Yi Chi-Chi. It's rare to see a little female who gets pregnant so frequently. What secret do you have? The witch doctor's eyes turned scarlet for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Keep an eye on them and don't let stray orcs sneak in. These are all great contributors in our tribe. After the witch doctor explained to these orange-level orcs, he left. They stood guard obediently in place and surrounded Yi Chi-Chi and the 6 orc husbands, including the cubs. Yi Chi-Chi woke up again and was awakened by the sun. As soon as he woke up, he saw the orcs around him. These were all orcs in the tribe. Weren't they praying last night? What's going on now? Yi Chi-Chi took a long time to calm down before remembering what he did last night. What happened? Yi Chi-Chi looked at the situation and realized that he had slept on this high platform for the whole night. After the witch doctor prayed for you last night, you all fainted, and now you are the first one to wake up. The orcs on duty were a little happy to see Yi Chi-Chi wake up. He had been standing here for a night and was already very tired and sleepy. This little female started as an orange-level beast husband, and they would not have a chance. She was not pretty enough, which was a flaw. They could persist because these warriors protected their tribe. The little female was pretty, but they did not dare to admire her. She was too good, so good that they felt they were not worthy of being her beast husband. They always felt that she was suitable for better and stronger people. Is that so? Yi Chi-Chi looked around and saw that the cubs were sleeping soundly. She did not dare to wake them up rashly, fearing that there would be any sequelae. She could only sit by and wait. A careful orc picked a leaf to block the sun for her. Yi Chi-Chi was so thoughtful. We will wait with you until they wake up. The orcs seemed to feel Yi Chi-Chi's helplessness and spoke to comfort her. Thank you. Yi Chi-Chi smiled and thanked. Now she felt that there was still energy flowing in her body. Did she feel that her body seemed to be much stronger? I don't know if it was an illusion. Yi Chi-Chi closed her eyes, and then her consciousness dived into the space to check. Her space had changed again. The plot of land became larger, and she found that she could now turn the soil directly with her consciousness, without manual labor. But she didn't know where the upper limit was. She would talk about it after returning to the beast cave. It was not suitable to be here now. It would be difficult to explain if she fainted again, because she was too tired. Thinking about it, Yi Chi-Chi withdrew her consciousness from the space. The second person to wake up was Yi. Chi-Chi, what's wrong with me? He was also confused. Did you forget that the witch doctor prayed for us last night? Oh, yes, but why did I faint? Yi really couldn't figure it out. I don't know, let us talk about it after Dan and the others wake up. Yi Chi-Chi didn't want to say more here. There were so many orcs standing around. Yi took the leaf held by the orc next to him. Let me do it, you go and have a rest. He was too embarrassed to bother others to help take care of Yi Chi-Chi, so he took the initiative to do the job.
Okay.
The orc was flattered. He ran away immediately. Although he was his idol, he was also the murderer who kept him awake all night. There was no need to thank him now. He just ran away. After waiting for a while, the cubs began to wake up one after another, and the last one to wake up was Bai Yan. The fears from last night were still lingering in his heart. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Seeing that everyone was awake, Yi Chi-Chi made arrangements to return to the beast cave. Let's go, take the cubs back. Yi Chi felt an indescribable discomfort. He didn't know what he was doing. The group returned to the beast cave and entered the innermost beast cave. Yi Chi waved his hand, and everyone went in, including the cubs. Did you feel anything strange last night? Yi Chi's face was solemn.
Host.
I know that the witch doctor said something inexplicable last night after you all fainted. The system suddenly spoke, which scared Yi Chi. System. You wait a minute. Yi Chi had to think it over. Okay, host. I just happen to have something to tell you later. The system turned into a little duck and circled in Yi Chi's mind. Chi, I feel like my strength has become stronger. Jidan said, and he bulged the muscles of his arms. Yi Chi looked at it, and it seemed to be more swollen than before. What about you? Is there any change? What Yi Chi wanted to know was whether these things would have side effects. Becoming stronger is a good thing, but don't have any side effects, so she would rather keep it the same. I feel like my ability has become a lot stronger, Ryua said, and ran towards the land where glutinous rice was planted. Halfway through the run, I found something wrong. It seemed that I didn't go this far last time. Ryua looked at the endless wasteland and stopped unconsciously. Chi, you are so unkind. How come there are so many more fields after just planting them? Ryua was really scared now. The 100 acres looked okay before, but now there are at least 1,000 acres, right? Yi Chi looked at his hopeless face and wanted to laugh. She didn't know what to do with the extra land. Just a joke, 7 people plowing 1,000 acres of land. It was hard to laugh. What about you? Yi Chi planned to ignore Ryua's words first. She would try to turn the land with consciousness and then tell them about this discovery. Yi Chi noticed something and took them out of the space directly. After changing to another place, everyone was confused. Chi, are you all right? I heard that you all woke up, so I came to see you. The voice of the witch doctor rang outside the beast cave. And his voice came from far away, and he walked in directly, without waiting for Yi Chi to reply. Before, he would not be so rude. Yi Chi lowered her eyes and didn't intend to speak. Witch doctor, what's the situation? You prayed for us last night, and you are so hard today, running all the way here. Ryua realized that Yi Chi didn't want to pay attention to the witch doctor, so she went out to meet him. She stopped him outside. Bai Yan and Shuri looked at each other and lay on the bed pretending to be dead. It's not hard. It's mainly to see if you have received the blessing of the beast god. The witch doctor smiled and wanted to look into the beast cave over Ryua's figure. But the beast cave where Yi Chi lived had always been covered with animal skin curtains. The witch doctor couldn't see it, so he could only look at Ryua in front of him with a little regret. It must have been received. Chi, and the others are now digesting that energy. The witch doctor worked hard. This meat was hunted yesterday. You can take it back and cook it. Ryua smiled and took out a piece of meat that was steamed last night from the pot in the kitchen. How can I be embarrassed? The witch doctor said he was embarrassed, but he looked at the pot on the ground with a curious look on his face. I didn't notice it before. The pot in the little female's cave seems to be different. What kind of stone is it made of?
How can it be so thin?
Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Ryua was a little unhappy when she saw the witch doctor staring at her pot. Witch doctor, why are you looking at my pot? This is a stone I picked up from the mountain when I had nothing to do. It looks like it's something rare. If you want it, just take it away. The witch doctor looked at Ryua's indifferent look and then retracted his gaze.
How can this be?
This is your food, and there are so many cubs to raise. It's not right for me to take your pot. I just think I haven't seen this pot before, so I want to take a look. The witch doctor hurriedly made up for it. Since you are fine, I'll leave. The witch doctor looked like a thief with a guilty conscience. Yi Chi pricked up his ears to listen, and after hearing that the witch doctor had really left, he looked at Ryua outside the door. The witch doctor is really wrong. I wonder if he has discovered something and wants to do something? Anyone can see the witch doctor's abnormality. I just don't know what he wants to do. Chi, I have indeed become stronger, but there is nothing wrong with my body. They all answered affirmatively. Yi Chi fell into deep thought. You have also seen my space, which has directly increased by almost 10 times, and the static storage space has also increased. Yi-Chi-Chi looked at them. I don't know what the situation is with the cubs, but it seems that the witch doctor has no ill intentions. Yi-Chi-Chi said firmly. Host, when you were unconscious last night, the witch doctor said this. It is rare to see a little female who gets pregnant so frequently. What secret do you have? The system gave a timely reminder. Yi-Chi-Chi's hair stood up immediately. What does the witch doctor mean by this? Does he know that he has a secret? Although he looks very young, his voice is usually hoarse, and Yi-Chi-Chi always feels that something is wrong with him. There's work to do next, Chi-Chi. You have to reward us well. Ning Shuang didn't react. It's okay for the little female to be nice to them. It doesn't matter if they do some work and work hard. Yeah. Yi-Chi-Chi was absent-minded. What kind of medicine is the witch doctor selling in his stomach? In the face of the unknown, people always guess with fear. Chi-Chi, take a rest if you're tired. Shi saw that Yi-Chi-Chi was not in a good state and thought she was tired.
Yeah.
Yi-Chi-Chi closed her eyes directly and sank her consciousness into the space. She tried to turn the ground with her consciousness. At first, she felt a lot of resistance. Slowly, she felt more and more smooth. Yi-Chi-Chi calculated that she had turned over 10 pieces of land in total, and she couldn't hold on and fell asleep directly. When she woke up again, it was already night. No one called her. Only Bai Yan squatted by the bed, looking at Yi-Chi-Chi quietly. Bai Yan? What's wrong with you? As soon as Yi-Chi-Chi opened her eyes, she saw Bai Yan looking at her worriedly. Chi-Chi, when we were praying last night, I saw you fall straight into my arms, and Lu Yushi and the others also fell down one after another. In the end, I saw your breathing became weak, you know? At that moment, I felt like I was going to lose you. Whenever Bai Yan thought of last night, he felt a twitch in his chest. I felt like you all left, and I was the only one left. I was really so panicked. Yi-Chi-Chi had never seen Bai Yan like this before. Usually he was calm and never felt so helpless. Now that he said this, it seemed that last night had a great impact on him. I thought praying was a good thing, but now it seems that praying has caused so many problems? Yi-Chi-Chi was a little helpless. Sighing, I should have not agreed if I had known. Now it's so confusing that I'm not in a good mood. It's good, but it looks a little scary. Chi-Chi has made everyone panic. Jidan saw that the atmosphere was a little depressed and felt that Yi-Chi-Chi was nervously pulling them into the space today, which was a bit of an exaggeration. He was a red-level orc, and he would definitely find out if someone came over normally. After all, the highest people in the tribe were only orange level. It's not the little female who made me nervous, it's the witch doctor's behavior that is obviously wrong. Although Ryua didn't have much contact with the witch doctor's behavior was really abnormal. And the witch doctor has never been in a relationship. Seeing that the little female is pregnant so frequently, he must have had some thoughts. Ryua is very sensitive to this aspect. He can detect some of the witch doctor's intentions. The witch doctor doesn't really want to find a little female. Ryua can feel the vague pressure from the witch doctor. That kind of pressure is unconscious after deliberately restraining. It's not like the direct pressure from Shi and Jidan. Ryua guessed that the witch doctor might be of silver rank. Okay, there's no point in discussing this. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Yi-Chi-Chi thought that the witch doctor must have come here to say something to him today, but he was stopped by Ryua, and he didn't have the face to come in. Chi-Chi, have you thought of a solution? Ryua looked at Yi-Chi-Chi with sparkling eyes. Yes, it's not appropriate to say it. Yi-Chi-Chi already had a plan in his mind. No matter what the witch doctor wanted, he must have something on him. Maybe he wanted his own offspring? Otherwise, why would he say such words last night? Assuming that the witch doctor's level is higher than the red level, then he must have. I can't take the risk of casually forming a couple, so I set up a personal setting for myself. If I say that I don't want to form a couple for the sake of my career, the tribe leader won't force it. After all, he is the most important witch doctor in the tribe. Otherwise, if the witch doctor wants to form a couple, there will definitely be no shortage of young females. He must be worried and wants to find a young female who can withstand his energy to form a couple with him, which is safer. Maybe I am being targeted. If the witch doctor is silver level and I am red level, it is very likely that I will give birth to a gold level cub. In this case, will I get more points? Yi Chi-Chi felt that if she calculated it this way, it was not unacceptable to form a couple with the witch doctor. She knew clearly that she wanted points, and she would die without them. So now she would subconsciously look for high-level beast husbands, and as for those below the red level, she would no longer consider them. Only with a higher-level beast husband can she give birth to a cub of better quality and get more points. Therefore, Yi Chi-Chi planned to extend her life first, and then make other plans. Chi-Chi, starting today, Bai Yan and Lu Yu will take turns. Ryue reminded her proactively.
Ah?
Jidan has been a month? Yi Chi-Chi was a little confused. Yeah, that's enough.
Jidan no den.
This month he felt that he was deeply infatuated with the little female. She was really soft. It was hard to separate for a while. Although he had to help take care of the cubs, Jidan felt that this was his happiest moment. The little female never overstepped the line. During his period, she had no overly intimate behavior with any beast husband, which gave her enough sense of security. Yi Chi-Chi felt that time passed really fast. In a blink of an eye, she gave birth to 17 cubs. Now she still had one in her belly. I wonder how many she can give birth to this time? If I can get 1,500 points and another 1,500 next time, I will have enough 6,000 points to upgrade the system mall again. Chi-Chi, are you hungry? Go eat something first? Lu Yu looked at Yi Chi-Chi with a little expectation. Yeah, a little. Yi Chi-Chi felt hungry. Bai Yan heard it and went to bring the porridge directly. Chi-Chi Lu Yu looked at her aggrievedly. Yi Chi-Chi thought this is the same trick again. But it works for me. What's wrong? Chi-Chi, can I come to accompany you tonight? Lu Yu's handsome face was full of anxiety. Then you discuss it with Bai Yan, I have no problem. Yi Chi-Chi smiled and looked at him gently. Okay. Lu Yu nodded quickly. Bai Yan looked at Lu Yu like this. Would it be unkind if he didn't agree? Lu Yu turned his head and saw Bai Yan standing behind him, and suddenly a sense of shame surged in his heart. Ahem, that, Bai Yan. Lu Yu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Yan. I know, I'll take care of the cubs tonight. After Bai Yan finished speaking, he turned around and went to work. Lu Yu stood there, and he didn't even finish his speech. He turned his head to look at Yi Chi-Chi. She had just finished eating, and was about to collect the dishes. How could Lu Yu let her collect them? Chi-Chi, just sit down, come here. Lu Yu took the dirty bowl from Yi Chi-Chi's hand and washed it. Yi Chi-Chi watched him busy. Lu Yu's speed was very fast, without any pause at all. Chi-Chi, do you want me to boil some hot water? Lu Yu said carefully. No need. Yi Chi-Chi felt that it was good to take a bath with the spring water in the space. The weather was still relatively hot, and the spring water in the space was not as cold as the stream water, so it could be used directly.
Chi-Chi.
Lu Yu kept calling Yi Chi-Chi's name. He hugged her in his arms and rubbed her ears against his temples. Yi Chi-Chi pushed his face away with her hands, supported his shoulders with both hands, and looked at him carefully. Lu Yu's appearance has always been a bit aggressive. Now he looks like a big wolf dog that has been abandoned for a long time, with slightly red eyes and pitiful. Yi Chi-Chi thought, it's been a long time a month ago. Compared with Bai Yan and Ryue, Lu Yu and Ning Shuang are the worst, and they get the least company from him. After all, she often had to go out on patrols, Ning Shuang had to go out hunting, and Ryue and Shiyi spent the most time with her. Yi Chi-Chi knew that sometimes they were afraid that she would forget them, but that was not the case. It was just the wrong time. She liked everyone, but she didn't have time to spare and couldn't take care of them. But now, she can the reign and do are equally shared. Although it won't last long, let's get it now, hee. Yi Chi-Chi felt that she was getting worse and worse, and she also deeply realized how difficult it was for the emperor to favor his concubines and balance the harem. Alas, it's not that I don't want to, but there are so many beauties. How can I choose? Lu Yu was at a loss for what to do with Yi Chi-Chi. What was this little female doing? Now Lu Yu was sitting, and Yi Chi-Chi was standing opposite him, holding his shoulders and looking at him. Luyu, hold me. Yi Chi took advantage of the situation and put her arms around his neck and sat on his legs. She looked up at him. Okay. His low voice hit her eardrums. Yi Chi felt Luyu gently hugging her. She put her head on his chest and put her arms around his waist. Seeing the strawberry dots, she couldn't help but got perverted. After a light bite, she was still restless. Luyu looked down at the wanton little female, enduring the restlessness of his body. He wanted to hold her all the time and didn't want to let go. But she was really too much. Feeling something wet his animal skin skirt, Luyu's eyes were deep. He turned Yi Chi around, lifted her chin with his hand and kissed her. Yi Chi felt the burning breath on her back and felt happy. She took the initiative to respond to his kiss. Luyu's kiss was fierce, as if he wanted to pour out all the thoughts of the past few months. Gradually, Yi Chi couldn't resist anymore and fell into his arms. In the end, the two of them lay on the bed with heavy breathing, looking at each other. Their eyes were so white that they could be seen through. Chi, I really miss you. Luyu felt that he couldn't hug her enough. Only tonight, the little female belonged to him completely. He wanted time to pass more slowly. Luyu carefully took Yi Chi into his arms. He plundered her madly. In the second half of the night, Yi Chi was really sleepy, so she kicked him away. Sleep. Don't do it, Chi. I'll hug you again. Luyu came up to him pitifully, and Yi Chi couldn't help but scratched him. Hiss, Chi, it hurts. He hugged her and still refused to let go. I said sleep. Yi Chi really couldn't stand it anymore. When Luyu went crazy, he was more cruel than anyone else. Her waist was aching. It seemed that it would be dawn soon. Hold Chi and sleep. Luyu buried his head in Yi Chi's neck, greedily breathing in her scent. A few months is not so easy to endure. Luyu still felt a little unsatisfied, but when he thought that the little female wanted to sleep, he didn't want to disturb her. After Bai Yan heard that the noise had finally subsided, he hugged the cubs to sleep. When the cubs stared at him with bright eyes, he didn't know what to do. There was an embarrassment that he was doing something bad. After coaxing the cubs to sleep, Bai Yan closed his eyes and brewed sleep. But his ears were quietly erected, listening to the movements outside the beast cave. After he woke up after receiving the witch doctor's blessing last time, he could smell some smells that ordinary people couldn't smell. Today he thought it was an illusion, but after confirming it twice with Ji Dan, he was sure that his sense of smell had evolved. So Bai Yan was sure that there was someone squatting outside the cave. And the breath was a bit like that of the witch doctor. It was so late. The witch doctor was not sleeping, squatting outside his own cave. Bai Yan felt something was wrong, but he didn't know whether to go out and ask. It was so tangled. Chi was still asleep, otherwise he would ask Chi what to do. Bai Yan saw that the witch doctor didn't do anything out of the ordinary, so he closed his eyes and planned to sleep. But at this moment, the witch doctor was going to come in. Bai Yan was immediately alert, and he didn't dare to move, just listened carefully to the movement outside the door. Yi Chi, who was about to fall asleep, was also awakened by the system. Host, the witch doctor is sneaking outside the door and is about to come in. Do you want me to help you keep an eye on him? Yi Chi wanted to open his eyes immediately, but if he wanted to find out what the witch doctor was thinking, he had to find out, otherwise he would be too passive. After Yi Chi made up his mind, he lay there as he was, waiting for the real-time report of the system. Host, Bai Yan seems to have discovered the witch doctor, and he is awake too. It's not a big problem. He probably wants to see what the witch doctor is going to do, right? Yi Chi was confident that she could escape from the witch doctor's hands. See what the witch doctor is going to do. If the plan is not bad, she will accept it within the scope of what she can accept. If the plan is too bad, then she can only survive in another tribe. In fact, none of these will affect it. She has enough confidence to survive when she goes out. Space and talent are her greatest reliance. When there is danger, Yi Chi always likes to make the worst plan. She dare not take chances. After the witch doctor approached her bed, Yi Chi opened her eyes. Seeing the witch doctor in the dark, who had turned into her own beast form, Yi Chi was stunned for a moment. The witch doctor is actually a cat? Mane? After Yi Qiqi was promoted to the red level, her night vision ability also improved. Now looking at the cat staring at her, she couldn't get angry for a while. System. Are you sure the person in front of you is a witch doctor? Yes, host. The witch doctor's original body is a cat, and he is a silver level cat. Silver level. This is the first time Yi Qiqi has seen it. Will you have a chance to give birth to a gold level child if you are paired with a silver level cat? Yi Qiqi is only concerned about this question now. Yes, host, as long as you are paired with a higher level orc, you may give birth to a higher level child, and it is also possible if you yourself upgrade. After Yi Qiqi knew everything, the witch doctor spoke. Why are you still awake? I have already released the ability to make people unconscious. The witch doctor was very curious about this. He was not afraid that the little female would discover his intentions. If the little female could not discover his intentions, it would be difficult for him to start. Yi Qiqi looked at the witch doctor. Master Witch Doctor, I think you have made a wrong calculation. It would be better if you come after I give birth to the child, right? Yi Qiqi did not expect that the witch doctor had this idea. It was exactly the same as that plant-based orc. He wanted to marry her while she was unconscious. If he abandoned the witch doctor, he could refuse to deliver her baby. If he had a bit of brains, he would not refuse him. The witch doctor was using an open plot. Although Yi Qiqi agreed with the principle that if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, he was still disgusted by the witch doctor's coquettish operation. Of course, this kind of thing should be done as soon as possible. When the saltwater crocodiles come, there may be no place for me. You don't know how charming you are. The witch doctor simply changed back to human form. After the witch doctor removed his makeup, his whole face was revealed. He had a soothing and elegant appearance. Whether he was seen from the front or the side, he had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and was as gentle as jade. The advantages of his bone structure were fully displayed. Not to mention, he had a makeup like oil paint before, and Yi Qiqi really had never seen his appearance clearly. Now that he suddenly saw it, it was really refreshing. It was good-looking, but it was true that he wanted to do something dirty. How attractive is it? I'm even shorter than the little females outside. Yi Qiqi looked at him warily. Now the beast husbands were all stunned, and even if she wanted to resist, it was not certain, because the silver-level defense was not so easy to break. No, I need offspring. I only want offspring. You can do anything you want me to do. The witch doctor was very anxious. He even prepared for the consequences of the little female not agreeing. If the little female didn't agree, there was no chance this time. Would there be no chance next time? However, one thing that could be confirmed was that the little female really had a secret. There must be something in the little female that could clear these superpowers, which might be the superpowers she awakened herself. If it was really a superpower, then it would be almost impossible for him to succeed. So now he could only try to talk, instead of forcing the little female to submit with tough means. After so many years, he had inherited the position of witch doctor for 10 years, but he had not found a suitable little female to be his partner. He was even afraid that a little female would directly ask him to be his partner and make his face ugly. On the Beast God continent, if a female takes the initiative to propose to a male, the male cannot refuse. The witch doctor does not have any great ambitions. He just wants to have a child of his own. The rest of the time, he treats sick orcs in the witch doctor's cave. The witch doctor has always wanted to find a female who can bear his level, but there has never been a suitable one. The witch doctor is a little anxious. So Yi Qiqi was targeted by him. Although Yi Qiqi could not accept that she was targeted, she was indeed in need of a silver-level beast husband. If the system rewarded her with a silver-level potion, she would not have to do this. It would be troublesome. Just drink it yourself, and it is possible to give birth to a gold-level cub with a red-level beast husband. Although her idea is a bit strange, it can be put into practice. But there is no better choice at the moment. Yi Qiqi can only choose the high-level cubs given by the witch doctor. In the Beast God continent, silver-level beasts are already very rare, let alone gold-level beasts. You can do anything you want? Yi Qiqi stared at him.
Yes.
The witch doctor calmed down instantly and looked at Yi Qiqi. The little female asked this. Did she agree? Actually, Yi-Chi-Chi was in need of someone to farm the land, and she didn't know if the witch doctor was tough enough. Would he cry if she asked him to do hard labor? It's okay to be a couple and to have children, but we have to get to know each other first. I don't like to be a couple with strange beastmen. Although she had been with the witch doctor before, those were not very pleasant interactions. After being here for so long, Yi-Chi-Chi still felt that it was a bit strange to talk about being a couple right away. Okay, then I'll come to see you every night from now on. The witch doctor was really busy during the day. All right. Yi-Chi-Chi had no problem. Moreover, the matter of being a couple was not only up to her to decide, but also to let her beast husbands discuss it, right? Then I'll go back first and come to see you tomorrow night? The witch doctor asked a little uncertainly. Do you want to stay and sleep? Yi-Chi-Chi was so angry that she laughed. Who knows how long he had been eavesdropping in the corner just now. It's not impossible. The witch doctor nodded seriously. Shameless. Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't help but cursed. You can't chase a little female if you have a face. The witch doctor squatted beside the bed, staring at Yi-Chi-Chi without blinking. My name is Lin Shuang. Can you stop calling me witch doctor from now on? It sounds weird. Lin Shuang? Yi-Chi-Chi repeated it. Yes, Lin Shuang. After the witch doctor reported his name, he left. Yi-Chi-Chi liked his tactfulness, but she hated that he was too abrupt. If it was a normal pursuit, she might have a better impression of him, but he threatened her to agree in this way, and Yi-Chi-Chi had a very bad impression of him. I hope he can do something to change her opinion in the future. Being interrupted, Yi-Chi-Chi really has no sleep now. She can only lie on the bed and look at Lu Yu in front of her. Alas, Lin Shuang has everything in her aesthetic point, but his thoughts are not good. It's a bit hard to accept for a while. Let's wait and see. If he performs well, it's not impossible, but if he doesn't perform well, it won't work no matter what. Yi-Chi-Chi feels a little confused now. But she didn't pay attention just now and agreed to it. Beauty misleads people. Beauty misleads people. It's terrible. She just wanted to find a gentle husband with a gentlemanly image, but she didn't expect that the right person was Lin Shuang. Both his strength and appearance are online, and he also has medical skills. Under normal circumstances, she has no reason not to choose him, but now is not a normal situation. Yi-Chi-Chi's heart was tangled again and again. People are numb. Finally, she sighed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Chi-Chi? What's wrong? Lu Yu realized that Yi-Chi-Chi seemed to be sleeping unsteadily in a daze, so he woke up. Nothing, you haven't fallen asleep yet? Yi-Chi-Chi was irritable in her heart. Looking at the sleepy Lu Yu, she couldn't help but bite the corner of his lips. Lu Yu, who didn't know what he did wrong, was confused. What was even more confusing was that the little female who said she wanted to sleep just now was more active than anyone else. Soon he had no time to think and was teased by Yi-Chi-Chi and couldn't extricate himself. Until dawn, Lu Yu looked at the energetic Yi-Chi-Chi, and he couldn't stand it first. No. Who can tell him? What kind of stimulation did the little female receive? Wouldn't this make him look incompetent? Go to sleep. Yi-Chi-Chi kissed Lu Yu's face, then put on her fur skirt and went out to see what delicious food Ryue had made. Lu Yu really couldn't stand it this time and fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. The little female was really getting more and more powerful. This was his last thought before he fell asleep. Ryue, what delicious food are you going to make today? When Yi-Chi-Chi came out, Ryue was just making cold noodles. Let's make cold noodles today. Ryue made the last piece of cold noodles and started to prepare the seasoning directly. The spicy smell occupied Yi-Chi-Chi's nose. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I miss it a little. During the rainy season, Yi-Chi-Chi was not completely idle. When she had time, she would teach Ryue and Shirya how to cook. Now, what Ryue knows is basically what Yi-Chi-Chi knows. The ingredients are limited, and even the seasonings can only be bought in the system mall after the points reach 3,000. 10 points for a large bucket, so I don't feel bad even if I use it up. But the system is still quite conscientious. The currency has not inflated, and the things in the system mall are normal in Yi-Chi-Chi's opinion. Let's eat first. What are your plans later? Ryue asked gently. Go and see the bricks. Yi-Chi-Chi always felt irritated and couldn't sleep, so it's better to find something to do. Okay, Bai Yan will accompany you later. There is nothing free these 2 days. Ryue knew that Bai Yan was on duty these 2 days, so she took the initiative to take over Bai Yan's position and went out to hunt with a large group. Bai Yan cleaned up the big cubs and followed them out. The sun is good today, but I can give these little guys a bath. Bai Yan felt that there was a faint odor on these little guys, so he was worried that Yi-Chi-Chi couldn't stand it. Although it was very light, it could be washed. The older ones are already 4 months old, so there is no problem with bathing them. The younger ones are just 1 month old, so forget it. That's fine. Yi-Chi-Chi thought the cubs should have a bath. Then go into the space and bathe them later. The river water is not clear yet. Yi-Chi-Chi thought it was better not to go. Otherwise, they will get dirtier and dirtier. Who can I complain to? Yeah. Anyway, Bai Yan is fine. The main thing is to clean up the cubs. It's impossible to say that there is no smell during the 3 months of rainy season. It's just that Yi-Chi-Chi didn't sleep with them, so she couldn't feel it. Now the cubs are handed over to the beast husband on night duty, and Yi-Chi-Chi feels relieved. However, bathing the cubs sounds quite fun. Yi-Chi-Chi is still looking forward to bathing the fur children. Yi-Chi-Chi went to the system mall and spent 20 points to buy a bucket of shower gel and put it in the cabin with his mind. The system considerately replaced the shower gel with a wooden barrel. If you want to use it, you can only pour it out. Otherwise, Yi-Chi-Chi will have a hard time explaining it. After finishing these, Yi-Chi-Chi brought Bai Yan and Shiyi, along with the cubs, into the space. There were also wooden barrels in the space that Bai Yan and his team had made when they were farming. There was just enough space for 1 cub in each barrel, 3 in a batch. 3 people washed 1 each. The cubs sat in a row and were incredibly well behaved. After washing, the cubs shook off the water droplets on their bodies. Then they were taken out of the space to bask in the sun. The cubs were curious and wanted to scratch everything. Some places were full of mud, and Yi-Chi-Chi had to herd them like cattle, not letting them go to those dirty places. Seeing who wanted to go into the mud, Yi-Chi-Chi hurried over to pull them back. She was afraid that they would roll in the mud if they were not careful. What was the point of taking a bath? Bai Yan and Shiyi stared at the cubs closely, but they could not restrict their movements. Seeing that their hair was almost dry, Yi-Chi-Chi's patience was exhausted. She felt that she was in a very irritable mood. She felt like she was about to go berserk. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't know what she was doing. After the witch doctor Lin Shuang came last night, she felt agitated. No matter what she did, she couldn't calm down the raging fire in her heart. Did you just bathe the cubs? When Yi-Chi-Chi was most annoyed, Lin Shuang wandered over here for some reason. Yeah, how come the witch doctor is free today? Shiyi looked at the witch doctor in surprise. In his impression, witch doctors are very busy and have almost no time to come out. And there were just a group hunt yesterday, so there should be a lot of injured people, right? Then you have to thank Ning Shuang and Ji Dan. The 2 of them protected the tribesmen, and there were very few injured people. Lin Shuang smiled and looked at Yi-Chi-Chi. His eyes were full of tenderness. Really? Shiyi looked at Bai Yan. Well, that's it. Bai Yan looked at the witch doctor, feeling unhappy. It was after the witch doctor appeared last night that the little female came with Lu Yu all night. I don't know what he did, but he must have done nothing good. The little female was usually very gentle, but today she was very abnormal. Just now when the cub was basking in the sun, she was very rough in lifting the cub, which was not the case before. Now that the witch doctor appeared, the little female's breathing became lighter. This made Bai Yan think more. What happened last night? Also, why would the little female let down her guard against the witch doctor? Was it because she didn't know that the witch doctor was plotting against her? Bai Yan's mind was full of thoughts. The moment Yi-Chi-Chi saw Lin Shuang, the restlessness in her heart inexplicably settled down. She felt strange. Was it because Lin Shuang did something to her body? Otherwise, why would it be like this? But if Lin Shuang really did something to her body, the system would remind herself, right? Host, Lin Shuang didn't do anything to you. It's because he is higher level than you, and some pheromones on his body can affect your body's reaction. Then wouldn't I be very passive? Will I be unable to control my emotions and riot when I leave him for so long in the future? Yi Qiqi's face turned cold when she thought of this level. Lin Shuang looked at the little female who was quite happy just now, and her face turned cold in an instant not long after he appeared, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Isn't this my own choice? If I had chosen to have a good contact from the beginning, there would be no such bad things. He lowered his eyes. No, host, you will not be inseparable from anyone. When you reach the silver level, your body will be in a balanced state. There are many red level males in the beast god continent, but they will lose their self-awareness because they cannot get enough spiritual comfort. This is because when they are in the red level, they will have a period of irritability every year. Irritability? Then don't I have it now? Yi Qiqi frowned, but she found something wrong in the system's words. You mean they can naturally upgrade even without using the upgrade potion? Yes, but now the orcs in the beast god continent need to upgrade through some means because their blood is not pure, such as discovering some natural treasures with spiritual charm. What about the awakening ability of the companion? In fact, Yi Qiqi had wanted to ask these questions a long time ago. It's just that the system ran out of energy at the beginning. Yi Qiqi can still recall the scene of the system's lack of energy. Beep. At that time, it caused her indelible damage. That is the restriction set up in the beast god continent for the purpose of reproduction. This continent is on the verge of collapse. There is more than one system in this plane. As expected, there is nothing more outrageous than crossing over and binding the system. There are even more outrageous things. Yi Qiqi originally thought that she was the only tasker in this plane, but she didn't expect that there were other taskers. I hope it won't be too embarrassing when we meet in the future.
Qiqi?
Bai Yan and Shi saw that Yi Qiqi was standing there for a long time without moving, so they waved their hands in front of her.
Ah?
Yi Qiqi's thoughts came back, and she saw 3 men looking at her. She was a little embarrassed, and her toes curled up unconsciously.
Ah.
She was chatting with the system. No, she must find out why this continent is on the verge of collapse when she goes back later. This deeply aroused her curiosity. I thought you were angry, so. Sure you didn't expect that the little female was just in a daze. I'm not angry. It should be because I didn't rest well last night, and my spirit is a little trance. Yi Qiqi's face was covered with a smile again. Then I'll help you look after the cubs, so Qiqi can go back and rest? Lin Shuang asked very considerately. Okay, then I'll trouble the witch doctor. Ever since Bai Yan knew the witch doctor's thoughts, Bai Yan would agree without hesitation to anything he offered to help with. He understood that the little female couldn't refuse the witch doctor. Bai Yan didn't want to offend the witch doctor either, because the little female would need him to give birth in the future. If he didn't let the witch doctor do something now, he probably wouldn't feel comfortable. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Qiqi nodded to Lin Shuang and nestled in Bai Yan's arms, letting Bai Yan carry her back to the beast cave. The gossip fire in her heart was burning. Instead of looking after the cubs, it would be better to go back and gossip with the system. If Lin Shuang wanted to show her courtesy, she could do more. It would just relieve the pressure in her beast cave. Since Lin Shuang regarded herself as a tool for giving birth, she didn't have to be polite. Some things are mutual, some things are done and done. Even if you make up for it later, you may not be able to mend the heart that has been hurt. Bai Yan looked at the little female nestling in his arms, quietly, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart for a while. Qiqi, tell me honestly, did the witch doctor do something to you last night? You don't have to be afraid. Tell us, we won't be wronged. Back in the beast cave, Bai Yan looked at Yi Qiqi distressed. He didn't do anything to me. He said he wanted to be my beast husband. Yi Qiqi looked at Bai Yan. He didn't hide anything from him. I knew that the witch doctor must be very special to you, but I didn't expect that he would sneak in the middle of the night and do this to you. Bai Yan smashed the stone wall with a hammer, and Yi Qiqi felt a pain when he saw it. I didn't expect it either. Yi Qiqi didn't dare to say that he wanted to make it a done deal last night. If he said it, Bai Yan would probably go and beat Lin Shuang regardless of the consequences. Beating the witch doctor in the tribe would have serious consequences, so forget it. Chi-Chi, what are you going to do? You can actually refuse. We can live in another tribe. Bai Yan looked at Yi Chi-Chi and said seriously, the Hound tribe is not the first choice. But if we migrate now, can we take care of so many cubs? And if we can't find a suitable tribe before winter, where will we live? We can't stay in the space all the time, right? Every time Yi Chi-Chi said a word, Bai Yan's face became a little droopy. I'm too impulsive. Bai Yan had this idea, but after Yi Chi-Chi said this, all the concerns in his heart came out. In this tribe, Chi-Chi at least has the right to speak. If he goes to other tribes, the little female may not be welcomed. The witch doctor is also good. If he really becomes the beast husband of the little female, he can find out what the little female has in the future. Thinking about it this way, in fact, after the witch doctor came, the safety risks of the little female have been reduced. And the witch doctor has come here so many times, he must have discovered some secrets of the little female. The last time he stared at the pot, it was already very wrong. Migration is possible, but now is not the right time. You go take care of the cubs first, I'll take a rest. Seeing that Bai Yan's impulsiveness had subsided, Yi Chi-Chi told him to leave. Okay, then I'll go first, you have a good rest. Wake up Lu Yu if there is anything. Bai Yan couldn't help but glared at Lu Yu. He was so useless, he slept like a fool in just one night. Bai Yan thought of the days when he monopolized the little female, and a suspicious blush flashed across his face. In order to prevent Yi Chi-Chi from discovering the clues, he hurriedly left the cave. Yi Chi-Chi lay beside Lu Yu and started whispering with the system.